Chinko accidentally traveled across the world, and in his last life, he was just a salted fish artist. But after traveling to the parallel blue planet, everything is different. At the National Wave Music Festival, a song called Lanting Preface shocked the whole internet and set the world on fire. Countless classics from the past, performed by Chink, became hit songs. Chapter 1 National Wave Music Festival. Blue Star, the wind band on the National Wave Festival stage, is performing their hottest single. The audience on stage also cheered and raised their arms in the air, enjoying the infectious energy from the melodic music. And in the backstage of the National Wave Music Festival, Chinko snapped his eyes open. As he looked around the room, he realized that everything here was incredibly unfamiliar. With a sharp headache, his memory fusion merged with his own in this parallel time. In this parallel time and space, civic entertainment is immensely developed, even enabling a hierarchical system to quantify the strength of each artist. There's just a perpetual shortage of classics and great works. As a result, countless themed festivals, organized on a regular basis, provide shining stages for a large number of creators. And Chinko learned from his memory that this opportunity to go on stage was purchased because his parallel time self, who had worked continuously and excessively, had purchased this opportunity to go on stage. It's just a shame he died suddenly, moments before going on stage. Chinko, who thought of this, couldn't help but feel a bit secretly sad. I will complete for you what you didn't finish, and fulfill a wish of your heart. When Chinko secretly said in his heart, a clear system female voice sounded in Chinko's mind. Earth's civic system begins binding. Suddenly, a progress bar of system binding appeared before Chinko's eyes. When he saw the progress bar reach 100, he had realized that his system was coming. The previous moments he was worried that he couldn't recall. There were some details about Earth's civic works, but at the moment that worry was gone, because this unbelievably strong plugin was the bottom line that he didn't need to worry about. Beginner's packet opens. The degree of opening of the Earth's civic treasury, 1%. Next unlocking requires prestige value, 100 million. Gift package presentation, Hall of Fame singing level. As Chinko felt a warm current pass through his body, he could feel the change that the hallowed level of singing brought to him. This hallowed skill worth $1 billion surprised Chinko beyond measure. All of a sudden, he became relaxed and was able to just deal with the next part of the singing session, because the difference that the level of hallowed singing makes is immense. The breath he felt exhaling now was slightly rhythmic. It occurred to him, among the fused memories, that the festival was National Wave themed. In an instant, it also occurred to him what song he wanted to sing this time. As he was organizing his thoughts, the backstage door was suddenly opened. Wang Chang, who was responsible for the program's choreography, walked towards Chinko and said with a disdainful face, "Hurry up, it's your turn to go on stage later." Chinko looked at Wang Chang's disdainful look and said, "I need to change the song." When Wang Chang heard Chinko say this, his brow furrowed and he said directly, "You're just a guy who buys a place. What kind of strength do you have? Change. Hurry to sing and get out." Wang Chang looked at the sheet music of the new song Chinko had sent him and walked out of the backstage of the festival with a disdainful expression. As Wang Chang walked out of the backstage of the festival, he also saw Tension, the lead singer of Wind Force, walking towards him. When Wang Chang saw Tension, he immediately became like another person. "Brother Zhang, you really sang too well this time. The brand name of the National Wave Music Festival is relying on you to support it." Zhang Li didn't care about anything after hearing this, and directly walked towards the rest area at the backstage. After Wang Chang bid farewell to Zhang Li, he returned backstage and imported the accompaniment file that Chinko had sent him into the stage's database, then walked straight back to the control room and waited for Chinko to come on stage. The face was still filled with that disdainful expression. Chinko stood up, straightened his clothes, and walked in the direction of the stage. It was also his first time coming on top of the stage at the National Wave Music Festival, because when he was on Earth, he was just a salty illustrator. Before that, he knew nothing about music and was even more pentatonic. But at this moment, for the sake of his parallel time self, that last wish, he firmly stood on this stage. After Chinko stood on the stage, the audience under the stage also looked at Chinko with great curiosity. At the same time, the big screen on the stage of the National Wave Music Festival immediately displayed Chinko's singer rank. What is shown above is the lowest level of the civic system, the E level, also known as the rookie entry level. The lowest grade in this National Wave Festival requires a D to participate. When the listeners saw Chinko's singer rank, they roared in direct anger. They feel tremendously cheated. Bounced tickets, refunded tickets. Can any E-rated singer get on the stage of the National Wave Music Festival? Such an unknown singer. To take the entry level over to fool us? We're the ones who bought the tickets. Yeah. Refund your ticket. Refund the tickets. Organizers refund the tickets. It's an abomination. We came here to listen to a song, not to suffer. I can't believe I found an E-rated singer to fill the time of the show. You tell me what an entry-level singer like that can sing about a ghostly original. Don't let this crap sing, okay? The anger level of all the listeners on the stage went through the roof, and they were beyond angry. Because it was the biggest insult to the tickets they had bought that this entry-level singer could stand above the stage at the National Wave Music Festival. This sound of ticket refunds resounded throughout the National Wave Music Festival grounds, and even the backstage lounge area of the festival could clearly hear the sound of ticket refunds. Tension of the Winds was also very confused when he heard the audience outside, all shouting for refunds. He and his crew immediately went from the backstage of the National Wave Music Festival up to the exclusive small viewing platform within the small area where they could watch the stage. What's going on here? Why are they all shouting for refunds? The bands and singers who came to participate are basically all D-rated or above. It's reasonable that their strength won't be too bad, Zhang said as he looked in the direction of the stage with great suspicion. The prestige value required to upgrade each level was 10 times that of the previous level, so the power gap between levels was immense. As soon as the other team members heard this, they remembered something. I heard it's the ability to bid over the internet for a spot to play in the festival. Actually buy a spot. One member spoke the truth directly. Instead of getting quieter, the sound of bouncing tickets got louder and louder, covering the entire range of the festival grounds, even including outside the confines of the venue. The sound of bouncing tickets could be faintly heard coming from inside the venue. Quite a few of the participating bands came out from backstage, looking in the direction of the stage. They were curious as to what kind of singer it was that would trigger so much reaction from the listeners. At the same time they were incredibly chagrined that, for once, they were at the National Wave Music Festival. There are actually singers who bid on the stage through the internet, which will seriously affect the entire audience of the National Wave Music Festival. Shin Ku, who was standing on the stage, looked at the audience below the stage, and he didn't have any change in expression. The intelligent camera equipment still professionally and quickly captured Shin Ku's face. After Shin Ku's face was reflected on the stage's big screen, some female listeners also blushed after watching it, and that kind of handsomeness could no longer be described in words. It is probably only the reader who can match it. Handsome. What's the point? Get the hell off the stage. Refunds, don't pollute my ears. Stop singing and go down. A large group of spectators were there cursing angrily, but they realized that even after cursing Shin Ku, they still didn't walk down from the stage. They were so angry that they pulled out their cell phones and tried to record Shin Ku's off-key voice. One cell phone after another followed, held aloft on stage. I'll let you sing. Let's see what kind of tricks you can come up with, a male listener said angrily. At the moment Shin Ku blinked slightly, immersed in the moment, and then the stage stereo surrounded intro kicked in, like an invisible wave of sound. It strongly impacts the listener's sense of hearing. Chapter 2, A Song of the Lanting Preface, shocking the whole internet. Shin Ku put his ear returns on to shut out all sound. Only the different beats of the music world remain, echoing in the ears. All those voices that raged against him, he could no longer hear them, because he has immersed himself in the world of singing, which is the greatest tribute to this music scene. Even if it was only his first time on stage, when the prelude sounded, the rich ancient flavor of the prelude, as if the invisible waves gently brushed the entire National Wave Music Festival site above. The group of listeners, who had been incredibly restless, all of a sudden seemed to be fixed by a spell. They really haven't heard such a godly intro. Such a prelude staggered them all at once. That quaintly rhythmic intro was 27 seconds long. What they could feel in those 27 seconds was an incredibly rich and delicate experience. This prelude didn't just surprise, to the surprise of these listeners who were screaming for a refund. Even more so, the group of professional band singers were wide-eyed. In this National Wave Festival, all the bands and singers are taking, at one time or another, songs that have already set themselves on fire once. But after the intro to this one song played, they then felt that the songs they had created were no match for what this entry-level E-rated singer had brought to the table. This intro is so demonic. My goodness, Zhang Li couldn't help but exclaim. Those listeners who held their cell phones aloft earlier were even more afraid to put them down. I was afraid that I would miss a single note that would explain the song. All of a sudden, the entire National Wave Music Festival grounds were silent, with only the intro of the song playing. When there is a hallowed level of playing, Chinku has an uncanny ability to control the details of the music. He was able to capture, even more accurately with his ear returns, the rhythm of the beat as he picked up the microphone and began to sing. The Lanting prose, the lines are flowing like clouds, the door pushes under the moon, and your heart breaks like your feet. Dizzy, it's easy to top a 1,000-year-old monument, but hard to top your beauty. Chinku took the microphone and completely immersed himself in the world of songs created by the Lanting sequence. Here he sings with all his feelings about that quaint flavor. That subtle expression of emotion is even more touching. With Chinku's slow singing of the main song, all the listeners have been immersed in the song. It was as if they were enjoying a classic painting together, with that twinkle and sincerity in their eyes. No one wants to say so many irrelevant words in the middle of this so beautiful musical picture. Each note bounced around the field. Someone even closed his eyes all the way, his hands swinging slowly and easily, and was feeling, with all his ears, the sensations that the song was giving him. That emotion of trying with all your might to go deeper and feel it, comes to life. Those bands and singers no longer wanted to question Chinku's strength on stage. They knew from Chinku's intro and main song singing that Chinku had completely crushed them with that level of singing just on stage. Can you really call this level E? Is there something wrong with this entry-level rank judging? Holy, the big guy is here in a small fryer. This small stage can't hold him. This level of lyric singing is too absolute, isn't it? At the very least it's an S-class singer. The songwriting is at the top of its game. Then the overwhelming chorus is about to come. Chinku took the microphone. His eyes closed and then quickly opened again, in a very full state, and began to sing the chorus. It's not about the wind and the moon. I'll title the sequence and wait for you to return. A hanging pen, 1,000 waves on that shore. What is the meaning of the word love? How can I put my pen to paper, and I alone lack the knowledge of your life? Just like that the climax comes, and the thematic sublimation that the whole chorus gives them is straight up lit. This is the best way to describe the National Wave Music Festival. National Wave is the main axis of this festival, and Chinku perfectly illustrates, with this one song, that theme. It was as if all the listeners had been unlocked in fixed magic. Cheers of joy after hearing this chorus. They looked in Chinku's direction and waved their hands vigorously. That overwhelming feeling of shock they felt could be felt from the power they used to wave their hands. It's so good. Such music with the national style is the biggest reward for me this time. Damn. I'm ashamed of what I just said about bouncing checks. It's so good. Hubby is so handsome. Aha. Husband, husband, husband. The lyrics and singing are so great, isn't it? It's so worth the price of admission. A work like this would definitely qualify as the best of the best. The group of band singers, upon hearing the chorus sung by Chinku, were able to understand that it was for the entire song. Another huge sublimation. Chinku looked at the group of listeners under the stage who were very excited and smiled faintly. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Great songs, even when traveling through different time and space settings, still shine, transitioning to the rhythm of the music with a bang. The very iconic Peking opera singing is here. After gaining a Hall of Fame level of singing, Chinku learned to sing in Peking opera as well. It's not about the wind and the moon. I'll title the sequence and wait for you to return. A hanging pen, 1,000 waves on that shore. Such a sudden switch in singing style was another eye-opener for all the listeners in the audience. This intertwining of another kind of singing is like nothing they've ever seen before, and the effect of singing after that interweaving amazed them even more. It makes the richness of the song, and the overall feel of the song, even more elevated. My goodness, it's still possible to sing like this, and to interweave Peking opera singing like this, makes the whole song richer. More so, yeah. What kind of genius is this? Absolute. Absolute. So absolute. The whole song was about to end in just a few minutes. Chinku stood on the stage, looking down at the audience, and sang the last few lines. The rain hit the banana leaves and dashed for a few more nights. I'm waiting for spring thunder to remind you who you love. The last two lines are delicate nods to the tone of the entire song. That special sentiment of love that includes parting. As the last few seconds of the musical coda ended, the entire National Wave Music Festival grounds were filled with, well, applause from all the listeners. The band's singers, equally overwhelmed, applauded, and the enthusiastic applause resounded throughout the venue. It was a rocking performance that had all the listeners screaming for more. One more song. One more song. Don't get off the stage. Please, just one more song. Yeah, don't get off the stage. One more song. I spoke out loud just now. My bad. Come again. Luckily, I recorded the whole song, so I'll have something to listen to when I get home. Pass it to me, pass it to me. I'll go home and upload it to T's Voice and you guys can just go search for it. Shinka looked down at all the listeners on the stage and simply waved his hand as he walked with them from the stage. At this moment, his mood was incomparably calm, and he had already accomplished what he had always wished for himself in parallel time and space. Once backstage at the festival, he grabbed his backpack and walked out the back door, simply called a cab and got in. And at this moment, Wang Chang had just realized that Shinka was on stage, so he rushed out in a hurry. But when he saw that Shinka had already gotten on the bus, he said with great chagrin, "It's over. It's over. I missed a top singer." Chapter 3, The Complexity of Seeing One's Family Again. The group of band singers went in the direction of backstage as well. They wanted to get to the top singer, first thing, and wanted to get to know him. However, when they saw Wang Chang standing there dumbfounded, they knew that they had failed to find the top singer standing on the stage. After walking to Wang Chang's side, Zhang Li said, "What's wrong? Did he leave any contact information?" Wang Chang replied with slight chagrin, "No, he left too quickly. Probably only the organizer's side has his contact information." When Wang Chang said this, the others then knew. This mysterious top singer is something they won't be able to recognize for a while. The group then walked backstage in a state of dust, as the show, which was to follow, was to continue, but the shock that Chinko had brought to them still echoed in their hearts. That one song, rich in ancient rhythms, became the peak of a song they couldn't climb for a while. Half an hour later, the cab steadied itself on the floor of the neighborhood. In the parallel world, Chinko's life has changed a bit. Parents who once died in a car accident on Earth are safe and alive in this time and space. It was all so unexpected and moving. Chinko walked to the door of that familiar neighborhood and swiped his access card before walking into the building. His emotions were very mixed at the moment. His palms were hot and sweaty, and there was a hint of non-relaxation in his expression. In his mind, he had been saying goodbye to his parents for 2 years, but when we saw each other again in the present, it was a different mood. With a bang the elevator operated, and it quickly and smoothly stopped at the 13th floor. After Chinka stepped out, he took out his key and directly opened the gate. When he walked in, he was greeted by an open interior. "Xiaoku is off work. Come over for dinner," Zhang Ling said gently, meanwhile put a plate of red meat on the dining room table, then walked towards the kitchen again. Not forgetting to continue to Chinko, "There is a green vegetable. You first serve the rice. I'll fry it now. Your father works overtime, we eat first." Oh. Chinko looked at the familiar face and was speechless for a moment. Finally he calmed down a bit before slowly saying okay. Chinko walked towards the rice cooker on the side and used a rice spoon to serve out 2 bowls of white rice, placing them on the dining table before sitting down. He looked around the room for a week, and it all staggered him a little. He pinched himself hard, and after feeling a hint of pain, he confirmed that he had truly traveled into a parallel world. This might be fate, Chinko muttered. A few minutes later, Zhang Ling, from within the kitchen, brought out a dish of freshly fried vegetables. The garlic flavor was very strong. Chinko looked at the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the dining table and also felt his appetite increase. Zhang Ling looked towards Chinko who was already seated and said gently, "All right, let's eat. Your dad he worked late. I've already left food for him." Chinko slowly nodded his head and picked up his chopsticks before picking up a piece of braised pork and eating it. That particular homey scent was more than familiar to him. "Yummy, yummy," Chinko said vaguely as he ate. Zhang Ling looked at Chinko's satisfied look and was also very satisfied. At the same time she took out her cell phone and held it down a few times. "I thought you said you wanted to study music professionally. I'll give it to you. I got a bonus today. I'll transfer the money to you." With a ding sound, Chinko received a transfer message from Zhang Ling on his cell phone. When Chinko saw this, he frowned slightly and looked at Zhang Ling again. Zhang Ling instantly knew what Chinko said he wanted to say, so she said directly, "No returning." After hearing Zhang Ling's reply like this, Chinko also smiled and accepted it straight away. The pleasant dinner passed in this way, and Chinko also immediately took over the dishwashing job. Zhang Ling was also a bit surprised by Chinko's performance today, but she accepted it with satisfaction. As Zhang Ling sat on the sofa, relaxing and watching short videos, she accidentally swiped a video about the National Wave Music Festival. When she saw the video with hundreds of thousands of likes on it, she was also a bit curious to click in and take a look. As the intro of that music played, Zhang Ling's eyes lit up. It was an introductory melody she had never heard before. The intro alone totally hooked her in. She then continued to listen to it, from the main song to the chorus, with that special feeling of slowing down. It allows her to get that quaint national wave flavor from the song. After listening to the whole song, She gave it a straight nod, because the song, she felt, was an excellent track that she had very rarely heard. Jiangling scrolled through the comments section in a spirit of curiosity, only to find that no one had mentioned what the name of the song was. Something like this surprised him a bit, because a song this good is bound to be a hit. However, once Jiangling thought about it, she also knew that this very youthful song was definitely known to Chinku. After she bookmarked this video, she slid down to the next one to go. Chinku, who had washed all the bowls inside the kitchen, walked out and then walked in the direction of his mother. When Jiangling saw Chinku walking towards her, she took the video she had just collected and showed it to Chinku. When the video played out, the familiar intro melody, all of a sudden, made Chinku realize what was going on. He picked up his cell phone and pretended to look at it seriously while observing Jiangling's change in expression. Which singer is this? Help me place a song of his as well. It's quite good. Jiangling looked at Chinku and said. Chinku heard. Then also a slight smile said, that singer is me. Do not need to download, live sing for you to listen. Jiangling heard this, then she also blanked her son, thinking that Chinku was joking. So she put away her cell phone and walked in the direction of the bedroom. No more joking around with Chinku there. When she walked to the door of the bedroom, she still didn't forget to turn around and say to Chinku, remember to study hard. After Chinku saw his mother's expression like this, he too spread his hands helplessly and stopped explaining anything. After all, down the road there will be plenty of opportunities to prove it. Chinku then walked in the direction of the shower, and after taking a shower, back inside his bedroom, he opened his cell phone to take a look. The video that captured his singing process at the National Wave Music Festival has broken 1 million likes. Almost everyone was catching up on the name of the singer and the name of the song. At the same time, the heat of this video directly soared to the #1 spot on the topic list of the entire teaming sound. Such heat is unprecedented. Quite a few decrypted videos are also starting to appear like a tidal wave. One exaggerated headline attracted the eyes of countless netizens. E-level singers, come to the fish fry at the National Wave Music Festival. Shocker! The singer actually did the following before going on stage. The hidden singer actually likes what the handsome singer really likes. When sleepiness set in, Chinku finally put down his cell phone and went to sleep. Chapter 4, Invitation from the Teasing Voice Platform. The early morning sunlight shone through the window into Chinku's room. He felt a hint of warmth and knew it was morning. But Chinku didn't bother to set the alarm clock because he didn't feel the need to go back to work. Traveling inside this one literally developed world, he was completely wealthy with the system. So he sent a text message directly to his boss and quit his job. Everything went very well and the boss promised to send the final paycheck in accordance with the pay date. After solving these problems, Chinku slowly got up and walked towards the window, his upper body feeling the warmth of the sun. When Chinku remembered yesterday's performance, he also thought of the copyright issue, and then said, System, the issue of the song's copyright, how was it resolved? In less than a few seconds, the system immediately came up with a very accurate answer. All songs have been automatically copyrighted directly before the performance. The worries Chinku thought of had been resolved, so he was relieved. As he stepped out of the room he caught a whiff of an aroma that was wafting in the direction of the dining room table. Meanwhile this table holds a bowl of noodles and shredded pork soup. There was a small note next to it. Chinku picked it up and knew it was the breakfast his mother had made. Chinku also smiled slightly when he saw the familiar font. He sat straight down, savoring a bowl of noodles and shredded pork soup. As he sat down to eat, he picked up his phone and saw a message from the organizers. Mr. Chinku, your performance last night was very bright, and at the same time, the Teasing Sound platform would like to invite you to enter their platform for your first live singing performance. If you say yes, I can immediately have them add your contact information. Chinku looked at that one message and also knew that it was last night's performance that had let them know their strength. Chinku replied as he ate his noodles and shredded meat soup. Yes. When this message was quickly sent, it took less than a minute for an add a friend message to be sent. That would naturally be the Tease voice platform. After adding the contact information, the conversation took less than a few minutes, and the teaser platform sent someone directly over, wanting to talk about it directly. Chinku also felt that he really needed to negotiate face-to-face in order to better understand the contract of this time into the platform, how it is like. And Chinku came to wait in the cafe downstairs in the neighborhood. 10 minutes later, Chinku saw 2 professional women dressed as platform staff walk in with sincere smiles on their faces. Mr. Chinku, let's start the negotiations, shall we? We've brought over the specific contract. Wen Yunru was also a bit surprised when she looked at the Chinku, who was about 20 years old, because she had seen Chinku's performance last night. She did not see the exact likeness in the blurry video, but that wonderful performance last night, the level of singing displayed was definitely not a level that a young man could achieve. When Chin-ka saw her somewhat abnormal appearance, he looked into Won Yun-ru's eyes suspiciously. Right after that gazes confrontation, Won Yun-ru's face reddened. Her hurried answer to the main question said, "Well, it's okay, let's talk about the contract." Chin-ka smiled slightly then said, "Alright then, I'll read the contract." Won Yun-ru nodded, so she slowly sat down with her colleague, while handing the contract to Chin-ku to look at. When Chin-ku received the contract, looking at the dense text, then he also felt some brain pain. In the mood of laziness, Chin-ku silently read the system in his mind and said, "Check if the contract has any hidden clauses that will be unfavorable to me." With Chin-ku's command, the system began to check the loopholes in the entire contract. In less than a minute, the system analyzed the entire contract at once. There were no unfavorable clauses to Chin-ku. It was all some normal business cooperation. Chin-ku understood, then also agreed to start signing the contract. After Chin-ku signed the contract, even when Yun-ru's eyes lit up. They hadn't expected the collaboration to be as pleasant and smooth as it was. She happily reached out and looked at Chink. After briefly shaking hands with Won Yun-ru, Chin-ku slowly nodded in recognition as well. "Mr. Chin-ku, the 5 million entry fee for inviting you to join the platform has been transferred to your name by the company's finance. Please pay attention to it and thank you for your cooperation. In the meantime, looking forward to your first live broadcast. Oh, by the way, you might want to prepare some songs for tomorrow night's broadcast. We'll take care of you on this side, and then we'll be the ones doing the platform's promotional work." Chin-ku didn't worry too much when he thought about needing to prepare some songs to be used as singing during the live broadcast. After all, 1% has been turned on in the civic system. The amount of songs and other artwork contained within that 1% would be considered a massive amount. A live show is nothing to worry about in the face of this sea of work. Won Yun-ru looked at Chin-ku, who had a calm expression and also felt a bit surprised. She thought Chin-ku's performance at last night's National Wave Music Festival had been his best song. But from that expression on Chin-ku's face, one could tell that Chin-ku was very powerful. Chin-ku then looked at Won Yun-ru and nodded, indicating that there was no problem. After Won Yun-ru received a very positive answer, she too turned around and turned back in the direction of the door. Chin-ku stepped forward and opened the door before saying goodbye to the distant Won Yun-ru. When Won Yun-ru walked out, she looked at the assistant next to her as she said, "This young singer, surely he is more than just the superficial E-rank strength. Letting him into our platform is definitely a very right choice. Our promotional work can now be done on the platform. We're going to see, tomorrow night, a very lively and active live room." The assistant who was at the side nodded, and then wrote down what Won Yun-ru had just mentioned inside the memo. After a while, the assistant returned to the company to start preparing for Chin-ku's entry into the teasing sound platform, the first live broadcast of the promotional activities. The warm-up phase is very important in the whole campaign. It's about the live stream tomorrow night and how it will look like. Meanwhile, throughout the teaser hot list, the video of Chin-ku's singing at the National Wave Music Festival had reached an even more awesome peak. The highest number of likes for a video has reached 2 million, while related topics keep going out. Some video marketing numbers that are very sensitive to hotspots have also begun to prepare for a background check on Chin-ku. In this case, countless netizens are very curious with Chin-ku's real identity. After all, it's still not quite as clear as it appears throughout the video, but even that couldn't stop their curious exploration. Such video not only shocked the netizens, some professional singers at the same time shocked enough to post. Chapter 5: Who is the mysterious singer? As the videos from the National Wave Festival kept coming out of the ring, they reached a peak of influence across the teaming platform. Some professional singers also keenly noticed the superb level of singing displayed by Chin-ku in this video. Such a level of singing was something they had never seen before in this E-class. This kind of very clearly transcendent level of existence is extremely rare. These professional singers were so shocked after watching the video of Chin-ku singing that they posted on their own Weibo accounts. C-level singer Huang Lin, this level of singing, it's just too high. I don't think it's possible for an entry-level singer to achieve. B-level singer Renho, such top-notch songwriting is really something that only a genius can write. And if it's really an entry-level singer, it's really so promising. A-list singer Lee Tongli, from the not-so-clear footage of the video, you can tell that it's a very young singer. And to be able to create such top-notch lyrics at this age is really awesome. S-class singer Huang Ling, the lyrics and rhythms are very spiritual. And it's the only one, the new singer, that caught my eye. A lot of singers have been lamenting the changing times from this video. Some singers have reached, though, a more top level. But when seeing this video now, it didn't occur to me that the wave of the times had actually been so violent. This kind of top-notch songwriting ability is something they simply didn't have in their youth. Thus they all marveled at Chin-ku's creative ability. Those netizens had a rough idea of Chin-ku's strength through the video, although they don't know much about these specialized things. However, when they saw a group of professional singers, all of them had such a high opinion of this young singer. They also said the same. Indeed, such a good old-fashioned song. Simply something we have not heard before. It is too bright. It's really inconceivable that such mature songwriting ability could come from an entry-level singer. Ha 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 ha. Are all those people who shouted for refunds regretting it? The introductory lead chorus of this song is very fitting. There's no abruptness to it. It's all even into one song. Oh my gosh. This is the best ancient song I've ever heard. It's such a blessing to hear songs like this these days. This song definitely qualifies as an S-rated song. But still no one knows the real identity of this young singer? Yeah. +1. A lot of netizens are complaining that the video marketing numbers in this session are really bad at digging up information. It's been a couple hours and I'm surprised I haven't found anything on this singer yet. At the same time, the promotional activities on the Teasing Voice platform also began, with Chin-ku's silhouette appearing in a poster. It was in the midst of this silhouette, but it was a big question mark. It's just a simple poster that clearly expresses the time of this evening's broadcast. It's very simple, but very informative. Just like that, an opening poster was spread all over the platform. There was also an intentional effort to link this poster to that video that blew up, through keywords, making the whole heat even more relevant. But a lot of uninformed netizens can realize what's going on when they see one of these. The mysterious singer will be coming into the platform tonight and will be singing live for the first time. And such close proximity is just too much of a coincidence. Quite a few people had already, at once, guessed that this mysterious singer was Chin-ku, who had caused a sensation in the entire venue, and even the entire internet, at the National Wave Music Festival. The video marketing numbers that just got the information are very keen to catch it, and this time it's fresh. All of a sudden, the video accounts, as if they had found a real message, frantically started posting relevant content, because after the establishment of the civic system, there is likewise a division for the video marketing number level. The value of the commercials he has access to varies from one video marketing number level to another. That's why video account influence is so important. These important hotspots can be a source of influence that they are very eager to have. But after the civic system was set up, there was a very fine-grained system of accounting for the same. Once the video account is found to have false publicity, the corresponding reputation points will be deducted, and in serious cases, the corresponding account will be cancelled. This is going to be a very heavy blow to video account companies or creators. So when they got so sure, they frantically started posting content on the subject. Trying to get all the videos ready before this hotspot explodes is the only way to get the most impact value out of this hotspot. The huge amount of impact value will help video accounts to upgrade, which is what video marketing creators are looking for. All of a sudden, throughout the teeming platform, one video after another instantly appeared on top of the platform. Hyperbolic headlines catch the eye of netizens. Although netizens have long since lost much of their trust in these video marketing numbers, but based on the entertainment, they are very happy to take a look at the fresh content, which the video marketing numbers have unearthed. Shocker! Mystery singer actually linked to young singers at National Wave Music Festival. Is this the mystery singer? This incredibly shocking song. From him, and he's actually just? My God! He's the mystery singer. The real identity of the mysterious singer with a scary background. Every video marketing number starts their video with a very eye-catching quote that serves as the opening line for the beginning. It made a lot of viewers continue to watch after seeing the beginning. After a number of netizens watched no less than a few of the videos, it became instantly clear. The mysterious singer who has entered the platform this time is the singer they are looking for. Netizens who woke up for a moment left comments underneath the video. Found it! Found it! It's officially on the Jitterbug platform this evening. Oh my gosh, that song is so good. Tonight at 8 o'clock. I'll be sure to check it out. It's really too bad I didn't go to the festival to listen to it back then, but I definitely couldn't miss this one live. Really? Would love to know what that song is called? Meanwhile, in the homepage of the campaign, and accompanied by the address of an account, which is the account of the mysterious singer, and the platform very powerfully utilizes the way the account changes in time, so that the real account name is only known after a specific time. Even if they couldn't know the exact name now, fans were still able to follow Chin-ku immediately. But Chin-ku's fan base on Tease has gone from 0 to tens of thousands. the skyrocketing trend of total followers has not slowed down and is still rising wildly. Meanwhile, the relevance of the mystery singer topic is very much tied to this account, which is also showing a very rapid rise in popularity. Seeing so many video marketing numbers that mention the mystery singer, Zhang Lu, who was known as the king of internet spammers, suddenly laughed as if he had found his prey. Chapter 6, Meet the Jetsons? On the internet, Zhang Lu is known as the strongest king of spammers precisely because of his reckless spamming. It's given him a lot of black fans, and it's also given him a lot of account heat. Just now, after Zhang Lu took a look at the content of these video marketing numbers, roughly, he began to edit his own video content. After all, with heat this fresh and explosive, he had to rub it in. He then sat down in the workroom and watched the various materials, and he just didn't intend to listen to that video all over again. After casually writing a few lines of copy, Zhang Lu was satisfied. Once these few simple lines of copy were memorized, he sat down on one of the couches in the studio. Tripod camera, aimed precisely in its direction. Zhang Lu then very skillfully began to play with his ability to bowl ********, saying, "That singer on the National Wave Music Festival is definitely the singer invited into the platform this time. The timing is so coincidental, so it goes without saying it's all the same person. And the song he sang, and I came out and listened to it, was just awful. I'll make a bet here. If he can break 1 million heat levels when he's live, I'll directly withdraw from the network, and at the same time compensate this singer $5 million. After these few exaggerated words were filmed, Zhang Lu took a brief look at them, and then he was also very satisfied. It's just the norm for him to rub it in. He's also very aware of the 1 million heat of the livestream. Having started on the platform a couple years ago, there had never been any live broadcast that could reach 1 million heat, so Zhang Lu was very unimpressed with such a bet. Zhang Lu directly and simply took 2 minutes to edit it. Enlarge all the fonts and just feel free to send it out. He couldn't even get used to rubbing his nose in it like that. It's almost like a dead pig that's not afraid of boiling water. But when Zhang Lu sent this video out, a lot of netizens were already looking at him very unfavorably. And it's disgusting to see him rubbing it in like that. All of a sudden, the video that Zhang Lu had just sent out was angrily disliked by many fans who had just followed on Chinku. You king of spammers, be careful what you say. I'll report you now. If you do break 1 million heat levels, you're done, and you're legally liable for what you say. I didn't realize that after a few years, you're still that shameless and rubbing it in. I can't believe you're saying he sings crap songs. What can you create? What are you? Yeah, you're just waiting to be banned. You guys wait to lose your money. All of a sudden, a lot of fans were very upset and kept reposting his video. A large number of people have already started reporting this repeat offender spewing king, but Zhang Lu sat on the sofa and watched the video's data keep rising. It was all cursing him, but black and red was still red, and he snickered up secretly in that spirit. He casually picked up a handful of melons and ate them, while not forgetting to casually spit the shells on the ground. Watching the number of video plays increase one by one, Zhang Lu raised his eyebrows in disdain and said, "Isn't it just a trashy song? I poo-poo it. I'll just scold him." When Zhang Lu's video was reposted, many people were also very surprised, because the voices of praise, throughout the platform, are overwhelming, and it pisses them off to be such mindless spammers. Even those professional singers, who were not thinking of disliking this unqualified king of spammers, went down personally and posted angry messages about him. Meanwhile, the Jet King's heat level was rising at a rocket speed, and such a huge amount of black and red traffic made him happy. It was a big hit like he hadn't had in years. Zhang Lu was also even happier to see that there could be such heat. Meanwhile, the platform side is slowly seeing this video of Zhang Lu, and the negative impact of this video of Zhang Lu is very great. However, considering the platform's video review process, it still didn't just take the video down. When Yunru received the message from the platform's audit department, she contacted Chinku directly. At this time, Chinku, sitting at home watching the world's top singer competition, he looked at the top-level singers competing on the same stage, cannot help but come to the interest. This top singer competition requires an SR rating to participate. There were only 100 or so such ceiling-level singers in the entire blue planet. A singer competition like this is really interesting. It seems like we need to quickly level up our singers now, Chinku said expectantly as he thought of this. All of a sudden, Chinku's heart had a new goal. That's exactly what it takes to compete in a top singer competition like this. At the same time, Chinku realized that the songs in this world were all different, and this freshness made it doubly interesting. And the live song aspect of tonight's show was ready. And with such ample preparation, He wasn't worried about what could go wrong at tonight's show. When his cell phone rang by his side, Shin-ko suspiciously picked it up to see that it was Wen Yunru's cell phone number. He casually clicked on the screen with a slide, answered and asked, "What's going on? Didn't we start getting ready this afternoon? It's only noon." After Wen Yunru heard Shin-ko ask this, she then also said directly, "There are some videos on the platform that have a negative impact on you. Do we need to take them down immediately now?" Shin-ko also raised his eyebrows when he heard it. He was also rather surprised about the matter of having black fans. After all, he had only just started his career as a singer. "Why don't you upload the video for me to see?" Shin-ko said directly. When Yunru didn't delay much and directly passed the video to Shin-ko. Shin-ko clicked on the video after receiving it. It's also known that this black fan is a guy who spews all the time, to get traffic. But when Shin-ko heard about this squirt, using $5 million as a bet, he became interested as well. After all, $5 million for nothing is a very good thing indeed. And Shin-ko also knows very well that such a video is capable of effectively holding him legally responsible. "I don't think this video needs to be deleted. It has to be locked down and he can't be allowed to delete it," Shin-ko said slowly. When Yuru heard Shin-ko say this, she was then also a bit surprised. She really didn't expect Shin-ko to not get angry, but instead, she even instructed that this video be locked up. But when Yunru wanted to continue, she stopped her mouth as well. "That's good. Do as you said. There will be a company car to pick you up in the afternoon to go over to the head office. We'll see you in the evening." Oh. When Yunru quickly calmed down and said slowly, "No problem, please," Shin-ko replied equally slowly. The call then ended and Shin-ko put his cell phone away, but when he thought back to the video he had just watched, his eyes were also a bit glazed over. Originally, Shin-ko thought that singing one song would be enough in this live broadcast, but when he saw a video like this, it occurred to him that adding a song or two would be okay. A few hours passed quickly, and after Shin-ko finished his lunch, the car of the Teasing Sound Platform Company was parked downstairs in the neighborhood, waiting for Shin-ko. Shin-ko just brought his tablet with him, because in this live broadcast, a professional playing team will be invited. So Shin-ko wasn't worried about the song's accompaniment. With the help of a team of professional performers, the sound of tonight's live broadcast is going to be incredibly detailed and stunning. "Mr. Shin-ko, hello, I'm here to take you over to the company." A driver in professional formal attire looked at Shin-ko and said. Shin-ko nodded slowly before getting into the car. At this moment, Shin-ko looked out of the car window, and the sky was flooded with a dim light that made people feel calm. Chapter 7 Crazy Keyword Patterns. The car drove steadily, and in less than half an hour's time, it arrived at the company's downstairs. On the first floor of the company, a huge room was specially set up for live broadcasting. Inside this huge hall, various musical instruments were placed on both sides of the stage. That was none other than the playing orchestra, which had long since entered the hall to prepare. The platform has invested a lot of resources in this live broadcast. While the playing team isn't at the top of the heap, it's still a B-grade presence in the entire industry. A B-grade, mid-sized group is perfectly capable of helping with the music playing needs during this live broadcast. As soon as Shin-ko walked into the hall, Won Yunru walked over, and the setup of the entire venue was nearing its end. Now is exactly when Shink needs to go to the dressing room and get ready. When Shin-ko walked into the cosmetics, the makeup artist and hairstylist dresser came straight over. When they looked at Shin-ko's entire temperament, styling and figure, their minds were thinking about the styling scheme for this time. The makeup artist looked at Shin-ko's skin that was in very good condition, so he didn't worry about it when he applied the makeup later. Shin-ko's ample hair volume made the hairstylist even more comfortable with the fact that Shin-ko's entire hairstyle was very malleable. And with that handsome face, there was no need to worry about needing any special hair design to show off Shin-ko's handsomeness. The costumer standing aside, however, was squinting at Shin-ko's overall. He realized that Shin-ko's 5'8" height and figure was very well proportioned. It's not picky about clothes, it's just a rack that can handle a lot of styles. So these professional behind-the-scenes workers are very happy that this commission was really very easy. At the same time they learned about Shin-ko from the internet. After all, this mission wasn't classified level, so they were able to go through their cell phones and get information about the video that had just exploded. It made them look at Shin-ko's young and handsome face and similarly feel that the singer's talent was in line with his face value. In less than half an hour, Shin-ko's preparations before the live broadcast had been made. Won Yunru was also the first to see Shin-ko when he walked out from the side dressing room. After letting her see Shin-ko's handsome face and overall styling, she also felt that it was a very right choice to invite Shin-ko into the platform this time. After Won Yunru watched Shin-ko froze briefly, She then also remembered that she needed to introduce Chin-ku to the leader of the playing team this time. She then saw the head of the recital orchestra next to her, Li Ming, saying, "Mr. Chin-ku, this is the head of the recital orchestra team, Li Ming. He's in charge of the music performance part of the songs performed in tonight's live broadcast, so you can deal with him. After all, we don't know much about music." Chin-ku also nodded after hearing this, but still pretended to be very calm. But at the moment his mind was on himself, and he was not even very familiar with the principles of music. "It seems like I still need to acquire more prestige value as soon as possible to exchange for skills as well as some basic music theory knowledge. I really don't want to practice much," Chin-ku said secretly in his heart. Chin-ku also knew that lazy habits had been brought to this world by him. Li Ming, who was standing on the side, also stretched out his hand and looked at Chin-ku with a smile and said, "Your song, I've also heard it is very good. Your creative ability is very strong. It's our honor to work with you today. It really didn't occur to me that you were just an entry-level singer, which is so surprising. Although the entire civic system is updated on a monthly basis for the rankings, I can believe that by the time the next level update comes around, you'll probably be at the B level." After shaking hands with Li Ming, Chin-ku also smiled slightly after hearing this and didn't say anything about it, but only expressed his silent recognition. Won Yunru, who was at the side, was also a bit surprised after hearing Li Ming say this. After all, crossing several levels and upgrading to B rank in such a short period of time was simply unlikely. The prestige value required between each level is very exaggerated. If you wanted to upgrade from C rank to B rank, but you needed 10 times the total amount of prestige value of C rank to reach the base requirement of the rank. Li Ming then continued, "Then the sheet music we're going to play today, give it to us first. This way, it will be very helpful for live music performance arrangements." Chin-ku heard Li Ming's suggestion but said, "I want to have a keyword mode in this live broadcast." This was the keyword pattern that Chin-ku had learned in this short period of 1 or 2 days. In this world of advanced entertainment, it is possible to summarize the theme songs that all listeners want to hear in a time period by aggregating a large number of audience keywords during a live broadcast. This fresh model is something Chin-ku has seen relatively rarely. What can also be said is that after interacting with the audience together, it will achieve a very interesting result. And using such a mode in a live broadcast doubles the heat of the entire broadcast. Also, the prestige value gained after such a challenge mode is likewise doubled. Because of this, such a live singing mode is the most difficult, because without a corresponding stock of songs, one would not dare to open such a difficult theme keyword mode. This is because in this mode, failure to complete the corresponding theme song will result in the deduction of the corresponding double prestige value by the civic system. However, with this mode turned on, the prestige value gained after the song is sung is also very substantial. Li Ming was also surprised after listening to Chin-ku's idea. After all, this mode of applying this challenge mode is particularly small. There's so much uncertainty throughout the live stream, so the keywords are very complex and varied. It's safe to say that it's possible to have all 3 subject keywords without any correlation. Li Ming wasn't worried about the playing orchestra, who wouldn't be able to keep up because of the sudden change in the score. Rather, he was worried that Chin-ku, as a newcomer, didn't have the reserves to be able to keep up with the songs. Keyword mode? Mr. Chin-ku, wouldn't this be a bit crazy? After all, after turning on this mode, the civic entertainment system is automatically accessed to measure the prestige value generated by the live broadcast. If one fails to complete the corresponding keyword, the deduction of reputation value is also particularly high. It's indeed a bit dangerous. Li Ming continued to propose to Chin-ku to give up such a crazy idea. After all, playing the orchestra would not be deducted from the corresponding prestige value, but he still didn't want this newborn singer to be deducted to negative reputation value by the civic system. "It's okay, I find it very interesting," Chin-ku said as he looked at the two with a smile. Won Yunru wasn't quite sure about the various challenging patterns of the civic system, but it was possible to get a general idea of the risks involved in this keyword model from Li Ming's words. After ending the conversation, Li Ming also went back inside the backstage of the playing team and told them the news that Chin-ku would be on the live broadcast, turning on the keyword mode. When the orchestra members heard it, they were also very surprised. After all, by the keyword mode, the difficulty level of this model is very high, and the deduction will be the reputation value of the singer. That is, the singer. The playing team will not be affected at all, but we still want him to succeed. After all, after the keyword mode succeeds, the orchestra will also receive a 0.5 times prestige value boost, Li Ming said as he looked at the members of his team. But even if Li Ming said so, The other team members did not hold such hopes. After all, the keyword model has never worked for any singer even since the keyword model was started. It's really too hard to accomplish 3 unconnected keywords in a short period of time. After Li Ming finished talking to the team, he stopped saying anything and sat down to think. In the end, he still couldn't help but sigh a sentence and said, "Still too young. Alas, if it is deducted to the negative reputation value is really too bad. It will take a long time to regroup." Chapter 8, Amazing Previews. The livestream has also kicked off its warm-up phase long before the upcoming broadcast. Though the shots that are being taken right now are of the entire live hall being prepared. These fans, however, continue to follow the movement of the camera, looking at this live hall with curiosity as they all waited for the live broadcast to begin. The live stream will begin in half an hour. They were looking forward to singing on this live broadcast. After all, the likeness presented in that video was too blurry for them to see clearly. At the same time, when Yunru acted as the host of the live broadcast for a bit, she then looked at the camera and said, "There is no fixed program list for this live broadcast, as the mysterious singer intends to choose to turn on the keyword mode in the civic system during the live broadcast. So you can spend this half hour thinking about what you want to hear as the theme song. Don't worry about being hard on him. I feel very confident that he's got it all together." When Yunru finished speaking like this, those netizens then also knew that the keyword mode would be enabled for this live broadcast. They have heard very little about this keyword pattern. There are a lot of people, though, who can tell that this keyword pattern is incredibly difficult. All of a sudden, the entire live broadcast room had started discussing it. Oh my god, is he going to start singing in keyword mode? This is a very difficult mode. Challenging a model that no one has ever succeeded in? Crazy. So many thematic keywords. How great a stockpile of songs must this be to succeed? This is too daring to challenge. The civic system has recorded tens of thousands of keywords. Isn't this crazy? Wow. This one was so much fun to watch live. Didn't even think it was going to be in such a crazy mode. That's a lot of keywords, and it's not certain. Although I'm really scared that he'll fail, but I'm still very much looking forward to it. Yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. It's really super difficult. I didn't expect a super blow up on my first live broadcast. All the netizens, knowing how difficult this mode was, had sweated for Chin Ku, although they didn't know much about Chin Ku. But just from this live broadcast to say, enabled the keyword mode, has been enough to prove Chin Ku. In this live broadcast of sincerity, they were very touched by this overflowing sincerity. This was something that they really hadn't thought about. After all, the deduction of reputation value that they would face after failing the keyword mode would be very large. The netizens are not the only ones who are following the live stream. There are even some video entertainment numbers that are also closely following the whole pre-live phase of the broadcast. When these video entertainment numbers saw and heard Yunru say that she would enable the keyword mode to be used for singing, they were likewise very surprised. In their past information there are also quite a few singers, because they are too confident in their own strength, but instead by the entertainment system deducted a very large number of reputation value, and it led to a very great career as a singer throughout. After all, this kind of is a challenge mode that comes with a great adventure and a very high prestige value. All of a sudden, those video entertainment numbers, then, also know that this hot information is very controversial. In less than a few minutes, those who are very quick for video copy editing and video entertainment number doors, send out video after video. The headline is equally unbelievably thunderous and exaggerated. Mystery singer to enable keyword mode on livestream. He's crazy. It's a good thing to be overconfident about your strengths. Like on this mystery singer. The mystery singer campaign will be the platform's most crushing campaign. Shocker. Mystery singer wants to give up his singer career by challenging hard mode. These exaggerated and unsubstantiated headlines attracted just as much attention, but the headlines they come up with are simply all at odds with what they are really about. Those viewers who learned through the content of the video that the keyword mode would be enabled for this broadcast were likewise very surprised. Even established A-list singers don't quite dare to enable the keyword mode for their singing. After all, the entire song performed must fit the keyword theme, and it has to be manually vetted by the civic system. Something that is very high risk. Hence it is also known in the civic world as one of the crazy challenge patterns. There is simply no way for anyone to maliciously cheat by manipulating the subject matter of keywords within a live stream. This is because the civic system starts singing in order by summarizing the keywords and then randomly selecting the keys. There is no possibility of cheating at all. The double reputation value earned will be based on multiple data of the number of people in the live room and the heat to arrive at the final reputation value. And if you are found to be cheating, you will be directly banned from the corresponding account. Zhang Lu, who was closely watching the hotspots in the working room, even saw that Qin Ke was going to be on the live broadcast, enabling the keyword mode. When he saw the message, he was even happier. In his years of experience as a Spitfire, he has seen a lot of singers who have given up being singers because of the challenge of some special singing mode. Such behavior was even more like a direct admission of defeat in Zhang Lu's eyes. He looked at the video and frantically liked it and said, "I didn't expect admit defeat so quickly. Then I'll take the heat flow this time. Ha ha ha, this time the harvest can be quite a lot." This time Black and Red's traffic helped him get a big bump in impact value. Although this influence value, which didn't allow him to directly upgrade to the next level, just helped him quite a bit. Meanwhile, inside the dedicated broadcast hall of the teaser building, all the lights and photography for everything were ready to go. An array of highly intelligent cameras, accurately aimed in the direction of the stage. This highly intelligent camera will switch different focal lengths as Qin Ke walks around and the lighting of the entire stage changes, which can be very intelligent. This first floor hall is very high, almost 7 meters high. At the center of the stage on either side of the stage was none other than the playing team, and they were ready to go. In front of them lay electronic sheet music equipment that was used to transmit electronic sheet music quickly. Because of the keyword mode enabled for this broadcast, they had to familiarize themselves with the score and start playing straight away in a very short period of time. Such a model is likewise very much a test of their level, but they were perfectly capable of dealing with such instantaneous switching of musical scores with their B rank. Li Ming stood and watched the band members with some nervousness. Although it can cope with such a situation well, such a keyword pattern is also their first challenge. All the lights in the live hall then turned off at once. The lights around the stage slowly came on as well, lights that were unique to this stage. The entire stage lighting system, which will change with the theme of the song. After all, each song's theme presents a different color and atmosphere. The lighting system will be a perfect fit for the song that Qin Ke will be singing. Meanwhile, the countdown to the broadcast came to, the last minute. At this moment, the stage lights flashed, and the crowd looked towards Qin Ke, who also slowly walked towards the direction of the stage. Chapter 9 Challenging Keyword Patterns. After Qin Ke slowly walked onto the stage, he looked towards the main camera and gave a greeting with a smile and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Qin Ke. I'm the singer who sang the Lanting sequence at the National Wave Music Festival, so don't bother looking for me. I'm right here." But after Qin Ke said this, all the netizens just cheered. It was the same as they had suspected. Meanwhile, an array of smart cameras were filming Qin Ke through various angles, but every angle is so devoid of perspective that almost near-perfect handsomeness amazed them all. "Wow, that's too cool. This face is amazing. It's really my husband." So that song is called the Orchid Pavilion. That's a really apt title. It's true what those festival goers said, really so handsome and young. It's just perfect. Words really can't express such a face. Looking forward to the live stream later. Looking forward to it. All of a sudden, the heat of the entire broadcast room rubbed off. What had been just a few tens of thousands of live heat went up to over 100,000 in a flash. The upward trend of such heat has not slowed down and is continuing. Such a rise in heat also caused Wen Yunru to be very surprised when she was next to the backstage, looking at the heat trend graph of the live broadcast. Although there has been a certain amount of promotional activity during the pre-launch phase, but it wasn't expected to be such a hit. At the same time, all kinds of gifts appeared throughout the live broadcast. Many fans and viewers gave Qin Ke different gifts. All kinds of gift special effects, presented throughout the live broadcast, dazzled people. While Zhang Lu was sitting in the studio, he had also been watching the heat of the live broadcast. After all, he had set up a huge bet earlier. Such a huge bet made even at this moment he was a bit timid. After all, the $5 million could be said to be, his entire fortune. When he sees it now, just in the beginning stages, it has over 100,000 hotspots. This unexpected situation also worried him a bit. He clutched a handful of melons tightly in his hand and said with a frown on his brow, "This heat has risen too fast. It's impossible. It should only be for a moment. It's unlikely to go upwards." As if he was calming his nervous heart, Zhang Lu kept on chanting, but even if he tried to hide it, that kind of nervousness, the heat in the live broadcast room at this moment was even more beyond his imagination, because there weren't too many fans and viewers coming over to watch when it was just the preview stage earlier. But now after the official live broadcast, many of the viewers who had already booked the live broadcast time went straight into the live broadcast room. This wave of viewers who arrived on time and on point gave the heat of the broadcast room to come, a fierce traffic push flow. This instantaneous push triggers the system's algorithms all at once. The algorithm, in turn, takes this live feed and recommends it to a larger pool of traffic. When Yunru looked at the changes in the flow pool after the entire flow pushed the flow, and after seeing the effect of that wave of pushing the flow just now, she instantly brightened up. Recommendation algorithms are, after all, something they have no way of directly interfering with, but now it's broken through to the next bigger flow pool, and Chin-ku, who was on the stage at the moment, didn't say anything else and directly opened the keyword mode in the civic system. Once this mode is started, it cannot be stopped in the middle and must be carried out to the end in order to end the whole mode. This keyword pattern added to his excitement at the moment. Chin-ku looked at the main camera lens and smiled. The keyword mode has been turned on. It will collect 1 minute of keywords. Feel free to use your imagination. Keyword mode is on, and will be summarized, and the first keyword will be randomly selected. This cue from the civic system was visible to all the viewers in the entire broadcast room. When the audience saw this keyword pattern cue, which had already appeared, they also knew that Chin-ku was coming for real. All at once, everyone's mood was expectant and nervous. This super difficult challenge mode gave the entire audience of the live broadcast room a whole lot of excitement. It instantly sparked more discussion among the audience. Oh my god, here it comes, here it comes, here it comes, super difficult keyword mode. It's for real. This live stream is so strong. An E-rank singer turning on keyword mode is truly an existence that transcends generations. It's so worth it. It's so worth it. I'm going to go on a gift-giving spree on the air. Ha ha ha. I'm going to write a really hard keyword. Me too. Make sure you get the hardest one you can. All of the viewers in the live stream were engaged in this keyword mode of interaction, and everyone was able to sound out their favorite keywords. The civic system will randomly select one of these very many key phrases as the theme for the first song. Only songs that match this keyword can be considered successful for the first keyword of the challenge. The number of people in the entire live broadcast room was still rising miserably, and had reached almost 200,000 people. The heat in the live stream was even closer to 250,000. In this short 1-minute live broadcast, the keywords have reached hundreds of thousands. Among the 100,000 entries, there are duplicate entries, and the duplicates will be grouped into the same keyword. It just doesn't remove the duplicates until you start summarizing. Orchestra leader Li Ming was similarly sitting on the far left side of the stage, holding an electronic device in his hand, also nervously watching the entire live broadcast. After all, that many key phrases would be very bad for Chin-ku to challenge this pattern. Let's hope we can extract a simple keyword. This way he might still be able to cope down. But in the next, there is a third keyword. The next difficulty is not small. This young man, really too impulsive. Li Ming looked in Chin-ku's direction. It wasn't that he felt that Chin-ku didn't have that strength. He was just worried that Chin-ku would fail and be devastated by it. The staff members who were observing the data in the background of the live hall saw that the keyword phrases of the first song in the entire live broadcast had already surpassed 300,000. It's really a first to break into so many key phrases in just such a short period of time. The staff member quickly picked up the portable site contact beside him and said, "The live streaming keyword has broken through to 300,000 words." It surprised the backstage crew. Won Yunru, who was standing at the front of the stage in the live broadcast hall watching Chin-ku, also received, from the backstage staff, a message voice. She was even more pleasantly surprised when she heard the keyword, which had already surpassed 300,000 entries. This one really breaks through. With a rise in numbers not seen across the platform, the following minute passed quickly. The civic system began to take all the keywords, summarize them together, and go through a quick deduplication of word operations. A keyword was then randomly selected directly from these tens of thousands of entries. Less than 10 seconds. The first keyword was presented on the live feed screen. Chapter 10 Sweet as Ice Cream. The keyword was then presented, live on the air, and it was none other than sweet. Among the hundreds of thousands of keywords in the upper hundreds of thousands of keywords, the civic system randomly selected this one keyword. Theme of the first song, sweet. The live viewers were also a little surprised when they saw this entry surface, none of them expecting it to be sweet. Li Ming, who was sitting on the left side of the stage, similarly looked at the keywords that appeared in the live broadcast and was slightly surprised. He really didn't expect it to be this keyword either, because among his general observations, he sensed that Chin-ku had never been in love, because good creators who have been through something will definitely have an appreciation for setting a theme. However, when Li Ming thought of Chin-ku, who obviously didn't have those experiences. He became even more nervous as well, his brows furrowing. I didn't expect that the first keyword would be difficult for him. If he didn't have a corresponding theme song, it would be impossible to complete. Too bad. The first one failed. Li Ming looked nervously at the heat of the live broadcast, which kept going up. Such a situation of rising heat would be counterproductive to the final deduction settlement, which was what Li Ming was worried about. And the audience who were watching the live broadcast even began to rise up in a flurry of words. I didn't realize the first song. It was that hard. Sweet love songs, and they're not that easy to create. Are they going to fail? It feels like Chin-ku doesn't have any experience in that area. What should we do? What should we do? I'd go with him through sweet love. No, I will if you won't. No way. The first song was declared a failure? Won Yunru, who was watching Chin-ku from below the stage, was equally worried. Even though this theme song was very common throughout the music industry, but creating it is another matter. She was worried that Chin-ku didn't have a stock of songs in this area. But Chin-ku, standing on the stage, wasn't too worried about anything. His expression remained very relaxed. This is because after the first keyword is extracted, there is a 5-minute preparation time. Just those 5 minutes of preparation were enough time for him to think about which song next he was going to sing. He stood on the stage slowly thinking, and all of a sudden, he came up with a song that fit the theme perfectly. All at once, the light went on. He then took the sheet music of the song and transmitted it to Li Ming. Li Ming, who was sitting on the left side of the stage, received, at once, the sheet music transmitted by Chin-ku, and when he saw the sheet music, his eyebrows gently raised. In an instant the tightly furrowed state on his brow seemed to be smoothed out. Hummed a small section. I didn't expect. The lyrics are great. Just from the sheet music you can feel the sweetness of the song. Li Ming changed his nervous demeanor from earlier and said with a smile, without waiting for Li Ming to hesitate for anything. He passed all the sheet music to the team members. Once the orchestra members received the score, they began to familiarize themselves with it all at once. The sheet music of the song was not difficult for, them to play. In a short period of time, they felt their status restored. They had thought that this performance would be a failure from now on, but they didn't realize that there was a reversal. And viewers were able to watch the situation change across the stage from various shots of the live broadcast. When they saw that one by one, the members of the playing team, all of them had a change of expression when they saw the sheet music. They came to be interested as well. This instantaneous state transformation made them unable to help but get curious. And they were all posting pop-ups in the live broadcast. Could it be that the song we've been waiting for is coming? It seems that such difficulty didn't overwhelm him. That's too strong. He sure has a lot of songs in reserve. Expectation. Anticipation. Expectation. It seems that this live broadcast did not watch in vain. That's awesome. It looks like the keyword mode didn't overwhelm him. Maybe that's talent. Too much confidence. Looking forward to this sweet song. A few short minutes of preparation time passed quickly. Chin-ku closed his eyes out of habit, and after a few seconds, slowly opened them again. This pre-singing habit allows him to get into the middle of the stage at once and immerse himself in the world created by the singing of the theme. At the same time, it is precisely because of having a Hall of Fame level of singing that makes his sensitivity to music even sharper. The nuances can all be heard in the gentle rhythms. He then put his earbuds back on and looked in the direction of the main camera. Meanwhile, the playing groups on either side of him began to play the prelude. As the playing started, the title of the song suite was presented on the air. Chin-ku smiled, microphone in hand, and began to sing cheerfully. I'll take a light taste. You said you loved me, still recalling the tenderness you gave me. All at once, the opening is bursting with sweetness. The light and bright tempo was doing a great job of creating this sweet atmosphere. At the same time, the entire stage lighting system was subjected to a change in the theme of the song to a very different and bright color. At the same time there is a very light pink light source mixed in with the bright white, which is very harmonious in this atmosphere. You're too much in love to say yes, to give me the honey-flavored life. The entire broadcast was caught up in this sweetness-filled atmosphere. Let all the audience feel it, that lively and happy feeling. That's a wonderful experience to have when you're in hot love. Standing on the stage, Apple Chinka continued to sing slowly. Let all the beats of your music interpret this sweet feeling. I warmed up to the feeling of being pampered. Yet again, I'm worried about the cooling requirements. I savor the inside of your words. Cream slips, slips, slips. It wasn't just the audience they could feel. It was just everyone in the hall scene that was soaking in the wonderful atmosphere. The music was so infectious that it was as if everyone was healing their hearts, one person after another. At the moment, has a little heart that feels like it's lying on cotton candy. I'll take a light taste. You said you loved me. Can't spare candy that smiles. Won Yunru, who was on the scene at the moment, was also immersed in it, and she couldn't help but look at Chin Ko and wave her hand, rhythmically waving his hands as if he could catch the beat of every note. Li Ming, who was sitting on the left side of the stage, was no longer worried about anything. He directly put down the electronic devices in his hands and listened to Chin Ko singing with the same seriousness and enjoyment. This hallowed level of singing captures, beyond measure, the feelings of every listener, ease them into it. This light and sweet atmosphere. The pop-ups throughout the broadcast slowly dwindled between the start of the song and now, as they all spent their time listening to the song. Chin Ko sang slowly, ending the song with the last few lines. I'll take a light taste. The portions are small, though, but absorbed your love completely. After finishing the song, all the audience slowly recovered from the state this song made them experience, in many different ways. There are also a lot of people who reminisce about something they used to do from this sweet song. Then Chin Ko also threw down the microphone slowly, looked at the camera and smiled. This one fits the theme well, doesn't it? The first keyword is done. As Chin Ko finished his sentence, the civic system also began to enter into the first keyword settlement stage, and those viewers, just now, didn't post pop-ups while listening to the song, but when they listened to the song and got excited they started to say, this is really too sweet, too sweet, too sweet, love it, just love it, super wanna fall in love kind of feeling now, it's really so strong, such creative ability, super envious, the whole thing lyrically meshes very well, just the right kind of perfection, yeah, indeed the same too good, so looking forward to the next song. It's sweet enough for now. I'll make sure to get quirky with the keywords later. This song feels like it's handing out candy with every lyric. It feels like my little heart is going to melt with sweetness. It's decided. This is the song for the wedding. Aha! I'll use this one for my confession. All the audience members became more interested in the next song Chin Ko was going to sing after hearing this one, and are curious about the next keyword that surprises them. But what surprised them even more was the song that Chin Ko sang. At this moment, after the song was finished, the heat level had likewise soared very quickly, and had already reached a staggering 600,000. The number of people online has even reached a very exaggerated figure of 500,000. Chin Ko went to the restroom, and after drinking some water, Chin Ko once again returned to the stage and slowly said, let's start the next song then. A 1-minute collection of keywords. Use your imagination to your heart's content. Chapter 11. The second key is actually the viewers in the live broadcast room, as well as everyone in the live broadcast hall scene, were no longer worried that Chin Ko would fail in this keyword challenge. After all, he had just proved his strength. The viewers of the live broadcast then began to imagine in all sorts of marvelous ways. They were imagining all sorts of different keywords. All these pie-in-the-sky keywords were sent out on the air. Like the first keyword, the number of keywords, all of them, began to grow at a rapid rate of increase. In one fell swoop, it easily broke 100,000 words. At the same time, the number of people online in the entire live broadcast room also broke through to 1,200,000. Out of those 1.2 million, many came in because they heard the song just now. That kind of song is infectious and totally speaks to a diverse crowd. This particular musical contagion is a big part of what makes this broadcast so very hot. Live stream viewers have been talking to each other in the comments section of the live stream. I think this keyword mode is difficult, but it's super fun. Ha ha ha. Such a keyword mode challenge is really so much fun. Love it so much. If the next keyword is still sweet, how sweet it must be. Straight up sweet. One of the keywords I posted was travel, and I especially love to travel. So expect travel themed songs to come out. +1+1. The themed travel theme is very nice. Yeah, it's super awesome to go on a road trip. The whole exchange on the air was very cordial, all talking about the keywords they were writing about. It's as if these keywords are like a kind of wish. Each keyword sent out is placed inside this huge bottle like a little wishing star. Each keyword could be, potentially, the subject of a second song. This very random and interactive feeling keeps them entertained. A minute passes quickly, and the summary of keywords is done in a flash. The first keyword settlement for the civic system followed, and it ended quickly, with a song that perfectly fit the theme of the keyword. This fit with the keyword theme was expected by all. How can a song that is so good that it is bursting with sweetness not fit the theme? These up to 1 million words were then aggregated together. the civic system was flying through the algorithms, sifting out all the duplicates, and finally came up with more than 100,000 key phrases. The audience was also very surprised when they saw the filtered, over 100,000 key phrases. As the number of live viewers kept rising, the key phrases posted by our viewers and friends will also be very complex and varied. But Li Ming, who was sitting on the stage saw such a situation as well, but he was no longer as worried about it as he had been a moment ago, about Qin Ke's situation. The songwriting ability shown just now is proof that he has such power. Li Ming was even more eager to find out just how well stocked Qin Ke's songs were. Surprisingly, I was able to handle, with great ease, such a difficult keyword challenge mode. At this moment, he felt that his previous prediction was completely incorrect, but when he thought about it, he felt like he couldn't really predict what Qin Ke's level would be like after the next refresh, because he felt that Qin Ke was like a new singer that he couldn't see through. He simply couldn't imagine what kind of level Qin Ke's strength would be. It seems the current rank is too restrictive for him. If the rank system could be refreshed in real time, this would be a very huge change for the music industry, Li Ming said slowly and thoughtfully. Li Ming also understands very well what a very powerful new singer will do for the entire music industry. He is also very emotional at this moment. With the emergence of such a talented singer-songwriter, this can directly be called a miracle in the music industry. After all, in the midst of a music industry with countless classic works of the predecessors, and the successors need to go beyond them, need to put in more effort. This new force can represent the refreshed roots of the entire music industry. All live viewers watched the countdown to the collection of keywords. When this countdown is over, all keyword collection has also ended. The civic system collects all the keywords and performs a very complex random selection after deduplicating them. And this extracted phrase is the key phrase for the second song. This key phrase will serve as the theme for the second song. Everyone was very much looking forward to Qin Ke, whether he could once again sing a song that fit the theme. After all, they had just been impressed by that one song that was bursting with sweetness. They were incredibly excited for an even better song to come out. The civic system then came up with, straight away, the keyword travel for the second song. Second song key phrase, traveling. After this keyword surfaced in the entire live broadcast, the live broadcast audience cheered. They also really didn't expect the keyword for the second song to be traveling. This very free-spirited keyword expresses a theme that they really like. And Li Ming, who was sitting next to the stage, was a bit surprised after seeing this keyword. After all, there are very few, if any, theme songs about the travel aspect of the music industry. After all, travel is just a very small keyword category. Then Li Ming couldn't help but say, to be able to cut in and create a song from this very small keyword is actually very difficult. I'm afraid it's a bit of a challenge for him, too. I still hope, though, that he'll fulfill the keyword. After Li Ming finished speaking, he then also looked intently in Qin Ke's direction as he was keeping an eye out for any changes in his expression. In the expression he could see how Qin Ke's mind was at this moment. Qin Ke didn't feel surprised when he saw this keyword, because all of the keywords are perfectly compatible within his entire Earth Civic library. At this moment in time, he stood on the stage and slowly pondered. He was thinking about which song was more in line with, exactly, the kind of traveling he wanted to do. After all, the amazing changes and experiences that come from traveling are very full of novelty and fun. The anchor audience could also see the expression on Qin Ke's face as he was thinking at the moment, and they were very much looking forward to Qin Ke's next song. The level of hallowed singing completely bowled them over. They left behind the prejudices they once had about rank and immersed themselves completely in the world of music created by Qin Ke. Then Qin Ke thought of it, a song that fit the theme well. Chapter 12, The Joy of Traveling. He felt the song fit the theme perfectly, and the song, which shows a very good interpretation of the experience of traveling. He then took the sheet music of the song and sent it to Li Ming. Li Ming was curious about the lyrical structure of the score, and after taking a look at it, he could tell that it was another song that fit the theme perfectly. As Li Ming looked closely at the lyrics, the rhythm of each beat, in his mind's eye, he could just picture the feeling that would emerge after the song was sung that would make people listen and long to travel. All of a sudden, the feelings of worry that Li Ming still had a moment ago were no longer there. He knew that such a challenge would indeed not be difficult at all for Qin Ke. Such a situation made even Li Ming a bit disbelieving. This mood of disbelief was very much what made him realize that Qin Ke's stockpile of songs was really good. Li Ming then handed out the sheet music to the members of the orchestra. A simple look at the part that the members were responsible for gave a sense of how well the lyrics were really written. With a few minutes of preparation time over, The members of the orchestra were ready to take on the second song with a sense of purpose. They were able to get a sense of what it feels like to really play with ease from this one. And Chinka stopped resting and stood directly on the stage, holding the microphone well and wearing all the ear returns to a very comfortable and appropriate position. He closed his eyes again and opened them quickly, reveling in the sensation of singing. The lighting of the entire stage then changed. Again, in some subtle ways. At this point the array of smart cameras throughout the music stage were again operating at high speed, and the orchestra behind Shinka began to play the introductory part of the song. The intro section started on a few notes and captivated the live audience, with some professional singers exclaiming that it was fantastic. At the same time, the title of the song surfaced throughout the broadcast. Let's Go. It's a very breezy song with all the bright beats. A very characteristic intro plays, accompanied by a strong percussion. Let there be an introductory part and it starts to sink into that excitement and passion of the beginning of the trip. Reach out and hitchhike, singing and playing the turtle dove, not far from the desert. All the audience, from the rhythm of the music, experienced that wonderful feeling of traveling. A lot of the audience, as a result, swayed to the rhythm. The infectiousness of the music is perfectly illustrated in singing like this. I write down all my feelings in poems. Describe your long hair delicately. The entire rhythm of the music is an illustration of all the interesting things that one encounters at the beginning of the trip and along the way. This way of expressing traveling with different musical rhythms was very enjoyable for many viewers. Follow me to the stars. Shouting proof of love for you. That's being young. It's time to make a splashy decision. Traveling on the road. Oh. When Chinka sings the chorus, the whole mood of the song is taken to another level. This emotion in the midst of traveling is like seeing a very beautiful and stunning view. Some of the younger live viewers were even more excited to hear the chorus part. After all, the mood for this kind of traveling was particularly impressive among their senses. A trip where you can just walk away is more than a lot of people want. The lighting throughout the stage, too, changed with the mood of the entire song and the rhythm of the music. From the light blue color just now, which symbolizes an initial feeling when traveling, a less saturated, but very bright yellow is intermingled with the blue, but with such a mix of colors, it doesn't look bright. It's all about just the right color of lighting and the youthful energy presented throughout the stage. A perfect illustration of the song and the feeling it's meant to give to others. All the audience was excitedly immersed in the song, and Li Ming couldn't help but wave his hand, a very unconscious action on his part. He thought he'd heard so many songs that he'd already be a little blunt about how infectious music can be, but as he listened to Chinka sing the song, he realized that he didn't have, in the same way that he would have a dull sense for music. Rather, it is the ability to have a more subtle appreciation for music. Won Yunru, who was in front of this stage, was even happier and waved her hands excitedly, following Chinka's beat. That feeling of not being able to go out and travel because of work is well released in this song. At the same time, the heat of the entire live broadcast room has risen a great step, directly breaking through 80 breakthroughs to 850,000 such heat. Many professional analysts who analyze data, but also for this situation cannot believe that there will be such an exaggerated data increase, but in letting them not really believe it, but it really happened. And Zhang Lu, who was sitting in the studio at this moment, already had a very ugly expression on his face. He watched as the heat of the entire live stream broke through to 850,000, and it was only a matter of time before it reached 1 million. His mood at the moment had been completely as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Cold. Then all of a sudden he remembered the problem with the video and immediately went to his account and tried to delete that video. But then he realized the video, in a locked state. Such a situation directly caused him to be at a loss for words. It's over. It's over. This time it's a big game. Meanwhile, the orchestra was nearing the end of its performance, and Chinka looked in the direction of the main stage camera and similarly swung to the beat, gently waving his arms while singing the last few lines as a conclusion. Count the stars with me. Together again until dawn. Boundless landscape. The sound of the wind whistling love. Keeping the promise all the way. Oh. A very perfect closing of the song that had all the audience roaring. The entire song was sung so perfectly that countless viewers were able to get a clear and delicate sense of what the song felt like before it was broadcast live. It gives one the urge to travel very much. The infectious power of this music is clearly conveyed to every audience through the screen as well. With the final closing, the whole orchestra was in an even higher mood. After all, the whole keyword challenge mode, a big part of it had already been carried out, and only the last song was left. As long as when the last song is also successfully challenged, they will receive a 0.5 times addition to their singing reputation value after this one is settled. With this 0.5 times enhancement, the level of their entire orchestra although there was no way to immediately increase it. It did help a lot. For them, it's particularly good news. After the song was finished, Chinku also looked at the main camera and smiled slightly. The singing of this song was also a particularly great experience for him. He, like those in the audience, was very much looking forward to what the keyword for the last song would actually be. At the same time, the civic system also started. For the second keyword song settlement, Chapter 13 National Style Concert. The shock the song gave the audience was huge, and they were excitedly sending pop-ups on the air. I didn't realize that the keyword of the second song was actually traveling, and it's a very perfect interpretation of the theme. It's so good, and after listening to it I have a great urge to travel too. Just from this song, you can hear that traveling is very beautiful, and I used to find it very troublesome, but I feel, now, very much like traveling. It feels like it has the sweetness of a honeymoon while traveling, and with the last song, it just goes so well together. It's really so good. This one live is simply one of the best I've only heard in my life. I'd like to hear several more. Why only 3 songs? The beginning of this prelude is very intriguing. It does sound so good. When is a whole album coming out? Yeah, please, I'll buy the whole album. I wonder what the theme of the third song actually is. I'm already really looking forward to it before it even starts. +1+1+1. The entire atmosphere of the live broadcast room was very active, and one after another, gift effects appeared. At this time, Li Ming was also sitting on the sidelines, immensely looking forward to the theme of the third song, because in the first 2 songs, he had understood very clearly that Chinku was really very strong, and that he had a very good stockpile of songs. This stockpiling of songs with lyrics and being very confident is what prompted him to challenge the keyword model. Li Ming was no longer worried about anything. He was already basically certain that after this recital, Paradise received a 0.5 times prestige value boost. Meanwhile, the staff in the background were watching the heat change throughout the broadcast. With the algorithms pushing the stream, the entire live stream is rubbing off. The heat is also now well past 1 million, and it's still the third song, before it even starts, because the entire live stream has been pushed into one of the biggest pools of traffic. In the midst of this flow pool, a number of clear spectators joined in. This particular live experience gave them some new insights into live singing, and it wasn't just ordinary viewers in this live room. There were even quite a few professional singers, who also entered the live broadcasting room, watching Chinku singing, and using their sense of hearing to feel the musical world that Chinku created when he sang. The same planner who single-handedly created the national concert was watching this one live. When he saw Chinku on the live broadcast, the level of singing and the infectiousness of the kind of songs he sang made him very much in awe. This was exactly the last singer he was looking for. He had searched for some time before and had not been able to find a more suitable singer. But when Chinku's recent performance at the National Wave Music Festival made him realize that the singer he wanted to find had appeared. Only he didn't rush to extend an invitation to Chinku. He just wanted to observe a bit more. But at this moment he was very firm in that Chinku's participation in the music program he had planned certainly made the program even more exciting. He then thought about it without thinking, and directly sent Chinku a live streaming gift worth $100,000. And it comes with a text on this live gift. Mr. Chinku, can I invite you to the National Wind concert? All of a sudden, the special effects that came with this gift, as well as that text, were presented to all the live viewers. When the live viewers saw the person who gave the gift, then they were also very surprised and sent out pop-ups. Isn't this the S-Class Music Planner Chen Songji? Ceiling level, my ass. Is that an unsolicited invitation? And it's still in the middle of a live broadcast. This kind of active invitation is a kind of recognition for Chinku's strength. So happy. There's never been an E-rated singer invited by him before. Are we going to see Chinku in such a strong music program? It's nice to start looking forward to it again. Then after letting him participate, he's definitely all set to become the first one to be eliminated. I heard that with the newly planned program, the lowest grade within the singers is a grade. My goodness, grade A. The difference between such grades is indeed too great. It's really not good for Chinku. Shin Songji looked at the reaction of the audience in the live broadcast and could clearly tell that such a reaction was very normal. After all, the music program planned for this time, the singers who participated in it, did have a certain strength. And it's still a program with a fixed thematic range, which is very limiting for a singer's songwriting ability. He was also worried whether Chinku would agree to him and participate in this one. After all, it was indeed very challenging. Of the 12 singers, he's the only one whose rank is very much an entry-level one. It would probably be a psychological strain for him. But Shin Songji was not worried that Chin-ko would reject him, because he felt that Chin-ko would agree to his invitation. Chin-ko didn't see the message in the live broadcast, but Won Yun-ru was closely watching the live broadcast. When she saw the gift in Shin Songji's message, she walked towards Chin-ko and said, S-ranked music planner Shin Songji would like to invite you to participate in his new music program, which is themed on the theme of national winds. Do you think you should agree to it? As Chin-ko rested and drank water in the background, he listened to Won Yun-ru finish and was also a bit puzzled. He also really didn't expect that he would be approached by a music planner so soon, and it was still an S-ranked music planner. This entire music industry, the S-class music planner, is already a ceiling-level existence. It can also be said to be, by far, the highest rank. As for the SR class, no one has been able to reach it so far. However, when Chin-ko realized that it was a national-style theme, he briefly thought about it. This is because to compete in the top singers competitions, you need to be at the SR level, and between reaching that level, it takes a lot of prestige values to upgrade, and being on a music program is one of the quickest ways to upgrade. Chin-ko then looked at Won Yun-ru and said with a smile, "It's quite good. I want to participate in that music program. I'll just say it on the air later." Won Yun-ru also nodded after hearing Chin-ko say this. She also knows the intensity of this music program. Nothing less than the current keyword model, and it's still above the current keyword pattern. However, when she had seen Chin-ko's song Reserves today, she was no longer worried that he would be the first to be eliminated in such a music program. After Chin-ko finished drinking the water, he felt his throat get a little moisturized and not so dry. He then walked onto the stage and looked at the main camera and said seriously, "Senior Shin Songji, I promise your invitation." When Chin-ko said these words, all of a sudden, the entire live broadcast room boiled over. Chapter 14. This keyword is too hard, right? They also did not expect Chin-ko actually directly agreed to Shin Songji's program invitation. Many viewers know that the difficulty represented by this national concert program is very high, and he will participate in this music competition as one of the lowest ranked singers out of the 12. All of a sudden, a lot of viewers began to boil up and said in the live broadcast, "My goodness, he really agreed to be on this music program. Doesn't that mean we'll get to see an even better game? This is just one of those musical programs that will go down in history. An entry-level singer is going to be competing in a competition with so many top singers, and it's a limited national-style themed tournament. That's too difficult. This is really brilliant." Brilliant, beyond excited for the start of this game. When Shin Songji heard Chin-ko's response, then he was also very happy. He really hadn't been able to sense wrongly that Chin-ko would indeed agree to his program invitation straight away. All of a sudden, Shin Songji felt that this time, the new music program he had planned would be especially wonderful. This excitement is no less than, say, any other musical program he has ever curated before. This could be considered, arguably, one of the biggest grade gaps ever in a music program. Shin Songji then sent a special encrypted contact business card to Chin-ko in the background. After he finished handing out his business card, Shin Songji was not in a hurry and immediately exited this live room because there was still a third song that he had yet to listen to. At the same time, the entire audience in the live broadcast room had also recovered from the kind of excitement that Shin Songji had felt earlier when he had invited Chin-ko. Suddenly the audience also remembered that there was a third song to sing that hadn't started yet. Chin-ko then stood and opened the Civic Entertainment System to begin the keyword collection for the third song. All at once, the audience was thrown into another mood. They wanted to challenge Chin-ko's song Reserve Labor in the last song. Just how much it was. All the spectators, as if they had a special tacit understanding, and didn't write some, very conventional keywords for Chin-ko. Instead, write about some very specific keywords. What challenges these very specific keywords had for Chin-ko they did not know. But that's really one of the fun things about keyword patterns. Many viewers were thinking about the keywords and said, "It's the last song. Make sure you get a very difficult keyword for it." Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. If a keyword is very specific, it's very difficult for him to create it. Ha 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 ha. Would you guys look too bad? Not at all. I think he's perfectly capable, with any keywords we've given. Indeed, too strong. Looking forward to what the third song has in store for us, yeah. A group of spectators, as if making bad, mischievously pronounced various special keywords. The themes presented by these keywords are very different. There is no correlation at all. All of the keywords are completely different from the regular themes inside the music industry. Li Ming, who was sitting on the left side of the music stage, also watched as word after word in the live broadcast room was gathered into the civic system. When he saw these keywords, he was also very puzzled. Li Ming really can't figure it out and said, "What are all these keywords? Why is it a bit hard to read? These keywords are too tricky." A short minute passes quickly and the collection of keywords is over. The civic system takes all the keywords and puts them together after. What's very special about this one is that once the system has summarized all the key phrases together, it goes to repeat the link, but very quickly, because there are quite a few fewer duplicate words than on either of the previous two occasions. The live viewers couldn't help but snicker a little when they saw such progress. It was as if they wanted to make it difficult to defeat Chin Ku in this way, and Chin Ku, who was standing on the stage, observed this very minutely in the civic system. He wasn't worried, though, that this particular situation would cause him any trouble. It's just going to be a matter of discretion when it comes to song selection. The civic system then began to make a random selection for these hundreds of thousands of words. The entire sample of words was so large that it took longer to randomly select them than even the last time. A minute and a half later, a keyword was presented to the live viewers. That's exactly the kind of keyword that they're very rare, even in the music industry as a whole. After all, such a theme was created. Few people can think of it. That's exactly what cowboys are. Third song key theme, cowboys. When Li Ming looked at the keywords presented in the live broadcast, he was also a bit surprised. This is in. I didn't expect to actually pull this one keyword out of so many, and he hadn't been able to think of what kind of song he could create in using that keyword. Just imagining it was hard for Li Ming. In such a situation, he thought again, would Chin Ku not be able to cope with such a special keyword? When the audience saw this keyword, they also said, "I don't think I've ever heard a song with this theme before. You guys are too bad. There's no room for songs like this to be created, right? Is it going to fail on the last song? That's a shame too. Then, that's a very difficult theme indeed. The difficulty of this keyword is even harder than just now. It seems that instead of witnessing a miracle, we're witnessing a failure. Too bad." The viewers of the live broadcast kept talking, and they also found such keywords very challenging. Not only the audience in the live broadcast room felt this way, but also some singers in the professional industry. When they saw such a keyword, they also felt that the difficulty was very high, because they really couldn't think of how to create a song with such a keyword. There was no shortage of top singers who saw such a keyword in the livestream and didn't come up with a great song melody for a while. When Shin Songji saw this keyword, he was also very surprised, because in all his long career as a music planner, he had also never heard a singer sing a song with this type of theme. This is indeed a very difficult keyword. Just from the theme, to consider it is not sure from which aspect of the cowboy to cut, Shin Songji said after some consideration. Won Yunru, who was standing in front of the stage, watched the changes in the pop-up comments throughout the live broadcast, and could also feel the degree of difficulty that this keyword brought to Chin Ku. Won Yunru hadn't been able to think at the moment that something like this would actually happen in the middle of the last keyword, and backstage crews, too, kept a close eye on the heat of the broadcast. There were quite a few people in the audience who were drawn in by the difficulty of the last song. The number of people online has even reached an unimaginable peak. But Haruyuki just smiled slightly when he saw the keyword, because among the songs he had heard, there was just such a song. Let's make it this one song then, and end this live singing with a more light-hearted musical rhythm, Chin Ku said secretly in his heart. Chapter 15, Hey, cowboys are really busy. He then didn't think much of anything and directly handed the sheet music of the song to Li Ming. When Li Ming, who was sitting on the side, saw the sheet music, he was also a little surprised. There was also a point where he didn't expect to be able to present this kind of theme through such a presentation. He then looked at the lyrical structure of the song and was more than a little taken aback. A simple glance would tell you how jubilant Chin Ku was when the song was created. After all, while creating a song, it is necessary to really appreciate the theme of the song in order to get into that emotion. After handing over the sheet music to the orchestra members, Li Ming also continued to study the structure of the sheet music, because he was too curious about the structure of Chin Ku's lyrics, even though he didn't specialize in this area. But that curiosity still lingered in his mind. When the members of the orchestra received the sheet music from Li Ming, they took a brief look at it and raised their spirits as well. They had some concerns earlier that there would be some surprises in the last song. But when they saw the sheet music, that little bit of worry was gone. It's not a simple, easy song to write, so the members of the playing orchestra can clearly visualize the level of the song by simply knowing it. All at once, the entire playing orchestra members, letting go of their worries, threw themselves into familiarizing themselves with the score, because at the end of this performance, they will receive 0.5 times the prestige value added. This will be a very big help for them to upgrade to a level. The band members, at this point, looked at each other and smiled slightly. At the same time, the live viewers minutely observed the subtle changes in the band members' expressions. All of a sudden, the entire broadcast room was abuzz. You guys look at the look on their faces. Isn't this a sure thing? It seems like history has really been witnessed. And this is the first time ever that someone has challenged the successful keyword pattern. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. It's really going to work. It's exciting. Looking forward to looking forward to looking forward. Then we'll just wait to hear the third song. This live stream was really worth watching. The songs are so good. Live viewers are no longer worried that the third song will fail the challenge. There were those professional singers who were also watching the live broadcast, and even more so, they saw the pop-ups from the audience. They could also sense that the heat of this broadcast was very high. Moreover, the abilities that Chinku had demonstrated had surprised them all. A lot of professional singers. There is really no way to imagine that an entry-level singer can successfully challenge the keyword mode. It is indeed something they dare not imagine. With so many keywords in front of them, they also can't imagine how well stocked they need to be with songs to deal with this challenging pattern. Less than a few minutes later, all the preparations were made. During the waiting time, the orchestra members also finished familiarizing themselves with the score. Meanwhile, on the air, the name of the song, Cowboys Are Busy, was presented. A light musical rhythm ensues. The introductory music plays with a hint of laziness. It makes you realize the theme of the song through this musical intro. Finally Chinku put his ear returns back on and with the microphone in his hand and in great shape, he looked to the main camera and began to sing. Wa la 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 train whistle, with galloping hooves. That lazy and with a hint of mischievous singing tone caught the eye of a lot of the audience. They had never heard, either, such a nice and slightly mischievous musical rhythm. All of a sudden, the entire atmosphere of the live broadcast room began to come alive. It's more active than the first two songs, after all. This song presents the listener with a much bolder and more active feeling. Some professional singers, while listening to Chinku sing, couldn't help but hum along with the rhythm of the music. Although they hadn't heard this one song, they also felt a different kind of tune from the rhythm of this music. This style of song is something they have very rarely seen, arguably never seen before. And Chinku even stood on the stage, deeply appreciating the difference in the song, singing it slowly. I'll introduce myself next. I'm a cowboy though. The lighting of the stage changed as well, and with such a theme, the lighting took on a desert tawny color, which fit the keyword cowboy very well. At the moment, Chinku looks like he's in the middle of the West, revolver in hand ready for a showdown. But the feeling is not one of killing in the West, but one of joyful sass. Justice calls me, beauty needs me, cowboys are busy, I ride a donkey, because the horse can't straddle it. Li Ming, who was sitting on the left side of the stage, even changed his serious state and stood up. Even his body followed the rhythm of the music and swayed. The infectiousness of the song completely made him relax and plunge into the musical world created by Chinku. And Shen Songji, who was watching the live broadcast, was looking at Chinku singing with a very recognizable look. He felt that he had been very correct in inviting Chinku, this time, to participate in this National Wind Festival music program. Just from this live broadcast alone, it's a sidebar to realize that Chinku's stockpile of songs is very good. Shin Songji couldn't help but nod his head in time with the music and hum lightly. Meanwhile, Won Yunru, who was standing in front of the stage, waved her hand with a smile and hummed along with the music. As Chinku stood on the stage and sang, he also watched the entire atmosphere of the scene change. Once he saw all of them start to come alive, he smiled and continued to sing as well. And feed my little donkey on the way. Don't bother, don't bother. The whole atmosphere of the broadcast was filled with joy. A kind of Western cowboy joy in which the laziness is expressed in Chinku's singing. As the rhythm of the music of the playing orchestra drew to a close, Chink cheerfully ended the song with the last few lines. The chorus isn't long, you guys have a couple. It's good to be together. Justice calls me. Beauty needs me. Cowboys are busy. When Chinku finished singing, all the audience boiled over. True keyword challenge mode. The first time a singer's challenge was successful. This is also the first singer in the civic system ever to successfully challenge the keyword model. Not only the live broadcast viewers, some professional singers were also happy that Chinku had succeeded in challenging this keyword mode, applauded him even through the screen. The members of the orchestra stood up with equal delight when the final coda was over. The prestige value boost that their entire orchestra would receive if they succeeded in this keyword mode challenge would be very large. They waved their fists hard after happily putting all the instruments away. There's no hiding that excitement anymore. Chinku, who was standing on the stage, was also very happy to see the excited expressions of everyone. After all, the infectious power of music does manage to be, well, so mind-blowing. And he also felt that the rewards of this challenge to the keyword mode were great. Chapter 16 Keyword Pattern Challenge Success. When Shinko's singing ended, the audience in the live broadcast room were excitedly sending out pop-ups. This keyword pattern challenge really worked. My gosh, really witnessing history. It's so strong. An entry-level singer succeeds in the challenge. And it's a song that really does a good job of illustrating that keyword. Ha ha ha, that laziness comes across so well. Super love the vocals. It's very distinctive and fits the song. This is indeed a very special style of song, the likes of which has not been heard before. Right, that's the first time I've heard it. Listening to these 3 songs, it feels like this broadcast was really worth it. Indeed, powdered and powdered. When watching this singing, also very much looking forward to. What about the next program? +1+1. The entire broadcast down to the viewers was very powerful. All of it. Such live singing took them all by surprise. And Shinko stood on the stage, looked in the direction of the main camera and said with a smile, "The keyword mode has been successfully challenged. Thank you all for your support. Recently these songs will be released from re-recording and then releasing, so you can look forward to that." When Shinko said that he would reset the songs he sang today and at the National Wave Music Festival, the songs he sang were all reset for release. Those live stream viewers were even more excited. After all, none of the sound quality is the best when singing live. That sound quality would have been even better if it had been remastered in the studio. These live viewers were even more very excited. Really? That's really great. It's best to hear the remastered version. It's nice to have something to look forward to again. By the way, the next music program, it's a national style. It's not easy. That song from the National Wave Festival was proof enough that he has the ability to write national style songs. Just expect it. The same upstairs statement. Right. After Chink looks to the main camera and waves goodbye and says goodbye, the entire live stream stopped right at over 1 million. Already the highest live stream heat the entire platform had ever seen. And it's still going up very fast. The backstage staff couldn't help but be amazed as they watched such a rise in data. They thought that such a rise in the figures would not remain for long, but when they continued to look at the data, they realized that it was not going down, but was continuing to go up. It was trending up until just before the end of the broadcast. This is really a miracle in the history of live singing, the backstage personnel said as they looked at the curve of the live data that went straight up. And when Yunru, who was in front of the stage, looked at Chinku, who came down from the stage, and said with a smile, "Your singing this time was especially perfect, simply handsome." Chinku also smiled slightly after hearing this, and Li Ming also walked over from the side, looked at Chinku and said, "This time you challenged the keyword mode. You really helped our orchestra a very big favor. We're still thinking about how we're going to break through to the next level, and this time we're getting a very big boost in prestige value, to help us break through to the next level. I really thank you so much." As Li Ming and Chinku spoke, the members of the orchestra came up to look at Chinku in the same way. Although they didn't speak, Chinku could see that happy emotion just from his eyes. The importance of prestige value in the whole civic system is very crucial, and every bit of prestige value is not easy to acquire. When Chinku finished listening to Li Ming, he also slowly said, "You're welcome. These are all mutual achievements. Without your orchestra's playing today, my playing wouldn't have been so good, so I also thank you for your help today." For the singing. When Chinku finished speaking, the orchestra members and Li Ming slowly nodded their heads as well, acknowledging Chinku's modest character. Chinku then said goodbye to them before slowly walking inside the lounge, changing out of the performance clothes he was wearing and putting on civilian clothes in the live broadcast hall, getting ready to walk out of the teaser sound building. However, when Chinku wanted to walk out of the shivering company building, when Yunru immediately called out to him, "We locked that video of Zhang Lu, and the heat of this live broadcast has exceeded more than 1 million, so his bet has a certain legal effect. Do you need us to help you deal with this aspect?" When Yunru said as she looked at Chinku. When Chinku heard that, he also remembered those things from before, and he also knew that it would be smoother for them to help him with this matter. Chinku then replied with a smile, "Then I'll trouble you all." After receiving Chinku's affirmative answer, when Yunru similarly nodded her head, after Chinku felt that there was no longer anything to deal with, he also said goodbye to Wen Yunru and walked out of Teasing Sounds building. He stood downstairs in the main building and casually grabbed a cab and headed for home. When Chinku sat down in the car, it also suddenly occurred to him that mom and dad might have known about his live singing during tonight's broadcast. This also made him feel pretty good about not needing to cover anything up. At the same time, he thought about his family's house loan, which still had more than $1 million left to pay. And now the $5 million gained from being on the T's platform is just enough to solve the family's mortgage problem. Chinko was also happy when he thought that he could solve the problem here. At the same time, the entire live broadcast platform was even more boisterous because of the 3 songs sung by Chinko's challenge of the keyword mode. The chorus parts of these 3 songs were edited out and added to a variety of video content on different topics. And it was a straight-up hit again. And what makes this one even more different from the last one is that they know the names of the songs, and they no longer had to guess who the singer was, being able to focus very clearly and immediately on Chink's comma. All of a sudden, Chinko's teasing number of fans, from the beginning of the tens of thousands of fans rose to, now more than 1 million. And this rate of increase in the number of fans has not stopped and is still soaring. And even more unexpectedly, there was a popular video related to Chinko that had also suddenly exploded in popularity. This video is the one related to Jet King Zhang-lu. The bet promised by Spray King Zhang-lu was turned over by quite a few live viewers, and because the video was locked, the traffic to this video went up beyond what many expected. At the same time, the relevant legal affairs, also with Zhang-lu corresponding legal issues to discuss. When such news appeared, it made many netizens who hated the Jet King feel even more delighted, nor could they have ever imagined that the King of Spitters, who had been rampant for several years, would fall in the midst of this live singing. At this moment, Zhang Lu was sitting in the studio, his face expressionless, and the entire environment of the studio had become very bad. And now Zhang Lu realized how stupid he had been, but nothing more will change that. At the same time, Chinko also slowly got out of the car and walked in the direction of the cell entrance. But as he walked in the direction of the entrance to the neighborhood, he was surprised to find a group of neighboring ants looking a little in his direction. Chapter 17. Ha! Let's go on a trip. When Chinko walked into the neighborhood, he looked at the group of ants who were looking at him. He also smiled slightly, because Chinko could see that they were all neighbors that he was familiar with. The group of neighbors were even more enthusiastic, looking at Chinko to greet him and said, "Aya, Xiao Qin I saw you live singing too good. Now that you're a big star, remember to sign an autograph for us." Yeah, it's not easy to be a singer anymore. If you can be one, it really proves that you're good. Aya, the old Qin family has given birth to a good son. If you have time to perform in the neighborhood, the ants will be happy to hear it. When Chinko heard these neighboring ants say this, he also nodded slightly in recognition. Chinko then walked inside the building in his neighborhood, pressed the elevator floor, and returned home. But before Chinko could put the key inside the keyhole, he heard the sound of the door opening. When the front door of the house opened, Chinko saw his mom and dad looking at him with smiles. Without waiting for Chinko to speak, Jiang Ling directly said, "Why didn't you say you were that mysterious singer? The singing is very good. Oh, we are all very happy for you." And Qin Tian stood there, smiling and nodding in recognition. But when Chinko heard his mother say this, he also smiled and said with a slight frown, "Actually, I already told you last night." After Jiang Ling heard this, she faintly blanked Chinko, but still smiled and said, "All quite tired. Right, wash your hands, quickly come over to eat." Chinko nodded after hearing this and walked in the direction of the sink, washing his hands clean before sitting on the chair next to the dining table. He looked at the dishes on the table and all of a sudden his appetite grew. The physical energy expended in live singing does have some big shoes to fill. After all, the physical energy required in the midst of committing to a very focused singing is very high. He could feel his stomach empty now. Jiang Ling and Qin Tian then sat down as well, handing Chinko the hot rice. Chinko picked up his chopsticks after the next. Qin Tian smiled as he looked at Chinko's famished appearance and said, "Hurry up and eat, or else the food will get cold." Chinko then began to eat, and on the table was his favorite steamed sea bass, and the meat of that sea bass was very tasty and sweet, without a lot of fine spines, and it was even better when it was dipped in some steamed fish soy sauce. In no time at all, Chinko finished the bowl of rice. He then also looked at his mom and dad and said, "Let's pay off the family's mortgage all at once. No more installments." When I was on the platform gave an entry payment of $5 million, which was perfectly enough to pay our mortgage. When Jiang Ling heard Chinko say that the entry fee was $5 million, she was also a little surprised. She had learned about some of the entry fees from her co-workers, but hadn't thought about the money that went into the video platform, but it was actually that much. All of a sudden, it also left Jiang Ling a bit at a loss for words, and Qin Tian, who was sitting on the side, was equally wide-eyed in disbelief. I didn't realize that the mortgage that was worrying them was solved all of a sudden by their own son. Through his talent. Without waiting for Jiangling and Qin Tian to react, Qin could directly transferred 3 million star coins directly from his account to his mother's account. Not a moment too soon, the arrival message of the account wanted to ring. Jiangling took a look at her cell phone, and after seeing the string of numbers, she was even more certain that the entry money this time was indeed as much as 5 million. But when Jiangling thought that the mortgage was just $1.5 million left to pay, but Qin Ku transferred $3 million, Jiangling then looked at Qin Ku and said, "Your career is still just developing now. You don't need to transfer all your money to us. $1.5 million is enough to pay off the mortgage." Qin Ku then just smiled faintly as he knew very well that after those 4 songs were re-recorded, there would be a huge wave of money wired into the account. So don't even worry about the money. And it also occurred to him that for a long time, his parents also ran for the family. The body had also long been almost overwhelmed, and letting them rest well was the most important thing Qin Ku wanted to do. Afterwards, Qin Ku looked at his parents and said with a smile, "Don't get busy there. Don't worry about the money. Didn't you want to go traveling before? I think you'll be ready to go soon. And after you've paid off the mortgage, all that's left is the cost of the trip." When Qin Ku finished speaking, Jiangling and Qin Tian also glanced at each other. From the look in his eyes, Qin Ku could tell what kind of emotions mom and dad were feeling. "Then we will rest assured to travel. You are good to engage in your career. We also do not interfere in what? Good cheer." Qin Tian looked at Qin Ku slowly said in a fatherly tone, "Good command." And Jiangling, who was sitting on the side, similarly nodded and said, "Your father is right. I know that it's not easy for you to create, so take care of your rest. Then we are relieved to be traveling. We leave tomorrow. Take care of yourself." When Qin Ku heard such a positive answer from his parents, he let go. Before going home, he was worried that he would be rejected by his parents after making such a mention. But at this moment, he was no longer worried about anything. It's nice to be able to get them to take a nice trip. Thinking of this, Qin Ku also had to start preparing the next music program's repertoire. And he hadn't settled the civic system's reputation value yet. The thought of the double prestige boost from having the keyword mode turned on, Qin Ku also couldn't help but look forward to what the reputation value would be after the settlement. After a simple dinner, what surprised Qin Ku was that his dad actually took the initiative to take up the job of washing dishes. Qin Ku then returned to his room and after bathing, he lay down heavily on the bed. He felt his body recovering nicely. He really didn't expect to expend so much energy in live singing either. And the hallowed level of singing mesmerized all the live viewers. Qin Ku then lay down on the bed and directly opened the portable communication device. Inside one of the device's projection holes, a virtual screen is built out. In the midst of this virtual screen, Qin Ku clearly saw that the grade of the singer in his entertainment system was still stuck at the E level. This is because the entire civic system is refreshed once a month. Therefore everyone is lagging in their career levels in civic and other civic systems. However, Qin Ku wasn't worried about anything. After all, at this stage, a large amount of accumulated reputation value was needed to upgrade, which was what he wanted to do. With that, a checkout message pops up in the literature system. Qin Ku clicked to take a look. That was clearly the systematic double settlement of the prestige value after the live singing this evening. With the double prestige value added, Qin Ku saw a surprising number. Chapter 18, 10 Master Level Skills Enhancements. Qin Ku was also a bit surprised when he saw this number. He really didn't expect to settle for more than 100 million prestige values under the double prestige value boost. This 100 million plus reputation value was already completely enough to upgrade him to the A rank within the primary category, because A rank is within a billion prestige values. However, in the entire Blue Star, the number of people who could reach the A rank was also very small. After all, singers who could get a billion reputation values were already very rare. There are only about 1,000 singers in the entire blue planet that have such a rank. This is still a worldwide singer. And this time Qin Ku's live singing had directly broken through from the introductory level to the beginner's category of a grade. If those professional singers were to learn that Qin Ku's upgrades this time were so rapid, they would definitely be surprised beyond measure. This is because acquiring reputation value is not that easy and you need to go through a lot of channels to get it. And cheating is even more impossible. As a result, a large number of singers in the civic system are stuck below the B level. The 100 million prestige value required for B grade alone was already difficult for the vast majority of singers, not to mention the grades upwards. Qin Ku then looked at the civic system and the virtual screen. The more than 100 million prestige value he was still thinking about is how in order to exchange some skills in the system. Just at this time, the Earth civic system, a message popped up. All earned reputation values will be automatically converted to system mole points. The associated points will not affect the reality. The value of the prestige value. It will be a reference value that exists. A few seconds later, Chinku opened the Earth civic system again. Just hack. In the mall, he saw that there were upwards of 100 million mole points, and it is these mole points that can be exchanged for skill points. However, when Chinku thought that a hall-level skill would require 100 million prestige value, he also had some flesh pain. After all, this more than 100 million prestige value, which was also obtained only through the double enchantment, needed to be utilized properly before it could be used. Chinku then looked at the various skills in the mall, and all of a sudden he thought of another important issue. If you only redeem a hallowed skill, then the remaining points would already be very small. In that case, it's better to exchange 10 master-level skills, Chinku said as he looked at those skills in the mall. Because right now he's only a Hall of Fame singing level, and it's not just the level of singing throughout. There's something musically infectious about it that can be followed up to the next level even more. Chinku no longer hesitated, and directly in the mall, he exchanged 10 master-level skills. In one fell swoop, as many as 100 million mole points had been consumed. Master Class Soundscape in effect. Masterful Atmospheric Rendering in effect. Master Sound and Color Shift in effect. Master Guitar Specialization in effect. Master Class All Music Primary is in effect. Mastery of Music Theory in effect. Master Dance Skill in effect. Master Songwriting in effect. Master's Expression in effect. Master Instrumental Hand Speed in effect. At the same time, Chinku also felt the changes brought to him by these 10 mastery skills. The different skills, the feeling they gave him, were all completely different. Although he didn't use these skills outright now, this kind of these skills, the feeling that they brought to him were all very subtle, and he also knew that the redeemed skills, all of them, would help him, well, with the singing of his performances on stage. Yeah, it takes quite a bit of physical energy to sing. Add a few more physical energy specializations, Chinku said as he looked at only the last 10 million or so prestige values left. A dozen points of physical specialization were then exchanged directly in the mall. All of a sudden, the effects of the physical specialization were directly applied to Chinku's body. He felt a special warmth that eased through his body. He could feel his body's fitness increasing quite a bit. Chinku felt that he wouldn't have to worry about his physical strength during the next singing session. Chinku then lay down on the bed and fell into, briefly, a daze. But in this time of hair-dinging, he slowly fell asleep with a hint of sleepiness. The next morning came. There was no alarm clock to wake him up. Chinku woke up naturally. He got up and pulled open the curtains, looking at the gentle sunlight shining onto his face. The slightly blinding sunlight made him squint just a slit, looking out at the view. Another beautiful day. How comfortable to use it for sleeping, Chinku said with a smile. But Chinku then went from the room, in the direction of the living room. He could also tell that Mom and Dad had left for a trip when he saw nothing but a note left on the dining room table. Chinku picked up the note and took a brief look at it and smiled slightly. Mom and Dad could indeed relax in their lives. Chinku put the note down casually and walked towards the restroom to wash up briefly before changing into a simple set of clothes. A simple breakfast followed with a carton of milk and bread from the refrigerator. When Chinku was about to open the virtual screen to watch the singer's program, he received, instead, a phone message from Won Yun-ru. Chinku directly clicked agree, and all of a sudden, the call was connected. Mr. Chinku, Yaoguang Entertainment Company is looking for you. They want to cooperate with you. They don't have your contact information, so they asked us to build a bridge to contact you. What do you think about the intention? Won Yun-ru said slowly over the phone. When he heard Won Yun-ru finish, Chinku was somewhat expected. After all, after last night's broadcast, the live audience was also promised that those 4 songs would be re-recorded and released, and Chinku was well aware that if he were to release it on his own, the problems he would have to face would all be quite numerous, just in terms of cost alone. Therefore finding an established company to work with will be the best option for you. Chinku didn't think anything of it and said directly, yes, thank you in advance. After hearing this, Won Yun-ru simply replied, it's just a very small thing. No need to be polite. Within a short while, he received a business card from Flare Entertainment in his own communicator. After he clicked agree, he added the contact information. After adding the contact information, Yaoguang Entertainment Company Inc. immediately sent a message to Chinku. Hello Mr. Chinku, we're from Yaoguang Entertainment, and we've been paying close attention. your live broadcast yesterday last night, your singing level was very high, and the songs were all very good. We would like to enter into a partnership with you where we will provide you with professional song recording production as well as distribution. At the same time, we will offer the most sincere revenue share in the industry. Chin-ko looked at one of the messages sent and pondered whether or not to cooperate. In the end, he said directly with a turn of his mind, the system will help me inquire about the strength of Yaoguang Entertainment as well as whether there are some gray issues. After sending out Chin-ko's command, the system immediately started. For the inquiry of Yaoguang Entertainment Company, the system will compare various information sources and analyze them in a comprehensive manner to arrive at an objective conclusion. In less than a minute, the system came to a good conclusion. After Chin-ko finished reading, he could already be sure that this Yaoguang company was something he could cooperate with, and it was also a more famous company in the industry. Chin-ko then replied to Yaoguang Entertainment saying, "No problem." After Chin-ko's reply, Yaoguang Entertainment replied directly, "Mr. Chin-ko, our company's vehicle is already waiting downstairs in your district. Please come over to our company for specific discussions." When Chin-ko saw this reply, he was also a bit surprised. "I didn't expect this company car has already arrived downstairs of my house," Chin-ko said with a smile, while not forgetting to close the door of his house and walk towards the direction of the elevator. Chapter 19, Re-recording songs, shocking entertainment companies. After a little while, Chin-ko got into the car of Yaoguang Entertainment Company. This black business car drove at an even pace in the direction of the entertainment company. After arriving at the building of Yaoguang Entertainment, the music director of Yaoguang Entertainment personally came downstairs to greet Chin-ko. "Hello Mr. Chin-ko, welcome to our company, please follow me." Music director Lee Hai looked at Chin-ko and said with a smile. Chin-ko then got on the elevator and followed Lee Hai to that floor of Yaoguang Entertainment. Upon entering the floor, he could tell at a glance which place was the recording studio, and as he looked at the office where people came and went, he knew that during the day-to-day time, it was very tedious for them to deal with those things of the artists. Subsequently, Lee Hai also brought Chin-ko to a conference room. When Chin-ko sat down, the assistant next to Lee Hai looked at Chin-ko with a smile and said, "Mr. Chin-ko, would you like something to drink?" Chin-ko thought about it and said directly, "Ordinary boiled water is fine." After the assistant then walked straight out of the conference room, Lee Hai smiled and took out the split contract and artist contract. These two contracts were exactly what Lee Hai had prepared in advance. One was the artist contract that was going towards the top rank of the entertainment company, while the other was the contract for the cooperation share. Lee Hai then slowly handed these two contracts to Chin-ko. After Chin-ko got the contract and took a brief look at it, he also let the system check some of the details in the contract at the same time. After learning that there was no problem, he also realized what Lee Hai meant. "Mr. Chin-ko, as you know, in the middle of last night's live singing, you successfully challenged the keyword mode. Your songwriting ability is exceptionally good and your singing ability is outstanding. So we also very much want to invite you and become an artist under our banner. And the resources that we give you and the resources that we lean on you are going to be tremendous. And it's an S-class contract, so you'll be satisfied. Of course, if you don't want to participate to join under our banner, you can also work with us as an independent artist in a co-development partnership. This one is the contract for the cooperation share," Lee Hai said as he looked to the right side of that side of the contract. In fact, Lee Hai is very clear. Like Chin-ko like can be carried out. All aspects of the creation of the singer is not to an entertainment companies to cooperate. Lee Hai could tell at a glance. Because in the Blue Star under the system of civic entertainment system, singers are not restricted accordingly. Even independent professional singers can have a very good career without being restricted too much. Therefore, Lee Hai was also very clear that this contract of an artist signed under his banner was not of interest to Chin-ko. But Lee Hai also greatly respected Chin-ko's idea. Chin-ko then didn't say anything more and said directly, "Let's do co-development and revenue sharing. I still prefer to be a free agent more." When Lee Hai heard that Chin-ko refused the artist contract, then he also nodded his head with great understanding and said, "No problem, respect your choice." Chin-ko then signed his name on the co-sharing contract. Also in the middle of the civic system, an electronic version of the contract was signed. The division given by Yaoguang Entertainment is even more sincere, directly reaching a 70-30th split that is relatively rare in the industry. Under this sincere cooperation, Chin-ko also felt that there was no problem. Lee Hai also stood up and gently shook hands with Chin-ko before saying, "Mr. Chin-ko, when will the recording of those 4 songs be arranged? We can negotiate in advance." Chin-ka thought about it and said directly, "Right now. I'm free right now." Lee Hai was also a bit surprised after hearing this, not realizing that the recording would start now. However, Lee Hai was only slightly stunned for a moment before he also came back to his senses and led Chin-ku in the direction of the recording studio. As Lee Haibo walked in the direction of the recording studio, he unexpectedly saw Chen Lin, the company's top artist, a top-notch existence amongst the entire Flare company, an S-ranked professional singer. Not resting? Still practicing songs? Are you preparing for the National Wind Concert competition? Lee Hai said as he looked at Chen Lin. Chen Lin also nodded after seeing Lee Hai as well as Chin-ka next to him. I heard that you are the 12th singer invited by Mr. Shen Tsungji. I really didn't expect you to be so young. I hope that in this National Wind Concert, we can have a good fight. Chen Lin said as he looked towards Chin-ka while smiling and extending his hand. Chin-ka did not reject Chen Lin either, and after gently shaking his hand, he said, "Yes, I am also very much looking forward to communicating with you." A word that was not condescending also fell on Chen Lin's ears. Chen Lin could also feel a hint of pressure from Chin-ku. Chen Lin had already reached the rank of S rank for many years, but he still hadn't been able to break through to SR rank. Because of that tenfold difference in reputation value, it made him feel pressurized as well. And this national style concert will be, is he realize his breakthrough? A good opportunity. As he looked at Chin-ku, he didn't forget to lament in his heart. This young man's growth is just too fast. And Chin-ku looked at this S-ranked Chen Lin and came to have some interest, not having actually competed against an S-ranked singer yet. And this time around, the lowest grade in the National Wind Concert will be an A, except for him. Such a match made him feel very interesting too. Within a short while, Lee Hai brought Chin-ku to the recording room, and backstage at the studio, the crew was ready to go. Chin-ku then slowly stood in the middle of the recording studio as he looked at the black recording microphone. You know it's a condenser microphone, perfect for recording sound on location. And on the outside of the recording studio, there just happened to be a performance orchestra hired over by Yaoguang Entertainment, a B-grade performance orchestra as well. When a grade B playing orchestra, after receiving the sheet music from Chin-ku, playing the orchestra cast, it was instantly clear that it was Chin-ku in the recording studio, because the reputation value of that playing orchestra last night got a 0.5 times boost. The word had already spread in the industry. Then for a brief period of time, the principal of the playing orchestra, following the score, began to accompany Chin-ku. Chin-ku had also set up his headphones long ago, and stood in the recording room listening to the accompanying music, which slowly blared from his headphones. When the prelude to the Orchid Pavilion sequence sounded, Chin-ku was instantly in a state of singing, and after redeeming those 10 master-level skills last night, he was still thinking of familiarizing himself with them again. And here's the moment of opportunity. Chin-ku then began to slowly, singing like a heavenly voice that echoed within the space of the recording studio, and sitting backstage at this moment, Lee Hai was also listening carefully to Chin-ku's singing. When he heard Chin-ku's unique timbre and that keen grasp of the musical beat, it immediately surprised him. This is completely different from what I heard a few days ago. More skillful and more delicate, Lee Hai said with some disbelief. Chapter 20, Fans Drawn to Music. Lee Hai was also a bit out of his mind as he listened. It was all completely different from what he had heard a few days ago. It can be said that the level of singing and the grasp of the rhythm of the music and the melody when singing, more familiar and skillful. Such a speed of progress was marvelous, and it wasn't just Lee Hai who was surprised. There are even some staff members who have also heard Chin-ku's singing during the live broadcast, and that kind of gap can be compared just from the moment they hear it now. Such a speed of progress was something they hadn't expected either. One by one, crew members have been exchanging words in front of the glass windows of the recording studio. That's too fast of an improvement. To be able to work on your tone that well that quickly. My goodness. Where in the world did this gifted singer come from? There's no way to even imagine practicing like this in just these few days. Do you think there's a possibility that he didn't practice, but just naturally became this tone? That's really too much to imagine. A few staff members exchanged words there, and they felt out of their minds as they listened to the melody sung by Chin-ku, and the sound of several staff members exchanging words was heard by Lee Hai from the side. He didn't feel that these staff members were exaggerating, because it was a reality. Such a rapid rate of improvement is indeed too unbelievable, and it's still achieved by a novice singer. And there were even more fans who loved Chin-ku amongst the U-Light Entertainment Company. Although it was still in office hours, they still took the time to come over outside the recording studio to watch Chin-ku singing inside. Although they did not hear which song Chin-ku was singing, they still had smiles on their faces and a special sense of participation. and Lee Hai, who was in the recording room, after seeing such a situation outside the studio, looked at the staff next to him and said, "Externalize one channel of the current sound outside the corridor, so that they can listen to it as well, even though it's now office hours. Enjoying the wonderful music is a good experience to go to work." When the staff heard Lee Hai's words, they cut one of the studio's channels directly outside the corridor. All at once, the tiny stereo outside the hallway began to play a beautiful melody, and a voice that sounded like heaven. As Chin-ka sang in the studio, the people outside could also feel that the song was moving, and many fans, too, knew right away that Chin-ka was singing the Lanting Preface. It was the first song he sang at the National Wave Festival, and it was the beginning of his explosion. This group of fans gathered in the hallway outside the recording studio, not forgetting the excited exchanges. "It's the same song from the National Wave Festival, the Lanting sequence, and now that I've heard the remake, it feels even better. The beat of each piece of music is very well captured. It's perfect. Indeed it is, and to hear the sound quality is nothing short of perfection level. It feels like I'm at a concert right now, and it's a really wonderful experience. Ha 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 ha." The music director during working hours and giving us fish to touch. "Great. Indeed Lee, people are just great. It's so good. It's so good. I can believe the remake will dominate the charts when it's released." This group of fans were still immersed in the musical world that Chin-ka, at the moment, had created. It's a different feeling when you hear this one song again. It made them appreciate the emotions conveyed by the song even more delicately. Chin-ka's wonderful singing voice passed on to other departments as it echoed down the corridor. All at once, those in the different departments were drawn in with the song. They walked over and stopped inside the hallway outside the recording studio, and all of a sudden, the number of people multiplied. When the staff saw such a situation, they looked at Lee Hai and said, "Superintendent Lee, there are more and more people outside. Should we cut the channel of the outside corridor first?" Lee Hai just waved his hand directly and said, "No need. Just cut the whole company's channel directly. Let them go back to their workstations and listen slowly. No need to squeeze in here to avoid some problems." The staff then included the entire company's channels, within the range of channels where the entire company could hear Chin-ka singing. When they heard that the computer in their department also started to play up the song that Chin-ka was currently singing, they slowly started to return to their departments again. Chan Lin, who was resting in the lounge, also heard the song coming from the lounge and was very curious when he heard it. He was pretty sure there was no one else when he came in, but when he listened carefully, he could hear that it was Chin-ka's voice. As he listened carefully to the musical rhythms of Chin-ka's singing, he couldn't help but furrow his brows as well. Such a level of singing was nothing like what he had heard a few days ago. For a moment, he too panicked. The entire combined level of the singing had improved quite a bit, and this was the source of what made Chen Lin feel that there was a hint of pressure. How is it that in just a few short days, he has improved so quickly? Could it be that this young singer will really become my competitor in this National Wind concert? Chen Lin said with a frown on his face, but in an instant he dismissed, again, such thoughts. Although a freshman singer he improves quickly, it's just a stage burst. It's impossible to keep making steady progress. After all, once upon a time, he had experienced a surge in strength for a while, but then a big period of stagnation will be ushered in. That feeling of stagnant strength made him very chagrined and memorized. Forget it, it's just a kid. At his level like now, it will still take quite a bit of time for him to grow to heights like mine, Chen Lin said as he exhaled deeply. S-class singers are at the top of their game within the entire singing world. He also didn't quite believe that a singer who was just starting out couldn't outshine him. He was still very confident in his strength, and he is also very sure about this national concert, which has given him a breakthrough. Chen Lin picked up the iced Americano in his left hand and drank it in one go. The cold sensation and slight bitter taste brought back a hint of his composure. As time passed, Chin-ka slowly finished recording 4 songs now. From the first song, and Lee Hai, who was in the recording room, applauded as he looked at Chin-ka who came out from inside. Your play this time can be even more perfect than your live broadcast a few days ago and last night. Ah, you've improved again, Lee Hai said without the slightest bit of stingy praise. Chin-ka also smiled slightly after hearing this and didn't say much else. He could also feel that the combined level of singing was even stronger after getting the 10 master level skills, and not just a single hallowed level of singing to support the entirety of the singing anymore. After all, it takes a combination of strengths to sing on stage to make the whole performance brighter and more perfect. Meanwhile, after the recording was over, the crew was already busy, taking the recorded audio and starting to fix and produce it, taking some of the less than perfect areas and fixing them up somewhat. But when the staff listened to the audio of the music sung by Chin Ko, they were surprised that there was almost nothing that needed fixing, and only very minor issues. It took the staff a very short time to process the audio for the recording, and Lee Hai took Chin Ko to the photography department again, to shoot a set of professional cover material. Subsequently, after all these things were finished, Chin Ko said goodbye to Lee Hai and also left Light Entertainment Company. The rest of the distribution aspect was left to Lee Hai, so Chin Ko wasn't worried that anything would go wrong. After all, it was the right choice to leave it to such a professional entertainment company. The competition for the National Wind concert was going to start in 2 days, and he was going to start working on the songs for the National Wind side this time. Chapter 21, Releasing a Song. The numbers are super explosive. When Chin Ko left Flare Entertainment, he refused Lee Hai's kind offer to have a company vehicle drive him away. It's because Chin Ko wanted to go to the business district for a stroll. Though throughout the Blue Planet, he is very similar to what was once Earth. The composition of the Civic, however, is something different, and some of the architectural designs in the business district felt a bit new to him. When he took a cab to the business district, he also felt very interesting as he watched the scenes of people coming and going in the business district. And it was also time for lunch, and he didn't want to cook since mom and dad had already left for a trip long ago. Then a restaurant in the business district would be his best bet. When he walked in, he sat down and ordered a few random dishes, just started looking at his phone. Although in the middle of this world, portable virtual projections and the like have been developed, but cell phones are still the most common communication device for everyone. Chin Ko picked up his cell phone at the teaser video and kept swiping the funny videos when he was there. A message popped up in Vixen's group chat, and it was the very first picture that mom and dad had posted when they had arrived at the place they were traveling to. Chin Ko also felt very happy with the kind of big smiles on his mom and dad's faces in the photos he was looking at. Behind them was an open beach and a vast expanse of ocean. The sky bordered the sea and there was a flock of seagulls flying in the sky. The setting sun haloed the entire sky, and the yellowish sunlight gave everything a light golden coat. It seems that this time when mom and dad went on a trip, it was still very good. After all, within so many years, mom and dad had also been planning to go on a trip, but now they did go to the city that they wanted to go on a trip, Chin Ko said with a sigh. And Chin Ko and the family group just replied with a simple emoji. Thumbs up. A simple expression will make mom and dad understand what it means. When the dishes were finished, Chin Ko didn't forget to take a picture of his mom and dad. It also indicated that he had a very good dinner, too. Meanwhile, the crew at Flare Entertainment, after hours of handling audio processing and release preparation. In this world of civic development, distribution is not a very difficult task. Instead, there is a very sophisticated distribution system. Even the posters and some of the pre-sales of the songs are very easy and convenient. And after Chin Ko recorded the audio in the entertainment company, he also took a set of professional pictures of the characters in the entertainment company to be used for the cover of the release. Design material. When mom and dad saw the photo Chin Ko had posted, they also sent a photo of dinner in reply to Chin Ko, with a ding. When Chin Ko picked up his cell phone to take a look, it was indeed a very sumptuous seafood dinner. Then he also knew that mom and dad hadn't gone to save any money, which was one thing that Chin Ko felt happy about. Having already worked most of their lives, enjoying themselves is really what mom and dad should be doing right now. Meanwhile, Chin Ko had almost finished eating, and after paying the money, he too took a cab home. The evening rush hour traffic in the city center was very heavy, but it only took a little longer than usual to get back to the house. When he got home, he put the bags of snacks he was carrying in his hands away and placed them casually on the table. After all, mom and dad were no longer in the house during this time, so he became the most dominant in the entire household. Chin Ko lay comfortably on the sofa, feeling this rare sense of freedom. Just at this time, Yaoguang Entertainment also contacted Chin Ko directly and said, Mr. Chin Ko, we're ready for the release on our side. We need a promotion on your side in terms of teasing the sound. We're going to get even better results with this release if it's paired with a push flow of traffic from the teaser side. And we've been doing a certain amount of pre-release warming up in other channels, which should have the effect we're looking for. Once Chin Ko saw these messages, he knew that the song release was about to begin. And he was a little surprised that the songs were released as fast as they were. He thought it would take a few more days, but he didn't expect to be able to complete the release within a few hours just this evening. Something he really didn't expect to happen. He did receive, however, promotional material from the side of Flare Entertainment. And it's still a prepared video. Just need Chin Ko to add the copy of the video. It's such a simple job. Chin Ko directly in his registered corresponding account. It was quickly completed. After uploading the video and simply typing in the copy, this video was sent out. After this video was sent out, all of a sudden, a simple push stream was made, and there were quite a few fans who saw the video Chinku had just posted at the first opportunity. When these fans saw, for the first time, the video posted by Chinku, all at once, the light went on, and the number of likes and comments on this video, all of a sudden, skyrocketed. Because they also didn't expect that Chinku would have a release album out after he finished his first live singing last night. Such a quick release also surprised fans. A number of fans have taken to the comments section to say, "I didn't expect it to be released now. This speed is too fast. It really was a surprise tonight. It's really great that the remastered version of the album was released today after just finishing the concert last night. It's just great, isn't it, to hear a professional great album so soon. And the albums are priced with a conscience. Punchy. Very nice indeed. 2. Everyone go and listen to it. And if you say it's not good, you must deduct 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 10, 20, 30, 45, 77, 18, and 1 for the good ones. Definitely button 1, yeah. It's super catchy and the remastered version has a great sound quality. And I've heard the song, and the overall vocal feeling that was displayed was even better than before. My goodness, has there been progress? Just in a few short days. That's too fast of an improvement. No way. How could anyone progress that fast? This progress is simply not something a normal person can achieve. That kind of rate of progression must put a lot of professional singers off. A large group of fans commented under the video Chinku had just posted, and the number of likes is spiking. So that's a great way to get the word out. And Yaoguang Entertainment was also paying close attention to the effect of that video that Chinku had just posted. Lee Hai was similarly surprised when he saw that Chinku had just posted that video and it had managed to reach a staggering tens of thousands of likes. Because the video was sent out, it was only a few short minutes. Just in these few short minutes, one can reach such a level. He couldn't really imagine what the number of likes would end up being. My gosh, our company is signing a genius-level singer, even though it's not signed under our banner, but as an independent singer for a joint collaboration. It's really a big profit. Lee Hai said as he exclaimed looking at the data of the video posted by Chinku. And the data increase of this video posted by Chinku is still growing very fast. Chapter 22, breaking 1 million sales. Fans in ecstasy. The video's numbers are still growing wildly, with the number of likes and comments showing a geometric rise. Flare Entertainment has been concerned about the crazy push of streams that this video has generated, because on the Penguin platform as well as the NetCloud platform, the album is also already online, and this album is now selling over 100,000 straight from the tens of thousands of sales just a few moments ago, just under an hour. When the staff of Yaoguang Entertainment, looking at such a crazy increase in sales, they couldn't help but sigh. That's a lot of fan appeal, and only something this good could achieve that. On a night like this, all the entertainment companies, none of them, ever expected to compete with Chinku for the top spot. But Chinku released 4 singles that, all of a sudden, competed for the top 4 new songs. That's still just less than a moment after release, and it's achieved that. All 4 songs are surging in popularity, and the one that's the hottest is still the Lanting sequence. It's not just this theme that is more relevant to the core of the culture. Even more so because Chinku was recently going to participate in the National Wind concert, where it was restricted to the National Wind theme. This song, therefore, became a kind of powerful padding for Chinku before he participated in the National Wind concert. And those fans, after hearing Chinku's re-release of the Lanting Preface, appreciated even more how different the song was, because that more subtle and more comprehensive level of singing restores the richest emotions of the song even more, allowing them to experience the fullest emotional tone. This group of fans, even more excited, commented under the major music platform Lanting sequence songs. This time I got it. Before I only heard a good sensory experience, but this time I think it's not just good. It's that description of emotions. I can feel that sense of separation of love that this song brings. It's so heartbreaking, but so good. That's right. The emotion contained in this one song is very different. It's so good. I'm going to increase the heat for him. This is the kind of great song that needs to be experienced in depth to get a better sense of the kind of emotion, the psychology of what's being said and what's not being said. It's true. Love doesn't really hurt too much. After Lansing surges to number 1 on the new songs chart, it's followed by sweet love songs that capture, with a sense of overwhelming sweetness, a lot of couples who are in love. The sweet emotional atmosphere brewed by the song made them forget, briefly, about the little unpleasantness that had been there. A number of couples have been posting crazy comments under the song about how they feel. This song is really so sweet. After listening to it, it feels so sweet that your teeth will fall out. If I listen to this song when I'm angry, I'll still forgive him. Well, I'll take this little sweet song and put it out when we fight. This little sweet song is still very much in the air, and it contains just the right amount of little sweetness and love. He called me a tiny ice cream and tried to eat me. I'm going down. Super catchy. Recommend. I wanna fall in love after hearing it. The rest of the two songs underneath are still filled with different listeners, evaluating a kind of listening experience for those two songs. After the release of these 4 songs by Chin-ko, they completely dominated the new songs chart. And the hottest single, Lanting Preface, has even more of a very strong upward momentum toward the song's overall influence chart. And a lot of video creators, who also saw Chin-ko, who just released the song, started listening to it, and take the chorus part of each song and excerpt it. They took all these chorus parts and applied them to different videos, and the various videos attached to the choruses of these songs all fit together perfectly. It makes the combined listening experience of each video, even more so, a great level higher. This huge level of improvement left many viewers in awe. It made Chin-ko's song even hotter, and at this moment, the staff of Yagwang Entertainment who are working overtime in the company are at the same time paying close attention to the sales situation on top of the major platforms right now. What shocked them was the fact that a few hours later, such growth still remained very strong. From tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars in the beginning to millions in sales now. And at this time in the company office of Lehigh, also did not choose to leave work early, sleep and rest. Instead, they're still working overtime at the company to keep an eye on the numbers after these new songs are released. When he saw the various data, all of which showed very terrifying growth, he was about to be shocked. This increase is also too terrifying. Right, I thought it would be at most 500,000 sales, but now it's all reached 1 million sales. This level of sales growth is not ordinary fast. Lehigh said with incomparable shock. Such is the awesome rate of growth that there's no way to predict what kind of stunning numbers this single release will end up selling, because it's amazing enough as it is. The rest is left to time. At the same time, Lehigh just thought of Chin-ko, who would be attending the National Wind Music Festival in 2 more days' time. There are bound to be some singles coming out during this National Music Festival, and those singles, in turn, could have a big album release, and it's still an album of the same theme type. Just thinking about it made Lehigh feel his blood boil, because throughout the civic system, entertainment companies are also graded. Yagwang Entertainment was not as good as the biggest ones, but it was in a very good class. For an A-ranked entertainment company to have an S-ranked singer, as well as a dozen A-ranked singers, it was already a very good lineup. Lehigh had originally thought of slowly upgrading to an S-class entertainment company in a very secure manner, but Chin-ko's appearance had completely shattered his previous idea of stability. With the help of such a genius-level singer, he could already imagine Flair Entertainment jumping up to the S-class level. It seems like the dream that hasn't been realized for so many years is really going to come true within these few years? Ha. Great, Lehigh then said with great excitement. Meanwhile, Chin-ko was still sitting at home playing the single-player game created in this world. Although the gameplay was different, he felt experienced. A completely different kind of gameplay that did make him happy. As for the National Wind concert in a couple days, Chin-ko wasn't worried about anything, because he had tallied up the Earth's entertainment system. The parts that had been opened up at this stage were completely able to be displayed in this national style concert. And there are quite a few classics of the national style. This time, Chin-ko also felt determined to win. Chapter 23, Super Difficult Contest Rules. 2 days later, Chin-ko slowly sat down after arriving at the program's preparation room. He picked up his phone and looked at the 4 songs, which were still showing good data growth. And in the preparation room, a huge screen was placed to see the program live. The national style concerts. The whole scene is designed to be very interesting. On either side of this stage, one is a popular wannabe group and the other side is a professional level pro group. This entire National Wind concert competition is designed in such a way that there is a public and a professional to give the final score of each singer. Because after the birth of this song, not only do you face professional evaluation, but also whether the public likes the song. This market consideration is very important, and each installment invites a different public listener to score the singers. 300 public listeners. Each listener has 1 point of scoring power. The rest of the professional panel is made up of 20 of the industry's top producers, singers, and songwriters, each with the power to score 5 points. Therefore, in this national style concert, the score of the professional judges is the highest among the points. But the public's want to hear panel, consisting of 300 people, is also a very large component of the score, so the total for the entire scoring is 400 points. At this moment, the lights on the stage of the National Wind Concert are shining, with different light beams, hitting every position with extra dazzle, and throughout the hall, there were dozens of arrays of intelligent cameras in different directions placed to capture the images of the live broadcast of the National Wind Concert from different angles. In the civic competitions in this world, because of the relatively advanced technology, it is not necessary to make recordings, and the competitions are usually conducted in the form of live broadcasts. Therefore, this live broadcast attracted a lot of Chinku's fans. In fact, at the same time on the teaming platform, the account of the National Wind Concert went live with it, is emerging as an ultra-high-traffic live stream for the masses. At this moment the public listening group, as well as the professional group, had already sat on both sides of the stage and prepared. They are all very interested in this new show. After all, a program has not been curated for a single thematic genre in the entire music industry. After all, the level of difficulty and interest shown after restricting the theme to a music program can be very high. At this moment, Shin Songji was also sitting among the professional group, looking at the direction of the stage. This time around, he's sure it's going to be a great show, because he's invited a number of top songwriters as well as producers, and music critics in the industry. These musicians who are famous in the industry will bring a different kind of spark collision to this music program. The 12 singers who were ready backstage also slowly stood up to the stage, and Chinku was among them. The host of the National Wind Concert then stood on the stage and looked at everyone and said, "This time, the National Wind Concert will be hosted by me, and it's a brand new type of National Wind program that will surely shock your hearing." Finally, after the host read out a large portion of the names of the advertising sponsors, he began to display, on the big screen, the rules of this competition. There will be 5 rounds of competition throughout the national concert, and contestants will be eliminated in each round. In the end, only 2 contestants will be left for the final round. Such a tense and exciting match made a lot of fans who were watching the live broadcast tense up. They were also a bit worried when they thought about the fact that Chinku was only an entry-level singer. Among the 12 singers, he's the lowest ranked. He should be the first to be eliminated. It's really nothing. As a new singer, it's good enough to be able to compete on a music program of this level. That's what I thought. Either way, look forward to what he's going to sing next. It might surprise us. I don't see him looking particularly worried, so we don't need to worry about anything. Just support it anyway. With such a rank gap, there were indeed some fans who were still worried that Chinku would be eliminated in the first round, and more than a few spectators were curious to see how the first round of the tournament would play out. It's also the first time they've seen a music competition program of this restricted theme type, and the host whetted his appetite even more. Then he looked to the main camera and said, "In this competition, 3 singers will be eliminated in the first round. This is indeed a competition that is very tense right off the bat. For this one, we will be drawing lots at random, and the number we draw to represents the order in which we will go on stage, and also the order in which we will pick the items on stage and make our song theme choices. For example, if you draw the first one, you need to be the first one to sing, but you can be the first one picking the items on the stage to come and automatically choose which item will be the subject of the next song you sing." When the host finished saying the rules, a lot of the audience, too, understood the difficulty of this competition. Not only are you restricted to the genre of kokeshi, but you'll also be restricted to a specific theme, although you can choose different items for your own songwriting. But this is also a great test of a singer's ability to stockpile songs. All of a sudden live, the audience exploded. My gosh, can it still be limited like this? So if I pick an item that isn't within the realm of my songs, won't there just be no songs? Then it seems that the first singer to choose an item has a particularly big advantage. Being able to pick items that he or she is very familiar with for the theme. Indeed, the order of this one is very important. If you pick one that you don't know how to do at all, you can just eliminate them all. Wow, this is such an exciting race. This is how it should be. Indeed, it's really simply exciting to have a game with that much restriction. It's true that the programs planned by Mr. Shin Songji are all very uncommonly difficult. This kind of difficulty has already been called one of the highest within the programs that Mr. Shin Songji has planned. Then in that case, Chinku is the first to be eliminated this time. No doubt about it. Indeed, it's too bad too. Isn't it just plain bullying? A new singer with no stock of songs? Many of Chinka's fans were outraged on his behalf, all feeling that such a rule was greatly limiting Chinka's play. After all, how could a newborn singer have, comparable to these SNA class singers, the ability to stockpile songs? When the moderator finished announcing the rules for the first round, other than Chinku, all the other singers frowned, as this was not at all what they had thought. At all. They also never expected that more restrictions would be added to the limitations. And at this moment, Chenlin's face was also very unpleasant. Although he's already got a lot of songs under his belt, he's feeling some pressure about his choice of theme after the limited items. But Chinku, who was standing on the stage, didn't think there was a problem. After all, I'm not fighting alone, Chinka said with a dark smile in his heart. Then in the center of the stage, a circular table was raised with different traditional items. Some are a photograph, some are an artifact, there are even clerical treasures placed on them, and there is even a chrysanthemum on the countertop, and the order in which they are drawn next will affect how difficult it is for them to sing. In the center of this round table also sits a plastic round box with a pumping sequence. Alright everyone, you can draw your order now, the host said with a smile as he looked towards the 12 singers. Chapter 24, Super Strict Professional Judges. Chinku was also in the middle of it, looking at the transparent box where the order was drawn and smiling slightly. After a short while, all the singers were given a small white orb, which, once opened, was labeled with the sequential number. I see you've got your corresponding orbs. You can open them in your hands and show the audience your order, the host said with a smile as he looked towards the singers. All the singers then unwrapped the little orbs in their hands and showed the little slip of paper that was in their hands, in front of the camera. When Chinku opened the small note, he also saw, for the first time, the numbers written on it, but he couldn't help but smile a little when he saw the number. What he also didn't expect was that his own lottery super black physique was still inherited in this world. The number 12 was written right there on that little slip of paper. That meant that he or she would be the last one to sing on stage, and also the last one to pick the items on the round table. And at this moment Chenlin was also very nervous, glancing at the note in his hand. He was also relieved when he saw this entry. This note had the number 2 written on it, which signified that he was the second to sing on stage and also the second to be able to, and it was time to start picking out the appropriate items. That would be a very big boost to his game. And Chenlin couldn't help but take a look at the numbers in Apple Chinka's hand. When he saw 12, he then also knew that this freshman singer was going to be eliminated in the first round. The live stream viewers, after seeing Chinku in front of the camera, displaying the numbers, then their eyes widened and they couldn't help but spit out. This time it's really a round robin. It's actually the last one drawn to perform on stage, or the last singer to choose an item. Indeed it is such a thing. There was nothing. Too much hope will win. Chinku is the first to be eliminated. Also normal. Chinku is just a short-lived fireworks singer. And you guys still like him? There's basically no good items left to choose from for the last option. That means the difficulty is the highest and there's no way to win. That's too bad about not picking the right order. Otherwise it wouldn't have been a round robin. Then the players, in order, went up to the center of the stage next to the round table and chose the appropriate item to determine the theme of the next song. Each singer, as far as possible, is choosing items for which they are competent. And by the end of the round table, only the last of those 12 items remained. When Chinku walked up, he saw this item directly. It was a yellow daisy. He then picked up the daisy and returned to the front of the stage. When the host saw that all the singers had taken the appropriate items, he asked the floor manager to land the stage. The fans, seeing Chinku holding that chrysanthemum in his hand, were unable to comprehend it and spat it out. How can you create a chrysanthemum? This is too difficult for people. Mr. Chen Tsungji, you are too pitiful. A chrysanthemum flower. It is indeed difficult to create. Should we let Chinku admit defeat in advance? I've never heard a country song about chrysanthemums before. It's really hard. Facing such a theme, I find it hard as a professional singer. I didn't realize that he was going to be eliminated on his first music program. It's too bad, but it's okay. He's still young and still has a lot of development ahead of him. And this is just a short-lived failure. Yeah, we're all behind him. It's just a short defeat. There's no way it's going to beat us. Many of the fans felt sorry for Chinku for a while, but they also remained understanding of this failure. After all, such a failure, it's temporary. And at this moment, Chinku took this chrysanthemum and looked at it seriously. Also in the preparation room, there was a huge screen where he was able to watch the singing on stage in real time. The other singers sitting in the preparation room glanced at each other. It was as if they were trying to see in their eyes how sure they were of the items in their hands. And Chinka sat aside, looking at this chrysanthemum out of his mind. And without thinking too much, he thought of that one song. It's a perfect fit for this chrysanthemum he's holding, and it perfectly illustrates the theme of the national style. He then thought nothing of it and sent his score directly to the playing team backstage. It was the same score he had prepared ahead of time, and now all he had to do was wait to get on stage. And that was it. After a short while, the preparation time had passed. The first singer walked on stage, and it was an A-list singer. But he was obviously which was the first to go and choose the item, but he wasn't too sure about that item either. As the intro to the music played, this singer sang slowly, but the whole beat, it was as if there was some disorganization, and Chinka was keenly aware that something was wrong with the beat. He's a bit nervous, probably not too sure about the song's conformity, Chinka said secretly in his heart. The entire song sung by this singer leaves a bit of a feeling that it's not very moving. When this singer finished his song, he also bid farewell to the stage with some displeasure on his face. And at this moment on both sides of the stage, the popular and professional troops both gave very low scores. The popular group gave it a straight low score of 30. There were only 30 popular judges that thought the song was still okay. And to add to the exaggeration, on the part of the professional group, the level of dissatisfaction with the entire song is even more extreme. There was only one music critic, who gave a consolation score of 5, which wasn't too bad. Therefore the entire scoring was only 35 points. Such a low score that made all the live streaming viewers stare in disbelief. After all, they did think it wasn't very good after hearing the first singer sing it. But the A-list singers are still very capable, even if they are playing out of their minds, but the ability displayed is still very strong. But the strictness of the professional group on the left side of the stage surprised many of the audience. My goodness, that's a low score. This professional group is so strict. But the public judges are a bit strict too. Even if this A-rank singer doesn't play well, his ability is still there. I didn't expect it to be that strict. Looks like the first one eliminated is him, and the songs he sang and the items he chose didn't quite match. Maybe that aspect made the professional group give such a low score. I was really surprised by how strict the professional core was. Then it's over. Chinka may just have to be very much like that. I'll bet 5 points. Well, all of a sudden, the kind of strict attitude of the professional group, the live audience was subdued. They did not expect, will give such a low score, and such a tense atmosphere spread to the preparation room. And when this singer returned to the preparation room and looked at the other singers, he also smiled slightly. Then he also knew that he was going to be eliminated. The A-list singer, as if the pressure had been lifted, sat openly in his chair. When he saw Chen Lin, who was preparing to go on stage, he slowly said, "Go for it. I'm just too nervous, and my preparation, it seems like it's still not quite adequate. You should be better than me." As Chen Lin got up, he slowly nodded his head while walking in the direction of the stage once he heard this singer. After Chen Lin walked onto the stage, and the lights of the stage consequently shone on Chen Lin's body. At this moment, Chen Lin's face was incredibly confident. Chapter 25, The Terrifying Strength of an S-Class Singer. When Chen Lin stood on the stage, he held a brush in his hand. This is the item he chose, and this item was very much in line with a national style song he had composed earlier, so he was very confident about this one, and he's on stage as second, which is the best thing for his form. Once he stood on the stage and the stage lights hit him, the intro of the playing orchestra started. With that he began to sing, and as he did so slowly, the professional and popular listening groups on both sides of the stage listened intently. Obviously Chen Lin is more level-headed in his concerts compared to the last singer. It wasn't just the class difference, it was the fact that he had a much better handle on the subject. This kind of confidence stemming from the confidence in his own strength put him in a state beyond the usual in this singing. The professional music critics inside the professional group on the left side of the stage, as well as some music producers, listened to Chen Lin's singing. It could also be felt that Chen Lin's preparation this time was relatively adequate, and that the melodies of the music were all just right. After a few minutes of slowing down to finish, Chen Lin wrapped up with a few sentences. This was followed by a round of applause from both sides of the stage. The mass listening group sitting on the right side of the stage said after listening to Chen Lin singing, "This is the power of an S-rank singer, isn't it? Very well rounded. Very good." The song was chosen to fit the theme. The theme of the song fits perfectly with the item he's holding, and it won't be like the last singer. Needless to say, he's definitely the first place winner of this competition. Yeah, At least it's the first place in this round. I didn't realize that this singer had a stockpile of songs, but it's still very well stocked. With such limitations, this S-rank singer can have a decent song. It seems that Chinku is even more dangerous. In front of such a powerful opponent, there may be little hope of winning. The professional group on stage left, those 20 top music insiders, were all talking in droves. There was a discussion about the scoring of this one and what kind of score would be given. After all, compared to the last singer's kind of blundering performance, what Chen Lin played was much more consistent. The songs aren't particularly bright, but they are winsome and consistent vocals. Stable singing form is vital amongst a singer's singing. They therefore strongly recognized Chen Lin's steady singing form. The subsequent scoring by the professional corps was quickly figured out. The host also slowly stood on the stage and announced Chen Lin's score this time. With a total of 400 points, Chen Lin directly obtained 215 points from the public judges. Such a score was already very high. And this group over here gave a high score of 50, which means that the entire professional group, half of them already, gave a high score of 5. In a flash, the big screen gave, in total, a score of 265. Such a score, in sharp contrast to the previous 25, surprised all the live audience. These viewers who were watching the live broadcast were even more surprised. It's really the strength of an S-class singer. The ratings given by the professional group are completely different. Actually, yeah, the ink sings a different national flavor. To be able to display such strength in the second appearance, Mr. Shin Songji really didn't find the wrong person. Without a doubt, Chin Ku is even more dangerous, and probably the third person to be eliminated. That's for sure. How can you compare an S-rated singer to a singer who's just starting out? Entry level? Indeed. It's important to recognize reality. When Chen Lin returned from the stage to the preparation room, he looked at the other singers and smiled slightly as well. The other singers could tell, just from Chen Lin's expression at this moment, that he was very satisfied with his final score for this time he sang on stage. After all, he belongs to the group that greatly surpassed the previous singer's score compared to the previous one. Moreover, the other singers didn't expect that Chen Lin would actually get this item that fit perfectly with his song. This very fitting situation really helped Chen Lin to fight for a lot of advantages in this round. When the ready countdown in the ready room is over, then the third singer, too, slowly rose from his chair in the preparation room, and it was none other than an A-ranked singer, Li Tongli. Li Tongli was still holding, in his hand, the third item he had chosen on the stage, which was a thin piece of rice paper. And while his expression wasn't particularly relaxed when he held this rice paper in his hands, he didn't feel particularly nervous either. Chin-ko could also see on Li Tongli's face that he was bashful about the match. Without Chin-ko thinking much about it, he knew that Li Tongli had also been singing on stage for very many years, and had a lot of experience on stage. With that, Li Tongri went on stage and the stage lights changed color. Only pure white, no other colors mixed in yet. It was a color that fit perfectly with his theme. At this moment the texture of the rice paper also appears on the big screen as an enlarged effect. The team of musicians at the front of the stage also started to play the intro part of the song. Li Tongli took the microphone and sang slowly. Chin-ko was also in the preparation room listening to Li Tongli, who was singing on stage and listening to the lyrics he had written. The lyrics he writes are a narrative about the making of rice paper and the culture behind it. This kind of storytelling approach to lyrics is something Chin-ko is also aware of. A nice way to write songs indeed. As Li Tongli slowly sang, the professional group and the mass listening group as well as the audience watching the live broadcast slowly entered and felt the beauty of the song. As the minutes passed quickly, Li Tongli simply wrapped up the song and ended the session. And from this singing, Chin-ko can also feel Li Tongli, the kind of bookishness in his body, which is something he has seen less. When Li Tongli finished singing, the professional group and the public listening group, too, gave their total scores at once. The score of this round of the tournament, Li Tongli, appeared boldly on the big screen, 210 points. This is still a bit of a gap compared to the last singer, Chen Lin, and such a disparity is something that Li Tongli feels, without much doubt. After all, the overall strength of S-class singers far exceeded that of A-class singers. When viewers see such a difference in scores, they can also realize that the gap between the singers is very large indeed. And then the rest of the singers also went on stage one after another. But the next 9 singers, respectively, went on stage without being able to surpass the highest score that Chen Lin had just set. 9 consecutive singers had failed to break Chen Lin's score, something that was expected by the live audience, because the remaining singers were all A-class singers, and Chen Lin, as the top singer inside this competition, was naturally far ahead in terms of overall strength. Meanwhile, Jin-ku, who was sitting in the preparation room, was watching the preparation time for going on stage. When the preparation time was over, he slowly stood up and walked to the stage. Chapter 26, Another National Song. After Jin-ku stood on the stage, all the arrayed smart cameras moved their lenses towards him, and the lights on the stage, they flashed. When the live stream viewers and the popular judges saw Jin-ku on stage, they were excited. Finally on stage. So much to look forward to. This is a top stage. I believe he can sing a very bright song. Finally. It's been almost an hour and a half. It would be nice to be on this round and have a song like the landing sequence. Whoa, you've got a big appetite. That song is hard to top. Indeed. I'm willing to call him the pinnacle of national style songs right now. Even the song Ink sung by Chen-lin just now can't compare. You guys are just farting around. How can an entry level be better than an S-rank singer? Indeed. Recognizing the gap in strength is the most important thing. Laughing to death. One song outburst is the norm? Jin-ku will lose. Sit back and wait for Jin-ku to be eliminated. All of a sudden 2 different waves of fans started trading insults. After all, as an S-class singer Chen-lin also had quite a few fans, and there was also a portion of very radical fans that were even more shady up. And at this moment the host, but also in the field to remind a little no. Now the 2 families of fans of the scolding up. Finally he looked in the direction of the camera with a smile and said, "Fans, don't get too excited. The songs don't lie anyway. Let's be quiet and listen to the songs sung by this young singer." With the comments section of the live broadcast after the host's sentence, it became a lot calmer. All eyes were then on the live tournament for this one. The professional group sitting on the left side of the stage. Looking at the Jin-ku in front of them was even more complicated, because they had already heard Jin-ku's song before they came to this match, and they were even more appreciative of the song. At the same time, they were very suspicious of Jin-ku's strength. After all, every year there are a number of newcomers who stand out amongst the music industry, but the life cycles of these newcomers were all very short, making these old-timers somewhat skeptical of Jin-ku's strength at this moment. There are so many flash-in-the-pan singers out there that there's no way they're going to fully believe that a freshman singer is going to surprise them. But for a brief period of time, the professional group of 20 professional musicians, after looking at each other, would be smiled at as well, because in the end, they choose to believe. At the moment under the injection of everyone's eyes, Jin-ku, standing on the stage car, holding the microphone in his hand, he put the ear return in place. Jin-ku's very bright performance costume was very suitable for the theme of this singing, which made the audience feel stunning when they saw it. Under the boost of those 10 master-level skills, he felt that the speed of his integration into the state of singing was getting faster and faster, and that synthesis of being more immersed in singing made him feel in immense shape. The playing orchestra then began to play the intro as well, a distinctive musical sound that kicked off the song. All of a sudden, the 20 professional musicians in the professional group were even more bright. The light flickered at this point, slowly turning a slight yellowish color. In an instant, the color of the light matched that of the chrysanthemum held in Jin-ku's hand. The colors of the lights echo the theme silently, and the big screen showed it. The name of the song, Chrysalis. There were also a number of chrysanthemum petals floating down on the big screen, which were more realistically visible with the addition of virtual projection technology. For a moment, it wasn't just the public judges in the room who got excited. The fans who were watching the live broadcast, even more so, felt that Jin-ku, the name of the song this time, directly fit the item in his hand. There's a very rich array of instruments incorporated into this intro, with quite a few ethnic instruments that have that subtle percussive feel to them. The simple and elegant yet modern music melody, like flowing water, swept into the sea of everyone's heart. As the 35-second intro ended, Jin-ku took the microphone and began to sing slowly. The light of your tears, tenderness with wounds, the bleak bend of the moon, hooked on the past. The night is too long, condensed to frost. The rhythm of that slow singing is very comfortable to listen to, and at this moment the live audience as well as the listeners next to the stage are enjoying it even more. This kind of ancient and light music melody is the national style they are looking for. It doesn't need to be desperately loud. The smooth, light vocals are immersive. It was as if a picture scroll was floating in front of all the listeners at that moment. Each lyric takes them to feel each part of this picture. And Jin-ku won hurriedly to the listeners, slowly depicting this picture scroll, scattered with the wind. The way you look, the chrysanthemums are broken. The ground is full of wounds. Your smile is yellow. Flowers fall and people break their hearts. Even the chorus part is just a slow build-up to a natural effect. A patch of chrysanthemums appeared on the big screen, but they were crippled and fell in a flash, which fit perfectly with the song sung by Chin-ku. No one can cross the river without worrying. Autumn heart split in half. I'm afraid you won't make it to shore. A lifetime of shaking. With Chin-ku singing like this, the entire stage became subtle in its rendering of the atmosphere. While singing, Chin-ku could also feel that the entire stage's sense of synthesis had become even stronger with the addition of these 10 skills. All at once, the 20 music of the professional group on the left side of the stage. People sat up straight. With their very good sense of hearing, they were feeling every note sung by Chin-ku, because the first thing they felt when they heard the song was overwhelming surprise. It's completely different from, well, all the national songs that have come before it. There's a unique aesthetic that's completely different from, say, the current national style songs. It's not cliched, and it's more expressive and modern, yet elegant and quaint. All of a sudden, as Chin-ku sang, everyone went into a more sincere emotional experience. At this moment, the entire comments in the live broadcast room all seemed like they had disappeared. As the music ebbs and flows throughout the song, the listener continues to hear different senses of singing in the later parts of the song as well. Every lyric sung by Chin-ku is like having an invisible paintbrush that adds another stroke to the canvas, until the last stroke fell on the paper, but also on this scroll, leaving a lot of blank space. That boundless emotional white space gives an artistic pause to everyone's sensibilities. The north wind is in turmoil. The night is young. Your shadow cuts through, leaving me all alone, in pairs on the lake. This marvelous pause echoes in the mind of every listener. At this moment the playing team is still slowly adding the last few beautiful notes to the song. The different instruments intertwined and resonated the last note. For a moment, the entire stage fell into a brief silence. But when the silence ended, it was followed by a round of applause from the entire stage. That group of musicians sitting on the professional troupe even changed their serious state just now and stood up, applauding enthusiastically and with big smiles on their faces. Because at this moment, Chin-ku's song Chrysanthemum Terrace made them realize that this newborn singer was by no means a flash in the pan type. It wasn't just the audience in attendance who were thrilled to hear Chin-ku sing. The millions of viewers who were watching the live broadcast were even more excited to post pop-ups in the comments section of the live broadcast. One pop-up after another, in the live screen, flashed by quickly. Chapter 27, highest score in the arena. Under the pop-ups sent by these millions of live viewers, all of a sudden, the entire pop-up screen in the live broadcast room seemed to be like a lag, constantly bouncing with characters. Because there were so many pop-ups posted, even the live system couldn't react. After a few seconds of lag, though, the pop-ups on the live stream slowly resumed, one by one, as they were sent. Comment after comment surfaced in the comments section of the live stream at this moment. This Chin-ku is also too ruthless. Right, the moment he comes up he's king bombing. This is only the first round. What do you call this singer who comes up with a king-sized bomb? An entry-level singer? What's the point of this competition? Just come up with a whole S-ranked song. Just go straight through the flow and let Chin-ku win. Okay? Laughing me to death. Where's the person who just said Chin-ku would surely lose? Come out quickly. Ha 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 ha. These guys don't dare to come out anymore, do they? There's really no one else with a country song of this caliber. This is to continue the level of Lanting Preface. Too stable. This is the funniest competition I've ever seen. An introductory singer taking a bunch of top S-ranked A-ranked singers and abusing the living daylights out of them. Did you guys see that the musicians from the professional groups? They all stood up. That's a first. My goodness. It's not just us who approve. Even the super strict professional core. This song is definitely the most suitable for that chrysanthemum in Chin-ku's hand. And it's much more level-headed than what other singers have brought out. This kind of song is called the real national style. Not only has the flavor of the national style, but also has a modern music melody. It's so good. It looks like it was well worth the hour-and-a-half wait. Begging for a remake. Can't wait. Great patriotic style. Chin-ku's song in the first round is so good. The pop-ups were still flashing through the live screen very quickly, as the pop-ups posted in the live room of millions of people were also already in the millions. And after all those professional groups of musicians stood up and applauded, they slowly sat down with smiles still on their faces. Because while everyone was excited, there was one important part that had yet to take place, and that was the scoring session. The scoring part is very important and it means deciding who the winner of the round will be. Before Chin-ku had even stepped onto the stage, everyone thought that the S-ranked Shenlin would be the ultimate winner of this round. However, when Chin-ku took the stage, it was unexpected to everyone. They hadn't expected that this would happen at all. Then the professional and public listening groups on both sides of the stage slowly calmed the excitement in their hearts and sat down on their chairs to start scoring Chinku. A short while later, all the scoring was out. The host also had all 12 singers stand on the stage to witness Chinku's final score get out. The big screen at the back of the stage then calculated Chinku's final score. All of a sudden, the score appeared on that big screen. This round Chinku's score was as high as 370. One of the popular listening groups gave it a whopping 290 points. The rest of the scores, naturally, were scored by the professional corps. When everyone saw this kind of score from Chinku, their eyes went wide. This was because Chinku's score and Chenlin's score actually differed by more than 100 points. Moreover, Chenlin was an S-class singer, a top-notch presence in the music industry. Everyone understood to the fact that underneath this rank gap, the strength gap was also very large. However, when everyone looked at it again, after Chinku's score, they were somewhat stunned and in a trance. But under such a live match, no one would suspect that there would be any cheating on the inside, because all the songs, sung in their presence, leave no room for fakery. And the hosts, standing on the stage, were surprised to see such a score. He also really didn't expect that the gap between the first place winner of this round and the others would be so wide. All of a sudden, even he was confused as to who was the entry-level singer. As for Chenlin, who was standing on the stage at this moment, his face was blue, and his mouth could not squeak out any words. Li Yuli, on the other hand, acted still calmly after seeing such a score, because before Chinku had arrived at the National Wind concert, he had heard the Lanting Preface that Chinku had just begun to sing, and had even reviewed his songs on Weibo. The previous one could realize that this newborn singer would be very talented. It was only when this time Li Tongli, after participating in the same music program with him, realized that Chinku's talent was no longer something that could be summed up in ordinary words. It was just that what Li Tongli felt in his heart was not jealousy, but relief, because amongst the music industry, there needs to be more fresh blood to allow better work to emerge. The professional and popular hall troops, seeing the final scores, had an even more expected look on their faces. The millions of live viewers, when they saw Chinku's final score, they were even more excited. And inside the live broadcast room, another round of crazy pop-up screens began. Oh my gosh, it's too awesome. It actually surpassed the score of S-class singer Chenlin. Is this the point where the strength of an S-rank singer is nothing in front of Chinku? This is too invincible. It's only been a few days since he debuted. This talent, I'm really envious. Songs that good are not created by ordinary people to come out. Without a doubt. Mr. Shin Songji's vision is really great. This is already captivating me from the first round. And I'm even more excited about the 4 rounds that follow. Yeah. Scoring like that is totally beyond what I thought it would be for this tournament. Ha. True to form. The real rookies here are those S-rated singers, making all the live viewers see such a score. They also couldn't help but laugh. That group of S-rank and A-rank singers also didn't manage to be stronger than Chinku, but such a situation also made them more excited for the later matches. Not only are we looking forward to the competition between Chinku and these top masters, but we are also looking forward to more breakthroughs in terms of national style songs, because as soon as Chinku breaks through, they'll be able to hear more good national style songs. This is going to be a very good thing for them. The host then announced the name of the winner of the round to everyone after seeing such a score, in the presence of all the live viewers and the professional team on site. This round was very exciting and we were able to witness an entry-level singer who still played very well under the pressure of many top singers. And that's a very rare thing in the music business. Alright, I'm announcing this round. First place Chinku, second place Chenlin, third place Li Tongli, and very sadly, the last 3 in scoring will be eliminated. So thank you for your participation, but you are also very much in your element. It's just that this play and being under the constraints of the theme has cost you something. But our audience will still remember your wonderful singing on stage. When the host finished his sentence, he too looked at the camera along with the 12 singers and smiled slightly. And the next round will take place in 2 days. When the time of the next round surfaced in the live feed screen, the live viewers were even happier when they saw it. Chapter 28 Science Fiction Essay? Because they also didn't expect that the next round would start so soon. Just 2 days after this, the second round would start. You don't have to wait too long to hear so many great country songs. Though there were only 9 singers left among the next competition, but the rest of those singers, who are all very powerful, after such a screening, the combined listening experience given to them will be even more impressive. And those live viewers, after commenting a few words on the live broadcast, exited the live broadcast with joy. and after Chin-ku and the other singers returned to the preparation room, the other singers exchanged contact information with Chin-ku. When all these things were done, Chin-ku packed up his things, changed into his usual clothes, and walked out of the building where the program was being recorded. After he stepped out of the building, he slowly walked between the tall buildings, feeling the gusts of cool wind that slowly came in, instantly cooling his body temperature down a bit, but he was also enjoying the gust of wind very much, the feeling it gave him. In the midst of this competition, he really didn't expect such a thematic restriction either. In retrospect, though, it was only thanks to the fact that he happened to have the resources for the song among the civic treasures, and he had heard this classic national-style song when he was on Earth. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at the classic song chanting. As he walked between the skyscrapers, he looked up into the sky when he unexpectedly saw, on a huge advertising screen, an advertisement for an essay for a contest. And the object of this essay advertisement was none other than science fiction. And when Chin-ku saw the science fiction, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Then as he walked directly down the street, he pulled up, directly, the Earth civic system, under his simple search. He suddenly realized that an epic sci-fi masterpiece was sitting in the middle of the Earth civic system, which was open to 2%, and it's a sci-fi masterpiece that he read in college. The shock it gave him at that time was also very great. He could feel it, the grand beauty of that different perspective. The prize money for the first place on the essay competition was $10 million, which was also looked at by Chin-ku. It was because Chin-ku had also learned about the differences of this parallel blue star within the past few days. For in the midst of this parallel blue star, though very similar to Earth, but the overall planet size is even larger than Earth, and it's relatively more populated. The population of the entire blue planet, therefore, amounted to 30 billion people. Because of this, different types of recreational works have a fairly wide audience. With such a wide audience, all the channels for cashing in on cultural and entertainment productions are very much in abundance. So when Chin-ku saw that the highest prize for this essay contest was actually 10 million words, he was also very surprised. After all, in the middle of the Earth, a top prize of several $100,000 is already very high. What he didn't expect was that in the middle of this world, he could actually reach a prize of $10 million. And in terms of purchasing power, he also found that the purchasing rate of the 10 million was very close to that of even Earth. Not much of a difference. All of a sudden, it also made Chin-ku sigh. No wonder we need to establish the system of entertainment system. After all, the number of people is really too much. Then there must be a lot of creators as well. I have to say, though, the $10 million prize is really quite high. 2. Then create a small number and participate in this essay competition. Let de lose work. Conquer this world. When Chin-ku thought about what kind of work he would use in the essay, he casually called a cab and returned home. When he returned home, there were no lights to illuminate the house, but he didn't feel alone, because he could think of mom and dad, already traveling and playing in that beach town, and he was able to be in the middle of the family group every day and was able to see all kinds of pictures that his mom had posted. The expression on dad's face during the photo shoot is still so uninspired. The photo also features a view of the beach as well as some exotic sea creatures and specially colored shells. These became, for once, a record of the different things they saw on this trip. Some photos like this made Chin-ku feel very happy too, because mom and dad were really high on their own and didn't worry about anything else. He then walked into the bathroom to finish showering after putting away all his purchases and sat down in front of his computer. After he turned on his computer, the computer interface appeared at once. And on the computer he logged into his civic system account, and next to the computer, there was a device for detecting Chin-ku's biometrics. This is because in the middle of the civic system, biometrics need to be detected every time you log in. After going through the biometrics, Chin-ku logged into his civic account on his computer. Among the civic accounts, there was only one singer's account, while in the singer's account, there was a message of unsettled prestige value, because in the middle of this round, a lot of prestige value was also gained, but with the heat of the program adding to it, Chin-ku could also tell that the prestige value wouldn't be too small this time. However, at this moment, he ignored this piece of information and directly tapped on the account creation screen. Within this interface, it is possible to create accounts in many different fields. Moreover, different accounts have independent data and have a very strong anonymity, which cannot be traced back to the real information through the information of the account. That's why a lot of creators, with the help of the multi-accounts of the civic system, run their works. There are a number of crossover creators, and even more so in the midst of many different fields, but even then, it's still very rare to create works across the board. There aren't many creators, after all, who can grasp two different areas of deep creativity, because creating on a deep level means that he needs to have a very adequate knowledge of the field, but such a deep understanding is very time-consuming, so there are no real top cross-disciplinary creators. Shinka then created an account in the field of literature within his entertainment system, Moonlight. This one is part of the phrase Shinka took from the phrase moon and stars, because he wanted to make these literary works from the earth, in the midst of this blue star, like the moon can light up the night sky of literature. After creating this account, Shinku then opened the Earth civic system as well, and Shinku also saw that among the Earth's civic systems, there were parts 1, 2, and 3 of the 3 bodies. He also smiled happily when he saw the 3 works. After all, science fiction that good. He had to share it with the people of this world. It would also allow the science fiction writers of this world to come and enjoy the horrific brain of Delu. He then couldn't help but start pulling up the first of the 3 bodies from amongst the Earth's civic treasures. Chapter 29, Harvesting over 100 million reputation values. When Shinka pulled the first part of the 3 bodies from among the treasures of the Earth's civic treasury, he gave the first one a cursory glance to make sure this one was complete. Shinka then opened the novel channel in the civic system, because in the middle of the civic system, there was a one-novel platform created by the Department of Civics and Entertainment called One Rhetoric. On top of this novel platform, there are novel authors from all over the world updating on it, and all updates as well as reviews are done by algorithms, an intelligent algorithmic system that will determine the push stream of the work based on various data about the work. It can be called one of the most testing novel platforms for the quality of works among the entire Blue Star. After Chinku opened this novel platform, he saw various types of novels, all of which appeared in different recommendation pages. And the categories that are included in it are all very diverse. He felt that the categorization of these novels was basically the same as on Earth, and there wasn't much difference. And what surprised Chinku even more was that every novel could be translated well through the AI. So on top of this platform, people from different countries read various novels every day. This platform is also incredibly active with readers on top of it because of the breaking of some of these barriers, reading barriers. Shinko roughly browsed through each category of the novel platform. He then saw at a glance that the most eye-catching part of the fiction platform was the cut screen for essays on science fiction. He clicked in to see that others had seen quite a few of them, and that small science fiction novels had begun to be serialized, and that some of these science fiction novels had begun to be paid for, because ultimately the decision of whether a science fiction novel gets the first place and other places in this essay contest is based on a combination of data, and there is no way to artificially intervene, but rather a common choice made by all readers. It's not just in terms of how readers are reading and paying rates, so these combined numbers are very difficult to fake. That's exactly what Blue Star's Department of Recreation and Entertainment launched this essay contest, is to dig up more science fiction novels with brainstorming, paving the way for those talented science fiction authors. In that part of the essay, Shinku also saw that the number 1 ranked influence at this stage was that of a science fiction novel called Shining Starlight, and next to this one novel, there is also the science fiction author rating for this author. When Shinku saw that the science fiction author was B-ranked, he came to have some interest, because he was really curious as to what level the author of this science fiction on top of the Blue Star had gotten to. When he clicked on it, he read it slowly, and when he saw the first part, he had some doubts, because in the midst of this novel, his expression is not particularly clear and very complex. Without waiting for Chinku to think about going to the second chapter again, he turned off the reading page of that novel. It seems like the gap is really quite large as well. It should still be that S-rank science fiction authors would be more able to get the details right, Shinka said as he looked at the introduction page of the novel that had been turned off. And the rest of the science fiction novels, he didn't go through them all anymore, because their combined impact was very low. And it's still created by lower-rated science fiction authors, because if a science fiction novel, he's on a very good level, even a very lowly rated science fiction author will stand out on this platform, because this platform is not a novel author's level of support. All rely on the quality of the work, whether it will be liked by the public. Shinka then opened the backstage of the novel platform and created a novel under his Moonlight account, which was naturally the first part of the 3 bodies. He didn't intend to upload the trilogy novel all at once, though. Traditional science fiction, though, is distinguished from the serialized model of Netflix, but he still wants to put some of the chapters as a fee, and it's a look that will also help the novel, which can gain more influence and attention. The only way to achieve very good results is to keep spreading the influence of this book, because even a very good novel requires a certain amount of operational traffic to be seen by the public. However, When Chinka saw the column of rules again, then he also knew that this rule was very complete, because after a novel is created, it gets some traffic support from the system's algorithmic system. With all this traffic support, the book will be recommended to readers who like this type of books to watch, can be good to help a book, and grow quickly without any fan base. Such a recommendation mechanism makes Chinku also feel very new and assured, because he's also afraid of the whole booze thing. He then put aside his worries and created the name and synopsis of the book, and he also took the first part and broke it up into 10 parts. And what needs to be uploaded now is part 1, which is the beginning of a novel and the basis for all the climactic parts of the story. This allows the reader to be slowly brought into the story through the first part. Only by slowly substituting into the story will more readers be interested in the backstory. Once Chinku finished uploading the first part, he clicked on the work's recommendation. This is the first little recommendation a new build can get, although it's just a very small wave of traffic push. But it can also create huge storms of wind and waves like a small butterfly flapping its wings. And right now, this little butterfly flapped its wings. After participating in this essay contest, Chinku quit the novel platform, because all he had to do was wait for the seed to slowly germinate. As for this seed growing into a heavenly tree in the end, it was also something Chinku could envision. After letting him shut down the computer, he slowly laid down on the bed. After comparing this one, he also felt the physical exertion. But compared to before, his stamina was much better, because with those 10 or so points of physical energy added, it is true that the body is much healthier. And he hadn't forgotten that there was still one more prestige value unsettled in this National Wind concert. He then laid down on his bed and opened the civic system. And when he opened it, this unsettled message popped up directly, and he clicked on it to take a look. The combined effect of the National Wind concert. Prestige value settlement, 158 million. Chinku was also a bit surprised when he saw this number, because he also didn't expect the prestige value gained from just the first round alone to be that much with the help of the music program's many hits. So it turns out that under the live broadcast of a music program, one can gain more prestige value. No wonder there are so many music programs, but it's not like any music program will be able to gain a lot of people's attention. Chinku carefully considered the factors involved. While Chinku's thoughts were still pondering what factors were involved, the cell phone that was placed next to him at this moment suddenly rang with the sound of an incoming call. Chapter 30 The book. I want to recommend it individually. Chinku picked up his cell phone and saw that it was a call from Lee Hai. Then he directly connected the call. Lee Hai on the other end of the phone said happily, I watched your singing today. The overall level of singing is really very good. And it's also progressing too fast, right? As for Chen Lin, he's probably older and always inferior to a young man like you yet. By the way, the sales of the last album were very good. As of now there are already more than 3 million in sales. And the figures are still rising. Under the combined share, you'll get more than 50 million this time. And that's after taxes. After Lee Hai finished speaking with great excitement, Chinku also brightened up. After the combined split, and that's after taxes, it's all over $50 million. Such a gain was indeed unexpected. That's quite good. My play today was just good form. I still need to work on it, Chinku said slowly. Lee Hai also smiled slightly after hearing Chinku say so. He also knew that Chinku was just modestly saying so first. But this album release did increase the prestige value of Shine Entertainment by quite a bit. And it was the biggest increase ever. At the same time, Lee Hai also thought of an important issue, that is, whether to invite Chinku and start the release of this national-style concert album in advance. After a brief hesitation, Lee Hai still said directly, should we start recording the songs from the National Wind concert now? I'm sure this remake will also sell a lot. When Chinku heard Lee Hai's proposal to record in advance, a remake of the national-style song this time, Chinku also briefly thought about it. It then occurred to Chinku that there really wasn't much to do in the next few days, so he settled on early recording, which was a very good suggestion. Yes, then let's start recording the songs a little bit in advance in the next 2 days. Chinku directly answered Lee Hai and said. When Lee Hai heard Chinku's affirmative reply, he also slowly nodded his head and said, okay, no problem. Come to our side of the studio anytime you're ready. After the call ended, Chinku once again opened the Earth Civic Treasure System, because he knew that this time, he gained more than 150 million prestige values. In the case of obtaining so many prestige values, the system had already converted the corresponding prestige values, accordingly, into mall points in the system. And he also knew that every 100 million prestige value gained would increase the degree of openness by 1%. While Chinku was thinking, a message popped up from the Earth Civic System. Openness of the Earth's recreational system, 3%. Earth Entertainment System mole points, 160 million. With Chinka seeing that he had already gained so many mole points, he couldn't help but get his hands itchy as well, because with so many mole points, you can indeed exchange quite a few skills, but he thought of a very practical skill. He then, without hesitation, directly exchanged this Hall-level skill, Hall of Fame skill, piano poet Friedrich Chopin's piano technique. 100 million prestige values were spent in one go, but Chinka felt that this Halo-level skill was well worth redeeming, because after redeeming this skill, he could feel a very subtle change in his body, and his fingers became more flexible, and after fusing with this skill, he had even more feelings about the piano aspect, though it's just starting to blend and is just a very subtle sensation, but he feels that with time he will become more sensitive to the melodic capture of the piano, and then he added the rest of the 60 million or so, directly to the stamina value as well. All of a sudden, more than 60 points of stamina were added. Under the weight of so many stamina points, he felt that his body, which had a hint of fatigue a moment ago, was instantly energized. An unspeakably marvelous feeling filled the body. My gosh, these 60 points of stamina are too useful. Chinka couldn't help but exclaim. When all the feelings of skill enhancement disappeared, he namely could feel the skills, and the changes they brought to him were tremendous. All of a sudden, he also felt that the prestige value gained from this competition was very useful, and for the rest of his leisure time, he went into the middle of the living room, where he turned on the huge TV screen and hooked up the gaming devices created in this world and dove right into the excitement of the game. In every time he played a game in this world, he felt that there was quite a bit of different gameplay. I didn't expect to be able to play different games in the midst of two similar worlds. This is a very good experience too, Chinka said with a sigh. At the same time, the three-body novel created by Chinka on the novel platform created by the Ministry of Culture and Entertainment had already begun to make a precise stream of pushes among the platform of literary fiction. This new book will be recommended to 100,000 people to watch, because in this platform with up to 10 billion users, this 100,000 referrals is already very little, but it also allows for a lot of new books to get a very nice bump just because of that 100,000 figure. At this moment Huang Ling, the S-ranked book reviewer, has started his daily habit of browsing for new books again, because he's very used to discovering some, at a very good level, fiction, though this part of the novel, at first, has all very bad numbers, but after he digs it up and promotes it, it all becomes a classic. So that's the basis for achieving Huang Lin's status as an S-rank book reviewer, and Huang Ling has a very unique vision, and is very accurate in judging whether or not a book will have a subsequent life. That's why Huang Ling is known in the fiction world as the book reviewer with the best eye. It also means that books recognized by Huang Ling will be potential for a big hit. At this moment Huang Ling looked at the open page and fumed, because if he needed to dig up a new novel, it was something that would take a lot of time to differentiate. After Huang Ling refreshed again, a novel appeared in front of his eyes. That was naturally, the science fiction novel Three Bodies. When Huang Ling looked at the cover of Trinity, suddenly he was in some kind of trance. Images with such deep colors but superb visual impact are relatively rare for him. All at once, he could feel the novel drawing him in. At the same time his curiosity about the novel intensified. Without hesitation, he clicked open the cover of this novel and went directly to the first chapter of this novel. When the first chapter was opened, he read it slowly. He could sense the author's rigor as well as calmness in writing this novel. It is also evident from the text that the author has done a very good job of side-splitting amidst every detail. As Huang Ling slowly looked on, his eyes grew even more suspicious, because the more he looked the more he could feel that he had found a huge treasure. The first part alone held him captivated amidst the wealth of detail. This is because the technological gap between Blue Star and Earth is not particularly large and very similar. Huang Ling was also very clear about whether or not there were aliens in this world, which was something he wasn't so sure about. But at this moment Huang Ling began to think deeply as he finished reading the first part of this trilogy. This novel deserves a separate recommendation from me, Huang Ling couldn't help but exclaim, and clicked a yellow hyped under this novel. Gifts of great value were also given to encourage the author to keep updating. After delivering the gift again, Huang Ling turned off the interface of the rhetoric novel platform and directly started the evaluation for this book. Chapter 31 Three-body novel data blows up. As Huang Ling sat down in front of his computer, he began to think back to the feelings he had just experienced after watching Three Bodies. He thought back carefully as he chose to write separate recommendations for the trilogy, because as a general rule, he usually synthesizes batch after batch of new books to make a unified recommendation article, and under each novel, he writes a little review. But when he came across the novel Three Bodies, he chose not to write a short review. Instead, I wanted to write a separate book review article for him, and he was also incredibly confident that he could recognize the book's potential very correctly, because a science fiction novel that spans centuries tends to be very tightly structured, and from the first part, Huang Wang could realize that part of the architecture of this magnificent science fiction novel. Then he was very serious. From the middle of his drawer, drew out a piece of white paper, and took out a fountain pen. This fountain pen with the material is very high grade, is his precious collection. Seldom will use it, because unlike previous book reviews, he wanted to give a very honest review of this book. For such very good work, it is the use of the plainest form of writing to express it. He then wrote out on white paper the feelings that came to his mind, which were expressed in one word and one stroke above the other. When a few minutes had passed and he had written all the book review statements, Huang Ling wrote his name on the bottom right of this white paper, and he created a new book review post, in which he included only this picture of a blank sheet of paper and a link to Qin Ke's trilogy novel. Huang Ling took a closer look, and after realizing that there wasn't any problem, he directly clicked send. The article appeared on the very influential Global Wave platform. It's a global platform with a very large number of articles being generated every day, and for every influential top book reviewer, there is a large fan base. After Huang Ling sent out this book review article, this large group of fans then also saw the article Huang Ling sent out. The group of fans no doubt clicked on the article and took a closer look. Upon seeing the very different approach to book reviews, these fans were surprised. What's with the handwritten book review style this time? Is this a customized book review with a hefty price tag? How can that be? Mr. Huang Ling has never taken on any customized book reviews. Yeah. With Mr. Huang Ling's strength, there's no need to take on those customized book pushes, which would also affect his reputation. It's also so rare for a book review to be handwritten in this way. Mr. Huang Ling's handwriting is beautiful. That really shows how much importance Mr. Huang Ling attaches to this book. Haven't you guys noticed? This book review is a standalone piece. Not like the old days when there were several books in one post. My gosh, it's still true that this is a separate book review. That means that the level of this book is very high, or else Mr. Huang Ling wouldn't even pay that much attention to it. Let's go and read it then. It's sure to be a very good book and fits in very well with the current essay theme. Yeah, check it out. A large group of fans then opened the Wanru novel platform at the same time, and after Huang Ling's link jump, they found Qin Ke's book on top of the Wanru novel platform. They were similarly surprised when they saw the trippy cover. They also didn't expect such an impactful cover, but they only froze briefly before they started reading the trilogy novel. When this group of readers first read the first part of the trilogy, they were also very confused. They feel as if what this novel is about is less of a science fiction theme and more of a novel on some other theme, but they read into it in detail with a special feeling. All of a sudden, a sense of crisis suddenly surfaced above their hearts, and they can also feel this sense of crisis as a very subtle presence. The opening chapter mentions that kind of talk about the universe, giving them a sidebar to the spine of the novel. At the same time also let them feel unprecedented sense of grandeur, and half for the head of that piece of starry sky has a hint of fear. Then a large number of fans finished reading. After Qin Ke's Three Bodies, they began to under the three-body novel. Non-stop comments. The beginning alone gives me the creeps and an even greater fear of that starry sky. Such a level of science fiction novels, completely worthy of Mr. Huang Ling alone recommended. Too good looking, urge more. Yeah, when are we going to get an update on the back? I'm just so excited to read it. It's short. How come that's all there is to it? So eager to find out what's going on behind the scenes, and the story is very tense and tight as a string. Such tense fiction is indeed too good to be true. Why hasn't it updated yet? It's been hours. There can't really be aliens, can there? Even though I didn't read much science fiction before, I don't think there are. It's true that the separate book push is really well worth it, because the quality of this book is perfectly suited to the level of such a separate recommendation. Mr. Huang Ling is too strong, isn't he, to be able to dig out such a good-looking science fiction novel from among so many new books. What's the back part supposed to be like? I'm really looking forward to it. When will it be updated? Didn't you guys realize? This author's name is Tsuki Akari, and he's only an E-rated fiction author. No way. I thought it was a top fiction author, but it turns out it's just an entry-level fiction author. How can a science fiction novel of this caliber be just an entry-level fiction author? All of a sudden, one group of readers after another, introduced by different channels, came to talk to each other within the book review section of the trilogy novel. With such a large group of readers influenced by high-quality reading behavior, Three Bodies received its first million push stream. With such a $1 million push stream, it made the trilogy novels visible to an even wider audience, and these added readers of the novel, in turn, have very frantically settled on a number of people around them, looking at the novel. After all, in the midst of this world, classic novels remain very rare, so novels of very good quality are also recommended non-stop to a very large number of people. So this three-body novel, which is all the rage on Earth, has gained a very large following on this very similar blue planet as well. Meanwhile, the number of hypes there for the final chapter of the trilogy novel has reached millions, and such a rise in data, and did not end there, but also kept rising, as if there is no moment to stop. In such a short period of time, this sci-fi drama has already gained a very large following, and the algorithmic push of streams across the platform has been even more responsive. With a large number of readers' high-quality reading behavior, the platform's traffic push is constantly increasing. Chapter 32, The Fast-Progressing Freshman Singers. Early the next morning, after Chinka slowly got up from his bed, he simply washed up and dressed in his daily attire, went to the downstairs of the neighborhood and casually called a car. And the plan for this morning, that's exactly to go to U-Tree Entertainment to record the official version of Chrysalis. After all, the sound quality of the Chrysanthemum's Sun live at a Kokeshi concert is ultimately no match for the remastered version recorded in the studio. In less than a moment's time, Chinku arrived at the downstairs of Yaoguang Entertainment Company, and he remembered clearly that the last time he came to the floor, he arrived directly at the recording room of Flare Entertainment. Before he came, Chinku had also notified Li Hai to get ready. When Chinku opened the door and walked into the recording studio, Chinku saw Li Hai sitting on the sofa in the studio, staring blankly at his cell phone, and a very focused one at that. Chinku then casually sat on the side, while at this moment, Li Hai had not yet reacted. When Li Hai finished reading the last chapter, after clicking the yellow reminder, he looked up and was surprised to find Chinku sitting next to him. "When did you come in? I didn't even see you." Li Hai looked at Chinku with slight surprise. "You were so focused on your cell phone that you didn't even notice that I'd been in for a while." Chinku smiled at Li Hai's surprised expression. Li Hai also smiled slightly after hearing Chinku say this. He was indeed too engrossed in reading this science fiction novel, and for a while he didn't realize Chinku who had already entered. But then it also occurred to Li Hai that he wanted to introduce to Chinku the novel he was currently reading, because the story of this novel was very fascinating, and to be able to submerge him into the story from a very small part of it. "I tell you I want to see the reason very fascinated, because I saw a novel, and also S-Class book reviewer Huang Ling yesterday personally gave this book a separate book review article." Li Hai excitedly looked at the novel in the phone, and kept on to Chinku only. As Li Hai spoke excitedly, he didn't forget to send the link to this novel directly to Chinku. When Chinku picked up his cell phone and saw the link that Li Hai had sent him, he then realized that the novel recommended by Li Hai was none other than the three-body novel. All of a sudden, he knew that this novel, in one night, had exploded in popularity, and it was still a super hit kind of thing. What he didn't expect was that there was also this world's top S-ranked book reviewer, who had given a separate book review for the Three Bodies novel. Although Chinku wasn't quite sure what the exact level of this book reviewer was, but he, alone, could only see the value of Three Bodies from among so many new books, which let Chinku know that this producer was indeed of S-class level, for having a very discerning eye and being able to see the value of a novel at a glance. When Li Hai saw that slightly surprised look in Chinku's eyes, then he also felt some joy, the feeling of joy after sharing something very valuable. "This novel is really good. I believe that after you read it you will definitely be mesmerized like me. Unfortunately it hasn't even been updated yet." Li Hai also felt chagrined when he looked at the more than 10 million hyped up updates now, because the updates were just too slow. At the moment he hated that this author was changing 100,000 words a day, and every now and then you can't stop kind of thing. When Chinku saw Li Hai's very chagrined expression, he laughed with some gloating as well. "Don't worry, I'm sure he'll update soon. Let's start today's recording first. I'm going to start the second round tomorrow." After Li Hai sighed softly about the author's slow update, he stood up and started today's recording. Chinku was even more convenient, because Li Hai had already had the performance team before him, to have the accompaniment part of Chrysanthemum Terrace already completed, and it was still a very high-quality accompaniment, with a very good sound quality, and at this point, Chinku only needed to follow the accompaniment that had already been recorded and re-sing it. Chinku then walked into the recording room. where he positioned the recording equipment to his very proper height. Finally he briefly recalled the lyrics and began his quality singing. In the recording room, Chinka's voice slowly echoed in every corner of the recording room. Special and accurate notes fell into the recording microphone, and Lee Hai, sitting in the recording room, was very aware of it. The company had a lot of fans who liked Chinka, and when Chinka finished recording, he would take the songs that had already been recorded and give them an early listen. Although it was only a short sharing, Lee Hai also felt that it was quite a nice experience to listen to good songs while working. Chinka was listening to the burst of accompaniment coming from his headphones, and he sang slowly as he keenly captured the rhythm of the music in it. He remembered every lyric very clearly, and those beats, too, became even more perfect with the addition of different master skills. That sense of singing across the board is even better illustrated. Lee Hai, who was sitting in the recording room listening to Chinka sing, couldn't help but sigh. This is indeed progressing too fast, but as a senior, I'm still very pleased to feel that there is such a young singer who can reach such a high level. Lee Hai couldn't help but exclaim. In the midst of the music industry, he had witnessed too many geniuses, but they were all just a flash in the pan. It's all about not having a sustained creative ability that will last into their long careers. But at this moment Lee Hai looked at Chinka in the recording room and was so convinced. He felt that Chinka would be one of the very top singers in this music scene in the future. As Chinka sang the chorus part, Lee Hai continued to listen attentively. Originally, he wanted to be like his seniors and teach Chinka some musical issues, but at this moment, he dismissed the idea, because now Chinka's strength had also long surpassed him. After all, he was only an A-ranked singer, and such a gap in strength really made him not dare to imagine. After all, Chinka was also only in the music industry, having debuted less than half a month ago, and had already surpassed him, his predecessor. Chinka's last few lines ended the Chrysanthemum Terrace recording. After slowly walking out of the recording studio, he looked at Lee Hai and smiled. This time, the state is okay. You've been in a very stable state every time. Not this time. Lee Hai unabashedly praised Chinka for the stability of his state. The rest of the work is simply left to the rest of the staff. Lee Hai also wanted to keep Chinka for a lunch, but Chinka refused, because of the thought that now the three-body novel, all of a sudden after the explosion of fire, the update is indeed to quickly keep up, and now the first part is not a paid status, while later Chinka update that is the paid part. As for the essay, Chinka would not be worried. He believed that with this epic sci-fi masterpiece, it had already been set, the first place of this essay competition. He then took another cab and headed in the direction of the business district. Chapter 33, Three Bodies Updated? Charge. After he took a cab towards the business district, it didn't take him long to arrive at a business district he had been to before. The commercial services in the middle of this business district were all very comprehensive. And then he found a restaurant and sat down, since he hadn't eaten breakfast yet, as well as it was almost time for lunch. Two meals became one, and it was eaten that way. At the same time, he didn't forget to call up the Earth's civic treasury, but after tuning it out, only he could see the system interface that was now floating in front of his eyes, while others could not. He took the second, third, and fourth parts of the trilogy and pulled them right out. There are already quite a few words included in those three parts, and he's planning to make those three parts as part of the charge at the very beginning, and he knew that just from Lee Hai's anticipation for this production. It's a very scary number of hypes now. After pulling it up, he logged on with his cell phone into the middle of the civic system. In the middle of the civic system, he found the account of Lunar Ming, and clicked into the novel Three Bodies to find out about the data. When he saw the heat of the three bodies at this very moment, it had rushed to the 100th place in the world, and that's just online, in less than a day, and it's already set such a record. Seeing such data, Chinka couldn't help but gulp a bit as well. This kind of speed was indeed something he hadn't imagined. But again, the trilogy's work felt normal to Chink. But then he thought back to the total population of the planet, and the fact that the planet had formed a complete system for recreation. That piece of it. Then, too, a novel that does manage to break through what was once a reading barrier through a very powerful intelligence. Chinka clicked on the last one to take a look at it, and now less than an hour had passed. Less than an hour, since he had just talked to Lee Hai. The book's hypes have also gone up quite a bit, and are still going up by the millions. Such an exaggerated increase can be called unprecedented. What made Chinka feel a bit surprised was that this hyped update was still a real-time update. As he watched, the number of hypes continued to jump around. This made Chinka feel as if the number of times he had urged for a shift also had a kind of life to it. He then, without further delay, updated parts 2, 3, and 4 directly under the backstage of the novel Three Bodies, and set, accordingly, a pay limit. Not a moment's time later, the content posted by Chinka passed the platform's content review. All of a sudden, there was quite a few word count updates for the trilogy, and at this moment that group of readers waiting for the update of the trilogy novel, even more at once, saw the update. It was only part of it, but they were beyond surprised. All of a sudden, the whole district was on fire again, and many bookworms were discussing with each other, "Oh my god, that book is updated. Go read it. It's updated with the paid part. Punch it. Is it finally updated? I've been waiting for hours and it's been too much of an ordeal. Finished. Should I raise the book? It's only right to raise it. Otherwise it's just too hard to read it and break it. You can raise the book. I'll dramatize the plot for you later. Take your time, ha. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You old 6. Ah. Super old 6. Vini 50 and tell you the plot in advance. What are you talking about? Hurry up and go read it. The content will absolutely shock you. We agreed not to dramatize and watch it properly. Whoever dramatizes, hang him by his nails. It's great that it's finally updated." All of a sudden, this group of fans were all in the book review section after some intense discussions, started reading up on those 3 parts of the trilogy update. After all, for this very good book, they don't want to go book farming. They want to see the freshest parts. And the news of the Three Bodies update slowly reached Huang Ling's ears, because amongst his comments section, there were also quite a few fans who were reminding him that the trilogy had been updated. At this moment Huang Ling is also a super fan of the trilogy books, because he was indeed hooked on this novel, because it gave him a feeling, and an epiphany that was completely unlike any science fiction novel he had ever read. He went straight for a couch and just sat quietly on it, opening his cell phone and reading it, slowly starting to look at the second part. He wanted to get the full picture of the novel, because he wanted so badly to know what the novel ultimately expressed, and it can only be found by him in the midst of this novel. He was reading at a very slow pace, taking his time, afraid of missing any detail, and there were some surprises as he looked at the book, because he sensed that the author of the novel was a man of science and technology, because in this novel, he has a very critical mind and a very direct portrayal of human feelings. All of a sudden, it also made Huang Ling unable to guess the author of this novel. How old is he? But he thought about it and dismissed those doubts, because they didn't matter. He felt that focusing on the content of the book was the most important thing at the moment. Meanwhile, Chinka was already in the middle of that restaurant, ordering a table of dishes. He smelled the food and his stomach began to rumble. He was already starving because he hadn't eaten breakfast or lunch. He then picked up his chopsticks and started to eat. Looking at the table full of food, he felt very happy. Right off the bat, he pinched toward his favorite dish, a very tasty beef casserole with beef brisket simmering in it. When a piece of brisket goes into your mouth, you can feel the flavor of the meat and that special tenderness of the brisket. This dish is very well made. This chef is definitely a master chef. Chinka couldn't help but clip another piece into his mouth. And next to the beef casserole was a steamed egg with shrimp. And with a spoon, he tucked a spoonful into his mouth and savored it. The sweetness of the shrimp and the flavor of the egg blended together perfectly without any egg smell. He knew from the flavor that the chef had done a lot of work on it. Then he had a strip of white burnt choy sum and ate it. The fresh sweetness and crispness of the greens kept mixing and swirling around in his mouth, making him savor the taste. A mouthful of beef mince, a mouthful of rice, tossed with some simmering very thick juice to eat. Such a pairing makes Chinka feel incomparably delicious. When Chinka finished eating, with a full stomach, he started wandering around the business district. As for the next day's game, he was ready. Moreover, the more than 100 million reputation values he had gained in the middle of the last round had gone to help him increase the opening of the Earth's civic treasure trove by another 1%. The songs included in it have been added to, giving him a wider range to choose from, so he doesn't have to worry about problems with the songs. At the same time, in his speculation, he felt that the second round of the competition should not be used in such a restrictive way. While Chinka was lounging around, the data of the Three Bodies at this very moment drew another wave of even more explosive increases. Chapter 34, Chrysanthemum Terrace causes hot debate across the internet. It's not just the numbers for the trilogy of novels that are skyrocketing like crazy. The song Chrysanthemum Terrace, sung by Chinka at the National Wind Concert, is riding high on the new song charts. In a short period of time, it directly surpassed the ranking of Lanting Preface in terms of heat. But Lanting Sequence is even doing very brightly on the music's overall charts. It has already amassed a certain amount of heat value on the top 100 list, reaching directly into the 90s rankings. That's a very powerful thing to be on the overall music chart. All the songs on top of this music master list are classic oldies with a large and loyal audience. It is their daily as well as regular listening that makes these old songs hotter. Only such a one-and-done situation changed when the song Lanting sequence appeared. And those viewers who watched the live broadcast also saw the various live versions of the audio and video posted on the major music platforms by the account of National Wind Concert. Although the sound quality is not particularly clear amongst the audio of this live version, but it is possible to hear in the audio of these live versions the true emotion of Chinka's singing and the various different experiences that the song gave them. The enjoyment of this kind of music made a lot of live viewers, under the comments section of the live version of Chrysalis, leave crazy messages. Boing boing, it's too bad I didn't watch it live then, but it was nice to hear the live version. My gosh, is Chinka going to dominate this field of national wind? I think it's really possible for him to rush to this realm. Such strength is too terrifying, but it's only 2 national songs now, so we'll have to see more. You think it's just 2 songs, but for some singers, it's a classic national anthem that's hard to create in a lifetime. Yeah, agree with what was said upstairs. I very much recognize Chinka's strength. I'm so looking forward to what kind of good songs Chinka will sing in the second round. Soon tomorrow night you can see the live broadcast of the National Wind Concert. Don't miss it. Yeah, really looking forward to it. I've set a live alert. Punch punch punch. It's not just that the song is on the new songs charts, it's gaining an awful lot of clout. There are even some video creators who have taken many parts of the song and applied them to the production of various short videos. And while using these choruses, as well as the background music, it also fits very well with the themes they're working on. Not only that, but there were some excellent lyricists who began to dissect Chinka's entire song's lyrical part in a kind of academic seminar. There are already a large number of songwriters who are very cognizant of Chinka's creative abilities, and they were all very surprised that Chinka could make such lyrics. They really didn't expect that an entry-level newcomer singer could reach such an excellent level, at least to their professional eyes. It could already reach the level of a top S-class lyricist. The arrival of this track had all the musicians cheering. After all, it meant that there was a new kind of breakthrough in the midst of the national style field, and this particular style of song is something they've never heard before. It's very tuneful. It's not just the songwriters who are doing the lyrics for the song, who have expressed a very big approval of it. A whole lot more great composers, too, have gone through an unbelievably careful analysis of what this Chrysanthemum Terrace is all about. And some of the songwriters, moreover, have a live stream on Jitterbug. There were also very many great songwriters connected at once, discussing with each other. These composers within the live broadcast room began to fiercely discuss the song, Chrysanthemum Terrace, that Chinka had created. The song's composition has a very quaint flavor, but it's not too poppy. The instruments used are also very sophisticated. Different instruments intertwine to create a special movement. It's true. I can feel that state of mind he's in when he's creating something that's particularly relaxed. After all, the creator he needs to go deeper, to realize the true emotions expressed in the song, in order to create it better. Lyrically he uses a very large number of very specific beats, and with this interweaving of beats we get a very large sense of the musical possibilities. I have to say that this new singer has given us more of a shock and a possibility for a song. After all, we don't have a fixed kind of paradigm for songwriting. Just from this national concert, this song that he performed, we can really see that there's very much in his future and all the cutting-edge explorations that he's going to have in terms of stylistic songwriting. The music industry really needs creative geniuses like this so badly. This group of composers were heatedly discussing in the live broadcast room, not only attracting a large number of Chinka's fans. There are even some live viewers who don't know about the National Wind Concert, but they can also learn about the program from such a live broadcast. All of a sudden it gave the National Wind Concert, again, a very big helping of heat. In this case, it's not just fans who are concerned about Chinka's performance at the National Wind Concert. What's more, a large number of professional singer-songwriters and so on, are paying close attention to Chinka's performance in this National Wind Concert, because they can learn so much in the midst of such top singer competitions. And some newcomers who have just become singers are also following this national style concert competition. After all, they hadn't expected an entry-level singer to stand on such a top stage and compete with so many great singers. It's one of those things that they couldn't have imagined, as new singers. But at this moment Chinka, he had accomplished something they had never dared to imagine. Just to be recognized by Mr. Shin Songji has already made this large group of new singers envious. It's not just video creators, and these professional singers in the music industry who are paying attention. There are even some amateur music creators in the music field who are starting to cover the song Chrysanthemum Terrace sung by Chin-ko in the National Wind Concert. And it's still a very hot type of theme. Just in the B station alone, there are already millions of playback videos appearing. And the amount of coins is also very high. Rarely does the next certain pop-up appear. Some of these young people who didn't pay much attention to the National Wind Concert were even powdering Chin-ko's nose from this one song. Because it really didn't occur to them that at one time they had heard national songs that were very much on the traditional side. It wasn't until they first heard Chin-ko's Lanting Preface, which he sang at the National Wave Music Festival, on the Jitterbug platform, that they had a very big change of heart, because they really did not think about it. The original National Wind can also through such innovation, the form of very diverse changes. Just this presentation let them very surprised. In this wave of heat about chrysanthemums has not yet subsided and is still very hot. And to add to everyone's anticipation, the second round of the State of the Union Festival will now get underway tomorrow night. They were even more excited about what kind of national-style songs Chin-ko would sing. There are already a number of video bloggers on Shakeology that have started rounds and rounds of speculation on the theme, with the value of such relevant topics. The program, National Wind Concert, has again received very good attention. Meanwhile, Chin-ko was still slowly strolling through the commercial district, not forgetting to walk into the large supermarket area on the negative floor of the mall. Chapter 35, the second round begins. After wandering around for some time, Chin-ko went to the Little Honey supermarket and purchased a whole bunch of snacks and returned home again. Played the game at home for a while before getting sleepy and going to bed. And when it was time to wake up, it was already afternoon. Simply dealing with a bite of dinner, Chin-ko went straight to the preparation room of the National Wind Concert. After all, before you go on stage you need to put on makeup and pick out your costume for the show as a way to fit your theme. But because of the National Wind Concert, there's no rule of early penetration of questions. Everyone was dressed in their regular show clothes before going on stage. Only after you have decided on your theme, go back into the preparation room again and change into the appropriate theme. But it's this extreme pursuit of detail that keeps the heat skyrocketing for this state-of-the-art concert. Because all live viewers and fans can sense the importance placed on program planning in every aspect of this show. Because the only way to show the truest side of this show, in terms of quality and the testing of the singers, is to be impervious to the questions. Meanwhile, in the already evening hours, all the live stream viewers had long since gotten off work. It is the best time to watch such musical programs that have a relaxing and pleasurable effect. And there were already almost 2 million live viewers among the entire live broadcast. This was more than double the number of people directly from the last live broadcast. And that's just after the first round has been aired, after the impact has been amplified. The live broadcast viewers, moreover, were very happy and active in the live broadcast room, while not forgetting to discuss, with excitement, the next match. That's pretty much right on time. It's just about ready to go at this exact time. So looking forward to this one. What kind of theme will the second round really be? If it's still a difficult theme, then you'll see low scores again. It felt so good to watch the first round when Chin-ko wildly abused the old-timers. Ha 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 ha. Is that something to talk about? Ahem. Sneakily says it's okay. Ha 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 ha. So true. There are only 9 singers left in this round, and all of them are very top-notch. In anticipation of their intense duel with each other, looking forward to what theme of national-style songs Chin-ko will sing in this round. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. It's so worth it to watch this live stream of the State of the Union concert. Ready to start. Everyone take a good look. This time it's definitely Chin-ko who will be the first on stage. At this moment the stage lights are flashing, shining on both sides of the stage. Professional group and the public listening group also has long been ready. The popular listening group changes each round of programs with a different audience. Every mass listening group listener will get the chance to see these singers up close and personal. The professional group sitting stage left at this very moment is also made up of the original 20 professional musicians, and these musicians, for this second round, are very much interested. Because of Chin-ko's very bright performance in the last match, it made them even more curious about this match. After all, it had been a very long time since they had seen a new singer who could be on stage, with such amazing songwriting ability, as well as singing ability to identify. They all expressed pampering sentiments about this very good seed. The pro corpsmen are all talking to each other, and they're starting to look forward to tonight's game. And it's interesting to note that the dais for the seats of the professional corps are formed in a curved shape. It's very convenient for them to talk to each other during the program, and it's all very easy to convey information. At this moment, S-ranked person Zhou Xing directly opened the box and said, In my opinion, this round of competition, Oldshan will definitely set a limited theme for them, the same as last time, only the limited theme is different. The other musicians came to be interested in discussing the topic after hearing Zhou Xing say this. Lee Wonki, an S-ranked songwriter sitting on the side, said with the same great curiosity, if this round is still given a limited theme, then for their stock of songs, it's a very big test. After all, the time it takes to create a very complete song is very long. And Zhu Jie, the S-ranked music critic sitting on the side, listened to the conversation between them. Also interested, he said, then we'll be able to see who was that singer who was the strongest in the field of national style. After all, among the realm of national styles, our creative styles are on the traditionalized side. But now after Chin Ke came out, he gave us too many surprises. So that being said, tonight, no matter how difficult his qualifying theme is, I'm sure it's going to be a very good fight. The professional group of musicians, still talking non-stop, all have different opinions on this match tonight. But with this difference of opinion, they didn't fight it out, but were very respectful of each other's ideas. After all, the fact that they were able to gather here together proved that each other's strength was among the very top of their respective fields. And each one is looking at the round from their own professional perspective. And there is no absolute right or wrong way to look at it. And those sitting on the right side of the mass listening group, they were very excited to be sitting there. Even if they were sitting in their seats, you could see their excitement. Because they were able to attend the National Winds concert live. It was a very lucky draw that got them the opportunity to do so. After all, in this millions of people involved in the lottery session, they are the only ones who have been given the opportunity to be the live as a mass listening group this time. And all these mass listening groups were sitting there talking excitedly. After all, the game was going to start later. The rest of the time will be spent listening intently to this group of top singers. It's really nice to be able to draw live signatures on this one. I wonder which singers will actually be eliminated in this round. It's such a shame. Needless to say, Chin Ke definitely won't be eliminated. I very much believe in his strength now. There's nothing to doubt now. Ha ha ha. Even if you guys like Chin Ke, don't lose your fairness about the song ratings. That's for sure. My ears don't lie. I'm so looking forward to it. When does it start? Why is this countdown so slow? It starts in 5 minutes. What's the rush? You can have a good listen later. These top singers. It's a live version. It's very different. It's great to hear a new national style song by Chin Ke again. Humph. Chin Ke don't get eliminated just yet too well. There is a very complex composition of people in this mass listening group. Not only fans of Chin Ke, but also fans of other different singers. But such is the composition of the fan base, which makes up only 10% of it. This won't have a big impact on the overall mass listening group rating. Meanwhile, the singers in the preparation room had already put on their regular performance clothes and their makeup was painted perfectly. At this moment, the stage lights, all of a sudden, focused on the center of the stage, where the 9 singers and the host were standing on the stage, looking at the crowd with a smile. Chapter 36, another limited theme? The live audience got excited when they saw the singers standing on the stage, because they were very much looking forward to it. The second round of the National Wind Concert competition was about to begin, and the host, very professionally, began to face the main camera and said, in this round, we only have 9 top singers left, and 3 top singers will be eliminated. So it's really a very high-intensity competition. But even if that's the case, we can see that this competition of top singers is a good experience. Let's look forward to what we can expect from the top singers tonight. When the host finished his opening remarks, he went on to introduce the sponsors of the National Wind Concert, one after the other. And only after that did he start introducing the rules of the night, because the rules are completely different for each round. So that's one of the things that made all the live viewers very curious. They were not at all sure what kind of questions Mr. Shen Tsungji would give to test this group of top singers. That's what makes the National Winds concert so difficult. Skyrocketing. The presenter then took the microphone, which was a high-grade condenser microphone with a penetrating sound. The host then turned his body in the direction of the big screen and said with his palm facing the screen, this round will be a free choice for the singers to choose any one of the themes from the traditional festivals or the 24 solar terms as the theme of the song to be sung. And the order of selection is the ranking of points from the previous round. So let's see how many traditional festivals in 24 seasons we have. After the presenter finished, the traditional festivals as well as the 24 solar terms flashed on the big screen. In each small square, the name of the corresponding program or festival is labeled, and the singer only needs to choose any one of them as the theme of his song. Chin Ke, who was standing on the stage, became interested after hearing the host say this. For among the treasures of Earth's civic entertainment, he knew of a song that was closely associated with a traditional holiday, and he also has some unexpected Mr. Shin Songji to traditional festivals in 24 seasons, out of such a traditional flavor of the topic. The other singers, who were also standing on the stage, frowned slightly as they listened to the host finish the rules. They also really didn't expect it to remain a limited theme in this second round. The number of choices for the entire theme, though, has increased considerably from the last item selection. But what they didn't expect was that they seldom create a theme from among the traditional festivals and the 24 solar terms. All of a sudden, it made them feel much more difficult. There were a few singers who stood on the stage barely thinking of their own stock of songs, and even if they thought about it, they could only think of songs they had written, only a small portion of which could stick a little bit to the chosen theme. It's not just these top singers who are feeling very difficult. Even the musicians sitting on the professional corps know that such a choice of theme is very challenging indeed. S-class music critic Zhu Jie, after understanding this rule, directly said, "This old Shin is also too ruthless. I did not expect, but also to limit the theme of this out. I feel that this round is again a low-scoring tournament situation. Meanwhile, Li Yuanqi took over and said, with a theme like this, I'm sure they don't have too many relevant songs in reserve, and I think the same goes for Qin Ko. After all, he's still a newborn singer." When the two S-ranked musicians finished, the other musicians also expressed their great recognition, because with such a limited theme, the song stock is again very much challenged. With what they are predicting, this round will be another very low-scoring one, but even so, they were very well prepared. After all, even lower scores can be decided. The live stream viewers, too, were equally shocked after hearing the rules from the host. No way. Another limited theme. This, Mr. Shin Songji is trying to raise the difficulty of the National Wind Concert even higher. Finished. Then Qin Ku, as a young singer, is indeed a bit slim. In terms of song reserves alone, he definitely can't compare to those old-timers, although his strength is also very stunning. If it was me on stage, I was pressed to think of what theme I would have chosen as the theme of the song I would have sung next, but with Qin Ku as the first singer chosen, it should be less difficult for him. Let's hope that's the case. After all, we'd like him, as a new singer, to go a little further. Think so, but with such difficult rules, it might not be quite as explosive as the last round. Agree with upstairs. It's better to be objective about a freshman singer's ability to stockpile songs. As good as the songwriting is, it's not like creating a great song makes a great song. It's true, freshman singers have a very limited lifespan. All of a sudden, it made everyone realize that the difficulty of this round of the National Wind Concert, although the number of themes had increased, was actually even more difficult. Not only was the live broadcast audience worried about Qin Ku, under such rules, but those other professional singers were likewise paying close attention to Qin Ku's performance in the match, because they want to get more creative inspiration as well as creative incentive from Qin Ku's competition. After all, they hadn't expected a freshman singer to reach a level of surprise, and still, in this short period of less than half a month, they had witnessed too many miracles from Qin Ku. However, under such rules, they also sweated for Qin Ku, which was indeed a very difficult limited theme. There are very few Kokeshi songs with this theme among the Kokeshi field alone. Because of this, it made them also realize that the theme limited by Mr. Shin Songji this time was super difficult for every top singer. As the minute of consideration passed after the heated discussion between all parties, Qin Ku took the lead and stood in front of the big screen. All he needs to do is point to the big screen with the flick of his finger and the intelligent sensors will know what he wants to choose. Because in the big screen, there were small squares representing each festival and the 24 solar terms. The intelligent sensing could know very clearly which small square Qin Ku was referring to. At this moment the mass listening group looked at the atmosphere of the scene, very tense, and could realize how difficult this theme, for these top singers, was. Such a tense atmosphere also made them realize that scoring themselves would also be a very tangled situation. In the end, though, they have to choose to follow their gut judgment and score the most objective score possible. Qin Ku then looked at the densely packed small squares on the big screen, and without hesitation, he clicked on the third small square on the left side. On this small square, the name of a traditional festival, Changming, is clearly written. That's the theme he wanted to choose, and the one song in the treasure trove of Earth's civics and the songs he'd heard that fit that theme the best. When everyone saw that Qin Ku had chosen this theme, everyone's eyes widened, because they can also realize the difficulty that the subject implies. Chapter 37, Choosing this theme? He's planning to lose the game. All of a sudden, the live broadcast was like an explosion, with pop-ups flying by, because they also did not expect that Chinku would actually choose such difficult to create, or this theme of creation space is very small traditional festival. No way. Choosing a theme like this, is this a giveaway? It stands to reason that this would be the theme he'd be most comfortable with to choose that way, so don't you guys worry about it. It's like we've never heard a theme song like this before. It's over. Is Chinku going to swing for the fences? But he's got very few songs in reserve. I can understand that. A new generation singer who made it to the second round of the competition is already amazing. You guys shouldn't have such a big problem with him. Indeed, even if he's eliminated in this round, we'll recognize it and support him forever. These live stream viewers, as well as their fans, weren't too disappointed after watching Chinku choose such a difficult theme to create, because they knew that Chinku, as a newborn singer, had a long road ahead of him. They don't feel very serious about the brief failure. Meanwhile, members of the professional group saw Qingming, the traditional festival chosen by Chinku. Such a choice of theme also took them by surprise, as they would have also thought that Chinku would have chosen the traditional festival of Chinese New Year. After all, the Chinese New Year, a traditional holiday, has a very wide range of creations, and it has a very festive concept, which will be very popular for the distribution of the song as well as the audience. At the same time there will be more room to create in many points of entry. So Chinku, as the first singer to get to choose a theme, was perfectly fine with this traditional holiday. But he didn't choose, however, the traditional holiday that was relatively easy to get into. This surprised all the musicians in the professional corps. The members of the professional group also had a short discussion about Chinku's choice. Indeed, I didn't expect Chinku to choose such a theme. After all, as the number one singer in the previous round, he could have chosen a relatively simple theme. Maybe there's a song within the realm of his chosen theme that makes him feel really good. That's what young people are supposed to do. Be brave. I don't think he chose. It doesn't seem quite right. After all, the theme is so difficult to create. You guys are asking too much of Chinku. He's just a new generation singer. I think I'll feel sad after he's eliminated. After all, it's less of an exciting showdown. A group of top musicians were there, dramatically discussing Chinku's choice. But no matter what, such a choice did make them a bit surprised, and at the same time, they could also feel Chinku, that very strong impulse. This point also made their impression of Chinku even deeper. Meanwhile, Chan Lin, the winner of the second round, slowly made his way to the big screen as it was time for him to choose the theme of his song. And Chen Lin did not have any hesitation. He directly chose the Spring Festival, this small square, just on the left side of the first line of the first small square, because among Chen Lin's stockpile of songs, those about the Spring Festival were the most numerous. Not only is it difficult to create, but there's a great variety of feelings that the songs bring to the listener, all of a sudden, so that Chen Lin could also feel that he was in the middle of this round. The pressure was reduced by a lot. At the same time, Chen Lin also felt that Chingku's choice of Qingming, a traditional holiday, was a mistake. But thinking about it, Chen Lin could very well understand that Chinku chose such a theme because he was young and his thinking would always be quite chaotic. Indeed, an interesting young man. Only next time thinking more clearly is always right. Oh no, there is no next time. Chen Lin secretly laughed in his heart. The feeling at this moment was incomparably pleasing to him. And as the third place winner, Li Tongli, who also stood in front of the big screen, did not hesitate to choose the traditional festival of Lantern Festival. The Lantern Festival is a very meaningful traditional festival with the custom of eating dumplings. This is the reason why Li Tongli chose the Lantern Festival as the theme for this second round of singing. That is, he had previously customized a special song for a gaming platform for the Lantern Festival, and it just happened to be used right here and now. Such an unexpected situation also made him feel that this second round was so coincidental. Meanwhile, the other singers stood in front of the big screen one after another. Choose the traditional holiday or festival they want to choose from among the many squares, because later on, these corresponding themes will be the themes of the songs they sing, so their choices are very deliberate and deeply considered. Their song stuck. After the host saw the many singers, who had also long since finished choosing their themes, he then directly asked the venue manager to call up the themes chosen by all the singers, and the names of the people corresponding to each theme were clearly presented on the big screen. Such a situation was also clear to all the live viewers as well as everyone else on the scene. They could clearly see which singer and what theme was chosen, and the lighting throughout the smart stage changes with the theme. Not only that, but amongst the big screen accompaniment images, there are very intricate variations to fit the theme of a singer's song, because the screen linkage of the stage has a wealth of material. The atmosphere became more tense as the singers finished choosing the theme they wanted to sing. The live viewers in front of the screen were even more expectant and nervous, because they were really not sure how much these top singers were sure about their chosen themes. Some even started betting on which singer would be eliminated early among the pop-ups on the air. And there was no doubt that the people who had placed bets on Chinku's early elimination were the most numerous, because in their opinion, it was impossible for Chinku to maintain the strength he had shown. They don't have any hope that a freshman singer will be able to hold her own in the midst of this top music competition. But even under the unpromising situation, those Chinku's fans still disliked the brainless spammers, and Chinku returned to the preparation room, where a professional makeup artist and costumer awaited him. Since he was the first singer to go on stage, he needed to prepare the corresponding sheet music for the orchestra, and he had to prepare the costumes and makeup according to the theme he chose for the performance. Only if the performance costume perfectly fits the theme he has chosen can the whole singing become more comprehensive and musically compelling. And the lighting of the stage changes. The makeup artist and costumer quickly helped Chinku complete his look for the show, because Chinku's handsomeness no longer needs a long time to be prepared to have a very good stage effect. After the preparation time was over, Chinku slowly walked out of the preparation room and onto the stage. And at this time, the live audience and everyone on the scene are very much looking forward to Chinku's singing tonight, because Chinku has brought them too many surprises. On the other hand, the top performance orchestra's side, they had already familiarized themselves with the sheet music given by Chinku, and when they received the sheet music from Apple Chinku, they were also very surprised inside at Chinku's creative talent. The host then slowly stepped aside. The stage was left with only Chinku and the huge screen behind him, and to one side was the S-Rank Music Performance Orchestra. Listen to the wind. Chapter 38, It's Raining at Qingming Festival Again. Send chrysanthemums to you. The Hearing Winds Orchestra is a top-notch performance orchestra specially hired by Shin Seongji to enhance the entire National Winds concert, and as one of the top 10 orchestras in the world. Listening to the wind, the composition of the music members inside is even more top-level. Almost all of them are S-class musicians. It gives the singer, as well as the listener, the most comprehensive oral enjoyment. Such a top-notch orchestra configuration also made the professional group sitting on the left side of the stage even more pleasantly surprised. They can clearly know that a top-playing orchestra is a huge help in singing the whole song. After all, this is a top-notch orchestra that would be difficult to bring in at great expense because their schedules are simply full and it's hard to get a slot. But they also thought about the fact that it was invited by a top program planner like Shin Seongji, so they felt that everything was normal. After all, the Shin Seongji relationship is just too strong. At this time, the lights shone on top of the stage, illuminating Chinku's white dress even whiter. Like an angel standing in the middle of the stage. The stance was reflected in the light, reflecting the handsome back, and that array of high-speed cameras, finding every perfect angle for Chinku, and every frame of the live broadcast was well characterized by Chinku's handsome face. Such an image drew a lot of cheers from these viewers and fans, and excited pop-ups. Hubby, look at me. It's so cool. This smart camera is too good at finding angles, too perfect for a handsome face. Ahem, I'm a guy, and I think it's okay. There's just a little bit of liking, I guess. This installment of White Dress is very much in line with the theme, and it looks like Chinku is going to zoom in. The moment he came on stage, he came to King Bomb. This is the session we were looking forward to. Yeah, I'm so looking forward to King Fry. Come on. The fans and viewers of the live broadcast at this moment have been waiting for this for a long time, because they waited for Chinku to go on stage to sing. They were already looking forward to it, and they couldn't wait a moment to hear the song that Chinku wanted to sing today. The playing orchestra and Chinku were then ready, and Chinku put on the ear returns that were specialized to the structure of his ears, allowing him to catch the beat of the song very quickly. The orchestra then sounded the intro of the song, and at the same time on the big screen, the name of the song was reflected. On the Reign of Qingming, the intonation of the intro music is unbelievably spot on. Such is the strength of the S-Class Paradise listening style. At this moment, in the middle of the big screen's image, a green wave swept up, which seemed to be able to impact in front of every viewer's eyes through the virtual projection. The introductory section is even more so with traditional instruments, knocking out the opening of the intro. All at once, one is transported into the atmosphere of the song. No more superfluous musical beats, clean and pure. Let the live audience fans deeply immersed in it. The musicians and the professional groups in the scene were even more impressed when they heard this intro. just by listening to the introductory part. They got the feeling that the song was a completely different kind of tune than the previous one. It's like little green shoots sprouting up in the midst of tradition, making you want to immerse yourself in this slow melody even more. When the melodic breeze brushed everyone's face, that invisible wind and wave, still in the sea of everyone's heart, quiet but also accompanied by a soft echo. Chinka took the microphone and began to sing slowly, the voice that was like heavenly music, even more penetrating, but not lacking in gentleness. The window opens at dawn, and the sun shines on the west bridge, and the clouds are shaking. Thinking of the corners of your coat when the lotus breeze was swaying, carved in wood, rippled in years, closed 7 years ago. For I have wielded the brush in this life only for you. As Chinka slowly sang, the professional group and the fans of the live audience, all at once, felt this sense of image created by the words and the song together. In the midst of the sense of the picture also sings the story that Chinko, in the midst of this sense of the picture, is trying to narrate. In the front part alone, the members of the professional group were more than able to sweep away the slightly worried mood they had just felt. The 20 musicians shook their heads slowly and directly and smiled slightly, because they really couldn't imagine that Chinka's song still played very consistently and was very innovative. At this moment they listened deeply again and were even more pleasantly surprised. After a few more lines, Chinka continued to slowly narrate the thoughts that the song brought up during the Qingming season. As he sang, he was also full of expression for the emotions of the song. With this subtle expression of emotion, it touches all listeners at once. I'm wandering on earth, but I can't find your heaven. I'll put it in a bottle. I'll put it in a mirror, and I'll hate to forget it. It's the Qingming rain again. I'll fold chrysanthemums and send them to you. Sing your favorite song softly. The chorus is a direct reference to the memorialization of those who have passed away during the Qingming festival. Such a chorus part seems like a soft shout, but with a strong emotional impact. This is followed by a short interlude section, as if recounting the blank emotions of longing. After the interlude, Chinka slowly narrates the poignant story in song to the listener. There's a zither in the distance, a roaring, ethereal sound that urges the sky to rain. Trickle your heart to yourself. The moon's shadow is longing. The fire is burning. The candles are red. The old dreams of the world are all but empty. This line of lyrics is again narrating the state of one's self after parting. That kind of grief can be conveyed to every listener through the song. The professional group of musicians, moreover, could not have imagined that Chinka would compose this song with such an emotional cut. As soon as they heard half of the song's parts, they too already knew that the song that Chinka had presented in this round was again top-notch, and the level of performance is even more integrated than before. Interpreting the most central emotions of the songs, Chink sings this as another gentle patting before the chorus part at one point. The rain wets my eyes, and I lean on the well every year, hoping to return to my home. I'm most afraid that I won't realize that I've split 2 lines of tears. Chinka then inhaled instantly, his chest resonating. I'm wandering on earth, but I can't find your heaven. I'll put it in a bottle. I'll put it in a mirror, and I'll hate to forget it. Chinka once again raised the volume and sang the chorus again. It's the Qingming rain again. I'll fold chrysanthemums and send them to you. Sing your favorite song softly. Amidst such emotionally charged singing, the psychological feelings expressed in this song are pushed to a more emotionally touching part of the song. It allows the listener to feel the pain and longing of parting even more so. Right through the song, the whole song ends right after these 2 lines are sung. Everyone was still immersed in the atmosphere of the song created by Chinka for a long time. After all people have more or less experienced the parting, the kind of thought that can never meet again, but also touches everyone's heart. And without any hesitation, the mass listening groups and professional groups on both sides of the stage at the scene directly stood up and gave Chinka the warmest applause, because Chinka's performance did not disappoint them. Rather, it is the fact that he chose such a difficult theme to write about, among many others, and experienced quality singing under such a theme that allowed the song to be enriched. The song, meanwhile, touched them in ways that can no longer be expressed clearly in words. What they can feel is the world of music created by a top singer. During this time, it's an atmospheric experience that puts the listener deep into it. The viewers who were watching the live broadcast at this moment cheered, and the pop-ups swept by at a speed that dazzled the eyes. Chapter 39 Resonating Top-Notch Singing. The viewers of the live broadcast were separated from the screen, but they could also feel the atmosphere of the scene among the various shots of the live broadcast. After letting them listen to the singing of this song, their impression of Chinka's strength deepened quite a bit. At this moment, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were popping up fast, and the comments section had already gone crazy. My goodness, Chinku has really accomplished the perfect interpretation of this Qingming traditional festival. Maybe this is the new king of the new era in the field of national style. The level of both songs is top-notch. Loved. Just how much experience he had to create so many sincere and touching songs. Not only is he handsome, his songwriting ability and singing is so high. I'm sure I didn't fan the wrong person. This song is so touching on Clearing Rain. He tells us a story through music. It's so infectious that I can feel it through the screen. So maybe that's the beauty of great songs. The first time you come up with a national style King Bomb song this way, how can the subsequent singers sing it? Ha ha ha, straight up put the pressure on. All of a sudden, it all made me even more excited about what the other singers would do next. After all, I was really looking forward to what kind of a song they would perform. This song is so good. I'm already in tears listening to it too. I can feel that sense of sadness at parting. Countless live viewers were saying their feelings about the song in the comment section, and a number of them were deeply moved by the melody, as well as the lyrics, of the song. Under this touch that could go straight to the heart, they felt that they had reached a subtle resonance with the emotions that Chinku wanted to express. It wasn't just this wave of viewers that had their hearts touched by Chinku's song. That professional group of musicians who had heard a very large number of songs were even more complimentary of this one song created by Chinku. They were able to clearly, at once, understand all the aspects of the instrumentation used by Chinku as well as the compositions that were composed with him in mind. After all, as the top musicians in their respective fields in the music industry, they can very clearly understand the essence of it. What made them marvel even more was Chinku's song, which showed that kind of sincerity flowed was a quality that they felt was rare and precious as a musician. S-class composer Li Yuanqi listened to the songs for a while before slowly saying, his song notices the use of not many instruments, but it is a few instruments, simple and plain intertwined, so that people can feel the simple and pure, but without losing the sincere flow of emotional expression. Although the song doesn't start at a particularly high key, the song, which expresses the thoughtfulness of the poem at the time of the Qingming festival, can be felt through this slowly sung rendition of the song. S-ranked lyricist Zhou Xing, after listening to what Li Yuanqi said about her feelings, also expressed his opinion. The lyrics part of this ancient style song is very much on point, and the shaping of feelings and sense of image all make me feel that his level of creativity has surpassed the standard of this music program. It's just this, I can totally relate to this. He's already at the very top of his game in that aspect of his creative endeavors. The words he uses and the sense of picture he creates are not contrived or raw. Rather, it's a very natural, formed part of the lyrics. The other musicians, after listening to the opinionated comments of these two S-class musicians, likewise nodded their heads slowly, because they were all very consistent in their assessment of Chinku's song on Qingming Rain. At first they thought that Chinku would not be able to come up with a song, which they felt was very good, in the midst of such a traditional theme. But when at the moment he finished singing, all their suspicions vanished, and those sitting on the right side of the mass listening group also listened to the song, giving them a shock, not a trace less than the professional group, although they, as popular judges, are not more sensitive to the songs than the professional group. They can, through themselves, comment on the intuitive listening experience. In the scene, combined with the lighting and the infectiousness of his singing, the song so made me feel that the traditional holiday of Qingming really means a lot. This song gives me such a shocking feeling. The emotions expressed in this song touched me so much. After all, I've been through a parting, and it was indeed so heartbreaking. In the midst of Chinku's original, I not only felt the song's thoughtfulness, but also a profound feeling of darkness, tinged with hope. This state-of-the-art song is indeed too good to be true. With a light tune that's calm and painless. This type of tune is so eye-opening to me. It's the first time I've heard one exist. Surely one of the brightest dark horses in the national concert. Chinku has rubbed the old-timers on the ground again this time. But it's true according to such strength. All the live audience did not hesitate to express their feelings in an excited conversation. At this moment, the host also slowly came to the stage, and he looked at Chinku, who was standing in the middle of the stage, and smiled slightly, because in terms of all the music programs he had hosted, he really hadn't expected that a singer that young and talented would appear. Such a Chinku made him feel very pleased, and he was immensely glad that a shining star had appeared in the midst of the music world. Still, he didn't forget his professional ethics, and after straightening his clothes and adjusting his expression, he slowly looked at the main camera and said, "The performance that singer Chinku gave us was so wonderful that, all of a sudden, it made me forget about time." Of course, when we feel the singing of such top singers, We should not forget the importance and significance for our traditional festivals. Then let's give Chinku a score for this wonderful singing. The channel to score Chinku then opened right up. The 300 members of the public listening group and the 20 members of the professional group are giving their scores. And the other singers in the preparation room at this moment, though they don't know the final scores yet, but from the strength that Chinku had shown in this singing, as well as the level of the song, it had already let them know that the score would be equally very high this time. All of a sudden, they could feel the invisible pressure from Chinku. After all, they don't have much confidence in their chosen subject matter. At this moment, Chen Lin was sitting in the preparation room, his brows even more furrowed. He even felt himself that the song he took out was more than just one level worse than Chinku's at the Qingming festival. Then after the public listening group and professional group experienced a minute of scoring time, Chinku's final score was clearly presented on the big screen. Chapter 40, another high score this time. That final score was clearly presented on the big screen, and it was exactly 375 points. What was even more very surprising was that this time the score given by the mass listening group was 295 points. This is 5 points more than the last score given, and the remaining score was given by the professional corps. The musicians in the professional corps are very careful and their final judgment of a song is comprehensive. And they were still very strict about the song that Chinku sang today. They wanted Chinku to come up with an even better song, so they didn't start off with a very high score. But even if this was the case, their actions had shown their recognition of Chinku's strength. That remaining score, which was not given to Chinku to play full, was precisely to allow Chinku to continue refining again. The rest of the professional group, when the score was clearly visible to all, was not very surprised, because they know very well that this national style song gives a very strong shock to the public judges. The viewers and fans in the live broadcast room, after seeing Chinku's final score, their eyes widened directly. This one scored even higher than they thought it would. They thought that the heights maintained by Chinku's last song would be changed by this national style song. After all, the two songs had completely different tunes, and the final score at the moment did surprise them beyond belief. These live viewers and fans were excitedly talking in the comments section. Here it comes, it's really a king bomb. This score is even higher than the last song. I looked at the components of the score. Indeed, this song, this group of mass listening group moved to cry ah. Not right ah. The remaining 5 mass listening group is forget to press? How can they not be satisfied with the score? Ha 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 ha. Don't be so demanding. Just take your time with the rest. This song deserves such a score. This particular style of song and the elaboration on the meaning of the traditional holiday is great. It's over, old-timers are going to lose again. Randomly draw a few old-timers to be eliminated. Ha ha ha. Is that something to talk about? Too bad. That's definitely something I can say. I'll say it plainly now. Ha ha. The other singers sitting in the preparation room at the moment had similarly wide eyes when they saw the final score. They don't know anymore what to do with the next round, because they weren't sure that they would be eliminated already in this round. But at this moment, Lee Tomley was very calm, because he knows that as a senior, it's kind of normal that he hasn't kept up with the songwriting side of things, because I'm almost in the middle-aged category myself. He was not surprised that new singers would overtake the old-timers, a situation that is not surprising. After all, new singers have a creative mind, which is completely different from theirs, and will spark out differently. It's really interesting. This kind of competition is a good competition. Only in the midst of this kind of series of competition can creation become more interesting, Lee Tomley said secretly in his heart. Moreover, Lee Tomley didn't have much hope that he would be able to rise to S rank in the middle of this competition. The mentality of letting everything take its course had always been, in his mind, dominant. And the host smiled slightly after looking at the scores presented on the big screen, which was pretty much what he had expected. The host said with a smile as he looked into the main camera lens, "This wonderful song received an even higher score than the previous score, which was really so unexpected this time. But thanks also to Chinku, a top freshman singer, for giving us a great performance. We, the public, after all, do have a great need for new singers with such excellent songwriting talent. Alright then, let's let our singer Chinku go back to the lounge and wait first. Then let's move on to listen to the next singer Chen Lin's song." Chinku then slowly walked off the stage and returned to the backstage preparation room. And within the wide space of the preparation room, Chinku saw Chen Lin, who was dressed in a large red robe, and that red dress was also very conspicuously red, as if it was like the kind of big red couplets posted on the wall during the Chinese New Year. There are also various auspicious motifs on this dress, such as some phoenixes and embroidered balls, as well as a very national-style grass pattern. When Shinka saw it, he immediately pursed his mouth tightly for fear of laughing out. In those few short seconds, he recalled all sorts of the most painful things in his life, but it still feels a little overwhelming. He then took a deep breath and slowly swallowed it into his stomach before slowly looking at Chen-Lin and saying, "Good New Year, ah, quite festive and nice looking." And at this moment Chen-Lin, wearing that big red robe performance costume, was also trying to squeeze out a smile and said, "Your songs are good, keep it up. I chose Chinese New Year, so of course I have to dress festively." Shinka then slowly nodded his head and found a seat and sat down directly as he watched Chen-Lin slowly walk to the stage. Only then did Shinka slowly exhale, and his smile had been unable to resist showing. Is this the Chen-Lin version of the great couplet? Not bad. Oh. Shinka sat on the chair and laughed. At this moment, Chen-Lin walked to the center of the stage and stood there, while the host slowly walked over. The host said with a slight smile even as he looked at Chen-Lin's red performance outfit, "Our costume group did come up with something original and found a very festive performance costume, which fits the theme sung by singer Chen-Lin perfectly. So let's start listening to the songs that singer Chen-Lin has brought to us." Just after the host finished speaking, he slowly retreated to the side and quietly looked at Chen-Lin. Chen-Lin was not nervous at all as he stood on the stage and looked towards the professional and mass listening groups on both sides of the stage. The S-Class Performance Orchestra, listening to the wind, then slowly played the prelude to the song Chen-Lin was singing today. The intro to the song kicks right in with that kind of, hilarious rendering of the atmosphere at Chinese New Year. All at once, all the listeners felt as if they were in the New Year's Eve, surrounded by relatives asking all kinds of questions. It was as if there were all sorts of questions coming out of his own ears. Such an ambient feel is due precisely to the fact that Chen-Lin employs a particularly different kind of songwriting. He takes the sounds of people gathering in the Spring Festival and adds them to the mix, but doesn't handle them very harmoniously. After the introductory part was slowly laid out, Chen-Lin began to sing slowly. The lyrics were exactly what he had written before. The first one he had composed independently, and he was most pleased with the lyrical part of the song. Biggie and Biggie. Biggie, 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 super duper. Red packets, get a handful, great. Another one. Firecrackers ring out the old year. Let's have a good new year together. Spring lights brighten new clothes. Beautiful. The instantly catchy lyrics transported many listeners to the wonderful Chinese New Year atmosphere. Meanwhile, the professional group of musicians had even more breathless expressions, because they really didn't expect Chen-Lin, the songwriting ability he showed in this one song, to be that lousy. After all, Chen-Lin was still an S-class singer. However, Zhou Xing, who was sitting in the professional group, instantly remembered Chen-Lin's experience as a singer after directly saying, "I remember Chen-Lin. He seems to have never composed a lyric before." Chapter 41: Chen-Lin's amazing creative talent. After Zhou Xing finished like this, the other musicians sitting on the professional group were even more surprised. They were not too clear about Chen-Lin's experience as a singer, but they did understand Chen-Lin's strength, which was at the top level. But when they now heard the lyrics that Chen-Lin had created, they could all feel that they were raw. At this moment, Li Yuanqi covered her head and helplessly looked in Chen-Lin's direction and said, "As a singing type of singer, there's no need for him to personally compose the lyrics, right? Moreover, this composing aspect, it doesn't match too well. Doesn't he think that this song is very melting in all aspects? I definitely don't want to play this round score. You guys watch the rest of it and give a consolation score or something." At this moment, after Zhu Jia heard Li Yuanqi say this, he similarly nodded his head slowly. He had heard very many songs as a music critic, and the song that Chen-Lin was singing at this moment was just too bad to listen to, and had no musical beauty at all. Although Chen-Lin was a top S-class singer who possessed very strong singing ability, there was a big difference between songwriting and singing. Zhuji already feels that comfort scores don't need to be given. It's all good. Meanwhile, Chen-Lin, who was standing on the stage, was still immersed in the atmosphere of joyful and festive music. He feels that the tunes he has composed are very popular and more relevant to the traditional festival of Chinese New Year, and that the festive emotions expressed are as exciting as when one is putting up spring festival couplets. Chen-Lin then continued to sing slowly, reaching the chorus after a few lines. That's exactly what the song is, and he thinks it's the brightest part of the song. Big red packets, red, red, red. The big lanterns are so pretty. They're beautiful. Welcome the new year with a couplet. A family reunion. Dumplings taste good even if the skin is thick. When Chen-Lin sang out the chorus part, the listeners on the side of the mass listening group were suddenly shocked. It's too hard to listen to, isn't it? Although S-rank singers have very strong singing abilities, but you can't compose The lyrics and compositions are so amateurish, aren't they? They're not even close to your level. I've decided for this round's score that I'm not going to play. The difference between your strength as an S-rank singer and the entry level is too great. It is recommended to go back to the introductory level to learn more. In terms of songwriting and lyrics, composition and lyrics, you're too introductory, Han. Suggest to learn more. And is it really good for you to get so high on yourself at this competition? It's too hard to hear. So hurry up and eliminate it. And then I'll help you get home and grab your ticket for you. The listeners of the mass listening group were very emotional after hearing Chen Lin's chorus. This was because they felt that the gap between Chen Lin's creative ability and his S-class rank was too great. And what was even more unexpected to them was that Chen Lin was also a singer who had been practicing for so many years and had not gone to systematically learn about lyrics and songwriting. Then he started writing songs straight away, and also got the singer who sang at the National Wind concert. The viewers watching the live broadcast, who were also listening to Chen Lin's singing, were especially very puzzled by Chen Lin's singing and why it was in such a bad condition. But when they saw that the lyrics and compositions were all composed by Chen Lin, they too understood that this top singer was a true reflection of his level of creativity. These live viewers have taken to the comments section of the live stream, raging. How can you take a song like that and sing it at a national concert? It's too hard to hear. Don't you feel bad yourself? When it's sung, it's hard on my ears. My God. Hurry up and eliminate it. Tired of destroying it. It's not even on the same level as what the last singer sang. Oh my God. This is the strength of an S-rank singer. I'm very impressed when you say that the singing strength is really spot on. But songwriting-wise this is just lame. How come the lyrics of this song feel so much like a children's song? Ha ha ha. Did you see the looks on the faces of the professional groups? It's hilarious. The expression on the side of the mass listening group, likewise very difficult to see. Can imagine in the scene is also a kind of torment. As Chen Lin continued to sing, he ended the song with one final lyric. When the song's coda stopped with it, the scene didn't ring with warm applause like Chin Ku's, but a silence. Seeing this, the host standing by the stage clapped his own hands and put the microphone still aside to make the sound louder. It was as if they wanted to take such silence and break it with alternative clapping. But when the host applauded, the rest of the professional and mass listening groups applauded along with him. It wasn't enthusiastic, but it barely qualified as such. A burst of applause. The host then came next to Chen Lin and looked at the main camera and said with a smile, "Singer Chen Lin gave us a very festive Chinese New Year song, in which the lyrics were also composed with a lot of character. It's a very rare way to create a song that shows the lively atmosphere of Chinese New Year through a special song structure. And it also fits very well. This Chinese New Year theme. Thanks to singer Chen Lin for the wonderful singing he gave us." When Chen Lin heard the host say this, he also looked at the main camera with a smile and waved his hand, as if greeting the millions of live viewers. Chen Lin felt equally recognized when he heard the host appreciate the creation of his song in this way. Although it was only the first time he had really tried to write a song on his own, he was very pleased with the combined experience and the final performance. He couldn't help it anymore. He was starting to look forward to his score for this round, but while he was looking forward to it, he could also realize that it would be difficult for him to surpass the song sung by Chin Ku with this one song. After all, the scores that Chin Ku had created were just too astonishing, and the host, who was standing on the sidelines and facing the main camera, began to say, "All right, please, professional and public listening groups, give our Chen Lin singer your scores." As soon as the words fell, the 1-minute scoring channel was opened, and both the public listening group and the professional group started their scoring sessions. The other singers who were sitting in the preparation room at that moment, after watching Chen Lin's singing, all had somewhat odd expressions and were still looking at each other, and without having to say anything to each other. Each can now know what the other is trying to say, because Chen Lin's singing was so problematic. These top singers could tell at a glance. More than the singing just now, the live stream audience was looking forward to Chen Lin's final score, because they wanted to know what kind of score Chen Lin's final score was for his singing in this one. If it remained a very high score, they could well wonder if there was an insider presence, because their sense of sound would not lie. This intuitive feeling had already made them feel that Chen Lin's score would not be particularly high, or even particularly low. The minute passed quickly, the scoring channel closed, and the final scores had appeared. Then on the big screen, the final score of Chen Lin's singing this time surfaced clearly. Chapter 42 S-Class Singer Eliminated? It can't be. On the big screen, clearly presented, Chen Lin's score for this singing, 10 points. The 10 points were constituted by the 5 members of the mass listening group who scored 1 point, the the remaining members of the mass listening group did not score. And among the professional members of the group only one gave a consolation score. When such a score was seen by Chen Lin, he too was dumbfounded. He hadn't thought about his original song, but it was actually scored so low. All of a sudden, he was at a loss for words, because he felt that the songs he had composed were already at a very good level, and it brings together his years of grasping the various details of the Spring Festival. It was fair to say that he had learned a great deal about the traditional festival of Chinese New Year, even to the point of being incredibly detailed in his observations alone. He has coalesced his understanding of Chinese New Year into every lyric and has expressed this sense of Chinese New Year atmosphere through top-notch singing. But at this moment, when he saw such a score, he was also incomparably surprised. He looked at such a score, and not forgetting to look at the moderator, he said, is there a problem with the scoring system? The host then nodded slowly and said the same to the main camera. Maybe Chen Lin Singer's score. There is a little scoring problem. I am now consulting with the venue to see if there is a malfunction in the scoring system. The host then rushed to the field, and made headset contact. After less than a few seconds, the host was able to get that there wasn't any problem with the scoring system, and then said directly to the Chen Lin singer, "Hello singer Chen Lin, there is nothing wrong with the data in the background. Our scoring system is functioning normally. It could be that you're a little more ahead of your time this time around, and there's no way for the public to get a good understanding of that style of art. We are confident that you will become better in your future creative path. After all, over-the-top art takes some time to digest." The final paragraph from the host soothed Chen Lin's heart some more, but he still couldn't accept that his song, which he had created, had such a low score. At this moment, there was no way for him not to accept the reality that he was about to be eliminated. He then tried to squeeze out a little smile and looked at the main camera with a smile and said, "Guys, I'm going to create more great songs. Thank you." When Chen Lin finished speaking, he slowly walked from the stage back into the preparation room. The other singers, when they saw Chen Lin, didn't say anything because they knew that Chen Lin, being eliminated was an established fact. After all, 10 points is really too low, and there is no elimination round in the competition mechanism of the National Wind Concert. Then it would mean that Chen Lin, the top S-ranked singer at the National Wind Concert, would be eliminated. Qin Ku, who was sitting on the chair at this moment, looked at Chen Lin's face and likewise could not help but say in his heart, "This style of children's songs does seem to be less suitable for the general public, who, after all, can't understand, after all, this particular kind of composition and lyrics." Moreover, the lyrics that Chen Lin had sung on stage were still echoing in Qin Ku's mind, making Qin Ku once again unable to resist saying in his heart, "It's too brainwashing." And at this moment the live broadcast audience, likewise, saw Chen Lin's final score. They were not surprised to see such a final score, because the level of what was once sung was too far removed from his rank. Is it finally time for elimination? Ugh. My goodness, it really is. Seeing this 10 points, I can already be fully convinced that there is no blackout. If I were inside the mass listening group, I would similarly not even want to play for points. Then that means there are no S-rank singers among the National Wind Concert. No, there's another one. Isn't that Qin Ku? An S-class singer. Ha ha ha, couldn't agree more. An S-rank singer indeed, yeah. I believe Qin Ku will be more than just an S-rank singer in the future because his strength is so amazing to us. Agreed. Very much agreed with that idea. There's more anticipation for the third round to come. When the live stream viewers saw that Chen Lin had been eliminated, they were then also very happy. They really don't need it much, a singer who gives them pain like that. And with the next performance, Li Tongli was able to soothe them quite a bit more. Once all the scoring sessions and the crowd had slowly calmed down, the host stepped up next to the stage and looked into the main camera and said, "Well, let's move on to the next singer. Top singer Li Tongli, who brings you a Lantern Festival themed song." Then Li Tongli also slowly stood up to the stage. He wore a white coat like the color of the soup dumplings, but there was a difference from Qin Ku's performance costume, because his white color contains some warm yellows within it. There is no cool color component. It made the audience look and feel warm and fitted perfectly with the theme of the song that Li Tongli was going to perform next. The Hearing Winds players, an orchestra behind the stage, then played the introductory part of the song. After the prelude of that song was played, the professional group and the public listening group at the scene could feel, at once, the spiritual power conveyed by the song. And Li Tongli also utilizes a very large number of traditional instruments in this song. The complex fusion of these traditional instruments results in a wonderful piece of music. Also floating on the big screen, the name of the song by Li Tongli, "One Round Warm Heart." Lee Tongli then began to sing the song, which was one of his earlier, specially customized songs for the gaming platform's Lantern Festival event. It's a coincidence that he's covering it again this time around, but even though it's been so long, he still remembers every note of the song because he wrote it himself. As Lee sang slowly, every member of the audience felt the emotion of the song. The professional group of musicians, on the other hand, is more interested in the structure of the song Lee Tongli, to analyze in detail, and in more to understand the characteristics of his songs. At this moment, the live stream viewers, while listening to the song sung by Lee Tongli, all of a sudden felt their hearts and minds completely soothed. It was because the mind that had just been stimulated by Chen Lin really needed a little bit of soothing before it could be. A few minutes passed and Lee Tongli ended the song with the last lyrics. A round of applause followed. It's not particularly strong, either, with the kind of slow, sing-along tone that makes these listeners, too, feel the warmth of the song, and the host slowly came to Lee Tongli's side, looked at the main camera and said, "The song sung by singer Lee Tongri is very warm, and can make us feel the joy of eating dumplings as well as family reunion during the Lantern Festival. It's exactly what we need, and the point of traditional holidays is to keep reminding us to remember and feel." The 1-minute scoring channel is now open, so please hit your scores. Chapter 43, 3 top singers eliminated. A minute of scoring time passed quickly, and the public listening group and the professional group, too, gave the scores they wanted to give out. Subsequently in the big screen, also presented, Lee Tongli this time the score, not particularly high, but also not low. Already, because he realized, his last breakthrough. Last time, Lee Tongli's score was 210 points. While this time it was 267 points displayed on the big screen. How much higher is such a score compared to the previous round? When Lee Tongli saw such a score, again in retrospect, it was pretty much what he expected. It also occurred to him that the song he had composed was a far cry from the one by Chin Ku, so he wasn't trying to outdo Chin Ku with this song. But Lee Tongli saw Chin Ku could have such a bright performance in this National Wind concert, which also made him feel gratified beyond words. The live viewers were likewise not too surprised when they saw Lee Tongli's score, because Lee Tongli's song, indeed, deserved such a score. It's great that this heartwarming song is scored the way it is and doesn't feel buried. Indeed, this song gives me the feeling of special warmth. It feels like a song like this is really so perfect for the Lantern Festival, and the style of the song alone makes it perfect to put out inside the extended family and share with everyone. Yeah, I've already established that as my family sharing song. I think the mom generation likes this song as well, and I'm definitely going to recommend it to my mom when the live version of this song comes out. +1+1. Songs like this must be shared more often. Lee Tongli then slowly returned to the lounge as well, while the other singers looked at Lee Tongli without much surprise, because Lee Tongli's play has always been so stable, as calm as a wave of lake water. The subsequent singers came on stage one by one in the same order as before. The rest of the singers didn't play particularly well, as there wasn't much of a grasp of such a traditional theme. But even so, 3 of the 9 singers will be eliminated in this round. The eliminated singers included Chen Lin, who was sitting in the preparation room at the moment, and had long since accepted the fact that he had been eliminated. The one from a moment ago wanted to struggle with his thoughts, but at the moment he didn't want to think about those things anymore. After the scores of the 9 singers, one by one, were presented on the big screen, the host also looked at the several singers on the stage and began to say, "Several classic singers sang their hearts out and kept us enthralled. It's the strength of the top players that creates the musical atmosphere for us. Many thanks to them, for the wonderful singing they gave us. But it's a great pity that the competition will have an elimination session after all. In the elimination session, the 3 singers with the lowest scores will be eliminated, while the remaining 6 singers will move on to the next round. We're not sorry, though, because the singer's journey doesn't stop with this. I'll see you on the next stage eventually." The bright lights of the names of the 3 singers with the lowest scores on the big screen then went out with them, leaving only the 6 singers in front of them, and all of the singers looked towards the main camera to say goodbye to all of the live viewers. At the same time, the time of the 3rd round of matches slowly emerged. In the middle of the live broadcast screen, the 3rd round of the tournament is a very short interval from the 2nd round and will take place the night after tomorrow. This means that the time for the singer to prepare is, again, reduced quite a bit. But while the singers had less time to prepare, the audience watching the wave cheered up, because they don't have to wait that much longer to see the 3rd round. And they didn't forget to hype up the live versions of these singers tonight on the air. Great! We get to watch the 3rd round the day after tomorrow. It's just a great feeling to be able to listen to new songs again. It's just a great feeling. Hurry up and get the live version made. I want to hear it tonight. Super hyped. I didn't expect this round to eliminate all the S-class singers. It's true that the music program planned by Mr. Shin Sonji is so ahead of its time and super difficult. Suddenly I'm kind of looking forward to the third round. Whether it's a very hard tournament rule or not. And if it's super hard, that would be great. Ha ha ha, people are angels. But you're good. You're Satan? See you the day after tomorrow. See you the day after tomorrow. On time for the new song. The number of more than 2 million viewers in the live broadcast room then slowly fell back. But there was still a portion of the audience who were communicating with each other in the live broadcast room. And at this moment, Chinku was also in the preparation room, removing his makeup and performance clothes as if he were removing his armor. Upon changing into his everyday clothes, he felt very relaxed. After all, the fabric of the performance dress and the structure of the dress, which is completely different, is designed to set off the whole version very nicely. There are quite a few special materials used on purpose that are not as comfortable to wear. After Chinku and the other singers bid farewell to each other, he left the competition site of the National Wind Concert. After leaving, as usual, he took a taxi directly to the area of business, where it was 10 o'clock at night at the moment. The business district was still lit up, and all the stores were still open for business, and Chinku just directly found a hot pot restaurant. So he sat down. He very much enjoyed the sense of freedom that he was alone in the restaurant, ordering food at will. There's not a lot of strings attached, and you can order whatever you like. He picked up the smart ordering tablet straight away and just quickly ordered several dishes, because at this moment, after his singing experience, he was already hungry and his stomach was grumbling. A nice hot pot at this time was just what he was craving. And the bottom of the pot he directly is to choose pure mineral water. The bottom of the pot only put a few Chinese wolfberry red dates as the bottom of the pot seasoning. He had to eat something more lightly potted, considering the protection of his voice from singing. And on top of that, he likes this light and breezy potpourri the best. Not long afterward, the hot pot was gurgling and those orders were slowly being served. He went straight to it and slowly started to eat, all the while not forgetting to reach for his cell phone and look at the family group. The pictures his mom had taken at the beach. Mom and dad have been traveling to the beach for a while now, and they still feel especially good there. He also expressed with Chinku that he would settle there for a while. This choice made Chinku also feel very good, as it was nice to settle down for a while. At the same time, he pulled up the backstage data of the trilogy novels, because he didn't know to what extent the novel's numbers had risen again in that time. What made him very curious was the sales of the novel. Chapter 44, 3 Bodies Finished? What's going on? When Chinku pulled out the background data to take a look, the total sales share of the 3-body 2, 3 and 4 parts actually ended up being as much as $70 million. And all at once, he withdrew these gains into his bank card, together with the share from the last album, and the compensation given by Zhang Lu. It had now reached over 100 million star coins. Such a share of proceeds truly surprised even Chinku. He also didn't expect to get such amazing sales after just these few days on such a global fiction platform. That amount of subscriptions is not, at all, comparable to being on Earth just before. And what's even more surprising to Chinku is that at this moment the fourth part of the Catalyst has already reached over 100 million. In other words, there are almost 100 million readers who are urging Chinku to update the rest of the chapters. Predictably, this trilogy of novels is equally appealing to readers of this blue star. However, Chinku thought back again. This world built the civic system as well as the development of artificial intelligence very rapidly. It is also thanks to these technologies that so many readers of the fiction platform and the civic system are able to cross the reading barrier and read books in different national scripts. Then Chinku also opened the comments section of the 3 Bodies novel. And the comments section could be described as very lively. Tens of millions of comments in the comments section. Recorded all kinds of refers to the reader's views on the 3-body novel, as well as for Chiku's slow update of the pain. Looking at these, Chiku picked up another small meatball and put it into his mouth and slowly ate it. He wondered if he needed to update, all at once, the rest of the first part of the trilogy. It's better to update more. After all, the readers are still eager to see the end of the first part. Chiku picked up another small ball and put it into his mouth to slowly savor it. Chiku casually called up the virtual projection, and only he could see that state. He directly opened the literary system. From the entrance of the literary system, go to the backstage of the novel. Moonlight's backstage. Then, clearly shows the 3-body novel, the total subscription sales now, and the number of urges received in the update backstage. At the same time, Shinka didn't forget to call out the other parts of the chapters of the first novel of the Three Bodies in the Earth's Civic Treasury. He roughly went through the rest of it. After making sure there wasn't anything wrong with it, he took the last part and uploaded it directly into the first novel of the trilogy, and set up the appropriate charges as well. So that now means that the first novel of the trilogy is finished. As for the rest of the second novel, Shinku hadn't figured out when to publish it. And that science fiction essay contest, Shinku had even less to worry about. Because of the impact value of the trilogy of novels, it would have been long overdue for second place. There is a gap of thousands of times between the two. And with such a data gap, there is no need to wait any longer until the end to know the final result. After Shinku finished uploading the remaining chapters, the intelligent review system then quickly passed these chapters. The updated status is then presented within the book's cover page, while that group of readers, who are very much into trilogies, are still discussing, in the comments section, plot issues and speculations about the subsequent chapters. The news of the trilogy update surfaced right in the comments section. After the status of the trilogy novel update surfaced, this group of readers knew at once that the update they had been waiting for was here. Updated. Finally updated after waiting so long? Oh my gosh. My compositional superhypnosis is really working. I was speculating on how the subsequent episodes would play out, but I didn't realize it was updated now. I looked at the general word count, and it seems like this update is, well, running to finish this novel. It's not going to end. Right. How do I feel the plot? Just started. Too many mysteries have not yet been solved. You guys hurry up and go watch it or I'll give you spoilers. Even though I haven't watched it yet either. You old six almost scared me. Turns out you didn't even read it. What do you know? That was brilliant. The update part was really unexpected. I didn't expect the plot to take such a turn. Don't go to the drama. I'm going to watch it now. All of a sudden, this group of Three Bodies readers began to read the chapters that Shinku had just updated, because they were too fond of the content of this novel. It's safe to say that they've never read a science fiction novel with such a grand worldview, because science fiction on the Blue Planet basically stays in a relatively small category. Going on and on and on in small categories can also qualify as very soft science fiction. Therefore, when a realistic science fiction novel like Three Bodies appeared in their field of vision, it made them love Three Bodies much more than other science fiction novels. Huang Ling, who was sitting in the workroom at the moment continuing to browse through the various types of novels on the platform, was somewhat distracted, because the trilogy hasn't been updated in a while. While it was a very short period of time for one person, it was an incredibly long time for the mood he was in to watch the trilogy that he loved so much. But when he wanted to open the document and start writing a new installment of fiction recommendations, all of a sudden, his backstage was flooded with messages from a large group of fans, sending him messages. It made him curious to open it. At once, it left him confused, not realizing that all these fans were sending him the news that the trilogy had been updated, because he didn't turn the TRIS update alerts on himself. And it's still the kind of thing you forget to turn on. But just like that, message after message from his fans made him feel very warm and fuzzy, because they share a love with themselves for this very good science fiction. He then replied with a direct bulk thank you message with his fans. Then he directly opened the platform of the novel, and found that one novel that he had marked as bright, the Three-Body novel. It's the only novel he's particularly brightly labeled, and at the same time he has the update reminder turned on without fail. However, after he clicked into the trisomy page, he was surprised to find the status of trisomy, but it was the status of completion. This was a bit of a surprise to him because he felt that the novel hadn't told the whole story yet. All of a sudden, Huang Ling was a bit confused as he thought of something very bad, because there are a very large number of authors in the middle of the fiction world who have broken off or sucked because of all sorts of different things. He's also a little worried that the author, Moonbeam, will go down the path of sucking. With a hint of worry, Huang Ling still didn't hesitate to start reading the updated section, because he was really curious about the state of mind with the author, Suki Akari, when he was creating this novel, and whether there would be any content fallout. After all, as a book reviewer, he is very aware that a fiction writer is subject to a very large number of influences, and the stage mentality, which also affects the creation of his content, is very common with this quality content gap. But at the moment all he could think of was that even if Tsuki Akari wrote poorly next, he didn't want him to give up on the story, because in Huang Ling's opinion to be able to structure a story that grand, that means, the author is very strong, but the pressure to create is also very high. Huang Ling then sat up straight, and after opening it on the studio's computer, he started reading from the 5th part. When he read it, he was surprised to find no gap in the quality of the content. The quality was high as usual and nothing out of the ordinary was noticed. With this share of doubt, Huang Ling continued to read. Although the word count of the updated section was not particularly high, but the amount of information given to Huang Ling was immense. He slowly gained a comprehensive knowledge of this trilogy of novels by making connections between the information in the update section and the previous chapters. Half an hour later, Huang Ling finally finished reading all the updated parts, and after doing so, he remained frozen in his seat as he pondered why this trilogy was in its finished state. Then all of a sudden, an idea flashed through his mind. There is no problem with the quality, and it doesn't suck, so there is only one possibility, and that is that this trilogy novel is only the first of the trilogy series. Huang Ling held a fountain pen in his hand and kept slowly tapping the desktop. He also felt a bit shaken when he put his thoughts into words, because there just aren't any novels out of sequence on this blue star. Because numerous science fiction novels have a worldview and a story structure that simply can't support the word count of a full-length book, let alone a sequence. All of a sudden, Huang Ling swept away the worried look from earlier and smiled happily. Meanwhile, a different kind of discordant voice has emerged amongst the Triad comments section. Chapter 45, a fantasy link between trio and national concerts. Quite a few readers have finished reading the last chapters that Shinku has just updated, and have also discovered that this three-body novel presents the state of completion. For their readers, who are very aware of the state of the novel, the end means that this novel has come to an end. Such news affected them like a bolt from the blue, because they know that the story, right now, is just getting started, and finishing it at this point would mean a complete mess. This kind of behavior is unacceptable to them, because after a story has been constructed, it surely takes a lot of words to get to the point where the whole story is told in detail. All of a sudden, the topic of trilogy novels sucking was topped as the most popular post in the order of trilogy novels. Reader after reader, indiscriminately, began to rage. How come the story is ending just as it started? How come it's in a finished state? Author, come out and say something. Yeah, I was looking forward to your update today and you ended up coming up with a crappy one. You're really not human. It's such a good story. Don't come to a bad end. That's really not good. I hope to finish this story all the way through. It's just being laid out. There's a lot more to come, and I feel like the story is just getting started. It can't be true. I've only just read it. Am I going to read a novel that isn't finished? That's really too bad. It's very inhumane to write a story halfway through like this, or at least it's a very serious thing for me to do. My goodness, is this where a sci-fi masterpiece is going to end? I'm so looking forward to the backstory. What on earth is the backstory like? Don't finish. Really? Reader after reader, responding in the comments section. And at this moment, Huang Ling, too, browsed the comments section of Three Bodies after reading all of it. He was also shocked when he saw the comments section, the most popular post, because these readers are thinking very similarly to what he just did. But he also realized what the problem was after thinking about it for a while. When he saw so many readers, who kept raging in this popular post, he could feel how they felt about the three-body novel, which ended there. Huang Ling then also thought of a way, although it was extremely risky for him as he was only guessing. If he made a post to help clarify the trisomy authors, it would mean taking a corresponding risk. If the author of the trilogy novels, Moonlight, stops updating, then he will be subjected to the abuse of this large group of readers. But in the end, Huang Ling thought about it and decided to write a speculative article. He then sat down directly in front of his computer and began editing, guessing to himself that Yu Ming, the author, would be releasing the second installment of Three Bodies sometime in the future. So at this stage of the trilogy, the end of the novel is not the end of this story, and there is no such thing as a bad ending. This could be considered an article that bet on his own career, and it was published by Huang Ling, without hesitation, on his Wave platform account. Right after this article was sent out, a lot of Huang Ling's fans, at a glance, saw this article. These fans directly clicked on, with curiosity, the article Huang Ling had just published. And there are quite a few readers of the trilogy novels who are equally very curious to click on this article. After this group of fans, as well as readers of the trilogy novels, read this article, all at once, as if it were clear that the end of the trilogy of novels at this moment is not the end of the story. In an instant, a large group of Trinity readers came under the comments section of this article and commented frantically. Mr. Huang Ling, do you know that author? I feel that your guesses are very reasonable. And I also feel that the end of this time is not the end, but the beginning of the sequence. Come on, I feel like such a guess. There's no way to prove it. That author, Moonlight, never updated again. So it must be that Mr. Huang Ling's guess was wrong. I also think that if he never updates again, then really this speculation is pointless. Yeah. I really want to see a sequel. After all, I've never seen a novel with a second part. If there really is a part 2, I'll have no problem just calling you Dad. Yeah, bad is bad. What's the point? I didn't expect. Mr. Huang Ling also began to tell lies to find excuses for this author rotten. This wave, Mr. Huang Ling lost character. Indeed. Yeah, seeing that last part, I also felt like the story wasn't over yet, but it turned out he was in a finished state. So disappointing. In a little while's time, the comments section of the article Huang Ling had posted had completely fallen. A good portion of the last 100 million trilogy readers have been under Huang Ling's comment section, slamming him for whitewashing crappy authors, though there are other readers who are also admonishing those who rage against Huang Ling. But there is still no way to stop this scolding. There are quite a few people who are very upset with Qin Ku, who suddenly finished the trilogy, and at this moment, Qin Ku, too, had long since finished strolling through the business district, and had returned home. After washing up and lying on the bed playing with his cell phone, he did not forget to look at the real-time data of the trilogy novel now. But when he saw a number of people raging against him, he set the work to finished status himself. At the same time, Qin Ku also saw a slightly familiar name, Huang Ling, amongst the remarks of these people. He seems to be the book reviewer who recommended the Three Bodies novel in the first place, an S-ranked book reviewer who probably guessed that I would write the second installment of the Three Bodies. Except that a large group of readers indiscriminately started to bash him. Qin Ku browsed through page after page of reviews, and his brows began to furrow slightly. After he saw an S-ranked book reviewer being constantly slammed like this, it also occurred to him that he needed to help him out in order to do so. Qin Ku directly opened the Wave platform, as there were many creators who had created accounts on it, and this Wave platform is also global, which brings together the world's entertainment creators. After a while, his creation authentication was passed, as it only needed to be tied to the appropriate civic system account for quick authentication. Such a convenient authentication method made Qin Ku feel that the mutual recognition of information between the civic system and various platforms was very convenient. After he created the account, he edited a very brief message about the Wave's dynamics and the timing of the Part 2 update. He also added Huang Ling's account and the article he had just posted, directly stepping in to confirm Huang Ling's speculation. After posting this Wave dynamic, it was synchronized and updated within the comments section of the trilogy novel. While this group of trippy readers, who are still on their own, are still bickering, this dynamic is clearly presented, right in front of their eyes. When they saw this dynamic, their eyes widened and they were incomparably excited, because Yu Ming's personal appearance was a direct proof of Huang Ling's speculation. Blow out, really must be a bit of gunpowder, in order to blow out the author. Directly confirm Mr. Huang Ling's guess. Where's the one who called Dad? Come on out. Is there really a part 2? So excited for it. I've never read a novel with a part 2. The ones I've read before have been too short in length. Here it comes. The author himself proves that the second part of the trilogy is real. You've only read the trilogy novels. The second one is real. Didn't you read the small print below? Time to update the second novel. Where's the novel update time? I'll take a look. I saw it. And author Moonlight said that after watching the National Wind Concert competition again, there will be an update to the second part of the trilogy. The State Wind Concert seems to be a, state-themed music competition. So author Moonlight also watches this music competition. No wonder she said she has to read it before she can update. Oh, this music competition I also watched. In the competition in the middle of the entry-level singer Qin Ku, can be described as a very bright performance? That Moonlight author liked to see. Is also very normal. Is it really pretty? Is the song good? I haven't seen it. It's very good. You said that the author of Moonlight enjoyed reading it. Can it not be good? All of a sudden, this group of readers knew that the second part of the trilogy existed and would be published as soon as the National Winds Concert competition was over. And this group of readers is also very curious about the author of Yu Ming, why he likes this national music competition. In no time at all, the topic of the National Wind Concert, which facilitates the topic of Moonlighting's authorship, connected and generated a very huge wave of heat effects. At this moment Qin Ku saw this brand new hot topic that appeared on the Wave platform and also smiled slightly, because he had studied the rules of prestige value well before. Part of the rules of reputation value is related to the song and the influence of the singer. That would mean related topics that would add quite a bit of audience reach. This will help, as the prestige value he earns from each match on the national music wins will be even more. And he's also sure that converting even a small percentage of this group of trippy readers is a lot of audience now. Thinking of this, Chinka smiled shallowly in a bad way, because this fantasy linkage could be considered very successful. Chapter 46, No Way. It's gotten a lot stronger. Early the next morning, Chinka slowly got up after a good night's sleep last night. At the same time, he also received a message from Lee Hai, as he had also previously agreed with him to record the singles in advance after each round of the National Wind concert. He wasn't in a hurry to record it, though. It was only urgent that he eat the takeout breakfast that had just been delivered first. As soon as the takeout was opened, it was a bowl of skinning thin meat porridge and a few small meat buns, casually opened to smell the aroma of breakfast. At the same time, he was busy cranking out the civic system, because he didn't bother to settle. Last night, the prestige value generated in the last round of the National Wind concert, and now is the best time to do it. When the civic system was opened, it popped up directly, a reminder message that the prestige value had not been settled. Chinko casually clicked into the settlement page, and in the settlement page, the total prestige value gained from the second round of singing was clearly presented. Unsettled prestige value, 210 million. When Chinka saw this number, it was expected, because compared to the previous round, the second round had a much larger audience in terms of the number of spectators, so being able to obtain a reputation value at the level of 200 million was something he expected. More importantly, though, he knew that it was every great song in the Earth's civic treasure trove that brought with it a very strong impact. It's a great thing to share these wonderful songs with people from another world. Chinka took a bite of the bun and drank another mouthful of kanji. After the warm porridge entered his stomach, he felt a lot of energy in his body. When the prestige values were settled, they were directly and automatically converted into mall points in the Earth's civic treasury. These mall points are exactly what can be exchanged for various skills. Without hesitation, he clicked on the Earth civic treasure system, directly redeeming 2 Halo-level skills, soundscape and atmosphere rendering, with 200 million prestige values. Took the rest of the remaining mall points and exchanged them for some cooling lozenges as well. Once these tiny green lozenges appeared on these palms, it allowed Chinka to use his consciousness to put the candies back into the system's spatial storage, and the 2 skills that had been redeemed were slowly working themselves out. He only felt a very slight surge of warmth pass through him and no discomfort, but even if he didn't feel it, any unusual changes in his body, he could still tell that the 2 hall-level skills had taken effect. Chinka was clear when he will go to record inside Lee Hai's entertainment company later on. When Qingming Rain is on, then he would be able to know what kind of level his comprehensive sense of singing would be elevated to after having 2 more hall-level skills. Chinka then picked up the last bun and finished the rest of the porridge. His body's energy was full at the moment. After he stood up and ran to gargle, he got out of the system, took out a cool green throat lozenge and put it in his mouth. When this one cooling lozenge entered his mouth, he could feel it in an instant, and the coolness instantly made him more awake. He then took a cab, and after a short while, he arrived at the downstairs of Yaoguang Entertainment, and he followed his very familiar route, took the elevator, and arrived at the door of the company's recording studio. And at this moment, Lee Hai had already waited for Chinka's arrival. Unlike the last time when he was addicted to reading novels, Lee Hai was in high spirits at the moment. Once Chinka walked inside, Lee Hai looked at Chinka happily. I didn't expect you kid is the first place again. Play is very stable Chen Lin in the middle of this competition is really too reckless. In the past are ready to give him the song. This round he took out his original song. This is what we also did not expect. But forget it, after all, he's also an old-timer. Let's just say that we can only respect his choice. And he's overconfident for being eliminated this time. By the way, that novel I was telling you about, he's finished. What a shame. But there's a second installment, which was a very pleasant surprise for me. But I heard that it will only be released after the National Wind concert is over. So isn't this disguised as adding a lot of heat to the National Wind concert? You've really caught up with a good time Lee Hai spoke at length, and Chinka understood after listening. He had respect for that Chen Lin's own choices, and although he was an artist under his own company, there was still freedom. Only Chinka could hear that he was very sorry for Chen Lin's reckless behavior this time. And Lee Hai also paid close attention to the 3 bodies of the author. In yesterday issued a wave of dynamic. He can also see this wave of traffic. The impact on the national style concert. Well, I'll capitalize on the traffic this time. So let's start the recording on Qingmingyu. Qingke looked at Li Hai and said with a smile. Li Hai nodded directly after hearing this. No problem. I've prepared all of them. And I've also had the playing orchestra prepare the backing parts for this song in advance. Just like last time. There is absolutely no problem with the sound quality. Although it is not as good as the Hearing Wind Orchestra that Mr. Shin Songji invited. But it's definitely more at the top of the industry. Qingke then walked into the recording room to put his headphones back on. After he adjusted his recording height, he looked at Li Hai in front of the glass screen while giving an OK gesture. When Li Hai saw Qingke's gesture, he started playing the accompaniment directly, and Qingke within the sealed space, wearing headphones, can clearly hear the melody of the music, as if in the transformation of one after another small fish, slowly swimming around themselves. He felt the pleasure that the introductory part gave him, and his state slowly entered the musical world of the song. The subtle changes brought to him after he redeemed the two hallowed skills, sound, proximity and atmosphere rendering, were very subtle. The only way to capture that subtle change is to feel it deeply. He then began to sing, and that heavenly voice, which was captured in the recording microphone, caused invisible ripples. At this moment Li Hai was listening equally attentively. He was also quietly listening to the notes that Qingke was singing out at this very moment. As he slowly listened, he suddenly went from a state of closed eyes to open eyes. This was because he had again sensed that Qingke had refined himself quite a bit above his level of comprehensive singing. For a split second he was incredulous and looked at Qingke in the recording room, because he really didn't dare to imagine how much more he had progressed in just a few short days. Moreover, Li Hai, who was also a singer, can know that musical comprehension as well as refinement is not something that can be achieved simply with time alone. It takes a very large number of opportunities to achieve that very rapid improvement, and there is always a limit to what can be achieved. This kind of progress is also too fast, right? Demon level. Maybe the future king of the national wind will only be him, Li Hai said in disbelief. Chapter 47 Invitation to a Music Variety Show. While Li Hai marveled at Qingke's rapid progress, Qingke was still slowly walking through the world of music, because with every lyric he sang, he regained his sense of the song. After a few minutes, the coda on Clear Rain came. Among those last few notes, as the notes slowly fall into real space, the song comes to an end. Li Hai, who was still listening to the music at this moment, also felt the end of the song. He doesn't feel sorry for himself, though, because he got a very high-quality musical treat. Qingke then put the headphones away and slowly walked out of the recording room. And when Li Hai saw Qingke who walked out, he also said directly and unabashedly, You're also progressing too fast. I'm sure by the time this national wind concert is over, you'll already be an A-ranked singer. In 1 month, it will be able to reach the A-class singer. This thing is placed in the music industry who cannot believe things. I think it took me at least the last 10 years to reach a level like a grade, and it may not take some people 10 years to get to that level. Of course, this genius level and my kind, is not the same speed of growth. There is bound to be a very big difference. I also frankly accept. All of this doesn't matter, as long as we keep our love for music. Qingke looked at Li Hai and said sincerely. Li Hai also nodded slowly after hearing this. Then Li Hai also saw Qingke, and he thought about meeting with a few program planners today and having lunch negotiations. Thinking of this, Li Hai directly said, Why don't you stay for lunch? I've made an appointment with a few of the top program planners in the country, and they're also old friends of mine, so they might be a bit helpful to you. Qingke became interested after hearing this. After all, he had refused Li Hai's lunch invitation last time, then this one another refusal. Though it's nothing, but he also considered that there wasn't much else going on, so he just agreed to Li Hai's lunch invitation. After Qingke agreed to his invitation, Li Hai was also very happy, so he excitedly patted Qingke's shoulder, because in the middle of a lunchtime business meeting like this, it's nice to have a very top future singer. Li Hai believed that his 3 detractors were also very eager to get to know Qingke. The hours passed quickly. Qingke got into a car driven by Li Hai and arrived inside a luxurious restaurant. And within the private room, 3 people were already seated. When Li Hai walked in, he happily greeted his 3 old friends. Although Qingke was not too familiar with the 3 program planners in front of him, but in terms of the programs he'd watched in the time he'd been here, the names of the 3 programmers were ones he'd seen before. On the left was the S-ranked planner, Jin Yi, while in the center was the same S-ranked planner, Lin Hui Chaos. The memory of Qingke on the far right was very fuzzy, but could vaguely remember his name, which was called Guoyuan. Guruan's rank is very different though, as he's only an A-ranked planner. Planners are very difficult to rank up though, and A is already a good grade. Similarly, fruit source his name. Also let Chinku, even if the memory is very vague, also somewhat remember. After exchanging greetings, both Lehigh and Chinku slowly took their seats, and when Chinku took his seat, he received a cup of pu'er tea handed to him from fruit source. There was no alcohol on top of this table. It was all light tea. After Chinku nodded his head to show his thanks, Goen and the other music planners looked at each other, because they also knew that Chinku's arrival was indeed a surprise, because they thought a long time ago that when planning a music program, they were really missing a top-notch singer, but as they thought about it, they couldn't figure out what kind of singer would hold up such a new music program that they, together, had created. Because in terms of this travel-based music program that they've created, it's very much about singers having strong musical skills, as well as a sense of variety, and that means singers with a high face value as well. And when the former Chinku's performance in the National Wind concert, as well as his face value, is perfectly in line with the requirements of the three people of the fruit source, the fruit source then looked directly to, without hesitation, Chinku and said, I and two other planners have recently planned a new, travel-oriented music program and would like to invite you to participate. Can you? Of course, this music program will start after the National Wind concert, depending on how your time is. We use a revenue share for this music program, which means that we air the proceeds and give you a certain share of the proceeds. At the same time, Fruity Source also hurriedly took out the route list and other documents for this traveling music program. This is because they have already booked all types of accommodations in the midst of these tourist cities early in the morning, as well as where they will be traveling. And with three planners, a very differentiated setup was done. There are no games in this variety show. It's all about letting the show's guests explore freely. At the same time, he is in the midst of various places, preparing to work with the top local performing ensembles. In each city, you can feel the different experience of the different performing ensembles, which bring different experiences to the guests of the variety show. When Chinku took a look at the various introductory documents for the travel variety show, once he saw that there wasn't some complicated part of the game, he was a bit impressed as well, because he was on Earth, he hadn't traveled, and his previous 9-to-5 had worn him down to the point where he didn't have any sense of the sharpness of life, and at the moment, it feels very good to have a music program that makes money while he's traveling. What's more, he also saw that the first stop in this travel music program was the city where Mom and Dad had settled, which was none other than the seaside city at the southernmost tip. Then this variety show isn't bad. You can also travel along the way, Chinku said with a thought in his heart. The three planners sitting next to them, on the other hand, looked at Chinku with great anticipation, fearing that he wouldn't agree to it. Guruwan was also in a very apprehensive mood as he watched Chinku, who was silently browsing through the program's introduction. Because Chinku is indeed a perfect candidate. If Chinku refused, he wouldn't know where to find another musician that could fit in with their creation of this music program. However, Lehigh, who was sitting on the far left side, was looking at his three old friends with slight contempt, because before they came, these three old friends said they came because they missed themselves so much. I see that you guys just aren't here for me. You even brought the program's introduction document. Do you want face? Lehigh frowned slightly at his three old friends, his slightly dissatisfied eyes glancing at them obliquely. Chinku then also roughly read through the various introductory documents for this music program. After gently closing these papers, he looked to the three top program planners and said slowly, yes, I choose to participate. When the three fruit sources received Chinku's affirmative reply, their faces swept away the worried looks they had just had. Guruwan was even more excited. I'll drink this cup of strong tea. Chapter 48, the third round begins. Guruwan drained the cup of strong tea in his hand as Chinku was very dry when he agreed to do so, and it also puts the last piece of the puzzle of this variety show in its proper place. The entire music program was able to complete the final mix, because in the Fruit Source Trio's plan, the arrangement inside this variety show, music-related music critics, composers and lyricists, as well as a singer. Such an interesting foursome is the guest duo for this one travel music program. But at this moment, Lehigh similarly raised the teacup in his hand and looked at Chinku and his other old friends and said, you old fellows, I didn't expect to come running to him. Didn't you say you missed me? Hurry up and have a drink. After hearing Lehigh's slightly complaining tone, Lin Huichuan and Jeannie also slowly laughed and said, okay, have a drink. The dishes ordered had then all been served. After this pleasant lunch was over, Chinku also added the contact information for Fruit Source 3 bits. And this travel variety music program starts after the National Wind concert ends, so he's not even worried about a time conflict between the two. and Shinka was very much looking forward to this variety show where he could travel and have fun at the same time. This had the feeling of a publicly funded trip, making Chinku even more excited. Subsequently, after bidding farewell to Lehigh and the others, Chinku directly took a taxi back to the small area. Because of the game archive that he played last night, there was a level that he never got past, and that level became more of a chagrin for him. Half an hour later, he unlocked the door to his house with his key and turned the game console on without hesitation. "I just can't believe I can't get you through today," Chinku said as he looked at another gray screen. Moreover, while Chinku was playing the game, he had observed the composition of the game market in this world very meticulously. The games in this world have a lot of gameplay, but there are only a few of them, and they are very underdeveloped. Moreover, Chinku had also found game-type civic resources in the Earth's civic treasury, and they still came with a very complete code base. But even so, Chinku still didn't intend to release the game resources in the Earth's entertainment treasury into this world, because he felt it wasn't the right time yet, because the Global Gaming Expo will be held in 6 months, and this half a year later than the Earth entertainment treasure trove of the code of those games, to realize, in order to better help these games to promote. More importantly though, Chinku has no channels or ability to distribute games, but Chinku thought about it again. The money he had now was already very large, and he didn't need to make crazy amounts of money at all of which could be very good. Just go with the flow. Steal half a day of leisure. Chinku looked at the screen that was once again grayed out and laughed helplessly. He also really didn't expect the difficulty of the game in this world to be that high, and for the operation of the character to be very sensitive in order to be able to do so. A dozen hours later, night had also fallen, and the lights outside slowly came on, as if they were about to clock in at work, reluctantly flickering a few times, or lighting themselves up. And at this moment, Chinku looked at the 2 big words of the Game Pass and smiled excitedly. Ha ha, finally cleared the level. After Chinku's gaming equipment was all put away, he turned off the power. After simply eating a few pieces of bread and washing up, Chinku collapsed into sleep because tomorrow was the 3rd round of the National Wind Concert. Although it was to take place in the evening, it needed to be in the afternoon before preparations could begin, and Chinku was very much aware that he would not be up until the afternoon of tomorrow. His bedlazing skills haven't changed at all, and they've improved quite a bit. He was obsessed with that bed and loved to lie in it and laze around. His subsequent skill of falling back to sleep took effect just as quickly, and all of a sudden he was inside the land of dreams. The next afternoon, Chinku looked out the window at the sun that wasn't too harsh anymore and slowly opened his eyes. Without Chinku needing to think much, he already knew that it was now afternoon time, and the timing was the same as what he had thought. Sleeping so comfortably, I want to continue sleeping again. Chinku laid down on the bed and yawned, slowly stretching. He then walked straight into the middle of the washroom and took a comfortable shower. After his shower, the takeout he had ordered earlier had arrived right on time, and the smell of burgers hit him when he opened it. The 2 fist-sized burgers were enough to fill him up after one, and with some small chicken nuggets that was even more filling. He washed his hands, so he just picked up the burger with his hands and ate it. The wheat flavor of the bread embryo and the flavor of the beef and the freshness of the vegetables blended together very deliciously. After a short while, he finished the huge burger as well, and at this moment, he was full as well. He directly used his consciousness to take the cooling lozenges in his system and took one out into his mouth. In an instant, the coolness of the cool lozenges spread all over his body, making him feel very comfortable. He then, after briefly straightening up his clothing, went out the door, took the elevator, and went down to the bottom of the cell. There will be a vehicle from the National Winds Concert programming to the venue of the National Winds Concert. In less than half an hour, the iconic building of the National Wind Concert venue was reflected in Chinku's eyes. This venue was very familiar to him. After all, he had been here several times. He walked from backstage to the preparation room. When he saw that in the preparation room, the other singers were already seated as well, all waiting for the makeup artist and the costumers to prepare their costumes. Chinku looked at the 3rd round of the competition. There were only 6 singers left, and he wasn't too sure how many singers would be eliminated in this round. And he was very curious about the rules of this round, because he just really couldn't figure out what Mr. Shen Tsungji would take as an entry point to set up the rules of the competition. Not only was Chinku curious about the other singers, but he was also very curious about what kind of theme Mr. Shen Tsungji would give, because after these 2 rounds, almost the vast majority of the songs prepared by the other singers could not be used, because it's not really relevant to any of the topics mentioned in the contest rules. They were also very caught off guard by such a blow, which led to them now being very confused about the rest of the game. The mind was also prepared for the fact that it could be eliminated at any time. And at this moment the account of the National Wind Concert also opened a live broadcast on the teaser platform. After this live stream was turned on, a large number of live viewers and fans flooded into the room. The number of live viewers reached more than 2 million in one go, and the increase in the number of live viewers, instead of slowing down, just skyrocketed, because there's a whole bunch of Trinity readers that have flooded into the live stream as well. Chapter 49 Special Rules of the Competition. Because this large circle of Trinity readers are very curious about why you, the moonlighting author, is so fond of watching the music program, the National Wind Concert. With this curiosity, they all flocked to the live broadcast room, and all of a sudden, the number of people in the live broadcast room skyrocketed. The number of people online right now is right at over 3 million. It's still only a minute into the show and it's already reaching such staggering numbers. And such a rise in numbers was seen by the data analysts at National Wind Concerts. Such an increase in data took him by surprise, but he really didn't expect that it would reach such a crazy rate under the influence of the Moonlight author. And such a rise didn't stop, such that the data analysts also knew that the number of trilogy readers was, well, too much, and it also contains a lot of foreign readers, threw the gas pedal into the domestic network, watching this national-style concert. Why are there so many foreign nodes? Could it be that many foreign readers really come to see it as well? That would be too amazing. This data analyst, looking at the non-stop increase of foreign network nodes in the background, said, at this moment in time, the live broadcast, although the main camera was only pointed in the direction of the stage, but the singer hadn't even come on stage yet, but the comments section of the live stream was already buzzing. Round 3 is finally here. So excited to hear what new songs are actually available again? Looking forward to another very difficult rule from Mr. Shen Tsungji. This kind of competition is just too exciting. Are you there, Trinity readers? I'm here, and I want to see how godly the music program that the Moonlight author drags out his shift to watch is. Yeah, I'll have to see if it's really that good. I don't think I've heard much about this music program. Ha, this is just fantastic linkage. Great. I'm an audience that loves to watch Kokosaikai concerts and trilogies. What kind of concert is this one? I'm from abroad. Yo, the little foreigner is here too. This Moonlight author's influence is too great. When does it start? Why is this countdown always so slow? Hurry up and get on stage. Yeah, I can't wait. I'm so excited to hear the new songs. The makeup artist and costume artist had already helped Shinka get the special makeup and clothes for the performance, and he sat quietly in the preparation room. At the same time he didn't forget to take his cell phone out and look at it. When he opened his phone to look at it, he realized that the heat of the words on Qing Mingyu was also rising. And most of all, he was surprised to be named one of the must-hear songs for the traditional festival on Qingming Rain, and it's still included in the list of songs specially recommended by the Department of Recreation. A simple check by Qingke revealed that this song list was not ordinary, because the Recreation Department manages global recreational productions, and there are very few songs that get selected as a list of must-listen songs. Categorized on the must-listen list, there are only thousands of songs worldwide. And what makes Qingke feel even more surprised is that in this must-listen to the list of songs, he also found in the column of national style, Lanting Preface and Chrysanthemum Terrace. This aspect of the news hadn't been on his radar before. He hadn't realized it had been included in such a difficult list of songs days earlier. After reading it, he turned off the Civic system, opened the teaser software to take a look. There are also a lot of speculation about the background of the song on the Qingming Rain, as well as the analysis of the lyrics and compositions. There is already a large group of musicians that analyze the song in great detail. An S-rated music critic Xu Jie even wrote a big review of the song on Qingming Rain. A lot of music bloggers, but also in different language versions to sing a different feeling of the Qingming Rain on, bringing a rich variety to the track. There is a trend of clearing rain on the music scene. Meanwhile the song, Qingming Yu Shang, followed the heat of Chrysanthemum Terrace and soon went to number 1 on the new songs chart. This made those entertainment companies, who wanted their artists to compete for the number 1 spot on the rookie list, fizzle out once again. And Qingke's name, but also by a lot of entertainment companies within, included in the blacklist. And for his release of Songs Time, a close investigation and preparation, almost all entertainment companies, when allowing their new singers to release singles, have to avoid direct competition with Qingke on the charts. Qingke swiped through one teaser video after another, many of which carried the soundtrack on Qingmingyu, or the chorus part of the song. Sure enough, excellent songs, Through Time and Space also remain so. Just look forward to it. Tonight is what theme of the challenge. Shin turned off his cell phone and looked at the countdown on the preparation room, which was also slowly approaching 0. Then the preparation time was over and the 6 singers for the third round slowly made their way to the stage. At the same time, the host slowly stood to the right of the 6 singers. The host faced the main camera and smiled. The exciting third round is about to begin, and the 6 remaining singers are set to enter the fierce competition. I'm also sure that you want, very much, to hear these top singers, and now there's no need to wait. The singing will begin soon. In this round, we will eliminate 2 singers, and the remaining singers will enter the 4th round of competition. So the competition is fierce, but we're also really looking forward to singing with these top players. Then after the host finished his opening remarks for this round, he didn't forget to read out the names of all kinds of sponsors who sponsored this national-style concert program. Once he had read all the names of the sponsors, he looked to the 6 singers and the main camera and continued. The rules of this round: there is only one video, which was prepared by Mr. Shin Songji before. There is only one rule to the contest, and that is that after watching this video, you can play off the theme associated with it as you feel. This round is going to be very freeing, but also very challenging, because the more the themes of the songs you choose and the stories the videos show, the more they fit together, the more they hit home. That's really the difficult bit of the third round, but it's also a very exciting part of the National Winds concert. When Shinko heard the host finish speaking the rules of this round, he also had some doubts, because he hadn't seen that video yet, but was also very curious about the rules that Mr. Shin Songji had devised this time, because he wanted to know how much of a theme would actually be played out with one video. The other singers were equally very puzzled after hearing this rule. At this moment, the number of people online for the live broadcast of the National Wind concert had reached more than 6 million. Such an online presence would have directly surpassed the combined audience of the first 2 shows. The group of live stream viewers were equally taken aback after listening to the host speak. The rules of this round. What kind of video is this to include so many topics? I'm really curious about what is the content of the video that Mr. Shin Songji prepared earlier. Mr. Shin is really an S-class program planner, with special designs for the rules of each round. I think this round is also very difficult because there's no way to tell if it's off-topic or not on its own, but only through the personal intuition of the many viewers. Indeed, it's so vague that this determination of whether the subject matter is appropriate or not can only be captured through a keen sense of sensibility that fits with this video. I guess. Is this the national-style concert that author Tsukiyakari likes to watch? This kind of competition is too much fun. Yeah, it's so good. I powdered it too. The other singers are slowly getting to know. After the rules of the round, the host then turned on the big screen, which then reflected the image of a video on the big screen. Chapter 50, this theme? It's too difficult. The image of the video was clearly and boringly presented on the big screen, and all the live viewers and all the people on the scene saw it very clearly, and the singers are watching, even more intently, the first act of this video. In the beginning the camera flashes, and the whole video is a very busy scene, with a closed mansion filled with people, and the group was wearing clothes that were instantly recognizable to the audience, and there was also a person standing on the stage, who was singing Peking operas. She waved her long sleeves and sang Peking operas with great force, and the sound of her singing voice penetrated every corner of the whole mansion. The group of hideous and ugly people on the stage were still cheering and clapping their hands, enjoying this Peking opera performance by a famous actor from the capital. But then the camera pans out and the entire mansion has long since been covered in buckets of gasoline. It's just the smell of gasoline. It hasn't dissipated yet. When the man on the stage, who was singing a Peking opera, waved his sleeve once again, resoundingly picked up a red tasseled spear, and continued to sing, then the whole mansion was set on fire. But at this time the entire mansion garden, all the doorways, has long been locked tightly. Anyone has no way, from this locked mansion garden to escape. But the woman standing on the stage at this moment, singing a Peking opera, was smiling happily. The camera then went black, and this short video ended. When this video ended, the entire room was greeted with a brief silence, and not even the live comments appeared, because this video has not even been seen in advance by the field service. The production of this video, only Shin Songji alone know. The history of those who had been there came to the forefront of everyone's mind. They dare not forget, for neither can they. Subsequently the live viewers, also very clearly from this video, understand the theme of the video. Is there about the history of the once? After watching this video, I'm sure these singers, too, know what the theme is. Yeah, I can see that too. But there's something about the theme of family and country that's really hard to get into. The theme-cutting aspect of it is enough to make it difficult. This video is so well done. It's very concise. But the amount of information given with each perspective switch is tremendous. Tearful. So there is such a story in the midst of such history. That's right. Straight away. The story of resisting the enemy with their lives like this makes me feel very disturbed, but also marvel at the history that was once there. This one is not normally difficult, but very difficult. Mr. Shin Songji always manages to convey to us, through this national style concert, the charm of traditional culture. Indeed, yeah. He can make us not to forget the history and traditional culture from among these songs. Mr. Shin. It's true that he's an S-class program planner. Too strong. Mr. Shin blends both music and education together, and it's a lot of fun. And all the musicians in the professional group, after watching this video, they were also stunned. They also did not expect Shin Songji would convey so much information through just one video. What surprises them even more is that Shin Songji has not forgotten the combination of music and traditional culture. Li Yuanqi slowed down for a while before saying, Mr. Shin's explorations of all these themes are very cutting edge. But this video, it really did bring me to tears. Zhu Jie sat on the sidelines also for a while before saying, such a theme is not particularly easy for the creator. After all, it involves the theme of the family and the country, and the difficulty of what is being created is raised quite a bit. Zhou Xing directly took over Zhu Jie's words and continued. Yes, under the theme of the home country, lyrics must have breadth, and without a great deal of breadth, it would mean being confined to a very small category. So this time the difficulty, again, has gone upwards. Each round is harder than the last, and I don't think any of the 6 remaining singers, even Qin Ku, can play well with such a theme. I agree with the sentiment that Chink played very well in the first 2 rounds though, but under such a theme, I feel that his understanding of this theme is not particularly thorough, because he is too young. Zhu Jie said directly. Qin Ku is too young and may not have a great depth of thought. With such an analysis, the professional group all clearly knew that the theme of this round was very difficult for all 6 remaining singers. The breadth and depth of ideas that need to be encompassed by the theme of family and country require a certain amount of accumulation before they can be created. They don't favor all the singers in this regard. It's all based on objective circumstances and considerations. And at this moment, the other singers froze in place after watching this video. They just couldn't imagine that the theme of family and country had any relevant connection to the songs they had written before. This is because their previous Kokeshi songwriting was largely confined within the realm of love. After all, a big category like the theme of family and country is a huge challenge for any creator. At this moment Li Tongli, also after watching this video, sighed. A story in history is so cruel. But he also has the same very strong pressure about this family theme. This was the only round in which he felt he would be eliminated, and even though he was very blasé about the match, the pressure was still building in his mind. At the moment he stood on the stage, thinking hard about the relevance of any of his songs, stockpiled, to this theme. But Qin Ku stood on the stage, and after watching this video, his heart had already stirred up waves, because he thought he wouldn't be able to use that one song in the middle of a national style concert. But at this moment, after watching this video, he knew that Mr. Shin Songji did not forget history and gave him food for thought. That's why he created this short video for the theme video of the 3rd round. And the host, who was standing on the stage, slowed down as he looked at the 6 singers and said with a smile, "It seems like this round was very stressful for you guys, but that's what makes Kokeshi dating so difficult." And Mr. Shin Songji drew very much from traditional culture as well as history to be able to make a breakthrough in the rules of each round. Okay, so let's ask the 6 singers to go ahead and return to the preparation room and prepare their songs as well as their costumes for the show. Anchor, the commercial break is ready to begin. Please cut the video. The 5-minute countdown to ready time was then displayed on the big screen. Once the live viewers saw this countdown, they knew the match was about to begin. They are very much looking forward to singing with the 3rd round. But today they are worried about today's singing after seeing this theme, because they are worried that it will be a bad situation for each singer today. And the singers slowly made their way back into the ready room, where the makeup artist and the sheet music counterpart of the playing orchestra had been waiting. The sheet music matchmaker needs to identify the sheet music that will be used by each singer. But when these people from sheet music looked at the singers, except for Qin Ku, the expressions of all the other singers were a bit hesitant, because they hadn't, until now, figured out which song they were going to use for a great vocal performance. Still, Qin Ku sent directly to the sheet music counterpart, the sheet music for the songs that would be sung later. Then it was straight into the dressing room and the ready room, because he'd already figured out the performance outfit he was going to wear when he sang on stage later. Chapter 51, Intriguing Prelude. Shinko walked inside the dressing room of the preparation room as he looked at the wide array of performance costumes. Various performance costumes are placed on one side. He quickly followed the costumer's introduction, looking at each of the performance costumes, but at the moment he had his own ideas. I need a red dress, the kind that's on the side of theater wear, but with a modern twist, Shinko said directly. After listening to Shinko's request, the costumer briefly thought for a while, and then it also came to his mind that there was such a dress. He went straight to the very back where the show clothes were placed, and out of this, he took out the dress. Once Shinko saw this performance costume, he knew that this was what he wanted. Finally, after a series of ironing and finishing touches, this red performance dress was given a new lease of life and was a sight to behold. Then the makeup and performance clothes, too, began to be prepared, and in no time at all they were ready. And the 5 minutes of the countdown that was being prepared for the moment slowly drained away until it went to the column of the number 0. And the live viewers clearly saw the countdown, slowly going to 0. They knew very well that the first one to go on stage was none other than Shinko, and they were very much looking forward to Shinko's singing. But they had concerns because they knew Shinko had great talent in creative writing. But this talent is not inexhaustible, and there will come a day when it runs out. That's why they were very worried about the fact that Shinko would be eliminated after this performance. The professional group at this moment was likewise very expectant, and they were skeptical as to whether or not Shinko would be able to accomplish such an exceedingly difficult theme, because even they, as S-class lyricists and composers, dare not say that they can well create, under such a family and country theme, a satisfactory song out. So it is quite normal for them to be so skeptical. The public listening group was a new round of people, and at the beginning they were expecting to see great singing, but now when they also see such a difficult theme, the requirement for singing drops a little in their minds, because that's the only way they won't be disappointed too much in the bad singing of the various singers. This time the commercial break ended with it, and the countdown returned to the 0 position. Shinko slowly walked from the preparation room to the stage. A red dress. At the same time this dress, very traditional dress version without losing the modern sense. It is a performance costume designed under the fusion of tradition and modernity. And this dress fit perfectly Shinko's body like a clothes rack. When the live audience saw Shinko's performance status at this moment, they were very surprised. This performance suit is so handsome, and it matches Shinko especially well. So handsome, worthy of my husband love you, I want to give birth to you. I think he's in very good shape. Is he stable this time? I hope so, but I don't think it's likely. After all, just look at the faces of those musicians in the professional group. Yeah, their expressions are completely different from the last 2 rounds. They've become very serious. Maybe this theme is difficult for all of them. I don't care what it is. It's just cool. Watch it first, and I'm rooting for him no matter how he ends up singing. Me too. So in love with such a handsome and talented singer. Elimination is elimination. What are you afraid of? I'm just going to support him anyway. At this moment, Shinko was on top of the stage, holding a microphone to look at the array of smart cameras in front of the stage. He was in great shape now, and he had slowly eased himself into the musical world of the song through his conditioning, and he had also taken a cooling lozenge long before going on stage. His voice felt very comfortable now, and he was sure that the rest of his singing would be no problem. And those 2 hall-level music skills that were redeemed yesterday were just in time to be used in this sing-along. The Hearing Winds Orchestra, at the back of the stage, had also been ready for a long time, with all the musicians ready to go. The number of musicians in the Hearing Winds Orchestra is very large, encompassing all the instruments used throughout the music world. So even some of the very cold instruments play melodies that have been sounded by top musicians. Then the Hearing Winds Orchestra began to play up the introductory part of the song. The introductory part of the music is melodic, long but laced with a hint of sadness. This prelude is telling the crowd, in general, how they feel. At the same time, the big screen clearly reflected the name of the song, Chilling. After this music played, Lee Yuanqi of the professional group's eyes lit up, as she was an S-ranked composer, and could clearly know the music melody, which conveyed emotions to people without words. The introductory part alone already achieves a, gradual entry into the musical atmosphere, but she continued to listen, with a cautious attitude, because the melody of the song is complete in order to achieve a very good result. It is not enough that the introductory part can fit this theme, Zhou Xing, the S-ranked lyricist, slowly nodded his head as he listened to such an intro, because just the intro part alone, he felt sure that it would fit the theme. For this introductory part, at once, drew his thoughts back to the great mansion. Only the audience and fans, moreover, were very pleasantly surprised by such a prelude to the melody. Originally, they had thought that Chinka's play this time would not be as good as before, but what they were hearing now was so fitting to this family theme. This introductory part is too good, right? I didn't expect Chinku, for such a difficult theme, to have a grasp of awe, worthy of being my fan. This is still as strong as ever. Looks like the third round is secure. I felt like while listening to that intro, all of a sudden it pulled me into, like, that historical atmosphere. The musical intro made me feel like I was right on top of the theater in the big house. And that sad, but righteous, emotion sprang up inside me. That introductory part really fits the theme of family and country. And I didn't realize that as a newcomer, he was one of the most consistent players. I just witnessed a miracle. 3 rounds and he was so consistent. Sitting in the preparation room, Lee Tongli and the other singers were looking at Chinku, who was on stage at the moment, on the big screen in the preparation room. Although the lyrics part hadn't even begun to be sung yet, the melody of the introductory part alone made Lee Tongli feel that the tone of the song started right from the introductory part. In the introductory part, the melody is then added together by a few notes and instruments to create a unique musical atmosphere. At the same time, Lee Tongli was very impressed that the Hearing Winds Orchestra's interpretation of the score was so spot on. The timeline images that form every second of the intro section are like ruts in history. Chink begins to sing along the traces of historical ruts. Chapter 52, a lowly position does not dare to forget the country. Chinka's voice, which was like heavenly music, echoed throughout the venue. The play's a twist, the sleeves rise and fall. Singing of joys and sorrows has nothing to do with me. The fan opens and closes, and the gongs and drums are silent. A few lines of the lyrics pull the family theme together, all at once. That's a very small picture entry point to expand on the whole theme of family. When the lyrics came out, in an instant, the entire stage scene was shocked by both the professional group and the mass listening group. The S-class lyricist, Zhou Xing, was even more excited, because he was a lyricist in his own right, so he could naturally know the structure of the lyrics, and the consideration of each line was to be very rigorous. The words are well written, Zhou Xing said as he excitedly slapped his thigh. Immersed within the world of music, Chinku ignored any and all distractions in the real world, all listening to the beat of the music within his ear returns and continued to sing. I'm used to putting my joys and sorrows into ink, so what if the cliché is worn out? I am all bones and ashes. All of a sudden, the emotional tone of the whole music was raised quite a bit. That emotion of righteousness is also incorporated in the singing of the song. All the listeners, listening to Chinku sing this part, had their hearts thumped. Their emotions were equally driven, and they could feel the melody of this piece of music, giving them very real and complex feelings. For a moment, it was as if they were pulled back into the midst of that era of smoke and mirrors, feeling the ebb and flow of the breath of the vibrant lives of that time. The chorus arrives after a brief change of breath by Chinku. A man in a position of power is not afraid to worry about his country. Even if no one knows me, people walk by off stage and don't see the old colors. The man on the stage sings a heartbreaking parting song. When Chinku sang the chorus, for a split second, he switched to singing in a peaking opera style. Let all the listeners feel at this moment an incomparably rich listening experience, which instantly fits with the content of that video just now. At this moment, Zhu Jie, when he heard this paragraph, didn't realize his mouth, which was already wide open. He then used 2 fingers to, incompletely, finish covering his mouth and said, "This instantaneous singing transformation, it's too strong." Chinka's singing didn't end there. He still used his heavenly voice to interpret a different style of singing. It's hard to put ink on the word love. She shall sing and be reconciled in blood. The curtain rises. The curtain falls. Who's the guest? A long, sing-song voice then penetrated the entire stage scene. This sound that penetrated the scene, as if like pulling apart the barrier between reality and history, reached directly to the scene of that historical story. It was as if each listener was like a first-hand witness to the beginning of that fire. After the sound that penetrated the scene ended, the singing continued, again allowing the listener's feelings to intersect with reality. Intense repentance and seriousness. Turning back is a mirage. Who's on the other side? Live viewers and fans have been shocked after listening to this part of the song. They could sense that the song Chinku was singing at this moment was almost identical to that video. The feeling of just the words and the song being sung fits equally well with the theme of family and country that this video conveys. Chinka sang the front part once more, but the feeling given to the listeners is quite different. It was as if they could feel that last hard cry of life about to wither away from singing again. At this time in the stage big screen, the picture presents that video of the stage. On top of the stage, the woman is still smiling and singing. Chinka's singing had then come to a conclusion. You're on your side, I'm on mine. Don't laugh at the play of the wind and the moon. Don't laugh at the absurdity of people. The lyrics, made up of just a few words, take the tune of the song. Once again, upwards. The listener's feelings at the moment have long been focused on Chinka's singing, immersed in this musical world, unable to extricate themselves. At the moment, their senses were already rich. Chinka took the microphone, took the emotional swings, slowed them down, and finally sang. The road is merciless, and the road is merciful. The way is merciless, and the way is merciful. The last few notes bounced back and forth across the stage before disappearing between the worlds. That's exactly the same as a life fading away. When Chinka's singing was over, everyone in the professional group and the public listening group stood up. The entire stage venue then erupted in a burst of applause. Not only that, but the other singers in the ready room applauded as well. Li Tongli looked at Chinka who was on the stage. Moreover, he directly smiled and shook his head. The music industry is going to usher in a heavenly person. Only this way is the most interesting. His consistency can't be described with the usual adjectives anymore. Yuan Qili, who was on the professional group, stood up and applauded, smiling as she clapped. That's great. The State Winds concert was made for him. He's the new king of the State Winds field. Zhou Xing likewise immediately took over and said, he is equally very talented in the area of lyrics. This is simply the level of a demon. If I could have reached such a high level when he was so young, I'm afraid that I would have been a SR level lyricist by now. Zhu Jie at this time but showed a painful expression and said, you guys hurry up and don't praise him. Hurry up and help me. My mouth is dislocated. It hurts. The 6 million viewers in the live broadcast room were even more blown up, because they couldn't help but, long ago, speak their feelings after hearing such a shocking singing. This song is really so good. It totally brought me into that period of history and the lyrics are very touching. Is this the national style concert that the Moonlight author likes to see? There are such great songs. No wonder it's so important to listen to them even when you drag out your shift. After listening to Chinka's singing, I think it's very normal for the author of Moonlight to drag his feet. After all, it's just too good. From this moment on, I decided I was going to go crazy catching up on more State of the Union concerts. Chinka's play is very stable and every song is so good. He is simply the king of the national style field. The song's interpretation of that video just now is so spot on and still at the perfect level that it brought me to tears listening to it. The switch in vocals in this song makes me feel incredibly amazing. And I feel like he's even stronger than he was before. Upstairs your instincts weren't wrong. I feel like he's got a much better grasp of sound and musical atmosphere. So round 4, round 5. There's nothing to worry about anymore, right? What's there to worry about? It's a straight up title shot. All the professional group musicians in the scene were excitedly exchanging the song that Chinka had just sung. They really didn't expect that Chinka would still play so consistently under this so difficult home theme. Most importantly, the song is an almost perfect level of interpretation for that theme video. This is something that surprised them a lot. It's as if like the song was tailor-made for that video. At this time the public listening group was similarly reminiscing Chinka's singing, and they were very much sighing at the fact that they had just lowered their expectations. The host at this time also slowly came to the stage, stood on the right side of Chinka, smilingly looked at the left camera and said, "Thank you, singer Chinka, for giving us a wonderful performance of a really good song. The most important thing is that this song gives us a very rich feeling. It penetrates between reality and history and can achieve a subtle rapport. There are really very few songs like this amongst the music industry. So it's a true expression from the heart that we give this wonderful musician a round of applause." So the 1-minute scoring channel is now open. So please, professional and public listening groups, give the scores you have in mind. Chapter 53, Breaking the Last High Score. Once the 1-minute scoring channel was opened, the professional and public listening groups had a short time to recall what they had just sung, because Chinka's singing really left them incomparably shocked. This is compared to the last two, that kind of gentle singing. This family-themed national-style song allows them to feel the interplay between history and reality in the world. The top musicians sitting at the pro table looked at each other. This score is indeed difficult to give. I do not know this time. Should I give full marks? or leave a little leeway. Zhu Jie touched his already recovered jaw. Thanks to Zhou Xing will be orthopedic. Otherwise he would have to run to the hospital. I think Qinke's singing is very wonderful and the interpretation of the theme of the song is unbelievable. But I still don't think I should give full marks. After all, there are still 2 matches behind us. Li Yuanqi pondered for a while before saying, I think it's better to leave a little bit of space for Qinke to avoid overconfidence in the middle of the last 2 rounds when he should have scored full points, which is not a good thing. In the spirit of caring for the young, who would be prone to overconfidence? Zhou Xing considered saying, I think your discussion has been great, and we couldn't agree with you more that we really shouldn't have given Qinke, among the current stage, full marks for the decision. S-rank arranger Yu Lin said, but you should not forget the composition of the mass listening group is very complicated, so their decision will also affect the final score. We'll see then. We've made our choice. At the end of the heated conversation, the scoring of the professional panel had been done. Meanwhile, the mass listening group there was thinking about the richness of the feelings that the song gave them. This song is the most country song I've ever heard that gave me the most shocking feeling, and under the theme of the country at home, I thought of the connection between the individual and the whole country. It's really great to hear this song in a live setting, this time as a mass listening group. It is simply very worth it. I spent the airplane ticket. Not a loss at all. Why did I get to hit a point this time? I wanted to hit 5. If I had 100%, I'd hit 100%. I've pushed the button to score. I'm sure I'll give him, my 1 point. +1+1. Everyone in the mass listening group comes from all over the world, as well as their individual feelings are completely different. So the mass listening group listeners are the most difficult to be influenced by the score. This is because the sensory experience of a mass listening group after hearing the singing live is complex and unclear. Everyone in the mass listening group then pressed the button for scoring, with only a very few not giving a score. After a while, all the scores were, all at once, tallied and clearly presented on the big screen. When the scores appeared on the big screen, everyone's focus was among the numbers on the big screen, and the host slowly looked back at the number presented on the big screen, and after he read the number, he looked in the direction of the main camera with a smile and said, wow! This time, the score value earned by singer Qinke was another brand new breakthrough. What's even more surprising to me is that this time the public listening group, again, gave a very high score of 297 points. The professional group even gave a high score of 90 points, and only the 2 professional teachers maintained super high grading standards to not give a score in the middle of this singing. So this time, singer Qinke's score is 387 points, which is quite a bit more points than last time. Let's give Qinke the warmest applause. And we also welcome the next other singers to challenge this high score. At this point the live viewers also saw the score and were beyond satisfied with the composition of the score, and they were generally expected to get this score, because such wonderful singing really made them feel the richness of the music's contagiousness. Qinke broke through again in this score. Great! There are still 2 more rounds of competition. It's going to be the end of the National Wind Concert. It's too much to give up. In the end, will Qinke release an album of the National Wind Concert? So hopeful that he'll be in other music competitions and show up. Just want to hear him sing so bad. Ditto. Let's hope he's on the show more often. Or else we just can't get enough of it. I hope he has more creations in other fields as well. Although the creation of national style songs is very difficult, then I also hope he can create some little sweet songs out of it. It's indeed so exciting. There are only 2 more shows left in the National Winds Concert and it's coming to an end. And with all this talk, I feel so bad about not wanting it to end. Don't worry, we'll definitely see Qinke singing in another music program. His road won't end here. He'll go even further. Li Tongli, who then sat in the preparation room, exhaled deeply. On top of this stage, he already knew if there was any way he could win the title, even if he put his best foot forward. But even then, he was very open to such a situation. It's good when you've tried. The rest doesn't matter. Li Tongli straightened his performance clothes and watched the countdown as he prepared backstage, slowly walking to the column of zeros. And now it's time for him to get on stage and sing. He slowly made his way to the stage, where the Hearing Winds Recital Orchestra, by now, was already ready. Once the host saw Li Tongli arrive on the stage, he politely nodded to him and slowly walked to the side of the stage, quietly looking at Li Tongli at the moment. At this moment, the prelude of the Hearing Wind Orchestra also slowly rang out, and various musical notes, like streams, flowed to every corner of the stage. Li Tongli then slowly closed his eyes and began to sing. The song that Lee Tongli is now performing is an exclusive single he previously wrote for a martial arts gaming platform, though not very closely related to the subject matter of this video. Just a little bit, but it's also already the most connected song that Lee Tongli could find inside his library. He sang hard with the strength of an A-list singer, bringing this Jianghu chivalrous music atmosphere to the professional and mass listening groups on the stage scene through each musical beat, and live viewers watched such performances, though not particularly shocking, but they can also feel the different styles of songs that give them a different listening experience. The song then came to its conclusion, and Lee Tongli slowly sang the last line of the lyrics, the last few notes, and then also fell on top of the stage and disappeared. After listening to Lee Tongli's singing, the host smiled and walked towards him while standing at his right side position. The host looks in the direction of the main camera and smiles. Thank you singer Lee Tongli for singing for us. At the same time we can feel a kind of Jianghu and the complexity of the human world through the middle of this song. It is indeed a special experience. So let's start scoring for singer Lee Tongli. Chapter 54, 2 top singers eliminated. Then the public listening group and the professional group, both after a very heated discussion, quickly gave the scores they wanted to give to this one. In a short while, this score was clearly presented on top of the big screen. Compared to the 267 points earned by the last Lee Tongli, this time the score achieved another nice breakthrough, straight to a high score of 289. Lee Tongli, who was standing on the stage, also looked back to his earned score. He didn't feel much of a loss when he saw scores like this, because he knows very well that his level is, indeed, in such a score. However, he was already very satisfied with this time, being able to obtain a high score of 289 points. At this moment, Lee Tongli took the microphone and looked at the professional group and the public listening group, and said with a smile, "Thank you for the high scores you gave. I will continue to work hard." When Lee Tongli had said this, he returned to the preparation room. The remaining singers slowly made their way up to the stage to sing one by one, because there were less than 4 singers left. The singing was very fast. There was even one singer who didn't come up with a song that had any connection to the video. Earlier, such behavior directly pissed off both the professional and mass listening groups, so that singer at the end of the day only got a couple dozen points. It left many of the viewers who were watching the live broadcast very shocked. That singer at the end is outrageous. How can he come up with a song for Chinese New Year? And it's similar to what Chen Lin sang last time. It shouldn't have been plagiarized. That would be too outrageous. I don't think it's likely. After all, it's also a top singer, so maybe there's really no more songs in reserve. So they can only come up with a poetic country-style song to use. I didn't expect to meet something so interesting in the third round. Then by now the tournament is also very much in the books, with 2 more masters eliminated in this round. I'm looking forward to the 4th and final round. When will it start? When the last singer finished singing, the host asked all the singers to come to the stage. Once the singers came on stage, the big screen also presented the final scores of the 6 singers. The host said after looking at the scores of the 6 singers, "Thanks to the 6 singers who brought us wonderful singing, we can feel the different styles in the middle of the third round, under the theme of the family and the country, and bring us different listening experiences. This listening experience is personalized and special, and gives us an even richer musical experience. But the competition will eventually face an elimination session, so for our round, the 2 singers with the lowest scores will be eliminated. Being eliminated is not the end of a singer's career. It's just a short setback and we'll meet again on the next stage." The names of the 2 eliminated singers that followed also dimmed from their glowing yellow appearance right down to gray, leaving only the first 4 digits of their names still shining brightly. Eventually the camera of the live broadcast began to change, slowly pulling away from the distance, and the entire camera could see all of the entire stage. Meanwhile, in the middle of the live screen, the time of the next round was reflected, and the 4th round would be played the night after tomorrow. The live viewers were very happy after seeing the live broadcast, presented with the time of the 4th round, which was pretty much what they expected. It's okay, I thought it was going to be a long wait. Sure enough, Mr. Shen still knows our kind of urgent mood. Still the night after tomorrow, we can hear Chin Ku's singing. Too happy. Ever since I watched the State of the Union concert, I've been super excited about having different rules for each round. Me too. I feel like the difficulty of each round is very high, and under such a high difficulty of the match, Chin Ku still played so well. Too strong. Yeah, I'll see you day after tomorrow then. That's great too. because author Tsuki Akari promised to open the second part of the update after the end of the National Wind Concert. Unbelievably looking forward to it. I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Great. If it ends early then I'll be able to see the second part of the trilogy sooner. Although the live stream of the State of the Union concert is over, but these live viewers and fans, still in the comments section of the broadcast, were discussing each other intensely. They are very happy in that they get to talk to people of their same preferences. And the 6 singers returned to the ready room, changing the performance clothes they were wearing into their everyday wearable outfits. At this point the mass listening group, too, slowly walked out of the stage scene. On the way out, there will also be peripheral gifts from the National Wind Concert. The peripheral gifts were plentiful, and included a replica signed photo of Chinku, as well as signed photos of other singers. Such rich peripheral gifts make them even more very happy. Not only today's performance let them feel the charm of the national style songs, but they also received some traditional culture. The top musicians sitting on the pro troupe stage are still lamenting the fact that today's singing was just amazing. This group of top musicians also includes a number of songwriters and composers. They were even more excitedly discussing the instruments used for each melody in the song Chiling sung by Chinku. Zhou Xing excitedly took the sheet of lyrics handed over by the venue manager and pointed to the part of the chorus, saying, "Look, these 2 lines just form a very subtle difference, making the whole lyric even more profound. I don't agree with you. I think that these 2 lines, instead of being too different, form a subtle harmonization." S-rank lyricist Chen Son similarly pointed to the chorus section on the lyric sheet and said, "Alright, thank you for your agreement. I think your agreement is very important to my opinion." Zhou Xing directly ignored what Chen Song had just said and said with a raised eyebrow. At that moment, Chen Song did not say a word and blankly glanced at Zhou Xing. The professional group then slowly dispersed after a heated discussion. And in the preparation room, Chinku was the last to remove his makeup and performance clothes. He was placed at the end of the line because of the troublesome handling of the performance clothes he had just worn. But even in the end it was only a matter of minutes until Chinku sat down. The costumers and makeup artists then, all at once, finished helping Chinku with his makeup and performance clothes. After that was taken care of, Chinku went into the fitting room to put on his everyday clothes. With a casual organization of his things, he stepped out of the ready room. He followed his familiar route from the back of the stage, walked to the entrance of the building. But just at this time, a voice sounded behind him. "Chinku, there's a senior who wants to find you for cooperation. Delay you a little bit, is it okay if we talk?" Shin Songji said as he stood behind Chinku and looked at him with a smile. Chapter 55 An invitation from Senior Shirakumi Rue. Chinku was also a bit surprised the moment he saw Shin Songji. He thought Shin Songji had already left the backstage of the National Wind Concert. Still, Chinku came back to his senses, looked at Shin Songji, and said with a smile, "No problem, Mr. Shin. I'm free right now." "Okay, then let's go to the office to talk." Shin Songji directly led Chinku in the direction of the backstage office of the National Wind Concert. This time, Shin Songji's reason for looking for Chinku was an SR-rated oldtimer. Saw Chinku's wonderful singing and that great creative ability in tonight's performance. He wanted to find Chinku to authorize this one Red Mercy song because he wanted to use it as the theme song for the opening of the historical memorial. After a few minutes of subsequent walking, Shin Songji brought Chinku inside the office, and Chinku slowly sat down. At the same time he saw an old-timer with gray hair in the seat next to his office. Chinku then nodded slightly in the direction of the old senior. Shin Songji then also nodded slightly towards the old senior and then said, "Senior by Jian Rue, I brought him here. You guys can chat slowly. I also have some things to do. I'll leave first." "Excuse me." After hearing this, Bexio Rue also nodded slightly and said, "Go ahead." "Thank you." Afterward, the only 2 people left in the entire office were Chinku and Bai Jianrui. Bai Jianrui looked toward Chinku sitting next to him and said directly, "The Chiling you sang tonight, really interpreted it very well. Under this theme of the family and the country, to be able to have such a good creation, it seems that your strength and skills are very strong. I sat on the professional stage and watched you sing, and you didn't just sing at a very high level. You performed very well in all of your abilities, and I can say that you have a great sense of synthesis. So what? I'm looking for you to authorize this chibi song that I'll be using as the theme song for the opening of a historical memorial at noon tomorrow. Of course, this singing is also supposed to give you the cost of authorization. The cost of authorization as to how much it is. You just give a number. I am in the middle of the entertainment system, and you sign a good contract on it." Chinku was slightly surprised when he heard it. as he didn't expect a SR-level senior to appear at the scene of today's National Wind concert. However, after he listened to Senpai, he mentioned the request to authorize this copyright of Akane Rei to be used as the opening theme song for the historical memorial hall. He was also asked to give a price for authorized singing after that. It occurred to him at once that the theme song of a historical memorial was not to be purchased with money. Shinka then looked at Bai Jianrui and said seriously, "The authorization of this song doesn't require any money. I can sign the contract for the authorization right now. As the theme song for the historical memorial, this song couldn't be more appropriate. And I would like to thank Senior Bekmi Seo for his reinterpretation of this song. I guess this time, Senpai singing at the opening of the historical memorial hall was also a benefit performance, right?" Shinku asked this question directly, because he knew very well that SR-level old-timers like Bai Mirai no longer had much interest in money. It is his responsibility and value to the community that is his greatest joy as a senior citizen. At the same time, he was very happy for the old-timer, who was able to sing the song for the opening of the historical memorial, because it's a song that's just too good for a historical memorial. A bright light flashed in front of Bai Jianrui's eyes after listening to Chinku's words. He had thought that Chinku was just a fledgling newcomer, and even if he authorized it, he would ask for a price that wasn't too high, but was suitable. But after hearing Chinku say this, he had a different feeling about this young man in front of him. "So with your free license, I'll take this token of my appreciation, and I do volunteer to sing at this opening of the historical memorial. After all, at my age, money isn't too important anymore. How much can I spend? But I'm very much looking at the fact that when I come out, I'm going to bring a lot of traffic to tomorrow's broadcast, and that's something I'm very much looking at. I want to pull some traffic over after I sing for this historical memorial, so that more young people will go out into the middle of a historical memorial to learn about history and honor tradition. Of course, if you are also present, then the live streaming traffic is definitely going to be even better. So I would like to invite you to come over and perform the opening ceremony together. What do you think?" After Chinko heard that Bekmi Sui was indeed a benefit performance, he also knew that his guess was correct. At the same time, he was even more cognizant of Elder Bekmi Rue's idea of trying to pull in some foot traffic through the live broadcast and coming over to visit the historical memorial. Moreover, Chinko raised his interest after hearing that Elder Bai Jianrui would invite himself along to the opening ceremony, because he really had not participated in similar activities, and he was even more interested in those historical events, as well as historical artifacts, recorded in the historical memorial hall. After all, each historical artifact read in a historical memorial represents a different story. These artifacts are the material carriers of history, and just by looking at them with the naked eye, one can feel the history that has given these artifacts their special imprint. "Yeah, thank you Senior for the invitation," Chinka said with a smile as he looked at Bai Si Rue. Bai Jianrui also nodded his head slowly after hearing this. It was the same answer as he had thought. "Alright then, I'll see you tomorrow for the opening ceremony then." In a short period of time, the authorization of the copyrights was, all at once, done in the civic system. When Bekcio Rue had finished speaking, he slowly got up, and he walked towards the direction of the office's door, because he had to go back to rest, and if he was a little bit late, his body wouldn't be able to make it through the night. And at that moment, Chinku also slowly got up and followed Elder Bai Jianrui, walking out of the office, not forgetting to turn off the lights in the office. After a while, it came to the main entrance of the building. In front of the main entrance, Hakumi Rue Senior's driver was already waiting at the door. After bidding farewell to Elder Bekmi Rue, Chinku also casually grabbed a car and drove in the direction of his home. At this moment, he recalled the conversation he had just had, and also felt that his answer was correct. He then sat in his car and casually pulled up the civic system, the contract for the free license rights. He looked at both sides of the drop, and at the same time, he was out of his mind at the SR rank. "I don't know when I'll be able to reach such a high level and participate in the SR level singer competition," Chinka said as he looked at that rank. However, thinking about this, Chinka does not feel anxious, because the road is still long. Slowly walk is half an hour's time. The car smoothly parked at the entrance of the neighborhood, when it was already 10:30 at night. Such a time made Chinka feel very free, because he also remembered that console game with half of the exploration still open, and that game map. He thought it was pretty fun too. He swiped his card straight away, and after stepping into the elevator, he returned to the house, where he quickly turned on the console and display. At the same time he turned off all the lights in the house, leaving only the bright light of the display reflecting back at him. Also on his left and right sides were piles of snacks. As for the opening ceremony tomorrow, he'd already set his alarm clock. Then let's play shallow for a few hours before going to bed, Shin-ka said with a smile as he looked at the loading page of the game. Chapter 56 Live Broadcast Effect Explosion. After playing the game for a few hours before Shin-ka went to bed, he went straight back to his bedroom to sleep after a simple bath. By the time he woke up, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. He watched the cell phone next to him light up with an incoming call, so he just picked it up. A voice rang out on the other end of the phone. Mr. Shin-ku, I'm here to pick you up. I'm already downstairs in your district. Okay, I'll be down soon, Shin-ka's slightly lazy voice said. He then put his cell phone directly, casually, and ran into the shower. After a quick shower, straightening his clothes and putting on slightly more formal attire, he opened the door and came downstairs. When the driver saw Shin-ku, he had gotten out of the car and opened the door, then looked at Shin-ku with a smile and said, Mr. Shin-ku, good noon. The opening ceremony is at 11 o'clock, and it's not a far drive for us to go over there, so get in the car first. Shin-ku nodded slowly and sat down in the car. The driver began to accelerate after seeing Shin-ku, who was already sitting firmly. He needed to get to the historical memorial in as quick a time as possible. After all, that main road at the historical memorial is very congested, and it's still a weekday, so the traffic is even very heavy. But very fortunately, the traffic was not as heavy as usual along the way. After a couple of short stoplights, it was time to arrive at the gates of the historical memorial. Once Shin-ku got out of the car, the receptionist of the historical memorial came to meet him. Mr. Shin-ku, you've arrived. Bai Jianrui is already waiting for you in the guest room. The receptionist looked at Shin-ku with a smile. I'm sorry for the late start, Shin-ku said with a slight apology. The receptionist didn't say anything when she heard it though, just a slight smile. This is because before the opening ceremony, guests attending the opening ceremony are required to undergo a simple makeup. Shin-ku then arrived in the guest room of the historical memorial. When he walked in, he saw elder Baek Mi-sui sitting inside. Shin-ku walked slowly to the side of Baek Seo-rue's seat and nodded slowly towards Baek Seo-rue. Sorry senior, I got up late, Shin-ku said as he looked at the time on his cell phone. Because the time now is already 10:40, less than 10 minutes before the time of the opening ceremony. However, after hearing this, Bai Jianrui didn't get angry, but instead said, it's good for young people to sleep more. Like I'm older, I can't sleep for more than a few hours. Then I wake up. Well, why don't you go ahead and get ready? The opening ceremony will be live and the traffic will be even better with you there. Shin-ku didn't say anything else, so he walked into a small room in the guest room, where the makeup artist, who had been waiting for a relatively long time. After seeing Shin-ku arrive, he also took out his tools and began to put on Shin-ku's simple makeup. After all, it's the opening ceremony of a historical memorial, and the makeup used, unlike singing, is not personalized to highlight your features. Instead, the whole look is as plain as possible, allowing the essence of the person to show through more. A few minutes later, a makeup that showed more of Shin-ku's essence was done. A makeup that showed more of Shin-ku's facial contours. It makes him look more spirited and sunny. After a short while the time came and went to 11 o'clock. Shin-ku and Bai Jianrui, as well as the curator of the historical memorial hall, Chen Banlong, and the other hall administrators, stood in the middle of the entire hall of the historical memorial hall. This is because the entire historical memorial hall is 3 stories high, and there is a very high platform in the hall of the 3-story historical memorial hall, and Shin-ku and the others were standing on top of this very high platform, and underneath the platform, there is a very large number of media outlets filming. Meanwhile, around the perimeter, there are portable arrays of smart cameras that are constantly moving. At this moment on Tees, the live stream has begun. It's a brand new account, the Historical Memorials account, though it doesn't have much of a following, but after last night's series of video previews, the number of people online for the live broadcast has now surpassed 500,000. Stand out in this plethora of live streams, and even more fans of Bai Si-rui and Shin-ku have come to this live broadcast room, so that the heat of the live broadcast is even more to reach a very high value. After all, the historical memorial takes the same array of automatic cameras, the ability for each viewer to be able to choose a different viewpoint as the primary viewpoint for watching the live broadcast. That would be the equivalent of being able to single out one person's stationary camera while watching a live broadcast. For fans of Shin-ku and Bai Mirai, this was like being up close and personal, watching their favorite idols, in all their nuances, live on air. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the group of fans and other viewers were even more excitedly discussing with each other in the live broadcast room. I didn't expect that Chinko was also there. I thought he would take a good rest today. After all, tomorrow night, the fourth round of the tournament will begin. It's been a while since Hakumi Rue Senpai has appeared, but Senpai's singing ability, it's definitely the strongest. SR Senpai, I like you too much. One thing I have to say is that Chinko, as a newcomer, is so lucky to be working with SR singers so soon. Chinko's makeup is especially different today. So sunny and handsome. It's worthy of being my husband. How he is so good looking and handsome. I feel that he looks even more attractive in the daytime. It seems that the fourth round of the competition is not difficult for Chinko at all, or else he would have started preparing long ago instead of coming over for the event. Gosh, the opening of the Historical Memorial Museum, is there a connection with the song Chinko sang yesterday? I heard that Hakumi Rue Senpai will be singing at today's event. Really? I'm so looking forward to this. It's been a long time since I've heard Bekmi Seo Senpai sing. Under the intense discussion of this group of fans, some fresh news quickly spread, because a couple of preview videos were posted before the opening of the historical memorial. But among these preview videos, there is no mention of Bekmi Ray performing, but there was also vague talk of special events. It's this kind of sellout behavior that draws a lot of viewers. There are also some fans of Bekmi Sui and Chinko who are more interested in special events. As the array of cameras moved around, every spot throughout the pavilion was captured with exceptional clarity. Meanwhile, a camera on the right, moving in a circle, then captured the sound of the venue with a ring behind the high stage. Such venue sound is instantly recognized by those fans who know very well what the purpose of such venue sound is. For a while the live viewers and fans in the broadcast room became even more excited. I told you so. See those ringing venue acoustics? I also saw, captured in the first shot to the right, one of those ring-style venue acoustics. Wow. It looks like it's true that Hakumi Rue Senpai is going to sing after the opening ceremony. It's been a few years since the Hakumi Rue seniors have sung. So much to look forward to. So much to look forward to. Chapter 57, Bekmi Rue, top-level singing. The live viewers were very excited when they saw the audio like this. At the same time the opening ceremony of the Historical Memorial Hall began. In front of Chinko and Bekmi Rue, as well as the curator and the other administrators, a name plaque covered by a red cloth was placed. At this time, Chinko and Baijian Rue, together with other management personnel in the pavilion, held a corner of the red cloth. The other media personnel, too, pointed their long-distance cameras at the Chinko crowd on the stage. Also around the stage, there were arrays of cameras moving back and forth, clearly capturing the entire real-time scene. Such real-time images have made a lot of fans very happy, because they are able to observe, through this real-time subtle lens, the various nuances of their idol's performance. Then with a countdown, Chinko and Baijian Rue, as well as the curator and other managers, joined together to pull this. The red cloth was pulled down, revealing the name of the memorial plaque. A crowd, then, began to applaud, and thus the pleasant opening ceremony was completed. Nothing particularly grand or hilarious, but it's a nice take on a historical memorial. The opening ceremony, which was very well organized, made people feel that history is silent and silent, yet it is always narrating to people the history that was once there. All of them, then, came down from the stage. At the same time, the makeshift lighting system on stage went into working order. Even though he was only performing one song, Bekmi Sui was very particular about the lighting system and the venue's music for the song, because it's all about giving the listener a more comprehensive and infectious vocal performance. At this time the equipment people in charge of the venue's music, as well as the lighting system, came to the front of the stage and debugged the venue's sound and lighting system. After a while, all the lighting systems and venue music had been tuned and were ready for normal operation. But at this point in the live broadcast, after seeing such a situation, has been very happy and excited, because they knew full well that they were going to hear Senior Bekmi Seo sing later. See, this is equipment tuning, which means the singing will start later. Wow! Isn't it great that I can really hear Bekmi Seo Senpai sing at this opening of the memorial? I don't know which song Senpai is going to sing. It must be one that fits the tone of the historical memorial. Yeah, it never seems to be revealed which song is going to be performed. All the more reason to look forward to it. Hurry up and get started. Can't wait. The influence of Hakumi Rue's SR class is already very strong, with a sizable fan base. Not only were Bekmi Rue's fans very excited, Chinko's fans were even more excited, because they clearly know that Shinka came to this opening ceremony of the historical memorial hall is not a coincidence, but related to him there. Shinka's fans continued to wait patiently, and all the media on the stage sat on stools because there were very many stools set up on the stage. It's so that all of our media friends can listen well to the singing at this opening ceremony. Meanwhile, Baek Mi-ri has been prepared for this for a long time. After all, in his so long career, he had experienced very much singing, and as for the present, he did not feel the least bit nervous. After Bai Jianrui went up to the stage, he simultaneously looked down to the stage and slowly nodded his head at Chin-ku, because the song that can be found today, that fits so well with the theme of historical memorials, is because of the very song that Chin-ku wrote, and this moment of nodding was very keenly captured by the media. At this time, the venue audio then also played a Carrie's rhythmic music. After this section of the introductory music played, Baek Mi-ri then took the microphone and began to sing. The play's a twist, the sleeves rise and fall. Singing of joys and sorrows has nothing to do with me. As soon as Bai Jianrui opened his mouth, he completely distinguished himself from Chin-ku, as his voice was already old and raspy, but his basic comprehensive strength was still very strong. The rendering of the song and the beat of the music is more on point than Chin-ku. As he heard this paragraph, Chin-ku also deeply felt the gap between himself and the SR old-timers. It is a gap that will take some time to bridge. However, Chin-ku suddenly thought of the reputation value that had yet to be settled in the third round of the tournament before, and then he also felt that this gap wasn't too difficult to bridge, because in Chin-ku's anticipation, there would be quite a lot of prestige value settlement. After all, he guided a portion of the trilogy readers into liking the national concert after the trilogy novels were finished. The prestige value added on such a basis would certainly be very high. Therefore, Chin-ku clearly knew that compared to the 200 million or so prestige values from the last time, this time it must have at least doubled. Then in Chin-ku's opinion, it was perfectly fine to exchange 4 hall-level skills. Baek Mi-sui sang and played very consistently, even though it had been years since he had sung. Those viewers who were watching the live broadcast at this time, as well as Baek Mi-rui's fans, were even more excited. Senior Baek Mi-rui actually sang the same song that Chin-ku sang last night. No wonder Chin-ku appeared at the opening ceremony of the historical memorial hall. So there was such a collaboration. It feels like Baek Mi-seo senpai sings this song with more musicality. That's for sure. Senior Baek Mi-rui is a SR singer, and in terms of overall strength, he's definitely more powerful than Chin-ku. It's so good. That aged, raspy voice, something else, and at the same time more fluid and appropriate for the beat. Or Chin-ku composed this song, very suitable for the opening of the historical memorial now. Such a theme is simply tailor-made in general. It does sound superb. Love it so much. After a few minutes, Bai Jianrui finished the song completely, at which time a burst of applause rang out from the stage. All the media, as well as arrays of smart cameras, were frantically filming around Baek Si-sui, who had finished singing at the moment. Baek Mi-ri then took a look at the microphone and addressed the crowd on stage. Thank you to young friend Chin-ku for creating this song. He has great songwriting skills and is able to have such a good lyrical structure for such a theme. I feel very gratified that there are such outstanding young people in the music industry. So the most important thing to be thankful for is not my re-singing for this song, but to Chin-ku, the creator. When Bai Jianrui finished like this, the media again turned their long-distance cameras towards Chin-ku, who was sitting on the stage at the moment, and took another frantic shot. Chin-ku, who was already accustomed to shooting flashes, didn't feel anything but a slight sting. The opening ceremony was then over and the rest of the day was free to browse around the historical memorial. Chin-ku also stood up from the direction of the hall, and walked into the exhibition hall of the interior of the historical memorial. Chapter 58, Customized Museum Songs? Okay. In the internal exhibition hall, there are very many artifacts and documents about the history of the past. Although some of them are replicas, you can also get a side view of the history that was once there from these displays that have been restored and reproduced again. Even if it wasn't particularly comprehensive, Chin-ku felt history giving him that resonant silence. And it was at this time that the curator of the Historical Memorial Museum, Chen Analytical Long, discovered Chin-ku, who was viewing the historical artifacts at this time. Meanwhile, beside the curator stood the same man. The man wore thick glasses and his hair was slightly gray, but not all the way gray. Mr. Chin-ku, I would like to introduce someone to you. Can I? Chen Banlong, the curator of the Historical Memorial Hall, said as he looked at Chin-ku, who was looking at the artifacts. After Chin-ku heard Chen Banlong's voice, he slowly turned back as well. Of course, curator Chen Banlong. Chin-ka said as he looked at the two with a smile. Chen Banlong then pointed with his palm. The curator beside him, while looking at Chin-ku and said, "This is the director of the Guanqing Museum, Chen Wenshu. This time to come to the historical memorial to see the opening ceremony. At the same time, Chen Wenshu director, also want to ask you for the Guanqing Museum, to create a song. We were listening to the song you sang last night at the National Wind Concert, and the kind of vibe that Senior Baek Mi Sui sang again just now. It feels like your creations can be very relevant and express the museum's sense of history. As for the price of this customized song, the price given from our side is 1 million. Do you think it's okay?" After Chin-ka heard that it was for the Guanqing Museum, customizing a song for the museum, he became interested as well, because he had been to the Guanqing Museum before, and the 4-story Guanqing Museum encompassed, well, a very large collection, and there are often some quick exhibits from, well, other museums, and the admission to the Cantonment Museum, it doesn't cost money, that's free. Chin-ka looked at the expressions of Chen Banlong and Chen Wenshu, and he saw anticipation in their expressions. Chin-ka then said directly, "Yes, it's just that I need to be available after the National Wind Concert is over. Do you think it can wait for a while?" After Chen Wenshu heard Chin-ka agree to this, he immediately said directly, "Of course, after all, creating is not that easy. It is something that takes a good period of time to create a better song. We can wait, and as for the money for the customized songs, we'll hit you up as soon as we can." At this moment, Chen Wenshu's expression was very relaxed, because before he came, he was worried that Chin-ka would reject him. After all, his offer was not particularly high, at least for the music market as a whole. The pricing isn't particularly glamorous as far as the customization aspect of the song is concerned. However, when Chin-ka agreed to customize a song for the Guanqing Museum, Chen Wenshu was already very happy. As for waiting a while, he didn't care. Subsequently, after such a conversation had ended, Chen Banlong and Chen Wenshu also stopped disturbing Chin-ka's own mood of watching the exhibition alone, and slowly walked away. Not a moment later, Chin-ka's cell phone rang with a very large number of alert sounds. When he turned on his phone, he realized that he had forgotten to turn off the sound of the jitterbug reminder to go live. After he opened the column of messages, he found a very large number of fans, all of whom were saying that they were requesting a live broadcast and wanted to watch the exhibition with Chin-ka. Chin-ka looked at the tens of thousands of messages, all of which were requesting that he open a live stream to watch the show. Then he thought about it and felt that watching the show with the fans would indeed be a good experience. Then he directly opened the live broadcast function of Jitterbug. After opening the live broadcast function, he then turned the camera towards, and roughly skimmed every corner of the interior showroom. "Well, after accompanying you guys to watch the show, I'll get off the air then," Chin-ka said jokingly. After this Chin-ka finished speaking. That group of fans who were watching the live broadcast were directly shocked and were spitting in the live broadcast room. "How so fast? I just went online. It seems like it's less than a minute to start the live broadcast. How did you accompany us to watch the exhibition? Yeah, how can it be like this? It's so hard to watch you live once. You actually got off the air so quickly. It can't go off the air that fast. I was thinking about listening to your commentary on the historical artifacts in the whole historical memorial. Agree with upstairs. Can't let him get off the air that fast. The sound alone makes my body crunch. It's too much. It's only been on for a minute and you want to get off the air. No way. Please show us the exhibit. After all, it just opened and we can't get in." Chin-ka held his cell phone and looked at the comment section of the live broadcast, and couldn't help but laugh as well. Such a soft chuckle was still picked up by the receiver. All of a sudden, it was also audible to those fans who were watching the live broadcast. Fans then began to troll some more. "It's abominable. And he's laughing. Yeah, it can't be like that. It's so unkind." And Chin-ka hadn't wanted to go off the air that fast. He just wanted to tease his fans. "Alright, no more teasing you guys. Let me show you the exhibition. Have a good look. Learn and take notes." Chin-ka looked at the comment section while holding his cell phone and said with a smile. Chin-ka then picked up his cell phone and looked to a corner of the internal exhibition hall, where a few ancient mahogany chairs were placed. As he sauntered over to look, he could see these chairs with a sign placed next to them. The sign clearly records that these mahogany chairs, once upon a time, had that history. Chin-ka said after looking at the text on the sign and roughly summarizing it. These are the chairs that several distinguished contributors to a historical conference once sat in. When I saw the chairs, I could also visualize the anxious feelings of several historical figures, who were sitting in the chairs, conversing about what was going on at the time. The comments in the comments section of the live broadcast were all very low at the moment, as they were all concentrating and listening to Chinka's explanation. In the event that they don't understand some of the artifacts, what they are, the fans listen to Chinka's explanation of each one. The entire gallery is very large and holds many historical artifacts from the past. When Chinka walked to the other side, I then saw a huge bookcase, which was densely packed with books. As he slowly looked down at the sign, the introductions, he once again explained it to the fans on the air. It's a historical figure that used to use a bookcase, although the books in it now are reproductions, but from that alone, you can tell that at one time that historical figure was very fond of books and had a good stock of knowledge. After an hour had passed, Chinka took all the fans in the live broadcast room to see all the collections of the historical memorial hall. Although Chinka was already feeling a bit thirsty at the moment, he was enjoying himself. Chinka's slightly hoarse voice then said, "Alright, this is all we have for this live broadcast. Tomorrow is the 4th round of the National Wind Concert. Remember to come and watch the live broadcast. Goodbye everyone." After Chinka finished speaking, he turned off the function of Shake Live. He slowly made his way out of the gallery of the historical memorial. At this time, the vehicle arranged by the curator, Chen Banlong, had also been waiting for a long time. Chinka then took the arranged vehicle and headed in the direction of his home. Chapter 59 Redeeming 6 Hall Level Skills. When Chinka returned home, it was already afternoon time. Afternoon sunshine is not particularly strong. Through the window hit in the hand also did not feel very hot. Chinka also felt that this summer was not particularly hot. He sauntered over to the refrigerator and after opening it, pulled out a bottle of ice coke. Upon opening it, the carbon dioxide from this bottle of ice cola rushed out with a defiant chirp. After a mouthful of ice cola went down, Chinka felt his stomach pull out, but it also made him feel his body temperature drop a little. He then walked over to the display and console and turned them both on and casually sat down on the floor. Next to it were the snacks that had just been placed, and as for lunch it was going to be topped off with these self-heating pots and such. After he sat down on the floor, he pulled up the civic system straight away. In the civic system, there was another message of unsettled prestige value, and after he clicked on it, the contents of this message appeared. Unsettled prestige value, 613 million. When Chinka saw this message, he was a bit surprised. He also didn't expect there to be this much prestige value. In his expectation, it might just be about 400 million prestige value. He didn't expect that after the settlement, it was more than 600 million reputation value. With over 600 million reputation values, it was entirely possible to exchange 6 Hello level skills. This time's harvest is indeed quite fruitful, Chinka said happily as he looked at the mall points that had been converted. He then looked at the more than 600 million prestige values that were synchronized and converted to mall points. After all, converting mall points wouldn't affect the accumulation of real reputation values. When he tapped into the mall's page, he saw a very large number of skill exchange details. Having gained over 600 million mall points this time, Chinka thought that he could upgrade all the skills regarding singing to the hall level. That would mean that all the singing skills, when upgraded to the hall level, jumped to the top of the heap. That's the level that can touch the highest level of the singer's field. Chinka looked at the more than 600 million arcade points, and without hesitation, he exchanged 6 hall level skills in the mall. These 6 skills are all about singing, which can help to have a more well-rounded and audience-impressing level the next time he sings. The skills then took effect soon after the redemption. Hall of Fame sound and color conversion in effect. Templar breath mastery in effect. Temple beat capture in effect. Temple singing resonance in effect. Templar melodic acuity in effect. Hallmark sound is in effect. In one fell swoop, 6 hall level skills came into effect on Chinka's body. At this instant, the energy of 6 hall level skills taking effect made his head feel a little dizzy. After all, the energy in this area was still too great, and in a short time, he hadn't digested it quickly enough. Chinka sat on the floor, while his left hand was placed violently on top of the floor, so that his body, for the time being, didn't tip over so quickly. The energy that came briefly did make him feel a little dizzy. However, after digesting one hall level skill after another, it felt like the sense of vertigo disappeared. But even so, at this moment, on his forehead, beads of sweat covered him. However, the current him felt a great sense of physical ease, as he could already feel the great changes that had occurred after these 6 hall level skills had fused with him. This change is distinguishable from that which a master level skill brings to him, because all 9 hall level skills about singing have been learned. It's safe to say that he's now at the peak of his singing level. and there's nothing left to continue to refine. In terms of singing, Chinka then touched the beads of sweat on his forehead and said helplessly, "Take a good bath." But the changes brought to me by a skill of this level are just too great. Chinka stood up and walked toward the shower. A moment later he was showered in very dry and retraced his steps to the floor, sitting quietly. At this point in the game, it's also loaded enough to continue exploring the remaining unknown parts of the map. Just at this time, the cell phone next to Chinku also rang with the ringtone of an incoming call. He picked up his cell phone to look at it and saw that it was Li Hai calling. He picked up the phone straight away and a voice rang out on the other end. "Are you free to record the third round of songs this afternoon? Those little guys at the company are already looking forward to the third round of remastered songs, but it's okay if you're not available. Why don't you wait until after the National Wind concert to record together?" Chinku also pondered for a while after hearing this. It occurred to him that the fourth round of the National Wind concert would not begin until tomorrow evening, and there was just time for that this evening. And to be able to try it out for the first time in the recording studio of Yaoguang Entertainment, when it comes to recording and singing, how effective it will be after learning all the 9 hallowed singing skills. Chinka then took the phone and said to Li Hai, "No need for next time. I'll be free tonight. I'll go over tonight." After listening to it, Li Hai replied directly, "Okay, no problem. At night time, I'll wait for you in the recording studio. As for the accompaniment, the playing orchestra has already produced it." "Okay, thanks," Chinka said in direct reply. And then the phone hung up. Chinka then continued to explore the game's map, which was very large and involved some flora and fauna from different continents. Although it was just a simple exploration type of game, Chinka was still having fun, and Li Hai, who was sitting in the office at this moment, also leaned heavily on his chair after hanging up the phone. This kid is also progressing too fast. This third song is already at the top level for song delivery. Maybe in another 5 or 6 years it will reach the S-class level. A level of progress like that is simply a demonic level singer. It's really a saya. It took me 10 years to reach the level of a rank, but even so, I'm satisfied. After all, everyone's rate of progress is different, Li Hai said with a sigh as he leaned back in his chair. At the same time he lamented the flight of time and the upper limit of his talent. Not only that, Li Hai also thought about it. Shanlin's recent state also resumed as usual, though the National Winds concert, he was eliminated for a song he originated. Meanwhile, Chanlin has since given up on the idea of originality on his own, and has honestly gone back to being a singing S-class singer. But even so, Chanlin still tuned in every day to watch the National Wind concert on time, and he was curious to see how many rounds Chinka would make it to. But every time, it breaks through his imagination. Such a situation made him even more curious about Chinka's strength and what level he could reach at the end. Li Hai, who was sitting in the office at this time, picked up the jade-white teacup next to him and made himself a cup of tea. He savored it, while he was watching the time slowly pass outside the window, waiting for Chinku to arrive. Chapter 60, Top Ranking Singers. Time flies, and the sky at this moment has stepped into the color red dusk. Chinku looked at such a dusky sky and slowly stood up, casually turning off both the game console and the display. He exchanged the home clothes he was wearing for his everyday wearable attire and walked out the door and pressed the elevator to the bottom of the block. After directly calling a car, he drove in the direction of Yaoguang Entertainment. In a short while, they arrived at the downstairs of the U-Light Entertainment Company. Chinka walked slowly, to the familiar route all of a sudden came to, the entrance of the recording studio of Yaoguang Entertainment Company. And at this time, Li Hai likewise waited there at the entrance of the recording studio. And when he saw Chinku, he directly opened the door. "Good evening. For the accompaniment, the recital orchestra has already been produced. Just waiting for you to play the level of singing," Li Hai said as he looked at Chinku with a smile. At the same time, he could feel that Chinku was a touch different from usual. But how? He couldn't say. Chinku slowly nodded his head after hearing this and also said with a smile, "Good then. Let's start recording now." "There's no problem. The recording studio is already waiting for your arrival. The equipment inside, I'm sure you're already very familiar with it. Go ahead. I'll be over here to listen to your singing properly," Li Hai said sincerely. Chinku then walked slowly into the recording room as he put his headphones on. This headset wraps nicely around his ear portion and adapts well to the structure of his ear, because this headset is Li Hai, specially customized for Chinku, and it's a lot of money to have it made by S-class music equipment specialists. So every time Chinku put it on, he could feel very well that the headphones fit him very well. Only these, Li Hai didn't talk to Chinku. After Chinku adjusted the headphones to a more comfortable position, He took a position close to the recording microphone and closed his eyes, listening to the rhythm of the music, conveying to him a sense of beat rhythm. He took a deep breath, then listened to the introductory part as it slowly played, then began to sing. The play's a twist, the sleeves rise and fall. Singing of joys and sorrows has nothing to do with me. The fan opens and closes, and the gongs and drums are silent. As Chinko slowly sang, he could feel this subtle feeling of being proficient in all the singing skills, the kind of infectiousness that seems to be in tune with the mood that the song conveys to the person, and expresses it very clearly. More than before, Chinko was able to understand more deeply the essence of the emotions when singing. This complete proficiency in singing skills gave him a singing experience that made him more engaged in the musical world of the song, being able to fully immerse yourself in the song and appreciate every detail of the musical melody. Lee Hai, who was in front of the glass window of the recording studio, was likewise wearing headphones, listening to Chinko's song, which came out in the headphones. When he heard those few lines of Chinko's singing, his eyes went directly wide, because he also watched the live stream from the historical memorial today. In the midst of the live stream from the historical memorial, every aspect of the song was spot on when he heard Senior Baek Mi Sui once again reprise his performance of the song Chibi, and the details of the various music, as well as the capturing of the melody, are incredibly detailed. But at this moment when he was listening to Chinko's singing, Lee Hai could accurately hear Chinko, and by Jianrui seniors have a certain gap, because such a gap wasn't. Chinko was quite a bit worse than Senior Baek Mi Rui. Rather, Chinko's singing level at this moment is quite a bit more on point than by Jianrui, and his grasp of every detail is impeccable. It could be said that once upon a time, Chinko was looking up to Senior by Si Rui, but at this moment, Chinko was looking down on Senior by Si Rui's strength. Such a huge amount of information made his head feel like it was going to explode, because he couldn't go on to understand what adjectives to use to describe such a rate of progress anymore. Among the music industry, there just isn't any singer who can surpass SR's level of singing. Therefore the definition of SSR level will always exist only in the concept of the civic system, and no one has ever been able to break through to such a level. But at this moment, he sensed that Chinko's level was one that had reached the SSR level, because the singing of this song is really far beyond the singing of Baek Mi Seo's predecessor. Just now, when Lee Hai was in the recording room, listening to Chinko's singing, he could feel the terror of this kind of top strength that only existed in concept. My God, is this the legendary SSR level? You kid has progressed not just a little bit, but a rocket level straight through the clouds. Then doesn't this mean that U3 Entertainment's co-vocalist has one of the world's top-level singers in it? Ah, I can't. My head is about to explode at this very moment. Hurry up and slow down. Lee Hai hastily calmed himself, pressing his fingers slowly against his temples to keep himself calm. His head felt like it was going to be overloaded because the amount of information was just too much right now. At the same time, he also thought about what kind of a storm would be created in the middle of the fourth round of the competition. After all, there's never been any singer who would reach the SSR level of singing, at the entry level, and it's still a comprehensive level of singing, with no one item being a shortcoming. A few minutes later, Chinko sang the song completely again. He was in the studio, listening to the end of the final coda, and he slowly took off his headphones. After he opened the door of the recording studio, he walked towards the center console position of the studio, and at the same time, he saw the strange expression on Lee Hai's face. What's wrong? I feel more involved this time. Chinko smiled and looked at Lee Hai while not forgetting to express his feelings about recording the song this time. Lee Hai was directly shocked when he heard it, then said with a slightly trembling voice, "You're just getting more into it? You're about to surpass the power level of all the current singers, the comprehensive level of singing, and you're at SSR level. I am genuinely puzzled as to how you were able to progress to such a shocking level so quickly. Did you eat some kind of fairy fruit? Can you give me two, please? I also want to make a breakthrough. I haven't broken through the singer rank for a long time." After Chinko heard the fruit of the gods mentioned by Lee Hai, he then couldn't help but smile as well. It's just a bit of luck. Just practice a bit more. It'll make the rate of progress a bit faster. Lee Hai then knew that there was no such thing as the fruit of the gods after hearing Chinko say so. It was just that everyone's talent was different. All of a sudden, Lee Hai was like a leaking balloon, sitting paralyzed on the sofa next to him. In a flash, though, he was in high spirits again as it occurred to him that Chinko was the singer he was working with. In such a case, he has no more regrets, because he got more and more on the other side. Well, I know I won't get the answer I want. Blah. But I can imagine how the guys from the professional corps will look after hearing you sing in the fourth round tomorrow, Lee Hai said as he looked at Chinko expectantly. The recorded audio of the song was then handed over to the company's staff for processing. Such audio does not need to be processed in a complicated way to be used as a proper single. And after Lee Hai finished handing over his work, he opened his cell phone to see that it wasn't particularly late. Lee Hai looked at Chin-ku and raised his eyebrows and said, "Why don't we have dinner together?" Chin-ku thought about it. He definitely didn't go to bed that early, so he just agreed. "Yeah, your treat. No problem," Lee Hai said with a big smile. Chapter 61 Requirements for the Singer Competition. Lee Hai then drove himself, and Chin-ku went to a restaurant that he often went to, and quickly ordered food in a small private room in the restaurant. Lee Hai then started talking to Chin-ku about the future of the music industry. "I'm telling you, in the future, it's definitely going to be a big time. Everyone will be able to hear good music, and you're definitely that cross-generation singer. Just in this short period of time, you've already reached such a horrible level. Give you more time, this will really be strong to know, and I have to say, thank you indeed for always helping our entertainment company and earning so much influence and money. Thank you so much, Shink." Lee Hai, a burst of heartfelt words, set out. The heart feels much better. While he put aside the tea maid, pick up the teacup a drink. After Chin-ku heard Lee Hai say this, he smiled slightly. "You're welcome, we all compliment each other. Right, you and I say The requirements of the singer competition chant. Chin-ku asked the question because he was very curious to know what the requirements of the top singer competition were. He had checked online before, and all he knew was that he needed to be at the SR level to participate. As for the rest, he didn't know very much about it yet. So this time, when he came to eat with Lee Hai, he casually mentioned it, wanting to get some more detailed information. As soon as Lee Hai heard it, he then also became interested directly, as he couldn't know more about this aspect of the matter. At the same time, he was very understanding as to why Chin-ku was curious about the top competition that only SR singers could participate in. It was because Chin-ku had now surpassed all singers in terms of his singing level. Lee Hai was very capable of understanding what was going on with Chin-ku's desire for a bigger and stronger stage. Lee Hai then briefly reminisced before picking up his teacup and taking a small sip before saying, "This topmost singer competition requires SR level strength to participate, and it's still only possible if you've reached the SR level. But according to your current strength increase, I believe it will be fine in a year's time. Also, he needs to be an SR-rated artist with a full 30 singles released before he can do it, which is an implicit condition. As for the rest, there is nothing else. But the rules of this competition are very variable, and it is a great challenge for a singer's creative ability." When Lee Hai finished speaking, he looked in Chin-ku's direction while frowning slightly, but after a short while, he spread his frown. It was because Lee Hai felt that all these competition rules and invisible requirements would not be difficult to defeat Chin-ku. At this moment, Lee Hai was incredibly convinced that Chin-ku's strength already had a place among the music world. Chin-ku was also a bit surprised after hearing Lee Hai's detailed introduction, because he also didn't realize that there was an invisible condition of releasing songs to be full of 30 songs on the rank requirement. This invisibility condition, however, was not difficult for him, because 30 songs is a drop in the ocean compared to the songs contained within the treasures of Earth's civic entertainment. So that's how it is. Then I understand. Thank you. Chin-ku picked up the teacup next to him and drank the same in one go. As soon as this strong tea entered his mouth, he felt a hint of astringency. "Lee Hai, you made this tea too strong," Chin-ku secretly said in his heart. Half an hour later, tea was over. Lee Hai dropped Chin-ku back to the entrance of the neighborhood on his way. After Chin-ku returned to the entrance of the neighborhood, he waved goodbye to Lee Hai. By this time the late night had fallen, long ago, wrapping around the whole earth and leaving it in its realm of darkness. But this brief nightfall is limited to just a dozen hours or so. After Chin-ku took the elevator back to his home, he went straight into the shower and wiped away the day's fatigue with water and bubbles. He then turned on both the display and the console, and only 30% of his last game map exploration remained. With this 30% exploration, Chin-ku felt that he would be able to finish it tonight. Then in the dimly lit living room, the light of the game and the display kept changing. Chink sat on the floor and played, the joystick buttons rattling. The next afternoon, Chin-ku didn't wake up to the alarm clock because he didn't set it. He got up after sleeping completely through the night, and he got up and pulled back the curtains, watching the dusk sunlight, waving in front of the glass windows of each building, reflecting a bright golden color. Rubbing his eyes lightly, in a half-squinted state, he continued to watch the bright lights, bouncing back and forth in front of the glass windows of each building. What a bunch of mischievous elves of light. Well, it's time to go to the venue of the National Wind Concert. Chinka said as he yawned once again while stretching his back. A short while later, Chinka prepared all his things and opened the door in the direction of the elevator. The elevator worked quickly and was soon downstairs. He casually grabbed a cab and headed for the venue of the National Winds concert. This time, however, he departed half an hour later than before, because he knew that there were only 4 singers left in the 4th round of the competition. The preparation time for the makeup and performance clothes was not as long as before. In such a situation, for Chinku, it would be a chance to sleep a little more lazily. After all, lying down is a little more comfortable than standing up. The driver, who was very familiar with the route, shifted gears several times in a row and accelerated towards the National Wind concert. Although Chinka kept emphasizing that he didn't need to go that fast, the driver continued to drive very happily. After arriving at the venue of the National Wind concert, Chinka followed the previous route. Soon it was time to go to the preparation room, where he looked at the only 3 singers left in the preparation room. The other 3 singers, likewise, were preparing their makeup for their appearance. Then Chinka's exclusive makeup artist slowly walked over, holding a special makeup kit in her hands. Once Chinka sat down, he received professional makeup from the makeup artist. The makeup needed on this kind of music program is to bring out the features of your face, as well as making the whole person stronger and more spirited. Not long after, the professional makeup artist finished Chinka's makeup. The costumer then took Chinka with him, matching the costumes for the performance on stage tonight. Although they are all regular performance costumes, each one matches the person's body shape differently. However, the costumer knew very well that Chinka's body was not picky about performance clothes, and directly took a dress that suited Chinka, and completed the preparations before going on stage. Meanwhile, in the National Wind concert venue, all the lighting equipment, as well as the sound equipment, were ready. The Hearing Winds music group, too, is ready next to the stage. At this time the account of the National Wind concert synchronized with the start of the live broadcast on the teletext. In one fell swoop, the message to start the broadcast was sent out on the cell phones of every fan who had booked a time to go live. At the same time, those fans who had already been guarding the punctual time, moreover, all at once, entered the live broadcast. Chapter 62, No Wind, No Waves. At once, the number of people in the live broadcast room, it skyrocketed. Not just those original fans, on time to the live broadcast room. There are even some fans who have converted from Trinity fans to National Concerts fans, who have similarly taken a liking to Chinku. All of a sudden, it made the number of people online in the entire live broadcast room go from a few hundred to millions. And that kind of rise hasn't stopped yet after all. It's only been a few minutes since the start of the show, but the fans, at this moment, are very excited because they have been waiting for a long time, and the 4th round of the National Winds concert competition is already about to begin. That's when they hear a new song every time. In an instant, millions of live streaming viewers, they began to discuss it passionately. So happy to see the start of the 4th round tonight. Well, tonight Mr. Shen Tsungji, and what kind of topic will be designed? I'm also really looking forward to the fact that each round of the program has a different title. It's great to see my husband again. Miss you. Miss you. You don't have a husband? Then why do you call me husband? Husband? Ha ha ha, don't you guys grab it. Everything he has is mine. That's 4 singers left in the 4th round. Surely 2 more will be eliminated tonight because it's the final at the end. That's a very intense competition indeed. But Chinka's every song is very good. Looking forward to it. But after the end of the National Wind concert, it feels like we'll never see Chinka participate in other music programs. After all, there's no news on that. Indeed, it's too bad too. But let's see it first. A group of live viewers, after a heated discussion, and slowly began to look forward to tonight's singing. Meanwhile, the 4 singers were ready to go and slowly made their way to the stage. The host nodded with a smile as he looked at the state of the 4 singers at this moment, because the host could clearly feel that all 4 singers were in great shape. The host then looked in the direction of the main camera and smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. This round is the 4th round of the competition. We have witnessed, in the previous rounds, very much wonderful singing, so we are going to present you with equally wonderful singing in this round. At the same time, we are eliminating 2 singers in this round, which is really very competitive, but we can feel the music in the midst of this competition. Let's look forward together, then, to the exciting singing of the 4th round. After the hosts finished with a series of introductory remarks, and went straight to commercial, one by one, the names of advertising sponsors, in the mouth of the host, and the big screen behind, also reflected the products of each advertiser. Many other products are snacks type. That bright food color attracted the audience began to mouth craving. After the commercial break, the host also returned to his smiling expression from earlier and then looked at the main camera and said, "Well, it's time to introduce the rules of the competition again, and we all know that Mr. Shen Tsungji designed each round of the competition with different rules, and the rules of the match, which I only learned about a minute before they were announced, are indeed very mysterious. Oh, then let's look at the questions for this round together." Then on the big screen, a picture of a painting was presented. In the middle of this large screen image was the look of an ancient painting. In the middle of the picture of the ancient painting, there are very many lines. These sparse lines outline the shape of the water, the undulations of the different waves layered on top of each other as if they were like moving pictures. At the same time, different sparseness and color shades of lines, from front to back, create a sense of space from near to far. The blankness at the far end of the picture is a very clever artistic white space, the kind of art of pausing that melts into the paper. It gives the whole painting a more breathable feel without looking crowded. This ancient painting was then clearly seen by the singers in every detail. When Shinka saw the picture of this ancient painting, it instantly almost matched the 12 water pictures of the Southern Song dynasty that he had seen before. Only there were not those 12 water maps in this parallel time and space. But the sense of picture expressed by different people is somewhat the same. The host then looked at the big screen, the ancient painting, and said, "Mr. Shin Songji's competition topic for this round is this ancient painting. As for what you experience and understand in the midst of this painting, it is all up to your senses. And so the theme of the song that was sung lies within the experience of this ancient painting. Then begin your reflections. You have 10 minutes to think. Take your time and experience it." After the host had finished, the singers were allowed to return to the preparation room, because they need a quiet environment to carry out a kind of deep thinking about the ancient paintings just now. The same image of that ancient painting was presented on the large screen in the preparation room, and the live viewers saw the same ancient painting. After hearing the moderator introduce the topic of the round, they excitedly started discussing it. "I didn't expect that the topic for this round would be this. This is too ingenious. Everyone has a different feeling and realization about the painting, which totally allows each singer to have a good time. I remember this painting. It seems to be canonized inside the Guangqing Museum. And when I looked at the real painting at that time, it really shook me up." Mr. Shin Songji does pay great attention to traditional culture, all with traditional culture as the starting point, and out of the title. Love this State of the Union concert so much. Not only do you get to listen to the songs, but you get to learn as well. The waves of water depicted in this ancient painting are too good to look at. Maybe you guys don't realize it, but most water waves are wind related. Then the singers can totally go between the water waves and the wind as a theme. Agree with the upstairs. Then the theme is obvious. Indeed, according to nature, wave formation and wind pressure are very close, and this wave is indeed beautifully drawn. The top musicians of the professional group at this time were equally surprised by the appearance of this ancient painting. I didn't expect that Olshan would take an ancient painting as a title. It's indeed very creative. After all, everything is in the picture, Zhou Xing said with a smile as he looked at the other musicians. Li Yuanqi similarly nodded slowly, and this time, the topic did surprise her. Zhu Jie said after recalling the time, "No wonder. The Olshan told me to go to the museum more shopping. The original went to find inspiration. Although the theme this time around is not particularly complex, it is not that simple to create," Chen Song said directly regarding the theme conveyed by this ancient painting. After Chen Song finished his sentence, the other musicians likewise nodded their heads slowly. After all, songwriting is not that simple. At this moment Qin Ke was sitting in the preparation room, recalling the feeling he had just gotten when he looked at that one ancient painting. He was thinking about this epiphany about ancient paintings while he recalled if there were any songs related to this theme in the unlocked parts of the Earth's civic treasury at this stage. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight and unconsciously muttered, "No wind, no waves." Chapter 63, who was playing a song of East Windbreak on a lute. After he mumbled a sentence, he knew what song he wanted to perform in the middle of the round. He then picked out the resources for this one song among the treasures of Earth's civics. Meanwhile, the sheet music counterpart of the Hearing Winds Orchestra, likewise, was in the preparation room, waiting for the singers to finalize their songs for the stage. Qin Ke walked up slowly, looked at the sheet music and said to his counterpart, "I've already figured out which song to sing. I'll send you the sheet music now." "Thank you." After being slightly surprised, the sheet music counterpart nodded slowly as well. he looked at the sheet music that the tablet in his hand had already received, while he forwarded it right to the leader of the orchestra playing. All that's left is to match up the sheet music of other singers. Shinko then resumed his seat as he closed his eyes and began to recall the various details of that song. After he had finished learning the 9 hall-level skills in singing, he felt that his acumen for songs had increased by more than one notch. Just by sitting here, he felt that the notes of the song would be in his head, invisibly bouncing back and forth, rhythmically. It's as if the slightest ebb and flow of the music's melody becomes visible. I have to say, the feeling of having a full skill point is just different, Shinko secretly said in his heart. Not long after, 10 minutes of thinking time will also be over. All the singers and sheet music docking person has finished docking the song, and the corresponding performance clothes has also been prepared. Everyone in the live broadcast room at this point was looking forward to it, as they weren't quite sure what theme the singers would be singing about, because everyone's perception of this ancient painting is different. So this lack of a very fixed theme also intrigues them. Why hasn't it started yet? It seems like the first one on stage is Chin-ko, right? So excited to see what new song Chin-ko will perform. Will it break my imagination? Now that it's the 4th round, I hope Chin-ko can continue to play steadily, and I'm sure there'll be no problem in winning a championship. It's definitely possible. He's already proved his strength in these 3 rounds. Anticipation. Anticipation. What kind of realization will this ancient painting Chin-ko have? Actually, I'm also very curious about what Chin-ko will be able to tell from this ancient painting, and with what theme of song to express this ancient painting. The number of online viewers has now exceeded 8 million, and the vast majority of these 8 million live viewers are very much looking forward to Chin-ko's singing. It's also a surprise that some of their newer viewers, after reviewing past installments, have found the kind of country-style songs that are totally distinct from, well, other styles, as well as for different themes digging deep into the national style songs. They were impressed and harboring expectations in their hearts. At this moment, the ready countdown in front of the stage's big screen has also returned to the column of 0. Shinko then changed into his performance clothes and slowly stood on the stage. The ear returns were worn in just the right place to make him more comfortable, while his state of mind was already incredibly relaxed. The Hearing Wind Recital Orchestra's sense of anticipation was even more drawn out after reading the sheet music submitted by Chin-ko. They are looking forward to how infectious the music of the song will be given to the listeners after it is played. The lighting system then all focused on. In the center of the stage, dozens of light pillars illuminating Chin-ko's body. At this time in the live broadcast, the comments, too, had become much less, and everyone was watching the live broadcast attentively. The listening to the wind orchestra then began, playing the introductory part of the song. Meanwhile on the big screen, the name of the song, East Wind Break, was presented. A soft introductory melody slowly enters the ear, so that all listeners can then visualize the emotional tone of the song. Let all the listeners, who are immersed in it, take their time to realize the beauty of the music. Then Chin-ko took the microphone, and similarly threw himself into the atmosphere of the music world, and began to sing with a voice that was like heavenly music. A lonely lamp stands at the window. I'm behind the door pretending you're still here. The opening section is taken up with a narrative and slightly graphic lyrics that make you start imagining through a small picture cut. All of a sudden, all of the listeners felt an unprecedented shock. The professional group even felt it right away, with the atmosphere shaped by those opening lines and the slow rise of the song. And at this very moment, Elder Baekmi Sui, also sitting in the professional group, listened. As he listened to Chin-ko's singing, he got a little immersed in it as well. At the same time, Bai Jianrui also sensed a very subtle change in Chin-ko's singing this time. Chin-ko ignored the rest of the world's rhythms and focused on all the musical melodies he heard as he continued to sing slowly. It's hard to get a pot of wanderlust down your throat. After you're gone the wine warms the memories and the thoughts thin. How to steal time when water flows east. As the song neared the chorus, the professional group of musicians jerked their eyes at each other. This was because they now heard that Chin-ko's strength was now completely different from all the previous 3 rounds. The singing of each melody is handled incredibly well and is simply at the level of perfection. At the same time, they were well aware that Elder Baekmi Sui, too, had arrived at the scene and was sitting right above them. The crowd of musicians, against all odds, jerked back to look, sitting up, at Baekmi Sui, not waiting for this group of top musicians to ask any questions. Elder Baekmi Rui also looked at them, and slowly shook his head, saying with a slight smile, "Don't even look at me, he sings better than even I do now," and emotionally expresses the atmosphere of the song. As well as for the expression and capture of the melody, His musical acumen is far superior to mine. When Senior Baekseo Rua slowly finished speaking like this, the crowd of musicians were completely dumbfounded. They hadn't quite believed it just now, but at this moment, after hearing Elder by Jian Rue say this, it was the same as directly recognizing the existence of such a fact. All at once, a group of top musicians on the pro stage felt like their heads were going to explode, because the information they were now receiving was so overwhelming that they didn't even know what words to use to describe it. After all, this is a level of existence that surpasses all singers at this stage. Even Elder by Jian Rue directly admitted that Chin Ke's singing level was even better than his own. A top SR level singer had so recognized Chin Ke's strength, and it still recognizes that Chin Ke is stronger than he is. For a moment they were indeed confused, not knowing how to explain such a rate of progress. Zhu Jie, who usually liked to say a few words, was already incredibly silent at the moment, as he struggled to digest the immense amount of information that was now available to him. Zhou Xing was equally unable to accept such a fact. After all, they had never seen more perfect than SR grade singing, but even so, their hearing really doesn't lie. Their hearing clearly told them that this was real and unmistakable reality. A group of top musicians, at this point, moved as if time had been condensed. This group of top musicians, even looking over to Chin Ke's side of the stage, were slightly delayed. Li Yuanqi slowly swallowed, silent and wordless, staring blankly at Chin Ke's singing. Chapter 64, Baek Mirue's Affirmation. A group of top musicians, looking at Chin Ke's singing, their ears were completely bowled over by Chin Ke's singing. They listened intently, with their expert ear for hearing, to every detail of the song's treatment. When they listen to it and get a sense of what it is straight away, it's the perfect level of singing, with every detail taken care of. At the moment, Baek Sisui is not as dumbfounded as other top musicians. He felt immensely happy because he knew that for the music industry to grow, it needed more fresh blood in it. So at this moment, as he listened to Chin Ke's singing, he only felt that the music industry had, indeed, ushered in a top musician. He was relieved that this was happening, and at the same time, he held the mentality of an apprentice, carefully learning every detail of Chin Ke's singing at the moment. He knows very well the true essence of learning to live to a ripe old age, even if he knew he was running out of time. Meanwhile Chin Ke was about to sing the chorus, and he took the microphone and continued singing. With the passing of one verse, the chorus arrives. Who's playing a song on the lute about the east wind? The years are peeling off the walls and I see my childhood. I remember when we were all very young, and now the sound of the piano is haunting. You've never heard of my waiting. The chorus falls into everyone's head like a lightning strike, giving that immediate and overwhelming shock. In the midst of this chorus part, all the listeners seem to feel, as if in an ancient painting, the sense of the wind blowing from the east. Saw it again. The waves of water in an ancient painting, a wave that hits the heart. The professional group can even hear the song, very sincerely expressed. In this chorus, the different listening experience makes them feel, in the part of the chorus, the complex expression of emotions after the interweaving of different things. At the moment, Chin Ke still continued to sing. Who's playing a song on the lute about the east wind? The maple leaf colors the story ending I see through. The old road outside the fence I led you down. The year of the smoke and grass. This time the lyrical part of the song cascades the feelings of the whole song once again deeper. It was as if that thought, like a strand of silk, had gathered into a web and turned into a cloth of invisible thoughts, which he wore on his body, and in which he was nostalgic. Chin Ke then sang the main song again, but this kind of singing is another interpretation of feelings. After all, the subtle changes in each note create a different listening experience. It's hard to get a pot of wanderlust down your throat. After you're gone the wine warms the memories and the thoughts thin. The musicians on stage continue to feel the fine details of what makes each note different. The audience in the live broadcast room at the moment was even more shocked by Chin Ke's singing. That impeccable singing, that interpretation of the song at a perfect level, was like nothing they had ever heard before. They breathed slowly, using their sense of hearing to get a good feel for it. Only a very few comments have popped up in the live stream now. It was an online concert of over 8 million people in general, and everyone was into it and feeling it. The musicians of the Hearing Winds Orchestra, moreover, interpreted every note to perfection. Chin Ke sang with the microphone, and the song had reached its final part. Who's playing a song on a lute about the east wind? The maple leaf colors the story ending I see through. Chin Ke finished the last line of the song. Putting he put the microphone down and listened to the final notes of the coda that flowed back and forth in the middle of the venue. He looks in the direction of the main camera and blinks slowly with a light smile. When the music ended, everyone at the venue stood up, and a round of applause resounded throughout the venue. At this moment the audience in the live broadcast room, even more so, came back to their senses. All of a sudden, the comments section within the live broadcast room began to become active, and tens of thousands of level comments, in units of seconds, were quickly posted. It's too good, isn't it, this song? And it's even more than the first 3 rounds, the ability of what he sang. It makes me adore it beyond words. It's a great performance of the song. It really gets me hooked and it's really catchy. This one, East Wind Break, even made me refresh. Again, the definition of the national style song style, as well as the lyrics, worthy of being the king of the new era's national style field. In this 4th round stage, still playing so consistently. I knew the song was really strong just by looking at the faces of the top musicians on stage. While listening to this song, I almost forgot that there was a live stream. It was as if I existed in the middle of the scene, listening to Chink's deep singing. Such a level of singing is really incomparably strong. I feel like he's close to SR level now. Then you're wrong. I think that's a level of singing that goes right beyond the SR level. Agree with upstairs. It's just too strong and too good. This 4th round of songs, let me hard look forward to some. Also hard let me appreciate what is called excellent national style songs. Big love this man. Hubby sings the best. Love you. At this moment a group of top musicians from the professional group also slowly sat back to their seats. The crowd of musicians all briefly recalled Chinka's singing just now, and shook their heads with a slight smile as they looked at Chinka standing on the stage. I really didn't expect. His progress is simply beyond description. In such a short period of time, his level of singing has surpassed all of us. Zhou Xing said with a slight smile. Elder Bai Jianrui said similarly slowly after hearing Zhou Xing say this. The fact that he has reached such a level of singing is something we should be pleased with. His singing today was impeccable, and if he remains consistent in his songwriting, then we, the old-timers, can rest assured. Li Yuanqi came to be interested after hearing Elder Bai Jianrui say this, then asked, Senior, Qin Ku, is he really better than you? Although I also heard it, I still don't think I can quite believe it. After hearing such a question from Li Yuanqi, Baek Xiao Rui didn't directly deny it, but replied, Son, you have to trust your own hearing. You're a professional musician. You have your judgment, and my judgment is that he is indeed stronger than me. After Baek Misui said this once again with certainty, the group of musicians then also knew that this was indeed a fact. It's just that for a brief period of time, they didn't have the means to come to terms with the fact that this was true beyond belief. A singer who has just debuted less than a month ago has surpassed the presence of the best in the music industry, and with real hard power. At this moment the host also slowly came to Chin Ku's right side. While looking at Chin Ku, who was incredibly relaxed at the moment, he had also listened to Chin Ku's singing just now. The host then looked to the main camera with a smile and said, Thank you Chin Ku for the wonderful singing you brought us. The songs that came out of this 4th round are still as good as ever. And the listening experience that was presented to us was very rich, and I could also sense that he had improved quite a bit over the course of the round. As for how much improvement, I definitely can't guess. So how you guys will feel about Chin Ku's singing will be reflected in the scores. So the 1-minute scoring channel, now open. Give your choices. Chapter 65, 2 top singers eliminated again. The 1-minute scoring channel then began, and the public listening group and the professional group in front of the stage were left in thought. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room, also after listening to the host speak about the scoring channel opening, had begun to look forward to the final score. A group of viewers in the broadcast room had a lively discussion about the possible scenarios of the final score. I wonder if this time, Chin Ku will break through his high score from last time? After all, this round's performance is still different. Obviously today's performance, it's even better, and it's even better for the song. I have to say, his progress is also too fast. I think it's normal for the professional group to give high scores. In terms of the mass listening group, I think it should give a good score as well. But everyone listens differently, so I don't know what their standards are. If I were scoring, I would have scored straight away without hesitation, but unfortunately I can never draw a live qualification. That's right, it's too lucky to be a live audience member to hear Chin Ku sing live, and it's still not delivered through live broadcast equipment. That's right, very much looking forward to how high the scores will go this time. 1 minute, quickly, was over and the scoring channel closed, all scores having been tallied. Then in the midst of everyone's anticipation, Chin Ku's final score for the 4th round of singing was presented on the big screen. When this score appeared on the big screen, everyone looked in the direction of the big screen. 395 points, of which the mass listening group has 300. This also means that all of the mass listening group audience gave their scores and did not have anyone abstain from voting. And the remaining 5 points are the result of the final decision of a group of musicians. They want to be in the middle of the final round before considering whether to give out the final 5 points. Once the score was clearly visible to all, the live viewers got excited. My goodness, the mass listening group is a perfect score, which is a completely different situation than the previous times. Maybe it was the song that bowled them over and made them all give their scores. The professional core is too strict. How come the last 5 points are still not given? Yeah, the last 5 points should be given. Right. After all, this time's singing, compared to the previous times, is absolutely perfect level. There may be considerations for them as well. We don't really know. It's alright. This score has already broken through a lot more than the last time. Just that aspect of the mass listening group has been completely convinced by Chinku. After the dust settled on this score, everyone was already very certain that in this fourth round, it would still be Chinku as the first place presence. As the presenter similarly looked back over this final score, he smiled and said, Chinku's singer broke through once again. His high score in the last round really is a top-level singer. He gave us a wonderful vocal performance that we will remember and is more than well recognized in the professional corps. So that's all we've seen of his singing. Let's have our next singer, Lee Tongli, give us a great performance. When the host finished speaking, Lee Tongli slowly came on stage from the preparation room. Lee Tongli was in the preparation room, preparing for the time, had already thought about what song he was going to sing in the middle of this round. It was because he saw the shape of water waves in that ancient painting, and it matched very well with a song he had composed earlier. After all, the name of this ancient painting is Water Waves in the Lake. At this time, on the side of the Hearing Wind Recital Orchestra, it was also ready. After all, this score is very easy for them. They can play it easily. The difficulty is not high at all. Lee Tongli was standing on the stage at the moment, and the Hearing Wind Orchestra was playing at the same time. After being baptized by Chinku's singing, the standard in the hearts of all the listeners was raised quite a bit higher. When the song's intro plays, they can also feel the emotion of the song that Lee Tongli is trying to convey. It's just that the chords of the mass-marketed songs don't give them a lot of emotional ups and downs. The musicians of the professional group, likewise listening to the song written by Tongli, listened carefully to the lyrics and the parts of the song. But even then, the listener can still hear something that is different from the current national style songs, and that is a very subtle melodic blend. After a few minutes, the song was over. Lee Tongli stood on the stage and received strict scores from the professional group and the public listening group, though it's less of a bright song than the last one. But there are some novel ingredients that also entertained a number of members of the popular listening group. The scoring time of 1 minute then ended, and Lee Tongli's score for the fourth round was clearly presented on the big screen. 291. Although the score of Lee Tongli's match was only improved by a few points in this round, Lee Tongli didn't feel discouraged. Lee Tongli is deeply aware that this song, which is really rather popular, doesn't shine too brightly, but he could also feel that he had improved quite a bit over the course of the rounds. That already made him feel well worth it. When the live viewers, likewise, saw the score, they associated it with the last time, the score obtained by Lee Tongli. Lee Tongli has improved quite a bit this time around, although there wasn't a huge breakthrough in the scores. Indeed, if we could have Chinko write a song for him, I think he would have a better breakthrough. Lee Tongli has improved quite a bit from his vocals in the first round. This one water wave is okay. It's not particularly amazing, but it's still good. Lee Tongli then slowly made his way from the stage, back into the ready room, and the two remaining singers, one by one, went up to the stage to sing. There was nothing wrong with the two remaining singers, though, their subject matter, however, had nothing to do with this ancient painting. The third singer sang about a theme, but there was something about a big mountain, and he was celebrating its greenness and beauty. And another singer sings the same, another different theme. The final scores of the two remaining singers followed, and neither was too high. However, because of the level of their singing, which was still top-notch, the final score wasn't too ugly, and there were still more than 100 points. When all the singers had finished, all four singers came to the front of the stage at the same time. Such a link they knew very well. Among the four singers, the lights of the two singers who scored the last points also dimmed. That also means that they have been eliminated. The host then stood equally to the right of the four singers and looked into the main camera and said, "Thank you to all four singers for their wonderful singing and giving us very many different listening experiences. Then we will also be coming up to the final round of matches. And the final round of matches will be decided between Lee Tongli and Chin Ku. Are you guys looking forward to it very much? Yes, I'm very much looking forward to it too. As for the final round, that's tomorrow night. Remember to tune in on time, everyone, and goodbye. When the live broadcast audience heard the host introduce tomorrow night, then directly opened the final round of the competition, the audience in the live broadcast room became excited, because they didn't have to wait long at all to see the finals of the National Wind Concert. Chapter 66, Singing Beyond Perceived Levels. The live stream viewers, when they know that tomorrow night, they will be able to see the finals of the National Wind Concert, they are already excited. It's great. It feels really great to see the final tomorrow night and not have to wait so long. Ha ha ha. I wonder what kind of questions Mr. Shin will come up with for the final? The weirder the better. I guess, after all, with a title like this, it's straight up difficult and feels wonderful. That's too bad. It's better to look forward to something. After all, it's Mr. Shen Tsungji, and every time the topic is completely different. Yeah, well, let's see what the topic of this final is tomorrow. This group of viewers then slowly exited the live broadcast room, and the number of people online slowly fell back. The 4 singers returned to the preparation room at the same time, and the 2 singers who were eliminated shook hands with Chin Ku and Lee Tongli, and then said goodbye and left. This elimination was expected because they were not at all sure when they saw that one ancient painting, so they were honest about their eventual elimination. After all, the gap in strength made them feel pressurized as well. Then in the preparation room, Chin Ku and Lee Tongli were left, sitting there. Lee Tongli looked at Chin Ku and said seriously, "You're also progressing too quickly. Just from the fact that I heard you sing in the preparation room, I already know that you're even better than Hakumi Rue Senpai's singing ability. So you're now a presence that transcends the level of singing in the entire music industry, so to speak, and no one can match you. After all, everyone is different, but I'm very happy that you've made such progress, and I know that in the final, you'll have a better chance of winning, but there are always changes, so let's give it our best shot." Chin Ku sat next to him, listening to what Lee Tongli said to himself, smiled, nodded and said, "Yeah, we're all going all out for the final." Lee Tongli then slowly got up and walked in the direction of the dressing room, and after a brief treatment, he left the venue of the National Wind Concert. Chin Ku also quickly finished dealing with his makeup and performance clothes, and similarly walked out of the National Wind Concert Association's building, and took a taxi, returning directly to his home. When he got back home, Chin Ku casually turned on the lights, which illuminated every corner of the entire house. He turned both the display and the console right back on, and stepped between the showers to try and wash off his exhaustion. After a short while he sat down dryly on the floor, the little bit of coolness from the wooden floor making him feel a little more comfortable. After playing for less than 10 minutes, Chin Ku turned off the console, feeling that this map didn't have any more parts that he wanted to explore. He went back inside the bedroom and lay on the bed remembering what he was going to do next. Just at this time, a message alert popped up from the Earth Civic Treasure System. Redeeming Hall level skill, returning the previous master level skill prestige value. Please check. When Chin Ku saw this message alert, he was a bit surprised. He had thought that after redeeming a hall level skill, the prestige value spent on what was once a master level skill would not return. He then tapped on it and saw about tens of millions of reputation points that returned and were immediately converted into mole points. Not bad, quite humanized, Chin Ku said with satisfaction as he looked at the mole points that had returned. He didn't care about that though. He remembered that he needed to release the second part of the trilogy after the Kokeshi concert. He opened his computer directly, logged into the civic system on it, and passed the biometrics to log into his account. Among the accounts there is only a singer account and an author account. At the same time he was very curious about the first part of the trilogy, and to what extent the revenue generated had reached during this time. When he clicked on the account Yuming to take a look, it also surprised him a bit. The last gain was up to tens of millions, and as he clicked on it now, the subsequent gains still possessed tens of millions. It's a bit less than the last one, but such a gain is absolutely terrifying. And that's just the subscription revenue. In the future he could envision the revenue from the rights to trilogy would surely double. So he was very shocked at how protected the Civic is in the middle of this parallel blue planet, and how much it pays to be a Civic creator is so marvelous. Immediately after he clicked on the back end of his Moonlight account, he created the synopsis section of the second part of the trilogy and created all the book pages. When he thought back to the cover, It occurred to him that there really was no original artwork that could fit in amongst this world that would be relevant to the content of the trilogy. He then recalled the cover art for what was once the second installment of trilogy. He directly turned on his computer and connected the hand drawing board he had bought earlier within the business district and directly drew himself. Because a cover is so important to a book, it's an important part of whether or not the cover accurately expresses the theme of the book. He opened this blue software, and after creating a new canvas, he started painting straight away. Although he had come to this parallel time and space, the painting skills he had once learned and mastered had not changed at all. Starting with a new canvas, he immediately cranked up his hand-painted brushstrokes to moderate values and started a draft straight away. 3 hours later, the back cover of this one, the second installment of trilogy, was drawn. He looked at his still rusty drawing skills with some surprise. In the end, however, he took the painting, placed it in the software as well, created another new canvas, and began to design the text part up. A few minutes later, the cover compilation for the second part of the trilogy was complete. At the same time, Chin-ko had prepared all the manuscripts of the second part, all uploaded one by one. Only he timed the upload. He timed this the day after the National Winds concert, and posted it directly on the Rhetoric platform. Still, in the corresponding chapter, he sets a limit on the charges. Only, readers no longer have to wait for a catch-up to see the second installment in its entirety. This is certainly a great blessing for a lover of fiction. After all this was prepared, Chin-ko went to sleep satisfied. After all, his drowsiness, too, had come on him long ago. As for the alarm clock, he still hadn't set it, because he knew that his biological clock and the afternoon sun, working together, would be his natural alarm clock. But at this moment, the video of Chin-ko singing at the National Wind Dating had also been uploaded by some musicians to the Wave platform, which gathered global creators. That level of perfection in singing immediately stunned creators around the globe and spawned a very large number of hit lyrics. And in a live broadcast room, then gathered millions of singers, they're discussing with each other. Chapter 67, Global Shock. Perfect singing levels. Such a situation is very rare. After all, the creators on the Wave platform are busy with their own creations and rarely get together. But the video of Chin-ko singing at the National Wind concert blew out so many singers who were all busy with their own compositions. This group of singers of varying grades comes from the middle of different kingdoms, but they all expressed the same doubts after watching this video, because they just can't believe that in this world, there are still people who can have a level of singing that surpasses the top singers now. They were communicating with each other in the live broadcast room, constantly exploring every detail of Chin-ko's singing video at the National Wind concert. How is it that this singer can sing a song to such an extent? It's too scary. It's just not human to be able to do it. Is this the perfect level of singing? This is so shocking to me. I thought that at this stage, SR-level singers were the ceiling of humanity. He has a great sensitivity to the details of each piece of music, as well as the melody, which is something that can only come from top talent. I guess. It is indeed incredible, and I'm really not sure how he was able to reach such heights. His breath was very steady and it made me listen very well, even if I didn't understand the summer language, but I could feel the emotion of the song he wanted to bring to others from his singing. I see that he is very young for his age, and to be able to reach such a level of singing at such a young age, his future strength is really immeasurable. Within this live broadcast room, not only are there Chinese singers, but there are also many singers from different countries who don't even understand the summer language, who are also expressing their opinions. The shock that this video gave them is something that cannot be expressed very clearly at all. But these foreign singers, after listening to Chin-ko's singing, then they also learned some excellent musical details. They completely took Chin-ko's video from the National Wind concert and looked at it as a textbook like that. There are also a lot of singers, directly open live together with knowledge dissection, discussing the Chin-ko in the beginning part. After changing the main chorus part, different breath nuances, all at once, this wave of learning swept across the Wave platform. After all, they are both singers, although it is not yet clear if Chin-ko will, in all other languages, create. But they have learned so much just by listening to this language, which they do not understand. That's something for them to be very happy about now. A foreign A-class singer, watching Chin-ko's singing video in the live broadcast room, said excitedly, if he had songs to sing in other languages, I'm sure I could learn more among his videos. Thanks so much. I really can't imagine that I've learned so very much about music in the middle of a video of a song in a language I don't understand. Perhaps this is Chin-ko's perfect level of singing, giving me a great treasure. And at this moment, Chin-ko Completely unaware of this matter, still slumbering in his dreamland, he dreamed of something on earth, but it was very vague. After sweeping the wave platform to learn Chinku's perfect singing, there have been a number of singers that have learned a great deal of musical detail from it, and there are a number of singers who seek out Chinku to compose songs in other languages. Only Chinku didn't create the singer's account on the wave platform, he just created the account of Yumming. But even so, it's hard to beat these foreign singers. They went through the gas pedal's network node and came to the teaming sound, directly following Chinku's account. Just within a few hours, Chinku's account fans increased by millions more. Many top-level or amateur-level singers had focused on the only singer in the world who could reach the perfect level of singing, Chinku. After all, a singer with such a perfect level of singing is an insurmountable peak for them. But the fact that this peak towered over them, and yet they were able to go and learn this peak, every wonderful musical detail, was a complete treasure for them. But this wave of learning has not faded and continues to fester. At the level of music professors in some foreign conservatories, also on the wave platform, inadvertently discovered Chinku's video. He had originally taken a casual look with a curious mind, but when he slowly watched it again, the shock it gave him was something he had never experienced in his life. After a while, he then shared the video with his old friends in the music industry. All of a sudden, directly in the music education community, all swept up the learning wave of learning Chinku, perfect level singing. This group of good learners was discovering various detailed parts of Chinku's singing, and they expressed such detailed parts clearly in professional terms. But even so, they still found many subtle details that they still had no way to express clearly in words and could only understand thoroughly through personal experience. So they marveled at the fact that Chinku was overwhelmed by how richly expressive he could be about the song. This was something that was almost impossible for them to do, but they had been completely bowled over after watching this video over and over again. It's not just global musicians who learn from Chinku's perfection level singing in the language advantage of the country, but also for Chinku in the national wind concerts sung in the East Windbreak, on the overnight knowledge of the discussion. Tens of thousands of top musicians in the country, from different fields, not only singers, composers, lyricists still in this sleepless night, communicate with each other. With this collision of different minds, they uncovered every different and wonderful aspect of Chinku's singing. The discussion on this broadcast continues unabated. I think this part is handled very well by Chink. He puts the pitch at a point that is very much in the right place, and his control of the breath has gone out of the window. My God, this perfect level of singing, just these few minutes alone are enough for me to study for years, maybe even a lifetime. Don't be discouraged, you're at least an A-class singer. Relax, at least let yourself learn 1,000th of what Chinku did in a year. Are you comforting me? Go 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 go. Just let me cry for a while. It's a good thing we understand summer language. Otherwise those who don't understand it will have one less feeling for Chinku's perfect level of singing. I watched the video again. My God, how can there be such a horrible genius in this world? Tens of thousands of top singers, all gathered in this live broadcast, until the early morning sunlight, are irradiated on the earth. They have not slept. Chapter 68, Recognized Singing Strength. It wasn't until the noon hour that this group of top-notch musicians slowly exited from this broadcast. Within those 10 hours or so, they discussed very much their own experiences, and at the same time they could feel that they were full of rewards. However, once they thought about it, tonight would be the final of the National Wind Concert. They still chose to go ahead and rest up for the finals of the National Wind Concert in the evening, as they would be tuning in very punctually. After all, one can learn more from such live singing. But before anyone knew it, the Global Recreation Department held, in the morning, a short meeting. In this brief meeting, the video of Chinku, who sang Dongfang Broken at the National Wind Concert, was taken as the top video in the singing category of the Global Entertainment Department, and took the news and posted it on the Wave platform. This totally means that this video of Chinku's singing will be studied by creators all over the world. When this news was announced, some people who were active on the Wave platform were more than a little surprised, because there is still a significant portion of people who have never heard of Chinku, or even what songs Chinku has sung. After all, in this populous blue star, not everyone at the top of every field would be known to the masses, but as soon as it's approved by the Department of Recreation, it becomes a different thing altogether. That would receive global attention, which is definitely a rare thing for a top singer. Some people who are not yet too familiar with Chinku commented under the wave dynamics of the Global Entertainment Department's debut. What song is this young man singing? It's so beautiful that I don't understand much of it, but the melody alone captures me. It's worthy of being included in the top singing videos. This singer is so alive to the songs. When I watched the SR level video before, I felt that it was already the pinnacle, but I didn't realize that this video, what was shown, was the pinnacle. My goodness, this really breaks through my imagination. To actually be able to take a song and interpret it so well, with different and wonderful rhythms for each note. It's true that the singing that is recognized by the Global Ministry of Culture and Entertainment is so amazing to me. As a singer, I can too learn a lot amongst this singing video. He is like a respected mentor for me far away from other countries. This top singer is too young, isn't he? It's completely inconceivable that he can possess such strength at such a young age. After this wave dynamic was sent out, all eyes were on this message, and the reviews are now very much out there, and are still influencing and being known by a wider public. The singers from other countries, moreover, expressed their sincere gratitude for the musical details that Chinka's one singing video had brought to them, because they really didn't expect that even a singing video that they couldn't understand would make a very big difference to them. It may be that this change will take them longer to comprehend than it did before, this aspect of the experience, but after they watched it over and over again, they progressed faster than before. At the same time, on the domestic music charts, the heat of Dongfeng similarly broke through the sky in general, directly on the list of new songs first place. This kind of unquestionable ascension to the top of the list made all Chinka's fans feel that it was something to be expected, and to add to the anticipation is the final finale of the State of the Union concert this evening. In the middle of this final, they were curious as to what kind of new song Chinka would bring. Even though the live broadcast of the National Wind concert was not open yet, a group of active fans were still exchanging ideas a bit in the comments section of East Windbreak. So looking forward to the final competition. I wonder what kind of song Chinka will end up with. Indeed, the last song, the East Wind Break one, is also very good, and the different tunes give me a different listening experience. East Wind Break kind of has a completely different tune, and Chinka's vocals for that song, and I love it. It would be nice to have another song that's as good as, or even better than, EastEnders. Ha ha ha, you guys are overthinking it. Every singer has a bottleneck in their songwriting. It's impossible for every song to be that big of a breakthrough. Yeah, it's true that we can't be too careless. If Chinka fails to come up with a better song in the middle of this round of finals, then won't he lose? Right. After all, he's too young to really lose if he doesn't play consistently in the finals. I'm scared when you say that. There's not really a chance that it could flip, is there? A group of National Wind concert fans were discussing among themselves the possibility of a finalist. Chinka's fans are even more confident in Chinka's status, but at the same time, they are also worried that something unexpected will happen in the middle of the final. After all, some of the topics that Mr. Shin Songji came up with gave them a headache, and sometimes it wasn't quite clear what the topic was trying to convey, so they find it even more difficult to find which song will fit the theme after knowing the theme. After a brief moment of reflection, they inexplicably had a twinge of worry. Although this hint of worry, which they didn't care much about, remained in their hearts. The sun that hung high in the sky was slowly descending, and the sun's afterglow, shining on the earth, was no longer so hot. Chinka slowly opened his eyes, looking at the direction of the window, then also already know that it is already afternoon. He rubbed his eyes gently to make himself feel more awake, but also felt that these newly purchased pajamas were very cozy and the material had a very comfortable feel to it. Just got right up and walked in the direction of the shower. After a short while, he felt his spirits slowly recovering and felt that he, today, had slept quite comfortably. He changed his clothes and walked out the door with a piece of bread in his mouth. After a short while, it was downstairs in the neighborhood. Because his own time of getting up is very irregular, he refused the proposal of the National Wind concert to send a car to transport him. After all, there were plenty of cabs downstairs in the neighborhood, and with a casual wave of his hand, a cab steadily pulled up in front of him. He got straight into his car and headed for the venue of the National Winds concert. This one woke up at just the right time, not too late and not too early. After all, there are only 2 singers left among the finalists. Chinka felt that the time to prepare for the stage would be even more abundant than before. 10 minutes later, this driver was even more familiar with the road, and took a few goat paths directly to, in front of the building of the National Wind concert. He headed in the direction of the backstage of the National Winds concert. After all, he had walked through this place very many times, and was even more familiar with it. Once he walked in the direction of backstage, he saw Lee Tongli, who was outside the door of the preparation room, looking at himself with a smile. Chapter 69, Opening of the National Wind Music Final. After Chinka walked slowly to the preparation room, He didn't wait for Chin-ku to start talking. Lee Tongli then said directly, "Good evening, Chin-ku. In this final, I believe you will still play very consistently, but I feel like I'm in really good shape today as well, so we're going to have to give it our all in the middle of tonight's final. Yeah, if I can beat you, it'll be a real surprise, so without further ado, all the best." When Lee Tongli finished saying this, he headed straight for the dressing room and the preparation room. Chin-ku could also sense that these words were what Lee Tongli had waited here to say to himself. However, after Chin-ku heard this, he also smiled slightly. After all, he could see Lee Tongli's progress. In the beginning, Lee Tongli, compared to Chen Lin, was indeed much worse in terms of strength, but after so many rounds, the gap in strength between Lee Tongli and Chen Lin had narrowed quite a bit. Not long after, Chin-ku was also in the dressing room of the preparation room, completing his makeup preparations before going on stage with the help of the makeup artist and costume artist. At the same time, the live account of the National Wind Concert, which is also live on Teaser Sound. As soon as this live account went live, there were a very large number of viewers who entered the live room, at one point breaking through the number of people online last time. The last live broadcast was set at over 8 million people online, but now it's up to over 11 million just from the opening of the show, and that number is still growing. The data analyst who was watching closely the National Wind Concert account was even more surprised. The data analyst, when he saw the account backstage, and the millions of foreign note accounts that were queuing up to enter the live broadcast, was even more surprised. After all, this was only a domestic national-style music program, but having so many foreign note accounts logged in was also very puzzling to him. However, the data operation of the National Wind Concert is still very clear. He looked at the data analyst next to him who had a surprised and slightly puzzled expression and said, "Don't make a fuss. Chin-ku's last video of him singing East Windbreak has been classified by the Global Entertainment Department as a top-level singing video. That's why we've had this explosion of traffic and soaring online numbers, because of the number of foreign singers, as well as foreign viewers, who have flocked in to watch the final. Hurry up and keep an eye on the data activity, and when appropriate, regulate the sharp values of the data bands to avoid crashing the live room." After listening to the operator's explanation, the data analyst knew, at once, the ins and outs. He then focused on the data fluctuations in the live feed, regulating the security and accommodation of the data. At the same time, all the viewers in the live broadcast room, moreover, were already very much looking forward to it. After all, they had followed the National Wind Concert competition for a long time, and after listening to Chin-ku's singing, he has fallen deeply in love with him. A group of senior fans, as well as fans who had just fallen in love with Chin-ku, were even more excitedly discussing with each other in the live broadcast room. Some, of course, are fans of Tong Li's singing style, but even with this, the different fan bases still get along very well. I've been looking forward to the competition for more than 10 hours, and it's finally starting. So excited. Can't wait to start singing. Why do we have to wait for 10 minutes before we can start? Why can't Chin-ku's singing voice come into my ears right away? I wonder, Mr. Shen Tsungji, what is the topic today? The one thing I have to say is that I want Chin-ku so badly to sing all the previous songs again. Wow. Upstairs, that's a big appetite, but I so like your take on it. Indeed, it would be great to sing it again. After all, every song, re-singing is equivalent to, well, listening to a new song. Then put the previous Lanting sequence. All singing here, that is not even more profitable. Wouldn't that be more profitable? That would be a great deal. Ha ha ha, you guys are too funny. The game is about to start. Watch the game and listen well to what the rules are. A group of active fans were on the air, talking to each other. They don't just know Chin-ku's songs from the National Wind Concert. More than that, I know the songs that were previously featured on T's Live and National Wave Music Festival. They were even more enamored with that one national song they had just started listening to, the Lanting sequence. Compared to the current Chin-ku, the first song at that time made them feel that Chin-ku's singing voice was slightly youthful. Each musical melody, though not interpreted particularly well, but it's also clear that Chin has a love for music, so they all very much hoped that Chin-ku would use such a top level of singing as he is now, to once again perform the works he once did. But they also know that such an idea may only be realized when they have a concert. Meanwhile, at the back of the stage listening to the wind orchestra, all the orchestra members were ready. The various instruments are smoothly staggered above each position. The front of the stage, left and right side of the mass listening groups as well as the professional groups, were even more relaxed and natural. At this time in the professional troupe, Bai Jianrui and Shin Songji were also sitting at the highest place in the professional troupe, looking at the direction of the stage. The other top musicians, also sitting among them, were very excited about today's final. It's just that they wanted to know the topic in advance, but Shin Songji was dead set against it, revealing the topic to them in advance. I'm telling you, old Shin, what's wrong with you penetrating a little bit of the question in advance? Zhou Xing said with a slightly complaining tone, looking at Shin Songji with a smile. After Shin Songji heard Zhou Xing's words, he laughed. I like to see you not knowing. In an instant, Zhou Xing raised an eyebrow and stopped speaking. Li Yuanqi, who was sitting next to Zhou Sun, covered her mouth and snickered in amusement when she heard it. The countdown on the big screen then also slowly returned to the column of 0, the analog clock for the countdown, and with it, disappeared from the big screen. The host slowly walked to the center of the stage. He smiled and looked at the main camera and said, "Thank you all for tuning in on time. We're all looking forward to the final finale of the National Wind Concert tonight. So let's welcome our two singers for tonight." As soon as the words fell, in the direction of the preparation room, Qin Ku and Li Tongli slowly walked onto the stage, and stopped right in the middle. Qin Ku looked in the direction of the main camera and smiled slightly. Just that slight smile. Again, the fans of Qin Ku in the live broadcast room, slightly sweet. The host then continued, "The singing of the two top singers today will definitely allow us to be able to reap the benefits of listening to very many different experiences. It's the pinnacle of two of the top singers. And of course, I'm really looking forward to it. And you're all really looking forward to it. So let's go to commercial break." The host takes the card in his hand and switches to another one, starting to look at the main camera, smiling and reading one by one the names of the sponsors of the National Wind Concert, while at the same time reflecting on the big screen pictures of the products of each sponsor. After reading the names of these sponsors, the host continued with a smile. "So let's see the rules for tonight's final. On the big screen please." Chapter 70, Inspiration for a title from an ancient masterpiece. When everyone saw the big screen, a text was reflected on the big screen, which was an excerpt from a story of the ancient masterpiece Jianghu Storm in this parallel blue star. Although the word count of this excerpt of the story is not particularly large, but the content contained in it is very rich. If only it were possible to look at this excerpt throughout its context. Naturally, it is clear what this excerpt is about. But even so, Shin Songji very thoughtfully stems out a paragraph underneath this excerpt of the story. Tian Tongyin, the battle for the alliance. Who is the master? Killing without eyes. The strongest in the martial arts. Do not intend to fight for the alliance. Only love the sweetheart. When the live audience saw this summary, they also knew that Mr. Shin Songji had roughly summarized for the singers the main content of this excerpt of the story. But just like that, they are also still very emotional about Shin Songji, who would find this paragraph among the ancient masterpieces, all as the title of tonight's final. Live viewers were amazed and also marveled at how difficult it was to create this theme. The scope of the creation of this theme, it really isn't that easy and it also seems like I've never heard of a similar national style theme before. Despite reading the synopsis of the story, I still couldn't get started and felt like there was no entry point that would help me use my imagination. Oh my gosh, no wonder it's the final. It's really the hardest. It's all about unheard of themes and how hard it is to cut through that theme. Mr. Shin Songji has again unearthed this story from among the traditional culture. So talented, worthy of being an S-class program planner, with such a difficult subject matter. It's another thing I'm looking forward to in terms of what these two singers can do. I was already baffled by reading the excerpts, and just not as baffled by reading the summarized portions. I seem to have guessed. It's not about the strife in the jungle, is it? Whatever. My head is about to explode. Let them professional singers think about it. I'll just listen. When the professional group, a group of top musicians, similarly saw the excerpted story portion, as well as the synopsis portion, they too were baffled. They feel that this generalization section, too, is not particularly detailed, and for many details are lost. However, it also lets them know that this is precisely the test that Shin Songji wants to have for the singer. Old Shen is ruthless enough. The first time I watched it, I felt blindsided. Having them figure out songs that match the theme in such a short period of time is indeed a bit difficult, Zhou Xing said as he looked to the other musicians. The other musicians nodded their heads slowly as they listened. After all, they too were a little confused after watching it and hadn't slowed down yet. They don't have much of a clue yet for this broad subject. After hearing Zhou Xing say this, Li Yuanqi, however, directly said, I think it's time to find a small entry point in the midst of the theme of this story and to be able to perfectly fit the main content of this synopsis or excerpt of the story. After hearing Li Yuanqi say this, Zhu Jie seemed to have some inspiration. He then looked equally at the other musicians, picking up on Li Yuanqi's words and said, "It's really a very good way to find small entry points and then create songs that fit thematically with the content of this excerpted story. The problem is now the test in terms of the song stock. To be able to have a fit for that, rather than creating it now. Dummy." So it's safe to say that as far as both for Qin Ke and Li Tongli, the title of the final round is a huge test. As for the mass listening group side, they don't know much about it, but the audience has some concerns about the intuitive feel of this round of questions. I was so lucky to draw the spot. I shouldn't have flopped on this one. It's true that the final is the hardest. I don't know what I should say. It would really surprise me too much if this round went cold. Such a topic is not easy for both singers, so it's normal for that to go cold. That's indeed the case. Let's just relax. After all, accidents happen all the time. It's normal to come. At this moment on the stage, Qin Ke and Li Tongli also finished reading this rough excerpts, as well as Shin Songji to give out a summary of the content. Li Tongli frowned as he contemplated what song he needed to use to match it. He was trying to remember every song in his song stockpile. He thought through the themes of each of his songs very carefully. Suddenly, Li Tongli had a flash of light, and it occurred to him at once that among the stock of songs there was that one song which was a little related to this broad theme. But even if it was only a little bit relevant, he felt like he was grasping at straws to save his life. All at once, he felt his brow stretch, because he was relieved that even if he didn't feel like he shined too brightly in the middle of the final, it wouldn't end in a crushing defeat. At the same time, Li Tongli also did not forget to look at the side of the Qin Ke. He saw Qin Ke's face, and did not have any tension, but instead there is some relaxation after, then also a slight smile. It's true, for a genius, no topic will be difficult for him, Li Tongli said in his heart. At this moment, his heart was incomparably calm, and he had originally thought that this theme would be a bit difficult for Qin Ke, and would even prevent him from winning this final. However, after he saw Qin Ke's expression, he realized that no matter what the subject matter was, he could not stop Qin Ke from advancing. The two singers then returned to the preparation room, where the same orchestra's sheet music counterpart stood. Here he is waiting for the two singers, giving him the paperwork for the score. And when Qin Ke was on stage, he thought of that one song straight away after he saw this paragraph, because there is no song that matches this theme more than any other. So when he got back to the ready room, he didn't hesitate to transmit the sheet music to the sheet music counterpart. When the sheet music counterpart received the sheet music from Qin Ke, he looked in the direction of Li Tongli. After seeing the sheet music docker look at him, Li Tongli smiled, and transmitted his sheet music to the sheet music docker likewise. After all this was done, the sheet music counterpart walked out of the ready room. The orchestra then received, from the score's counterpart, the score. Only Qin Ke and Li Tongli were left in the entire preparation room, and then they walked in together inside the dressing room. The makeup artists and costumers in the dressing room were already ready. After all, there is plenty of time to prepare for this round, and it still needs to be quick in order to avoid some unforeseen circumstances, as well as time changes. Not long after, Qin Ke completed his preparations before going on stage with the help of the makeup artist and costumer. At this point the stage was ready for the countdown, which also returned to the 0 column. Chapter 71. The wind is like a knife at the red dust inn. The sudden rain falls and destiny knocks. That means preparation time. It's over. At this time, the live audience, who also saw the end of this preparation time, was even more excited, because they knew that the first one to go on stage was Qin Ke, and they were very confident in Qin Ke's singing. The professional group of musicians, likewise, were very much looking forward to it, and although there was still some concern before Qin Ke took the stage, that concern, nonetheless, was defeated by the anticipation. The mass listening group was even more excited, because after all, they were incredibly lucky to draw tickets at the venue. Under the anticipation of the crowd, Qin Ke slowly walked from the direction of the preparation room to the center of the stage, and at the same time the host slowly retreated to the side, handing over the stage to Qin Ke. Everyone wondered what Qin Ke had understood in this synopsis of the story and what kind of song he would use to express it. So that kind of anticipation sprouted in the minds of every live viewer as well as the fans. Qin Ke stood on top of the stage, feeling the slight heat of several columns of light as they hit his body. Meanwhile, the Hearing Winds Orchestra was already ready, all the musicians placing their instruments securely. Then under their wonderful hands, A musical prelude slowly started, creating invisible waves of music around the venue. Also on the big screen, the name of the song, Red Dust Inn, was reflected. A melody that pulls all listeners' listening senses into the complex strife of that one inn. The group of musicians in the professional group, upon hearing the introductory melody, nodded their heads slowly, as it matched the theme they understood so well. Still, they composed themselves, and continued to listen, expecting better. Then Shinku also felt the rhythm of the melody and began to sing slowly. The end of the world is the sands. The story of the red dust is called attachment. The sealing sword is hidden in the hedgerow of an ordinary house. The ancient temple of the idle clouds and wild cranes. Just those few lines of lyrics sung shocked all the live viewers, because it makes them very intuitive. They feel the kind of Jianghu grudges and feuds, a variety of complex emotions intertwined in it. By Jian Rue, who was sitting on the stage, nodded his head with the same great recognition after hearing Qin Ke sing the first few lines. This child has improved again. I thought that it was already the peak of creation before, but I didn't expect it to continue to be refined again. By Jian Rue secretly said with admiration in his heart. Qin Ke was currently immersed in the musical world created by the song's musical melody. How can a man with a mountain in his heart be fast and furious? All I ask is to share your hair. After this line is sung, Qin Ke has a brief pause, followed by a rise in the mood of the song. Every listener listens very carefully because they don't want to miss every tiny detail of this music. They feel it, they experience it, and the subtle rhythms of each musical melody make for a very rich listening experience. And Qin Ke sang the chorus of the song. Who laughs when the sword is sheathed? All I ask is to hold you in my arms this day. The wind is like a sword at the red dust inn. The rain falls and the fate knocks. The content of the lyrics, and the sense of image so created, shocked the listeners even more. Just exactly what they understood about the content theme of the excerpted story. Exactly. All of a sudden, they were all a little bit staggered, and they felt as if it wasn't the song that was written in advance for this story. That group of musicians sitting on the pro troupe stage were equally surprised to hear the vocal. They likewise feel that this is exactly what fits so well. The theme of the abridged story. Qin Ke felt the brief pause in the song in which he continued to sing again. The window lattice under the eaves is slanting against the branches. To drink tea with you on the floor. I've memorized you with my brushstrokes. Putting pen to paper is not for the sake of elegance. At this moment all the spectators have been immersed in it. They feel this long ago Jianghu atmosphere. At the moment, Qin Ke's singing mood, too, went from singing slowly to raising the mood again. Your tears are like pear blossoms spilling over the world on paper. Love and hate are like landscape paintings. At once, the professional group door that keen sense of hearing, it felt Qin Ke in as part of the singing after the change of mood. Zhou Xing, as an S-class lyricist, could probably clearly see the changes in the lyrics, as well as the fact that the lyrics had reached a very top level within this one song. It was a picture as well as a sense of progression in the story, and he interpreted it with his lyrics. Zhou Xing said with wide-eyed incredulity. At once, he realized the song, and the deep shock it gave him, and the song continues to progress as Qin Ke's mood rises. Who laughs when the sword is sheathed? All I ask is to hold you in my arms this day. The wind is like a sword at the red dust inn. All the listeners were so engrossed that even in the live broadcast, which had upwards of 10 million people online, few comments were sent out. Although those foreign listeners who didn't understand the summer language were there listening in a daze, they could still feel, among other things, the beauty of it. Qin Ke's perfect level of singing completely allows people from different cultural backgrounds to experience the sense of fame, fortune and enmity atmosphere of the Jianghu fight that this song brings. But what made all the listeners feel it the most was the bravery of one of the strongest people in the martial arts, who gave up everything for the one he loved the most. The kind of quest that brings you back to the fields and the humdrum of life. After another loop of the main song, everyone listening felt another different interpretation. The music is wonderfully infectious, and they appreciate it even more in the midst of this final. The song has come to an end as the main song ends with another loop. Qin Ke took the microphone's heavenly voice and slowly sang the last few lines. You look back and I smile through my tears. Wine beckons the flag in the wind. The sword is sheathed. The final lyrics take the theme of the entire song and take it deeper. The group of actors in the professional troupe, after listening to the last few lines, felt even more what makes this song special. As for whether the song fits the theme or not, that's something that doesn't need to be explained to anyone by the members of the professional group, because just the public listen to the troupe aspect, already with their own intuitive feelings, know that this song perfectly meets Shun from the child teacher to give out the competition title. As the final coda came to an end, The room erupted in applause after only a very brief silence. All the listeners were very cognizant of this genius-level freshman singer's bright performance in this National Win concert competition. They were able to experience very many different song styles and a rich listening experience within each round of songs. There are very few music programs that allow them to have that experience. When the finale ended, the live viewers were equally excited as they were after hearing Chin-ko sing this one song. It was already known who the winner was in this State of the Union concert final. Chapter 72. This score? It's too strong. The bursts of applause continued. After a while, all of them sat back in their chairs. After all, they knew very well that according to the next session, it would be the scoring session. The host then also came from the side of the stage. To the center of the stage, he stood on the right side of Chin-ko, looked at Chin-ko and said with a smile, "Thank you Chin-ko for giving us a wonderful singing." He broke through again in the middle of this singing. It was really very wonderful. It's fair to say that what he has shown us over the 5 rounds of the National Winds concert has been ever so consistent and exciting. So please, members of the professional and public listening groups, give the scores you gave. 1-minute scoring channel, now open. Then the 1-minute scoring channel opened up. All the mass listening groups and professional groups sat in their chairs thinking about the scores they should give. However, compared to the hesitation of the last 2 times, the professional group, as if without much discussion, quickly gave the scores this time. Because after they had listened to Chin-ko today, singing in the finals, they had been completely bowled over. Although the choice of this professional group is very decisive, but the public listening group also without any discussion, also give points very decisive. The audience of the mass listening group were all from one of the 8 million people who were online during the last live broadcast. It is fair to say that the composition of the mass listening group is very complex, but every member of the mass listening group, they could feel very clearly that the song sung by that singer gave them the most profound feeling. The 1-minute scoring period then ended. The scoring channel was closed, and the scores were quickly tallied in the background. Chin-ko's final score at the finals was clearly presented on the big screen. 400 points. Among them, the public listening group scored 300 points, and the professional group scored 100 points. This perfect composition of scores completely dumbfounded all the live viewers as well as the fans, which was undoubtedly a perfect score. When the score came out, it wasn't just the live viewers and fans who were surprised. The professional group was equally a bit surprised. After all, they're still thinking about the mass listening group aspect, which may still lose some points. After all, Chin-ko's singing was perfect, but some members of the mass listening group might not like it very much. But when the group of musicians in the professional group, when they saw that the public listening group there was actually a perfect score, they looked at each other violently and then smiled slightly. This kid, Chin-ko, is completely conquering the entire mass listening group with his strength. This is truly a miracle-creating genius. S-class lyricist Zhou Xing looked at Chin-ko on the stage and said with a nod of recognition. After listening to Zhou Xing's words, Li Yuanqi also directly took over and said, "Right, after all, he is an unattainable genius in the music industry, and I'm already very much looking forward to what kind of impact he'll bring to our music industry in the future." Zhu Jie was even more excited and said excitedly after listening to Li Yuanqi and Zhou Xing, "I don't care how it goes. Anyway, I just feel like I'm expanding my services as a music critic again. Yeah, it's great, thanks to Chin-ko, a genius who came out of nowhere. I have to say, now that's very beneficial." When the group of musicians in the professional group, after listening to Zhu Jie's words, they really couldn't help but laugh. After all, Zhu Jie is an S-rank music critic. After a great singer appears, he is a top music critic, then the role he can play becomes even greater. Baek Si-sui, who was sitting at the top, also heard the discussion, and he also sighed and said, "Indeed, if the future national wind domain can have a genius like Chin-ko sitting in it, then we won't have to worry about anything at all, because he is really a top genius when it comes to the creation of national winds, and in this field of national winds it can be said that no one can match him now." Shin Songji looked at Chin-ko on the stage. His eyebrows slowly stretched out. At first he was worried that the topic he came up with, would it be too difficult? But now Chin-ko used the perfect level of singing, and top-notch songs, as an answer sheet, and handed it over to Shin Songji. And the final score is a perfect score. Shin Songji at this moment incomparably sighed that he had once made a choice that was very correct, because in this program, he curated the national style concert. If missing Chin-ko, it's like missing a soulful character. Even if the body is nice, without a soul, it won't last that long. Shin Songji was speechless and voiceless at the moment, but that happy feeling was already in his eyes. The live stream audience, meanwhile, was exploding, with pop-ups flying around in less than a few minutes. My goodness, the final score of the finals. Chinku actually scored a perfect score. But this song is just too worthy of such a score. After all, a perfect level of singing is not that easy to achieve. I was satisfied to reach the final perfect score for such a great song. There was a hint of worry before starting then, but now I'm relieved as hell. Chinku really is the king of the national wind domain. Among the national wind domain, Chinku is already unrivaled. That's right, he's very little in that department, and can be outdone by anyone. This full score of singing completely just bowled over the professional and mass listening groups. It was truly a Hall of Fame kind of spectacle. These 5 rounds of the National Wind Concert are really too moving. Chinku has performed very brightly and improved very quickly in the middle of each round. Yeah, Chinku's progress has really surprised me a lot. It's really inconceivable for a new generation singer to reach such a level. I think that official Chinku will continue to refine his skills in the midst of the field of national style, and will definitely be able to reach the SR level in the near future. Then with this score looking down, it's going to be hard for Lee Ton Lee's singing in the end, no matter what, to reach such heights, right? It's okay, as fans of Lee Ton Lee, we're open to situations like this. This one pop-up flew by, keeping all the live viewers as well as the fans engaged. At the same time, not only the audience interested in singing was very excited, but those readers who like to read the trilogy were even more excited. After all, the Moonlight authors had promised before that they would start the second part of the update as soon as the National Wind Concert was over. And now it's come to it, halfway through the progress of the National Winds Concert finale. So they're very much looking forward to the end and also the beginning of the second part of the trilogy. The host then saw such a score and exclaimed, "It was really very stunning singing that bowled over everyone in the mass listening group and the professional group to get the perfect score that we have now. But after getting that perfect score, we are not ruling out another possibility. Because we still have one last singer, Lee Ton Lee. Then we have our final singer, Lee Ton Lee, on stage." Chapter 73 National Wind Concert Champion. After the host finished saying this, Lee Ton Lee slowly came to the stage. He felt the light hitting his eyes and it felt a little harsh. Still, he quickly adjusted to the sensation of light from this glare hitting his eyes. He stood in the middle of the stage and looked to the mass listening and professional groups on either side of the stage. At the same time, the host slowly retreated to the right direction of the stage, handing over the entire stage to Lee Ton Lee. It was at this point that the Hearing Winds Orchestra and played the intro slowly. This song is Lee Ton Lee can find the most consistent with the content of the theme given out by Shin Seongji. The introductory part of the song then conjures up a sense of the image of a poor teenager practicing martial arts to all listeners. Then Lee Ton Lee began to sing. A few lines of lyrics continue to increment this sense of atmosphere, while shaping the image to be, well, fuller. A group of musicians from the professional group, when they heard Lee Ton Lee singing the song, nodding equally approvingly. It wasn't particularly more stunning than they'd expected, but it was still somewhat of a standard. In their opinion, Lee Ton Lee was able to get to the final, and this was precisely because Lee Ton Lee had dabbled in every aspect of the game. While not exactly hitting the topic of the question every time, it's an advantage just to be next to it a little bit. Lee Ton Lee took the emotional highs to another level as he began to sing the chorus part of the song. The live audience didn't stop listening to Lee Ton Lee's singing after Chinku sang. They listened to Lee Ton Lee's singing as well. A few minutes later, Lee Ton Lee finished the song completely. The final coda follows. Although the song didn't bring a particularly stunning feeling, the professional group and the public listening group, however, still gave Lee Ton Lee a warm applause, and the host came from the right side of the stage, next to Lee Ton Lee, who looked at the main camera and smiled. "Thank you, singer Lee Ton Lee, for your wonderful singing. You brought us a different cut of this theme and gave us another tuneful experience." So in the midst of the final, and also completely pouring out his feelings, then since we're here to rate Lee Ton Lee's singing, the 1-minute scoring channel is now open. So please start scoring. Then the professional group and the public listening group, they fell into a short reflection, because they did not know how many points should be given to Lee Ton Lee. But their time for reflection was very short, and after a short period of reflection they gave their scores with great approval. After a minute, the scoring channel then closed and all the scores were tallied quickly. The final score of Lee Ton Lee was also presented on top of the big screen, 311. When the final score appeared, Lee Ton Lee similarly turned back to look at the score on the big screen, and when he saw it, he revealed a faint smile, because in his anticipation, maybe he hadn't scored as high as he had last time. But now he was very surprised after seeing such a score. He was also worried that he might not even break through to 300 points in the middle of the final, but now that he had broken through to 300%, he felt less regretful as well. After all, this is a kind of progress, and at the same time, he also knows that the relevance of his song, for the topic given by Mr. Shen Tsungji, is very weak, and can only be said to be a little bit on the edge, but after Li Tongli's singing, it makes up for some of the shortcomings in this area. But the audience likewise saw, after Li Tongli's score on the big screen at this moment, many of the anchor viewers as well as fans exclaimed, "It's really good enough for Li Tongli to play that consistently under so much pressure." Yeah, after all, he's facing Qin Ku, who's such a super demon with a perfect score in every aspect, so it's indeed a lot of pressure. Ha ha ha, Qin Ku is turning into a super demon, although it does feel that way. Li Tongli has really made a breakthrough for himself in the middle of this tournament, and it's a very surprising number to break through to 300 points. Indeed, speaking as a fan of Li Tongli, we have watched him one step at a time and feel that his pursuit of music has really helped him persevere to this point. After Li Tongli sang, there was no longer any suspense. This time the competition was indeed won by Qin Ku. The votes of the two men have then been presented on the big screen for a comparison of scores. Qin Ku also came to the stage to stand with Li Tongli. Li Tongli said with a slow nod and smile after taking a look at Qin Ku, "You young man is indeed too strong. I did lose, but you do well to cheer up. After all, progress is never ending." After Qin Ku heard Li Tongli say this, he also nodded slightly, taking Li Tongli's words to heart. At the same time, Shin Songji also came to the stage from the professional group side, and in the center of the stage, a large dais was slowly raised, on which two thin jade discs were placed. A white jade disc with very much carved traditional motifs. The fine seams of these traditional patterns, which are inlaid with gold components, are subtle and add to the softness of the material. On top of the traditional pattern jade discs, there is a great deal of natural material texture, where nature and handmade are perfectly intertwined. A gold jade round piece and a silver jade round piece, both of which were created by Shin Songji, who had found Xin Day, a S-class jade master in Xia, before he planned this program. These two jade discs are the result of a lifetime of study by this master. All the artistic beauty converges in it, which is why Shin Songji felt it was very meaningful as the final trophy of the championship. This not only echoes the traditional culture emphasized in the Guofeng concert, but is also a look back at traditional culture. Let's not forget the traditional culture and remember the bits and pieces of it, the host said with the same smile as he watched the two jade discs rise. The exciting 5 rounds of the National Wind Concert have come to an end. So let's finish by announcing the final winners and runners-up. Our champion is Qin Ku, who won this National Wine Concert with a perfect score of 400 points. Then let's invite him to come over and speak a few words after he gets his medal. Qin Ku then smiled and walked over to the golden jade disc. He picked up the golden silk jade round piece with both hands, looked at the pattern of this piece of golden silk jade round piece, and smiled at the microphone next to him. "I appreciate the support and I will continue to work hard. I felt some improvement in myself during the rounds, but more importantly, there's your support. So in the music program I'll be participating in lately, I'll need your support as well." Oh. When Qin Ku finished, the host was also a bit confused, not expecting Qin Ku to playfully make a small advertisement after this closing statement. But Shin Songji really didn't expect it either, but he still smiled slightly. After all, he and the three of them, Fruit Source, were likewise very close friends. He also knew that Qin Ku would be after the National Wind Concert and participate in a traveling music program created by the three Fruit Source. The rest of the professional group couldn't help but laugh after hearing Qin Ku's final ad-lib. This kid can still put this bit of time to good use, Zhou Xing said with a smile. However, some of the uninformed live stream viewers had keenly heard what Qin Ku had just said about the next program. For a while the broadcast room was active again. Chapter 74, Farewell to the Stage. After all, Qin Ku was participating in another music program, and has not yet made the show's preview activities to the public, so there are still very many people that don't know that this music program exists. The live viewers were excitedly discussing with each other, trying to come up with fresher news from everyone's discussion. Is there really a next music program? What kind of music program is it? I've never heard of it. Don't ask me. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it at all. I was confused too, but after hearing Qin Ku say that, I feel like looking forward to it again. Yeah, totally looking forward to it hard. After all, I don't know what type of music show is coming up next. Ha ha ha, can we listen to Qin Ku sing again? That's really too happy. This advertisement is very timely. Looking forward. Surely there's been a promotional campaign in the last few days. If the promotional campaign starts, there's definitely a high level of heat that we don't have to specifically search for. It's already visible. It's great to have a new music program to watch. With the discussion in the live broadcast room, everyone was still unclear about which music program Chinku was going to participate in. But even if they don't know, they can understand that before a music program starts, there's bound to be a promotional campaign. The heat of the promotional campaign is definitely picking up and it will soon be known to them. So with this in mind, they were not in a hurry to immediately know which music program Chinku had participated in, because it's just a matter of being quiet and waiting. At this moment in Chinku, after speaking his acceptance speech, the host of the same smile and nod. The host then looked in the direction of the main camera, while at the same time sidling over to look at Lee Tongli and said, "And the runner-up of our national wind concert is Lee Tongli. Please ask Lee Tongli to tell us his acceptance speech." After hearing the host's words, Lee Tongli walked over to the table where the silver jade discs were placed and picked them up while speaking beside the microphone. "I'm thankful to the National Wind Concert for giving me this opportunity, and I'm also very thankful to be able to stand on top of this stage with Chinku, who has really taught me a lot. I'll keep working on it too. After all, the energy this young man gives me is very rare." When Lee Tongli finished speaking, he slowly retreated next to Chinku as well. He looked to Chinku and nodded slowly. Everything was in the air, and what he wanted to say had already been said. The members of the professional group, after listening to Lee Tongli's words, knew how Lee Tongli was feeling. Although Lee Tongli was not able to win the final championship in this national-style concert compared to the mighty Chinku, he is still thankful for the grind. Lee Tongli is also really more courageous and more confident about himself than before. Xu Jia commented without forgetting, "Try it, standing on top of the stage of the National Wind Concert, against an opponent that's too powerful for you. Do you think there can be no growth?" Poor Lee Tongli, but he's also lucky. Zhou Xing, he remembered the whole National Wind Concert 5 rounds. Chiku's performance, as well as Lee Tongli's small growth, Sai said. After the awards session, it was time for the group photo. The 300 people of the mass listening group came one after another on top of this very large stage. And in the middle of these 300 people were Chinku as well as Lee Tongli and Mr. Shen Tsongji. The group photo of the large group ended after the photographer used an array of smart cameras, which were quick to capture images of the scene from multiple angles. 300 people slowly made their way to the stage and headed for the exit. Although the concert of national style is over, the members of the mass listening group, will get a special gift. The giveaway contains a very large number of national concert peripheral gifts, all of which will completely capture the hearts of the members of the mass listening group. This was followed by the members of the Hearing Wind Orchestra, who also arrived on the stage. A small group photo with Chinku, Lee Tongli and Shin Tsongji on the orchestra side. After the shooting, the musicians of the Hearing Wind Orchestra also began to pack up their instruments one after another, and they placed them securely in the special wooden cases. Every now and then you could hear the sound of a subtle string fluctuation, and the members of the professional corps sitting on the stage at this very moment couldn't wait any longer. The professional group of 20 top musicians slowly made their way to the top of the stage. One by one, they stretched out their hands and shook Chiku's hand, while not forgetting to pat Chiku's shoulder. All that was said was basically keep up the good work. After Chiku stood there and shook their hands, he could also feel that sincere encouragement from them. Meanwhile, Elder Bekmi Rue, who was walking behind the 20 musicians, shook Chiku's hand. "Your bright performance this time. Indeed, too much to my surprise. By the way, remember to teach me more when you have time. Live to learn. The future development of the music industry. You can help a lot of help. Oh, don't be lazy. Play less games, well cheer." As soon as Chinku heard the words of encouragement from Elder Bekmi Rue, the first half of the paragraph was very much recognized. Only after he heard the latter part of the paragraph of playing fewer games, he felt that something was not right. Not right. Who said the news that I love to play games? There should be no surveillance inside the home. Chinku secretly said in his heart after briefly thinking about it. However, Chinku realized after a brief moment's thought that this was just a common phenomenon, which was why Elder Bai Jianrue had said so. The professional group of musicians followed, behind Chinku and Lee Tongli, while Shin Songji stood on the far right side along with Senior Bekmi Rue. The smart camera, then, began to operate at high speed, filming at different angles. It didn't take long to shoot, although in just a few minutes or less, the moving camera has captured tens of thousands of images. This is based solely on the number of photos that come out in different lighting. After taking a group photo with the professional group, the group of musicians from the professional group, 2, slowly made their way in the direction of the exit. Only Chin Ku and Li Tongli on the stage were left behind, as well as the equipment men around this stage. But at this moment the live broadcast is not yet over. All the live viewers, as well as fans looked, now on the stage of the two have exclaimed. Even though it's true that I look forward to hearing new songs every time, it's still very emotional when it's really over. Indeed, this national-style concert program has accompanied us for at least half a month. Can't bear to see it end. If only it didn't. In the midst of this music program, I have gained a very large number of good national-style songs. Great. Just to see that it is now coming to an end, or feel a little sigh. Then we can only look forward to Chin Ku's next music program. Let's hope it starts soon, or I'm sure I'll be bored out of my mind. A group of live viewers and fans exchanged exclamations. A few minutes later, though, all the lights in the National Winds concert venue were turned off, leaving only a few equipment lights for illumination. The broadcast ended with that, and the viewers and fans retreated, and Chin Ku and Li Tongli returned to the preparation room. Li Tongli's makeup and performance clothes were very simple and were handled in a jiffy with the help of a costumer and makeup artist. Li Tongli shook hands with Chin Ku again before bidding farewell and leaving. Chin Ku also quickly took care of the makeup and performance clothes. He followed the familiar route backstage, and after taking one more look back at the stage of the National Winds concert, he exited through the doorway of the building. The sky was full of stars at the moment, and a little bit of starlight winked slightly at Chin Ku. Chapter 75, Trilogy Part 2 Update. Looking at the sky full of stars, he felt very surprised. After all, he hadn't seen it for a long time, with so many stars twinkling in the sky. He strolled through the streets of his neighborhood, welcoming the evening breeze against his face as he felt the natural scent, the sense of gentleness it gave him. Chin Ku walked mindlessly until he was almost tired of walking, and then he casually called a cab in the direction of the business district. In the middle of the business district, there were also some restaurants that were open all night, which was exactly what Chin Ku wanted. He found a spot that wasn't too far in the corner and sat down casually. On the menu he ordered some kebabs and poured himself a glass of warm water. When he picked up the glass of water and took a sip, he felt like he was able to rehydrate his body a bit. At the same time he pulled up the Civic system and logged into his account in the Civic system. Among the accounts, he quickly found the Luna account, and had seen that the second part of the trilogy was already being released. The second part of the trilogy in other languages was also translated with the help of artificial intelligence. This time he chose to upload the entire second book of the trilogy. All of it. Not only would it make the whole story more coherent, but he wanted these readers, more than anything else, to better understand the whole complete structure of the story. With the release of the second installment of the trilogy novels came an active comment section. I didn't realize that the updates would start the night after the National Winds concert just ended. It's great, isn't it? The Moonlight author is true to her word, and this time it's a complete book, so I don't have to wait for updates anymore. Oh my gosh, it's finally updated. I've been waiting for this for a long time, although I haven't read it yet. This cover has blown me away. It's a very specific style of painting. Moonlight author is definitely the bearer of the sci-fi field. Just this first part makes me shocked. This second part is even more looking up. Directly feel sealed God. I haven't finished it yet, but the beginning parts will make me feel so mesmerized that I can't get out of the story. Love this author. Updating so fast. One book at a time. Such speed is really unmatched. Not having to wait for an update is just great. And one thing I have to say is that the author writes exceptionally well. The first time I saw a science fiction novel with a second installment, it shocked me for a whole year. I'm sure S-rated book reviewer Huang Ling is reading it right now, too, and he's definitely more knowledgeable as far as this second installment is concerned. Meanwhile, Huang Ling, who was sitting in front of the studio, didn't go to bed early. He had waited for the update of the works underneath Yu Ming's account after watching the National Wind concert in the final live broadcast, because Huang Ling was equally looking forward to it immensely, and his sense of anticipation for this second installment of the trilogy had long since been drawn out. After all, he had been very interested in the complete structure of the novel during the first installment, and for this novel to build a structure that large, along with the twists and turns of the story, was unimaginable to him. All these aspects made him feel overwhelmed. After all, he had never seen a science fiction novel that was so complete with a complete system, and could have so much examination in every detail. When he now saw that the second part of the trilogy novel had been updated, he was excited beyond words and directly clicked on the update dynamics of the trilogy novel. He then saw a novel with a completely different first cover. Just from the cover alone, Huang Ling could sense that the story inside this second installment must have taken a new turn, and with the kind of twists and turns that he could hardly imagine. At this moment, he couldn't help but swallow and take a deep breath. He was trying to calm himself. After all, he didn't know where the story would eventually lead in the face of what was to come. He opened the second part of the trilogy and started reading it. When Huang Ling looked at the first sentence of the opening paragraph, it was all of a sudden strung together in context. He remembered the crisis mentioned in the first part, and at the same time he continued to read with even greater doubts. All at once, a huge amount of information was incorporated into his mind, and from it he struggled to organize the entire story chain of the tale. It was one of the most complex novels he had ever read, a huge chain of information, all compressed into one short sentence after another. At this moment, his forehead, but also has some cold sweat, slowly flowed down, but all of this Huang Ling have not felt. He looked at it slowly, but still read very fast. Half an hour later, he saw the chapter about the page facer, and as he looked on in confusion, he finally saw the announcement of the course of the facer's story. His eyes went wide when he saw the announcement of the fourth facehugger, because he felt very surprised, but he also reviewed what he had seen before and again felt that it was all just padding, because everything made perfect sense. He just didn't realize the twists and turns of the story, far more than he could have imagined. He was shocked beyond belief at the moment, but tried to calm himself and continued reading. He saw what came next, and he was outright dumbfounded, because there was no way he, as a person outside the story, could quickly relate to the feelings of the people in the story. After he had fine-tuned the story to the horrors of being a facehugger, he felt a deep sense of loneliness all of a sudden, not being understood and having to shoulder with the mission. Such a responsibility. If it were me, I would go crazy. Huang Ling sat in front of the computer and sighed deeply. Seeing this, Huang Ling still felt like his head was being filled with a huge amount of information. Still, he continued to read with great curiosity. After all, the mesmerizing story had tickled his fancy long ago. At the same time, on the platform of literary fiction, this book, the second part of The Three Bodies, was likewise translated by artificial intelligence into the languages of different countries. The AI spent a lot of time in the translation process. That's why this novel, in other languages, was released an hour late, but even that couldn't resist, and readers in other lands fell deeply in love with the novels listed in the trilogy. Not only ordinary science fiction readers like it very much, but also famous writers who are known for their science fiction novels in foreign countries. Likewise, after reading The Three Bodies, they cannot stop themselves. McNecker, an S-rated writer in the science fiction field, felt his science fiction imagination was too narrow after reading the first installment of Three Bodies. He was blown away by the vast worldview built by the trilogy of novels. It's just that he couldn't learn from all the information sources that the moonlit author of the three-body novel was living inside which city in Xia. All he knew was the moonlight author, a new age author in the land of summer. To his great chagrin, he saw an update on the moonlit author's work that it was an hour late because he was watching the English version. When McNeck, a writer in the sci-fi field, saw it, he clicked right into the content of the message. It then jumps to The Dark Forest, the second installment of the trilogy novels. Chapter 76, McNeck's Shock. When McNeck clicked in to take a look, the graphic shaping of the opening pages brought him into the story. It had also been a while since he had read it again, but what he had once read still lingered in his mind. It was as if what had been read had not faded at all, but had become more memorable. Every time he looked at the translated version, he felt very chagrined because he did not know the Chinese language, because the only way to understand the story is to actually use that language system, to understand the story, and possibly have a deeper appreciation for that story. But with this chagrin, McNeck still endeavored to quiet his mind and continue reading. As he read quietly, he could feel the maximum amount of information hitting his head. He felt that his imagination was so lacking that he used to always spin around in a very small worldview and be complacent. As he watched the first part of the second installment, he was speechless. McNecker sees a complex conflict of interest and a revelation of human nature in the midst of the second installment. Such heights of thought made him feel so inadequate for what he had once produced. Until he saw the part about the facehugger. He watched the text description where the man standing on the stage was announcing name after name while he watched the introduction that came down with that name. It all felt very reasonable as it was introduced. And then when he saw the name of the fourth person, he froze, because there was no way he could have predicted that the fourth person would actually be Luo. All at once, as if in a flash of light, he searched his mind for anything he had ever read, and any hint of it was used as a clue to his thoughts. In an instant he figured out that this turned out to be a padding that the Moonlight author had written down a long time ago. and such a natural padding surprised him greatly, because he hadn't really thought that the story could be written that way. He was at a loss for words for this twisted and plausible story structure. My goodness, the story can still be written like this. Not just one layer of story structure, but I feel like there have been 3 layers of structure. And the level of story twists and turns that can be conveyed by each layer of structure is completely different. How in the world can there be such a horrible person who can lay ambush padding and do it so mysteriously and immovably that he is a very big test for my brain's information load? I feel like I'm simply unworthy as an S-rank science fiction writer. Oh no! It occurs to me that author Luna is in existence beyond the S-ranks, beyond all science fiction writers in this world. McNeck, who was sitting on the couch with his tablet, was excited. McNeck then sent a direct link to both the first and second of the third body novels to his buddy Nister. Nister, who was also an S-rank sci-fi writer, had cautioned Meineke not to bother himself, though, because Nister dives into the book he has at hand. He wants to make it the #1 science fiction novel in the world. It's a science fiction novel he's been polishing for about 5 years now. That's why he takes a lot of time each year to polish his work and spends every moment going back and forth with his thoughts. But even if Nister had cautioned McNeck not to disturb himself, but still left an email address for McNeck, at this time Nister, who was far away across the ocean, received an email from McNeck. Nister, who at the moment was still looking at the manuscript he had just finished revising and smiling with great satisfaction, heard the sound of an email alert. Without waiting for Nister to check his email, he knew it must have been from McNeck, because this exclusive email address is reserved for McNeck alone. And still, the frequency of sending one every 10 days was such that Nister felt a little helpless. Damn it, McNeck. Will you stop coming over here and bothering me? You're always discussing to me. Are you annoyed with what you ate today? And you shouldn't tell me what color panties you bought again. I'm not interested. Damn you, McNeck. Nister said to himself with a slight grumble, while picking up his tablet and clicking open the email. Once Nister clicked open the email, he saw the links to the 2 pieces attached to that email. He was also very surprised when he saw the 2 links to the works, but he clicked them open with curiosity. Once he got to the detail page of the work, though, he saw which country it came from. His brow furrowed slightly when he saw that Red Nation's logo. Are there good science fiction novels in the Summerland too? This damned McNeck. Isn't he crazy? Is he? Summer's science fiction architecture is so unleveled. Is he smoking something again today? Nister said to himself in disbelief. But even so, he clicked through to the first page of the first book. He was reading a version that had already been translated, so he was able to understand its contents at a glance. When he looked at the opening it was surprising. Reading slowly afterwards, he then felt himself immersed in the story. After putting his precious manuscript from earlier, casually to one side, he walked over to the couch and laid down. Ignoring everything, he began to read the storyline of it. Using the beginning of a meeting as an entry point to the story is such an interesting perspective. Why didn't I think of that? The perspectives, while very varied, provided no shortage of information at all, and he made me even more interested in the story that followed. Nister looked at this part and exclaimed, but even so, he wasn't too surprised, but rather just felt slightly surprised. But as he reads, he realized that everything about the story was not as calm as he thought it would be. That kind of story twists and turns beyond his imagination. Meanwhile, Chinko finished the last kebab, and after finishing a glass of water, he got up and walked to the cashier to settle the bill. But casually, he took a cab at the door and headed in the direction of home. Meanwhile, while he was eating, he received the program's itinerary from Goen. Although it was said to be the program's itinerary, Chinko felt more like, well, a map of his travel route. And what surprised him even more was that the first stop was a city on the coast, and it was the same city as the one his parents were traveling to. He could already imagine inviting his parents when the time came, listening to him sing, because Chinka knew very well that how could a traveling music program be without a singing segment. However, thinking about this, he also relaxed, because the Earth's cultural and entertainment treasure trove system, the degree that had been opened was already very high, and the cultural and entertainment resources contained within it were unimaginable, because of the sheer volume contained therein. Half an hour later, Chinku returned home. He could also feel it in him, the hint of exhaustion, and headed for the shower. Chapter 77, The Cult of Nisted, an S-class sci-fi writer. After a brief shower, he walked to the living room and sat on the floor in front of the display. The 2 intelligent sweeping robots in the house had cleaned up just before Chinka came back. That's why this spotless floor is something Chinka really likes. He sat there with his tablet, looking at the map of the program's tour route that Goen had sent over. and with 7 days to go before he started his journey, he felt that the preparation time in it was already very sufficient. At the same time, it occurred to him that there were still 2 rounds of prestige value yet to be settled at the National Wind Concert. The unsettled prestige value of these 2 rounds makes him feel something to look forward to now. This was because the prestige value harvested during the 3rd round was already upwards of 600 million. He sat on the floor and pulled up the civic system, where 2 unread messages popped up straight away. Once he pulled up the 2 location messages, he looked at the first one in clear settlement detail. The prestige value settled by the first message was directly as high as 900 million. This number made Chin-ko very satisfied, because after he knew what the prestige value consisted of, he guided a wave of Trinity readers to make a fantasy link. On such a basis, it really helps with the prestige value realized for the prestige value gained. There is a big boost. In a flash, the prestige value that had just been settled was converted into mole points, but this mole points did not affect the role of the prestige value in reality. After settling the prestige value of the first message, it was time to open the second message for settlement. After opening the second message prestige value settlement, Chin-ko saw that there was as much as 1 billion prestige value harvested. This was even more of a great surprise to him. He really didn't expect the prestige value to change that much with these numbers, because he'd also had a chat or two with the data analyst at the State Winds concert after it was over. This is indeed a big surprise. I didn't expect to be able to break through the ceiling like this, Chin-ko said happily. He looked at the 1 billion reputation value, which was similarly converted into mole points. All of a sudden, the entire mole points showed 2 billion mole points. And this 2 billion mole points also made Chin-ko feel that it was very convenient to exchange anything. At the same time, he also noticed the new announcement that popped up from the civic system, because tomorrow, it would be a new month. With a new month, an update of all prestige values takes place. It also means it's a day for all art creators to renew their rank. Chin-ko hadn't yet calculated the prestige values gained and what level they would eventually be updated to. But he could believe that these prestige values accumulated and could definitely reach a very high level now. And the calculation of reputation value, which is never fixed, decreases as the singer's status slips, and as some infractions are committed. Therefore it is very important for an art creator to be in his element. Chin-ko looked at the 2 billion in mole points and thought about what to exchange for. He scratched around in the mall and quickly browsed through it. All the skills in the mall, as well as the items, are so numerous and varied that it feels dizzying. But when he flipped to the end, he found a skill synthesis that very much intrigued him. After he clicked open the comprehensive introduction of this skill, it also surprised him greatly. Temple level instrument proficiency. There's actually such a heaven-defying skill that can learn all the instruments to the temple level. Chin-ko looked at the comprehensive introduction of this skill with disbelief. However, the combined mall exchange points for this skill also really surprised him a bit. As it was 2 billion, Chin-ko could feel that if after redeeming this skill, this was completely emptying all of the mall points that he currently possessed. However, Chin-ko thought about it again. It didn't matter even if it was emptied. After all, being able to exchange for a skill that was so unbelievable was already very okay. He then directly clicked, without hesitation, on the skill exchange for this hallowed musical instrument specialization. Once the skill was redeemed, all 2 billion mall points were deducted. At the same time, many tiny points of light appeared beside him, one point after another pouring into his body. In each tiny point of light, a proficiency in an instrument is represented. Chin-ko also felt that every small ray of light, when it entered his body, felt a hint of warmth and felt incredibly comfortable, and still waiting for a small point of light. After fusion, only to the next small point of light fusion. In so continuous fusion, time has also passed 10 minutes. These 10 minutes felt very long to Chin-ko, but after the fusion, he felt like he had a new appreciation for each instrument, and there was a very great deal of experience embedded in that experience. After all, temple-level proficiency in the instruments had given him a completely different grasp of the structure of each instrument, as well as its strength. At the same time, the mall points that had been exchanged for musical instruments and skills returned to the mall point balance. Chin-ko looked at the return of more than 100 million mall points, so he took these rising points and exchanged them all for cool mints. After all, the little cooling mints made his throat feel very comfortable after eating them. A cool mint like this before he goes on stage to sing will do wonders for his form. A large number of cool mints then appeared in the storage space of Chin-ko's Earth Civic Treasure System. It seemed to him that this quantity of cool mints could feel good enough to eat for quite some time. Not only before going on stage, Chin-ko felt that this cool mint candy could boost his state, but in his daily life, He also took this cool mint candy, as a kind of small snack. Chinku was recalling the roadmap for the traveling music program, and he thought about not telling his mom and dad that he had come to that city so soon before he went, because it would be a surprise to be invited back then. Chinku had both the console and the display on at this time. Tonight was a night of relaxation. As for tomorrow's recording, there was absolutely no need to worry about the timing. Meanwhile, Mr. was still there, continuing to read the first part of the trilogy, very slowly, worried that he had left out some important details of the story. At the same time, he brought over a large stack of white paper to make a record of his notes on story structure research, because he really hadn't read a science fiction novel with such a well thought out structure and a huge worldview. This power from the East was something he feared and worshipped beyond measure. He swallowed back all the words he had just used to scold Minnick, because he did make a mistake, an unmitigated mistake. It was still daylight hours in the country he was in now, and at the moment he had even forgotten his favorite sunlight, and had not left the curtains open. It wasn't until he had been sitting on the couch reading for a long time that he slowly came back to his senses as he finished the first part of the trilogy thoroughly. Chapter 78, Upgrading Speed Against the Heavens. The next afternoon, Chinku woke up from his sleep. As soon as he explored the new map last night, he also got the sense that there was something to the game in this world. At this point in time, the Civic system, too, has undergone an extensive Civic creator level update. Then with this curiosity, Chinku slowly got up and called up the Civic system, in which the updated level was clearly displayed. Chinku S grade singer. Registration period, 1 month. Ranking criteria, within $10 billion of total prestige value, 1 billion or more for S-class singers. From this rank standard aspect, Chinku deduced that if he wanted to reach the SR rank singer, he would need to reach 100 billion reputation values before he could upgrade successfully. This is very challenging for a singer. So on a global scale, SR-rated singers are rare and all but a rarity, and SSR-rated Civic creators are even more so, as there is not a single one worldwide. At the same time, Chinku also paid attention to his, as an S-rank singer, ranking of singers in the world. 300th place. Chinku was also a bit surprised after seeing this ranking. After all, he had just had so much prestige value, and he was already able to get such a ranking. After all, the number of singers, globally, is at least in the millions, and that's still ranked based on reputation accumulation. From this aspect, Chinku could roughly tell that Senior by Mirai's ranking could rank up to the top 50 in the world. It's also been years of build-up to get to the rank. All at once, Chinku could also sense that it would take quite a bit of time to need to reach the level of an SR-rank singer. And it's not just the prestige value aspect, but also the need to release 40 songs, which is really quite a challenge for a singer. But Chinku thought back and it wasn't a very difficult thing for him to do. As far as the number of songs is concerned, it's not a problem at all. After all, that aspect is well taken care of. For the vast amount of Earth's cultural and entertainment resources, these 40 songs can be considered a drop in the ocean. Chinku said indifferently. That aspect never worried him. After all, when it comes to facing the entire Blue Planet's Civic entertainment, he's not fighting alone, but side by side with all the best Civic creators on the planet. And this Civic creator level update is not just clear to all creators. More than a few media outlets are looking forward to that, with each monthly update of the Civic creator rating, and they also have access to the rankings. After those rankings are updated, although you can't find out what the exact prestige value is, you can see what ranks and rankings each entertainment creator has risen to among their respective fields. Some entertainment media, moreover, are very concerned about Chinku, this month's great update. Because of Chinku's bright performance at the National Wind Concert, they were looking forward to this rank update. As they inquired, Chinku's rank became clear at a glance, and their query was still in the morning. And now there were hot searches about Chinku's rank update, which had also exploded on the topic list long ago. Shocked by the birth of the youngest S-rank singer. What kind of magic potion can create such a horrible genius? My God, the youngest S-rank singer is using this method to raise his rank. S-class singer Chinku's Daily Care used this product. Superb, protested effective. The youngest S-rank singer in history, Chinku, actually likes this kind of stuff. It's unbelievable. The youngest S-class singer. Chinku had to say the secret. The last 2 points really shocked off people's jaws. The reason for the fast promotion of S-rank singer Chinku, the tutorial is as follows. Watch the 30-second commercial to get it. One exaggerated article headline after another popped up on the peripatetic blog's hotspot. Not only that, but very much of this type of video copy continues to surface on video teasers. All of them are headline grabbing and appealing to most of the fans. Although these headline-grabbing practices are very offensive, they still have a very large amount of traffic. The heat rose dramatically as group after group of fans were tricked into watching. But it's also spitting in the face of the entertainment media outlets that have a knack for making up headline parties. This group of fans came under Chinka's teaser account and commented, "It's just too much. There are actually so many headliners talking about how this thing about you reaching S-rank singer is a lot of secrets. Too much love. To actually be able to reach an S-rank singer in just a month's time. This really is pure hard power. Yeah, I have to say, it's really too unbelievable." There was a time when Elder by Mirai even said that Chinka was a genius level. At that time I didn't realize it until now. After seeing the rank update I realized that it's really too scary. Yeah, to reach such a rank in a month is unprecedented in the singer world. Not to mention the singer world. In the entire civic entertainment system established until now, there is no one who can reach the S rank level in just 1 month. Hearing you say that makes me feel really amazing. And the shock is no less than seeing a pig up a tree. It wasn't just a group of fans there who were shocked at the fact that Chinka had broken through to the S rank in such a short period of time. Some professional singers are more than well aware of how much time and effort it takes to reach the S level. And it's not just a matter of putting in the time to get there. Because of the talent component of it, it puts them off. A group of professional singers of different ranks had gathered in a live room, talking to each other. My gosh, you guys saw it. I'd say Chinka's performance at the National Win concert was straight out of a top singer's level. It took me 15 years to reach the A rank level, and it actually took this young man a month to reach the S rank level. I'm also mentally fried. How can someone go against the grain to such an extent? Numb. I didn't realize that after so many years of working in the singer's field, it's still inferior to the freshman singer who just debuted a month ago. Indeed, there's no way to measure any speed with such strength. After all, in the entire field of entertainment, have never seen such a heaven-defying genius. All of a sudden it feels like the 30 years it took me to reach S rank isn't something to brag about anymore. Geez, you're at least a top singer up to S rank. I've been hovering around the B rank level for 13 years now. I'm the one who's really numb, okay? Indeed, there's really no way to compare anything. After all, everyone is different and has different talents. Our talents just aren't as good as Chinka. Singers of different ranks, discussing with each other in this live room, as if they were shushing each other. But they were adding to their respective moods. And at this moment in the morning, Lee Hai, who was still busy with work, saw the hot topic that had just warmed up now. He turned on his computer to browse through one exaggerated article headline after another on the peripatetic blog. As he skimmed through line after line, it suddenly occurred to him that today was the first day of a new month. Chapter 79, Lee Hai's Inner Shock. So today is the first day of the newest month. How could I have forgotten this important thing? I really didn't expect it. Chinka actually directly promoted to S rank. This is completely different from what I expected. I thought he would still be lingering in the A grade. I didn't expect that all of a sudden, he would break through to the S grade. This is really too much out of my expectation. And it also breaks through my prediction of the prestige value he gained at the National Win concert. This is really too heaven-defying. Among the music world, this is a genius that comes along once in 100 years. Lee Hai excitedly recalled the previous bits and pieces. This was indeed too much of a breakthrough from his imagination. At the same time, Lee Hai also thought that Chinka would come to the company in the evening time to record the remaining 2 songs. Then the album of the National Win concert would be able to be completed. What made him happy wasn't just Chinka's leap to becoming an S-rank singer. At the same time he was happy that the second part of the trilogy had been updated the night the Kokeshi concert ended. Something he'd been waiting for a long time. But at that time Lee Hai was just too much work to watch it first. And he didn't dare to trawl through the comments section of the second part of the trilogy for related posts. He was worried that there were some kind of spoiler post that would dampen his interest in watching. He then sat down comfortably on the couch. He picked up the tablet he'd been using for quite some time and clicked into the middle of the detailed introductory page for the second installment of the trilogy. The moment Lee Hai saw the cover, he suddenly froze a bit, when he also saw the name of the second part, Trinity Dark Forest. For a moment, he was suddenly a little confused as to why it was called the Dark Forest. From the name alone, he hadn't the slightest idea what the meaning was. His knowledge of the universe was completely blank. Moonlighting author is really good. This Dark Forest indeed. Didn't let me think what's going on at first, but it's fine. Read on to know what's going on. Lee Hai said to himself as he looked at the cover of the second novel of 3 Bodies. With that, Lee Hai opened the reading page of the 3 Bodies with doubts, and in the middle of the first page was a simple dialogue. This simple line of dialogue pulled him into the world of the story constructed by the trilogy of novels. Li Hai could feel himself back in the middle of that cold and crisis-filled world, full of games, for the complex perception of human nature. Every time he looked at the novel, he could feel the cruelty of this universe and the complexity of human nature. It all made him read carefully for fear of missing a single detail. As he watched the first part of it, and sensed their conversation, it also portrayed, from among the sides, the choices of that era, where battleships, once, were no longer of much use for space, worthy of Yu Ming, for the portrayal of an era, from a very small entry point of view. Let the reader feel the historical background of it, Li Hai said with a sigh as he looked on. As time passed, Li Hai also slowly saw the second part of the entire book. He was likewise immensely puzzled by the fact that this meeting had been called, and he could not think to understand what the purpose of it, at all, was. It wasn't until he took his time looking at it that he realized that it really was something that was beyond shocking to him. Li Hai didn't expect that humans would choose such an incomparably cruel method to fight a crisis before such a crisis. He also felt a bit of a shiver when he thought about the method, the reference to closing his mind to the outside world. What kind of program is this? It's too anti-human. Anyone doesn't know their true purpose. This is like a complete unknown black hole for the outside world. Li Hai was once again shocked. This was too much of a breakthrough for him. He felt that what he had once imagined about the universe was so scanty that he thought there was nothing in his mind that could come to serve as fodder for his imagination. With this shock, Li Hai was continuing to read. He used to think that Yu Ming's imagination was too grandiose, and he didn't think that it was actually grandiose to such an extent. At this moment he could already imagine that this was completely out of the realm of human imagination. With all the build-up from the first installment that immersed him in the story for the second, that build-up allowed the various plots to tie together and explode. Li Hai had felt deeply enthralled with the story, but even with that, he continued to watch, even though he felt shocked inside. But the level of curiosity about the plot of the story still kept him from watching. At the same time Chin Ku also got up and showered, put on his daily attire, and rode a cab to, in front of the recording studio of Yaoguang Entertainment. He gently knocked on the door, but when he knocked on the door several times, Li Hai, who was inside the recording studio, didn't have any reaction. Li Hai just stared blankly at the tablet, not saying a word, not even hearing any sound from the outside world anymore. Chin Ku could see a hint of fear, a hint of shocked confusion in his eyes. Then, no longer waiting for Li Hai to open the door, he directly opened the door and walked in. He slowly stood in front of Li Hai. "What's wrong? Day's here. We can start recording now," Chin Ku said with a slightly puzzled look at Li Hai, who was now a bit dumbfounded. But Li Hai still looked at the tablet without saying a word, and only after a while did he slowly come back to his senses. When Li Hai looked up and saw Chin Ku in front of him, he was also a bit stunned because he didn't hear Chin Ku open the door and come in. He looked at Chin Ku at this moment and said with slight surprise, "This universe is also too dark. The darkness is like a black hole that sucks in all the light." As soon as Chin Ku heard Li Hai say that, he also knew that what Li Hai was reading right now, because the storyline in it was more than familiar to Chin Ku. The laws of the Black Forest contained within were equally incomparable as he looked at them, so Chin Ku could very well understand Li Hai's mood at this moment. Every civilization is like a hunter with a shotgun. Hiding oneself and not being discovered is the law of survival in this universe. Chin Ku looked at Li Hai and said slowly. As soon as Li Hai heard Chin Ku say this, he also nodded his head vigorously afterward. Right. It has to be like this, or else being discovered would be a terrible thing. In an instant, Li Hai knew that Chin Ku was also a big fan of this novel, because Chin Ku could clearly state some of the concepts in it. For a moment, Li Hai felt that same feeling of being on the same frequency when he liked the same thing equally. Then Li Hai also slowly came back to his senses and looked at Chin Ku and said excitedly, "I didn't expect it. I predicted before that you would reach a level after the National Wind Concert, and now you've actually upgraded directly to the S-class level. My gosh, it took you 1 month to travel the path that it took me 15 years to travel. Oh no, I've only been A-ranked for 15 years, I almost forgot about that, but I'm also very happy to see you reach such a level. So with the 2 remaining songs, let's finish recording it tonight." Chapter 80, Nisted, I Want to See Him. Chin Ku also remembered that he needed to finish recording those 2 remaining songs. Then he looked at Li Hai and said, "Accompaniment-wise, I'm sure you're ready for me to start now." Li Hai nodded slowly once he heard it. After all, this aspect had already been prepared. Chin Ku then entered the familiar recording room. He put on the headphones, adjusted the height of the recording microphone, listened to the melody of the music coming from the headphones, and began to sing. And at this moment, Li Hai was immersed in the beauty of Chin Ku's singing. the infectiousness of that music that he experienced immensely, because Lee Hai was watching Chin-ku's progress little by little. So for Chin-ku's singing level, are ever so convinced. Chin-ku sang the part of the main song, and then slowly sang the part of the chorus as the music melody progressed. The elevated mood also allowed Lee Hai to feel, in a different and subtle way, another manifestation of the song. A few minutes later the east wind broke and the song was sung in this audio file, was well preserved, and without having to listen to it again, Lee Hai already knew that this recorded voice would be able to achieve great results without much processing. After all, perfection level singing is the ability to sing every melody of the music. Chin-ku then rested for a minute, and by this time the cool mints in his mouth slowly melted, and his throat got another cool stretch. It made his voice, which had been kind of tight after he had just sung it, relax even more again. And that song is the national concert. The last song sung, Red Dust Inn. As a prelude sounded, Chin-ku began to sing along with the beat of the music, immersing himself in that inn and feeling the complexity of the martial arts disputes. Every lyric, every melody sung by him is full of musicality. At the moment, Lee Hai was completely immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Again, after a few minutes, the song let Chin-ku sing it in its entirety with a perfect level of singing. When Chin-ku put down his headphones and walked out of the recording studio after looking at Lee Hai, he said, "The recording of these two songs is fine. As for the back end of the release side of things, I'll leave it to you guys." Lee Hai also slowly nodded his head once he heard this and said, "This is definitely not a problem. After all, we are very professional in terms of distribution, and you understand that." After receiving the recording, Chin-ku left you light entertainment as the rest of the work would be left to them. As for the revenue share after the later release, Chin-ku wasn't too worried. It's already reached that high album earnings after the release of their last minor album. This album of national-style concerts will likewise achieve very good results when it is released, which is what Chin-ku can expect. Chin-ku followed the familiar route from Yaogwang Entertainment to the entrance of the building, and he looked at the current starry sky for a moment. It was quickly returned though, as the tour he was looking forward to soon began. Meanwhile, Mr. still hadn't gone to sleep yet, as he was reading the second installment of the trilogy, and he'd been fascinated by the trilogy series of novels for a long time, and the second one gave him more of a shock than the first one ever did. That slow buildup of the first part came into his head like a wave of shock, and the huge amount of information in the second installment has changed his perception of science fiction story structure. At the moment he had a lot less confidence in his polished sci-fi work, because he could now sense that the book he was reading, the second part of the trilogy, was a sci-fi masterpiece that completely surpassed his own level. At this moment he was ashamed of having once said on the Wave platform that there was no such thing as sci-fi in Xia. He also threatened that he would never set foot in a country where there was no soil for science fiction. All at once, he felt that he had once spoken too much to death, but now he felt that the shock brought to him by this distant eastern country was too much. Mr. turned off the reading page of the second part of the trilogy, which he hadn't finished yet. He calmed down and opened the Wave platform, where he found, with precision, the one wave dynamic that had once threatened not to set foot in this land where there was no soil for science fiction. Without hesitation, he wanted to delete the dynamic, but his finger was stuck on the delete button, because at this moment, he realizes that his deletion of that once arrogant wave dynamic was just a cover-up for his mistakes. Sitting on the couch, Mr. was in a very mixed mood at the moment, and he didn't know what he should do. He very much wanted to meet the author of the Three Bodies, Suki Akari. After all, he already felt that the author, Suki Akari, was perfectly capable of serving as his teacher's presence. Suddenly, Mr. had a flash of light, and he thought, all at once, of a very good solution. He then called McNeck directly. Not long after, Menek, who was still asleep, slowly opened his eyes while looking at the bright screen of his cell phone with some slight surprise. "My God, why are you calling me at night? I wasn't sleeping well to begin with, so you must be saying you found some more great inspiration." McNeck was already rambling before he even picked up the phone. McNeck then picked up Nister's phone directly. After the call was answered, Nister was directly excited. "Meineke, I've decided. I'm going to Summerland, and I'm going to find that Moonlight author." McNeck was slightly sleepy, but woke up instantly after hearing Nister say that. After all, once upon a time Nister said to art creators all over the world on the Wave platform that he would not set foot in a land without sci-fi soil. "No way. You're telling me this in the middle of the night. Didn't you say you'd never go to that country? You'll definitely be laughed at by others if you do that," McNeck said with a yawn. Calming. Nister also felt a bit flushed after hearing this, but he continued. "Damn it, McNeck. You once even discussed with me on a big night that you like lace inside. And, what? Want to tell someone? As for what I said before, I will personally apologize to all the art creators of Xia on the Wave platform. McNecker's eyes widened directly after hearing this, and he hurriedly whispered, "Damn you little Nister, don't tell anyone, it's our little secret." Alright then, I'll see you at the Bakerland transit station into the airport. I've never been to that country either and am just as very curious. When Meineke finished speaking, Nister simply hung up the phone. Nister sat on top of the couch, his eyes red at the moment, a sign of lack of sleep. He felt that he had been lucky to see such a shocking sci-fi masterpiece in his life, but he still hadn't forgotten what he just said, which was to write an apology for wave dynamics. Chapter 81, What? The Three Bodies is a masterpiece from the Oriental Kingdom. Nister immediately opened the Wave platform software, and he went to his homepage and created a new blank document for wave dynamics, then began to write, in the margins, his own apology, for he knew full well that he was paying for having been foolish. Also in the midst of this wave dynamic, he mentioned that he would be departing for Xia to visit this Moonlight author. After a while, Nister finished writing this one wave dynamic as well. He then didn't hesitate to take this wave dynamic and send it out. After this wave dynamic was posted, there were quite a number of Nister's fans, who also saw this dynamic, and they looked at this wave dynamic with slight surprise, and at the same time, they were also a bit puzzled. They know very well that Nister rarely posts, and when he does, it's always something important, and they are also very well aware of what Nister had said, once on the Wave platform, a year ago. Being an S-ranked sci-fi writer, Nister is quite influential. After all, among the sci-fi field, S-rank is a ceiling-level existence. All science fiction writing is not done so easily, so the prestige value in the field of science fiction is the most difficult to obtain. When this group of Nister's fans, after seeing the dynamic that Nister's posted, also excitedly discussed under this dynamic, you don't need to apologize to them for anything. There really is no ground for science fiction in that country. Not even a decent one. Yeah, Nister, you need to stick to your guns. What you've written is world class, and as far as their kingdom is concerned, they don't even deserve to be compared to you. You did say the right thing before. Why apologize? It's true that that country doesn't have much ground for science fiction. I think their imagination for science fiction is very scarce, right? It does seem so redundant for you to apologize like that. Are you afraid of losing that market? It's only natural that their brains can't comprehend your sci-fi. Nister, believe in our existence as a science fiction advanced. You see, we've had another great work of science fiction come out recently. That one work, called Three Bodies, has been able to prove that this advancement of ours is real, that we have untouchable power among the science fiction community. As reply after reply flew out and popped up, and the comments on each one are in English, a series of letters making their point. But even so, there were quite a few Summerland Wave users who could understand these people, exchanging something in English. As these Wave users in the country of China slowly watched their discussion, they were instantly stunned, because they are chagrined why these fishwood brains won't click on the trilogy details page and read the novel, which country's author released it. All of a sudden, they felt a little funny too, but even with that, they sent a reply to the Elks. The sci-fi masterpiece you call the Three Bodies novel was released by the author of Summer Moon. With such a simple sentence, it instantly surprised the group. All of them. In less than a few seconds, they went through a brief moment of skepticism, but then quickly clicked on the trilogy detail page. The introduction of this detail page was instantly and completely dumbfounded once they saw exactly the logo of that kingdom. There was silence, complete silence, and no foreign reader continued to speak anything further. Because how could they not expect that a country where the highest grade for writers in the field of science fiction was only A rank could actually write such a sci-fi masterpiece? It was too much of a shock for them. They slowed down, though, and then reply after reply flew in, adding to the wave dynamic Nister had just posted. The red dot numbers in the comments section were floating wildly, rising rapidly. Damn, so I've been reading the translated version. No wonder there are always readers that know the plot before I do. And I was saying why they have precognition. My gosh, the original series of novels, the original Three Bodies, was created by the author of the Xia Kingdom. Oh my gosh, it's too unbelievable. I'm ashamed of everything I just said. Why am I so stupid? It's like a fishwood brain. Such a sci-fi masterpiece is actually created by an author in the field of sci-fi from an Eastern country. This is too shocking. This imagination, too amazing. I don't know what to say for a while. I think our science fiction, compared to the trilogy, is really quite behind. Nister's apology was correct, And my earlier retort was stupid. And my god, I'm afraid I've lost my mind. I am really impressed with this Eastern writer. His imagination is so rich and the story and worldview he builds is so grand. That Nestor is going to make a special trip to the Summerland. I think such a visit is very much deserved indeed. So it was created by an Eastern author. No wonder I couldn't find a trace of the West at all while reading it, but instead had a unique Eastern sense of wholeness and historical perspective. The concepts within this novel made me fear the stars, while at the same time feeling an overwhelming sense of admiration for the responsibility placed on the facehugger. Three Bodies is truly a sci-fi masterpiece that provides insight into human nature and a cutting-edge exploration of human choices in the face of crisis. At one time a large group of fans of the Three Body readers in different countries, but also discuss with each other. They were completely unaware that they were watching a science fiction masterpiece created by writers from the Eastern Kingdom, because in their subconscious, good science fiction exists only in the Western lands. But now such a sci-fi masterpiece has completely shattered their inherent thinking. The impact that this work of science fiction had on them was immense, and they began to think about the revelations that this dark starry sky had to offer. They used to think that the starbursts were so beautiful, but now they have another interpretation of these dots of starlight, a special expression that opens up to a different kind of vision. For a moment, they felt that Nestor's apology was incredibly correct, that it was just an apology for the arrogant words he had used, which couldn't be further from the truth. At the same time they were very much looking forward to Unstir, who would have a meeting with the Moonlight author, and such a meeting would probably take place with, quite literally, enormous consequences. But they also realized that a very important question, because all of them did not know the real identity of the Moonlight author, because the Moonlight author hasn't been in the public eye since the update, and numerous invitations for interviews have been declined by Moonlight authors. At this moment after sending the wave dynamic Nestor, feel their hearts put down, a big stone in general, the heart feels not so stuffy. But he also made it a point to initiate a wave message to the Moonlight author before posting a wave update. The message was an attempt to invite Qin Ke to meet with him, but it was also very apprehensive. He really wasn't sure if this Yu Ming, who had just been promoted to an A-rank sci-fi writer, would agree to his meeting. With this apprehension, Nestor slowly began to pack his bags. Chapter 82 Shock. Sci-fi power from the East. At the same time, the news that Nestor, one of the top 3 writers in the sci-fi field, would be arriving in Xia recently to meet up with Luna, similarly caught fire on the wave platform. The heat degree instantly rose very high, at the same time accompanied by more. Let them unexpected. There is another hot search. The same contact burst fire. That would be the Three Bodies novels, which were really written by Tsuki Okari, who is also a science fiction writer from the Eastern Kingdom. News like this completely shocked the entire world's readership, for although some of their readers, none of them, have ever read the science fiction genre, they are well aware of the absolute dominance of Western writers in the genre. In the previous editions of the Science Fiction Silver Star Awards, the only people who won the top prize were Western writers, while Eastern writers only had the chance to accompany the nomination. After all, Nestor, Meineke, and Miner, known as the top triumvirate in science fiction, are all writers from the West. They stand as the only 3 S-rated writers in the science fiction field. Readers in other fields are already very aware of you, the strength of these writers, just by hearing the rank. And this time NIST, taking the initiative to invite to meet with Yu Ming, this was completely enough to prove that Yu Ming's strength was, likewise, very strong. The readership in many countries is discussing under these 2 hot topics. No way. Three Bodies is actually a work from the Eastern Kingdom, and Nestor, one of the 3 giants of sci-fi, has to meet that author. My god, what class is Nestor? Top of the sci-fi field. He shouldn't be meeting that Oriental writer. Listening to you guys, I knew you just hadn't read the Three Bodies novels, which show a story structure that completely transcends the so-called triumvirate of the sci-fi field. Yeah, we, as experienced readers in the field of science fiction, can instantly feel the difference from all the science fiction works, nowadays, in these 2 Moonlight works. Indeed, after I finished reading these 2 novels, I already feel that there's no way for the Moonlight author to write anything comparable to this, no matter how good he is, because of the limits. Right. The author of Moonlight has no way to surpass himself, so it's a shame to say that he created such a good-looking novel. But there will never be a 3rd installment of this novel because he can't write it anymore. Hearing you guys answer that, even though I haven't seen it, I have something to look forward to. Did Nestor make the right choice? Oh no. Nestor's choice was completely and immensely more right than right. Is it really pretty? Then I'll check it out too. And if it's not pretty, Ha, you guys apologize for your words. Yeah, does the author who deserves Nister's special meeting really have that kind of strength? Why didn't he surpass Nister's rank of them? Laughing to death. The Moonlight author is just a registered, less than a month account. Can reach the level of a level? I checked a bit. Nist reached a level sci-fi writer. Seems to spend more than 10 years. For a moment, readers in different lands argued, but any more arguments centered around whether or not Nister needed to, with such a low profile, confront this new age author who had just appeared on the scene. But there is also a significant portion of readers who, knowing how different the trilogies are, have begun to read them with anticipation. All of a sudden, the heat of the trilogy on the platform of literary fiction was pushed up again. The readership is surging upwards, and while the readership is going up, the earnings are also getting a nice bump. This new group of readers followed the order of the novels in the trilogy series, reading from the first to the second. The number of comments across the trilogy has increased quite a bit more. While some veteran fans of the trilogy novels continue to be friendly and provide very detailed answers to their queries to this new segment of readers, there are also a number of readers who think it's a great shame that the trilogy novels end there in the second installment. But they're also very aware that the difficulty required to continue this story any further has been immeasurable. So as if they had a tacit understanding, they didn't choose to continue to push Moonlight to update the third part, because they felt that this story was also finished. Early the next morning, last night's Chiin-ko after strolling through the business district, but did not choose to open the game console in front of the display and play games all night. Instead, I chose to go to bed early, as the windy, gusty rain last night happened to be a very sleep-aiding kind of white noise. That's why Chiin-ko chose to go to bed early when it was raining, just because he was able to get such a good sleep experience. After a night, the rain stopped, and the early morning rays of sunlight shone in front of the glass window, refracted, and spilled gently over the floor. The whole city seems to have a sense of freshness after getting a wash. Every city building looked like it had a new outfit. At this moment, Chiin-ko felt that after a night's sleep, his body had gotten a very comfortable rest. At the same time, it also occurred to him that there was nothing that needed to be done for the next few days. So naturally, he could go wandering around at will. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight and thought of a very good place to go. He was a salty illustrator when he was on Earth, and at one time he was so busy with his work that he rarely went to art museums to see exhibitions, which is one of the things he slightly regrets. But with nothing going on lately, he felt like going to an art museum would be a nice thing to do. He then sat down on the couch, opened his tablet, and queried it. After inquiring that there was a relatively large and quite famous art museum nearby, I booked a ticket. The process of booking tickets is very smooth, and all you need to do is tie up the appropriate civic account to get certain discounts. This is one of the perks that various art museums give to recreational creators at a discount, because recreational creators need to look for different forms of inspiration within life, within different works of art. So visiting the show has become, for many recreational creators, a must. So after the introduction of this preferential benefit, all the civic creators cheered for it. And now Chiin-ko, who was already in the hundreds of millions of dollars, saw this offer and still did not hesitate to check the offer item, while booking the ticket smoothly. Chiin-ko got up and looked at the dazzling sunlight. Sighing at the beauty of this world, he casually stepped into the shower, briefly bathed, and put on his daily attire. He then rushed in the direction of the commercial district, because in the middle of the commercial district, there were very many delicacies, which had a very great temptation for Chiin-ko, and the ticket didn't limit the specific time, because it was an all-day ticket, so Chiin-ko wasn't in a hurry to get to the art museum. Once he reached the business district, he gave a light smile as he looked at the signs filled with warm yellow lights. Chapter 83, Stealing Half a Day of Life. The columns of signs flashed with a warm yellow light, while each store, the aroma that emanated from it, was completely different. Each has different characteristics, which completely gives Chiin-ko a lot of room to choose. As he walked slowly, the scent emanating from each store was quickly recognized. This one's pretty spicy. This one's lighter. This one, if you will, is deep fried flavor. And the marinara, it's sweet. It's a creamy flavor unique to the bakery. That's a nice arrangement of treats. Warm colors, looks appetizing. Nice. Chiin-ko walked slowly while still talking to himself. He has a very clear distinction between the specialties of each one, just by smell and sight. But after such a general stroll, he chose to buy some small pastries while walking into a restaurant that specialized in spicy noodles. Chiin-ko sat down and casually picked up his cell phone to scan the code to order. And the entire store is, well, not particularly crowded. Chiin-ko was very fond of this kind of not particularly crowded store. Not long after, a bowl of noodles with fragrant spices was brought up and placed in front of Chinku, and Chinku picked up the chopsticks next to him while unwrapping the box where the pastries were just placed and slowly ate them. The crunch of the durian pastry bursts into your mouth with a crunchy sound. The slight spiciness of the noodle chorizo was accompanied by the softness of the noodles, which were equally intertwined in the mouth. A delicious sensation. Being born in a big foodie empire, Chinku perfectly illustrates what it means to have a rich premature life. The rich mix of breakfast made Chinku already full. He sat down in a hotel chair and rested for a while, feeling almost digested. He turned on his cell phone to see that not too much time had passed, and the gallery was just about to open at this time. In the middle of the business district, there were subway facilities, and Chinku directly followed the direction of the sign over to the subway. The subway was fast, and after 10 minutes, it arrived in front of the art museum. E-tickets have been quickly underwritten at the museum's ticket checkpoint. When Chinku walked in, he saw the entrance to the art museum at a glance. At the same time, he saw the overall shape of the building, the whole museum. The entire gallery is like a cylinder, but the circle underneath, which gets smaller and smaller, means that his floor area is likewise getting smaller. The bottom floor is the smallest cylindrical area, while the second floor is quite a bit more than the first. The further up you go, the larger the area gets. Also wrapped around the outside of the museum's glass curtain wall is a very thin steel structure. What gives it away is each small piece of vertical glass that pieces together the facade of the gallery. There is a feeling of being separate from the glass structure, but as if it is one with it. Chinku saw this building and had a feeling that he had not seen it for a long time. At the same time, he noticed the outdoor sculpture at the entrance to the gallery, which was a tree stump made of stainless steel. It reminded him, on Earth, of another piece of sculpture, that of Roxy Pan's ballast. These two works seem to be a kind of collision of ideas in different time and space. Both of them are made of stainless steel to represent the plants of nature. Chinku then walked slowly, and with each piece he looked at, he could see some similarities in it, though there were also very many differences. Once he entered the pavilion, he saw that all around the pavilion, paintings were placed. He took his time looking at it, while also being able to smell, on his sense of smell, the different paints. After all, pigments give off flavors from different time periods as time passes, and the color composition varies from brand to brand. That flavor is what it feels like to have a slice of lifetime. However, the smell of this pigment also made Chinku feel very familiar. Throughout the gallery, there were likewise a very large number of civic creators that came to browse around. Some of the civic creators also took paper notebooks, browsing and recording their feelings as they went along. Everyone feels and experiences each piece differently, but none of the different civic creators are interrupting each other in any way, and all are quietly looking at the work in them. And while Chinku was browsing through each piece, he also realized that there would still be less exploration of styles among the parallel blue stars. Even so, Chinku could feel the different art creators in the parallel blue stars. Exploring beauty, he went up one layer at a time, and on the top layer, that is where many national paintings were placed, and the performance of these national paintings left white space, all of which were very appropriate. After all the exhibition halls Chinku had roughly browsed through them, he returned to the first floor. Because of the works collected inside the entire art museum, it was very large, so it took Chinku a few hours to completely look through it. Although Chinku didn't record anything, his feelings about being in this parallel blue star and looking at these works were completely memorized. Suddenly, it was as if he had an impulse. It was the long-lost urge to create, and he hadn't picked up a paintbrush in a long time. It was only then that he picked up his cell phone and made a brief inquiry, and it just so happened that not too far away, there was a very large market for painting tools. After a while, the cab dropped him off at the entrance to the painting market. He casually walked into the middle of a store, and began to purchase paints and canvases, drawing paper as well as brushes, but also bought some rice paper, inkstone and ink stick, brush. Every kind of preparation is very complete, and some assorted things were also bought by Chinku. After all these purchases, there will be a special delivery team to deliver these items to Chinku's doorstep. After Chinku finished the checkout, after hearing that there was such a delivery service, he was also a bit surprised. After all these things added up, they did weigh a bit. However, the merchant's delivery service was good enough to help Chinku solve this problem. Chinku then continued to stroll back and forth in the market. After all, this is a very large market. But after half an hour, Chinku had pretty much strolled around, and he directly took a car and headed back in the direction of his home. At the same time, the merchant's delivery service soon delivered all the goods to Chinku's doorstep. There was a large place in front of the home where merchandise could be placed, and it was already piled high with the painting tools Chin-ku had just bought. After a short while, Chin-ku returned home, and he looked at the things piled up in front of his house, directly opened the door, a little bit moved in, put all the things, put in the study place. When everything had been moved, looking at the den again, it had long since been stuffed to overflowing. Almost every corner has been utilized in a very sensible way. He looked at the situation and sighed. Looks like it's time to buy a bigger house.